Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 3150 to Chapter 3203. The price Lin Sun paid for killing Jiang Yuanshui was light injuries and about 30% of his physical strength. It wasn't serious, but it was still slightly worse than when he was at his peak. Fortunately, he was the first to fight in the second round, so he still had time to heal his injuries and recover his cultivation. The second round was between Du Feng and Dao Lord Windy Yao. It was also this battle that allowed Lin Sun to witness the true strength of Du Feng, the leader of the Buddhist era. He had survived 7 great silence lifespan tribulations and mastered the heavenly rule. Fighting with him was like fighting against the boundless heavenly Tao, giving off an unshakable and untouchable feeling. Dao Lord Windy Yao was a terrifying existence comparable to true monarch Yellow Dragon, but he was clearly at a disadvantage when fighting against Du Feng. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes before Dao Lord Windy Yao shook his head helplessly and admitted defeat. Lin Sun thought to himself that if he were Du Feng, he would have to pay a heavy price in order to take down this old guy. The third round was between Xianxia and Xianxia. This was the most intense battle since the start of the competition. Both Xianxia and Xianxia were top-notch bigwigs in the world of the Life Lotus. Xianxia mastered the indefinite rule. War was unpredictable, and battles were unpredictable. With a wave of his hand, he could create all sorts of deadly tribulations and snatch all fortunes. Xianxia, on the other hand, mastered the extreme Yang rule. His skills were broad and domineering, and he had the unparalleled elegance of breaking all laws with his strength. The battle between the two bigwigs attracted the attention of the audience. Even Lin Sun was dazzled and his mind was in a whirl. From these two big shots, he saw two completely different supreme paths of the Tao. The rules they mastered were integrated with all sorts of profound Taos. Even the power of their skills had the unparalleled power of all laws return to one, all laws develop. Evidently, Lin Sun wasn't the only one who knew of integrate all laws into one. Those old guys who had stepped into the boundless realm all had such attainments in their respective Taos. Now, the competition was based on the strength of their respective Taos. This was the so-called Tao competition. Old fart, none of us will gain anything if this goes on. Why don't you give me a chance? Xianxia shouted. Why don't you give in to me once? Xianxia snorted coldly. Both of them knew that it would be extremely difficult to determine the victor between them in a short period of time. However, the longer this battle continued, the greater the consumption of their energy. In the end, even if someone won, that person's cultivation would definitely be severely exhausted, and that person would suffer a huge loss in the next round of the competition. However, neither of them wanted to admit defeat, and neither of them intended to back down. As a result, the following battle became even more intense. Almost an hour later, Xianxia, who was already panting from exhaustion, said, I'm done. Nothing good ever happens when I meet you. As he spoke, he took the initiative to leave the battlefield. It's my turn to win this time. Xianxia smiled proudly. If I'm not wrong, you only have less than 30% of your strength remaining. It's already not easy for you to recover half of your strength before the next round of the competition begins. At that time, let me see who will benefit greatly from this. Xianxia directly exposed Xianxia's secret, which made the latter's smile stagnate and his face turn black. This was tantamount to telling others that Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. You old fart, you're still as sinister and evil as before. Xianxia cursed and sat cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to recover his strength. Seeing this, Lin Sun smiled in his heart. How could he not see that Xianxia and Xianxia were actually a pair of close friends who seemed to be at odds with each other? In the fourth round, Wang Xinghai fought against Divine Lord Baiya. The winner would be decided in 3 moves. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinghai lost in the end. This made Lin Sun frown. He could see that Wang Xinghai had reserved his strength. Otherwise, he might not be able to win in 3 moves, but he could at least be on par with Wang Xinghai. Old weirdo Wang, why did you suddenly lose this time? Divine Lord Baiya also noticed and said unhappily. Let me tell you, I don't appreciate this favor. Wang Xinghai said expressionlessly, who asked you to appreciate it? Old weirdo Wang is worried about meeting Lin Sun in the next round, right? Not far away, Xianxia laughed. Wang Xinghai snorted coldly, as if he was too lazy to explain. But in the eyes of the crowd, Wang Xinghai's action was very likely just as Xianxia had guessed. He did not want to meet Lin Sun in the next round. As for whether it was because of fear or other reasons, no one knew. In the fifth round, Fa Wuxiang was against Taoist Shui Sun. Both of them chose to determine the winner by deducing great ways. Whoever deduced the power of the great Tao within a quarter of an hour would be the winner. This was a test of their control of great ways. It was not very intense, but it attracted everyone's attention. Because this kind of competition could directly show the attainments of great ways of the two old weirdos. In the end, Fa Wuxiang won by a little. When he witnessed the entire process of the battle, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. These old fellows had lived for numerous eras, and their understanding and grasp of the Grand Tao had simply arrived at an unimaginable state. So, he was deeply enlightened as he watched the battle. Of course, Lin Sun was not afraid if it was a real battle. With that, the second round of 5 battles came to an end. The victors were Lin Sun, Du Feng, Tian Xingzi, Baiya Divine Lord, and Fa Wuxiang. 5 people. Then, we will have to use the 5 elements formula to wear them down. Xianxia raised his brows and said. The so-called 5 elements formula was to wear them down according to the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and metal. There were 5 rounds of battles. In other words, each person had to fight 2 battles. According to the final outcome, the following battles would be decided. Forget it, I will not participate in this battle. Suddenly, Tian Xingzi spoke. He took the initiative to give up, surprising everyone. If you knew this would happen, why did you lose to me back then? Xianxia said unhappily. I had no choice. I just wanted to beat you. Tian Xingzi said with a chuckle. Alright, the following battles will be simple. 4 people will fight each other. The 2 who win will fight again and the final winner will be decided. After Xianxia said that, he began drawing lots. Soon, the matchups appeared. They were Lin Sun against Baiya Divine Lord, and Du Feng against Fa Wuxiang. With that, all the old monsters present were invigorated. That was because the 4 of them could be said to be the top existences in the Life Lotus world. Although Lin Sun was too young, having only reached the boundless realm a few decades ago, his combat strength was in no way inferior to the other 3 old monsters. In other words, in the eyes of all the old monsters, Lin Sun was already on par with the other 3. The first battle was between Lin Sun and Baiya Divine Lord. Young friend, there is no room for mercy in a battle of the great Tao. Even though I am very impressed by your master, I will not hold back in this battle. I hope you understand, Baiya Divine Lord said calmly. He was dressed in a black robe and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He had a handsome face and a pair of narrow, bright eyes. His entire body emitted an unbridled aura. Lin Sun nodded slightly. It's only right. Previously, he had watched the battle between Baiya Divine Lord and Wang Xinghai. Although it was decided in 3 moves, Baiya Divine Lord's might had left a deep impression on him. Baiya Divine Lord grasped the incineration law. Its power was extremely domineering and its destructive aura was astounding. It was said to be able to incinerate all Tao into ashes. Please. Baiya Divine Lord raised his hand and beckoned as a crimson halberd appeared in his hand. The halberd's name was Calamity Flame. It weighed 190,000 caddies and represented the number of years Baiya Divine Lord had cultivated all the way to the boundless realm. This treasure was also his intrinsic weapon. Outside the battlefield, everyone revealed a solemn look. After the previous battle of the Great Tao, be it Lin Sun or Baiya Divine Lord, they did not suffer much. In other words, they were in peak condition. Once such a battle broke out, it would undoubtedly be more intense. Weng, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared and floated above Lin Sun's head. Following that, the 5 Tao bodies appeared out of thin air and surrounded Lin Sun. Upon seeing this scene, everyone outside the battlefield could not help but reveal a look of surprise. They already knew that each of Lin Sun's avatars had combat strength that was in no way weaker than his main body. However, they had no idea how Lin Sun had tempered his avatars to such an extent. This was because anyone who had reached the boundless realm would fuse all their strength into one. Just like the various great Tao, divine powers, and avatars they had grasped, they would all fuse into one. Only by doing so could they break through to the extreme, forcefully withstanding the great desolation lifeless calamity's onslaught and step into the boundless realm. However, it was clear that Lin Sun's Tao path was different. Who would have thought that Lin Sun could miraculously reach the boundless realm in the sea of destiny where the great desolation lifeless calamity could not appear? Perhaps, this was the lotus that the master of the heart core had been waiting for. It was precisely because it could not be measured by common sense that it could overturn everything and shatter all common sense. Boom, without further ado, Sir Baya made his move. With a slash of the calamity flame halberd in his hand, heavenly fire descended from the sky, turning everything into ashes. The vast and mighty destructive aura of calamity transformed into the power of doomsday that swept across the sky. If such a power were to occur in the outside world, it could instantly incinerate a large world and refine everything into ashes. At this moment, the nearby old monsters had already distanced themselves from it. Lin Sun did not dodge. Instead, his main body and the 5 Tao forms charged forward. With a loud boom, the abyssal sword cauldron soared into the sky, sprinkling down billions of rays of light that rumbled down. Suddenly, a great battle broke out. In an instant, it had entered the most intense battle. The old monsters could not help but be moved. Their expressions were uncertain. Previously, they had only speculated that Lin Sun's combat strength was comparable to the top existences. Now, when they saw that he could fight evenly with Sir Baya, it further verified their speculations. At this point, there was no doubt. When they thought of how Lin Sun had risen in this era and reached the boundless realm in the Life Lotus world previously, how could the old monsters remain calm when they thought of how he had such heaven-defying combat strength? 15 minutes later. Lin Sun and Baya Divine Lord were both injured, but their fighting spirit and strength seemed to be ignited. They were boiling as the battle turned more intense. The expressions of the enemies changed uncertainly. The expressions of those in travel. Sword Gorge turned tense as well. Those who had no grudges held their breaths and focused on the battle. They could not calm their hearts. On the other hand, Du Feng and Fa Wuxiang's mood gradually became more relaxed. If Lin Sun and Baya Divine Lord were both injured, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for them. At the very least, they would be able to gain an advantage in the final battle. Of course, that was under the premise that one of them emerged victorious. 15 minutes later. Baya Divine Lord suddenly retracted his hand and turned to leave the battlefield. Everyone was taken aback. Even Lin Sun himself was surprised. Save your stamina for the final battle. After Baya Divine Lord said that, he sat cross-legged outside the battlefield. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. His expression was calm and emotionless. Only then did people react. They could not help but exchange looks. Baya, you previously said that you would not show mercy. Why are you taking the initiative to concede now? Xianxia could not help but ask. Baya Divine Lord's eyes were closed as he said, I will be the loser at the end of the battle. If that's the case, why not end this battle earlier? Everyone could not help but be surprised. No one expected that the reason Baya had conceded was because he realized that he would definitely lose if he continued fighting. Is that really the case? Yiwuin could not help but ask. Baya Divine Lord suddenly let out a long sigh. I know that all of you have your own thoughts. You think that I am helping Lin Sun, but I can only say that all of you are overthinking things. At that point, he did not say another word. As for the way everyone looked at Lin Sun, it became increasingly subtle. Even a top figure like Baya Divine Lord had admitted defeat. It was obvious how heaven-defying Lin Sun's present combat strength was. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Sun cupped his hands at Baya Divine Lord. Without another word, he left the battlefield and sat down on the ground. He did his best to recover from his injuries. Travel Sword Gorge and the others heaved a sigh of relief. And those old monsters who hated Lin Sun became more and more depressed. Lin Sun had only been at the boundless realm for decades. There was still room for improvement in the future. Yet, he could make a pinnacle figure like White Horizon Divine Lord take the initiative to admit defeat. Just the thought of it left one's heart palpitating. Next was the battle between Du Feng and Fa Wuxiang. This battle only lasted for less than a quarter of an hour. Du Feng took the initiative to admit defeat, allowing Fa Wuxiang to win this battle easily. When they saw this scene, the faces of the traversing sword gorges group sank. Du Feng's actions seemed like he was sacrificing his qualification to compete in the last battle, but in fact, he was planning to kill with a borrowed knife. He not only avoided a life-and-death fight with Lin Sun in the last battle, but also used the power of the formless law to deal with Lin Sun, which was killing two birds with one stone. On the other hand, all he'd lost was merely a chance to compete for the Life Lotus Tao altar. Du Feng, what you're doing is dishonorable. Xianxia sighed. At this moment, who could not see through Du Feng's thoughts? When we do things, we act according to the circumstances. Since I'm doing this, I must have my reasons. How is it honorable or not? Du Feng looked solemn. He ignored the strange looks from the surroundings and said, besides, if White Horizon Divine Lord can take the initiative to admit defeat, why can't I? This sentence was targeted at Du Feng. In fact, it was White Horizon Divine Lord's initiative to admit defeat that made Du Feng change his mind. Speaking of which, he was even somewhat dissatisfied with White Horizon Divine Lord. White Horizon Divine Lord's preemptive withdrawal was equivalent to Lin Sun preserving a lot of his strength. Under such circumstances, he was bound to expend a lot of his strength to fight with Fa Wuxiang to the end. Even if he could win in the end, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle with Lin Sun. Since that was the case, he might as well give up decisively. This would also allow Fa Wuxiang to preserve more strength to deal with Lin Sun. This was also considered advancing by retreating. All of you are quite scheming. Not far away, Tian Xingzi laughed sarcastically. Du Feng remained silent. The atmosphere became oppressive and strange. Due to Lin Sun's existence, many unexpected variables had appeared in the Great Dao contest today. The most unlucky one was Jiang Mingxue. He had encountered Lin Sun directly and was killed on the spot. Apart from him, Wang Xinghai and Du Feng had taken the initiative to avoid Lin Sun. Although it seemed dishonorable, everyone knew that they did not do so out of fear. It was because of the change in the situation that made them make a decision that was most beneficial to them. As for who would eventually occupy the Fate Lotus Dao altar, it was clearly not within Wang Xinghai's and Du Feng's consideration. In fact, as old monsters who had lived for many eras, they had experienced countless battles in the Fate Lotus world. If they wanted to head to the ruins of wonders of Dao, they had many opportunities to do so in the past. Therefore, choosing to give up this time was not considered a loss. Lin Sun could obviously tell that Du Feng was retreating. However, he did not mind it. This was because even if he managed to obtain the Fate Lotus Dao altar, he would not leave just like that. He still had time to deal with his enemies one by one. Next is the final battle. Lin Sun, Fa Wuxiang, you may begin. Xianxia said. Lin Sun stood up. However, before he could enter the battlefield, Fa Wuxiang, who was not far away, spoke, "There's no need to fight. I will withdraw from this final battle." Fa Wuxiang was dressed in a purple robe. His forehead was bright and clean, and he was extraordinarily handsome. The moment he spoke, everyone present was caught off guard. This was yet another variable. No one had expected that Fa Wuxiang, who had not lost much of his cultivation, would give up a chance to compete for the Fate Lotus Dao altar. You are all scheming against me, and I do not want to be the knife that kills. Fa Wuxiang spoke casually. As he spoke, he looked at Du Feng in the distance. Old monk, your previous actions were indeed dishonorable. At the end of his words, there was a tinge of coldness in his tone. Du Feng wanted to use someone else's knife to kill, but he had to ask if Fa Wuxiang was willing to do so. Du Feng's solemn face turned gloomy. After a while, he said, "Brother, you have misunderstood. It doesn't matter whether it's a misunderstanding or not. At least, such a battle of the Great Path makes me uncomfortable," Fa Wuxiang said coldly. "I only hope that the next battle of the Fate Lotus world will not be like today, where you have to scheme for everything. It's disgusting." Du Feng's face changed again. What Fa Wuxiang said was too impolite. Everyone around was unable to calm down. There were too many variables in today's battle of the Great Path. It was neither exciting nor exciting, so the atmosphere had changed. Alright, today's battle has come to an end. Congratulations, my young friend Lin. As Xianxia spoke, he smiled and cupped his hands at Lin Sun. Many old monsters present also congratulated him, such as Xianxia, Yi Wuyin, Baiyo Mortal, and so on. Of course, those who hated Lin Sun were all gloomy. Thank you, everyone. Lin Sun cupped his hands. He did not expect victory to come so suddenly, and he became the final winner. At this moment, looking at the old monsters present, Lin Sun understood many things. His easy victory was not because of how strong he was, nor because of how weak his enemies were. At the end of the day, it was because of the big shots like Xianxia, Xianxia, and Baiyo Mortal. It was because of them that the Battle of the Great Path was full of variables, allowing Lin Sun to gain a huge advantage in the end. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun recalled Baiyo Mortal's admission of defeat. He sensed something different. This was because these variables had appeared after Baiyo's admission of defeat. Lin Sun could not help but feel that Baiyo Mortal had done so to help him so that he could win easily. I have to have a good chat with Baiyo Mortal in the future. Lin Sun thought to himself. Seniors, please head to the Fate Lotus Taoist altar. Next, Lin Sun came to Imobe's, Mu Changyun, and Xiaohe's side and spoke with a smile. Previously, he had agreed with Xingjian Gorge and the rest that if they could seize the Fate Lotus Taoist altar, they would send Imobe's and the rest to the Ruins of Wonders. Imobe's and the rest were clearly in a daze, as though it was unreal. After a while, Xingjian Gorge and Mountain Wind Pathmaster urged them to set foot on the Fate Lotus Taoist altar. When the other old monsters saw this, they would be lying if they said they were not envious. Seeing that Lin Sun did not leave this time, their enemies felt even more depressed. Linggu Realm. On Dao-seeking Divine Mountain, Ren Futian and the rest suddenly sensed something and looked at the ocean of destiny in the sky. The lotus of life of the Great Path, which was quietly floating in the air, suddenly buzzed. Divine light flowed, and then many figures flew out from it. The battle is over. Ren Futian and the rest perked up and walked out of their cave abodes. They gathered at the peak and waited quietly. Not long after, they saw Lin Sun and Xingjian Gorge return. On this day, everyone on Dao-seeking Divine Mountain knew about what happened in the world of the Fate Lotus, and it caused a great commotion. On that very night, a grand banquet was held on Dao-seeking Divine Mountain, and all the disciples of Mount Heart and the cultivators of the Origin Sect and Spirit Sect participated in it. They toasted each other, and it was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. From that day onwards, Lin Sun began his closed-door cultivation. Year after year passed. 10 years later. Lin Sun, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes and his mind shook. A cauldron formed from the Nirvana order appeared in the sky, and there was an illusory figure floating in the cauldron. The figure was unruly and arrogant, and his aura was unrestrained. He seemed like the war god who could conquer the 9 heavens. It was the first descendant of Mount Heart, the war emperor. Eldest senior brother, Lin Sun was excited and filled with joy. Ever since he stepped into the boundless realm and completely integrated the Great Path rules into the Nirvana profundity, his control of the Nirvana profundity had reached an unimaginable level. After years of reconstruction, the trace of vitality left by eldest senior brother had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he was only one step away from Nirvana rebirth. Eldest senior brother, it's up to you now. After a while, Lin Sun calmed down. He had already done what he needed to do. Right now, if eldest senior brother truly wanted to be reborn, he could only rely on himself. Like a phoenix undergoing nirvana, a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. All of this required eldest senior brother to undergo this rebirth transformation himself. On the same day, Lin Sun found second brother Xianxia and third sister Ruosu. When Lin Sun told them the good news, all the senior brothers and sisters were excited and showed signs of losing control of their emotions. In Fangsuan Mountain, eldest senior brother was definitely a role model. He was the person that everyone respected the most apart from their master. Back then, when his body and primordial spirit were shattered by the heart pot, he had once caused the descendants of Fang Xiyuan to be incomparably mournful. Now, after so many years, Lin Sun, the youngest junior brother, reshaped it. Who wouldn't be excited and happy? Little junior brother, thank you. Xianxia cupped his fists and bowed. Little junior brother, thank you. The other senior brothers and sisters also cupped their hands. Everyone's heart was surging, and it was difficult for them to calm down. At the same time, on a chilly and precipitous mountain in the ruins of Myriad Wonders Dao. Suddenly, the master of the hardcore who was playing chess was stunned, and then he laughed heartily. Excellent. The opportunity to transform that belongs to my eldest disciple has finally arrived. From now on, he'll be able to escape from fate and be unfettered. On the opposite side, the handsome golden cicada in hemp clothes pointed at the chessboard and said with a smile, "Brother, you've lost." The master of the hardcore looked down at the chessboard and was speechless. He said, "The beauty of chess is determined by one's state of mind. My state of mind has changed, and that's why you, golden cicada, have the upper hand. However, I'm happy that I lost this game, ha ha ha." Jin Chan said, "From now on, your eldest disciple will not be shackled by fate. Naturally, it is a cause for celebration. However, since he was able to undergo such a transformation, it's obvious that your little disciple has already fully comprehended the profundities of rebirth. If nothing unexpected happens, then perhaps he'll come to the ruins of Dao in a few years." The core master nodded and said, "What will come will come." Golden Cicada thought for a moment and said, "Dao brother, may I be so bold as to ask, why did you choose this child back then?" The master of the hardcore pondered for a moment and said, "I didn't mean it." Golden Cicada's eyes lit up. Then, he clapped his hands and praised, "What an unintentional willow. One of the escaping ones is naturally an unintentional willow. If he had planned and screened in advance, he would have fallen into a disadvantage." The master of the square smiled bitterly. "I won't hide it from you. It's not so much that I chose Lin Sun as my disciple. It's his own path that I've been waiting for. Everyone in this world knows that I am waiting for that lotus. Why should I wait instead of searching for it? This Dao cannot be forced," Golden Cicada said with a smile. "Okay." The master of the core dimension smiled and nodded. "Because of this, I have never interfered with his cultivation. His achievements today are entirely due to himself, not me, his master." Golden Cicada thought about it and said softly, "Fate is too wonderful for words. Sea of Fate, Martial Spirit Realm." Lin Sun resumed his closed-door training. Previously, he had already handed over the Dao body that belonged to his eldest senior brother, Xianxia, to take care of. As for when eldest senior brother would wake up, that would depend on him. Another 13 years passed. The seventh Dao Life Lotus appeared. Lin Sun, Xingjiang Gorge, and Fu Nanli set off for the world of Life Lotus together. Only 21 days later, the Great Path competition came to an end. During this period, Lin Sun traveled around the world of Life Lotus alone and killed 8 of his enemies one after another, causing another uproar in the world of Life Lotus. In the final battle for the Life Lotus altar, Lin Sun's luck was not so good. In the first round, he encountered Taoist Shui Sun, a top existence. Although he won in the end, he was seriously injured and had to give up the next battle. And the final victor of the Great Dao competition was Divine Lord Baiya. In his camp, there were 3 old monsters who successfully rode on the Fate Lotus Dao altar and headed for the many wonderful Dao ruins. It was worth mentioning that in this world of Life Lotus, Lin Sun and Xia Ji also absorbed and refined more and more rule of destiny. Since then, the Dao Life Lotus would appear every once in a while, and Lin Sun and Xia Ji would participate in it. Flowers bloomed and withered. 300 years passed in a flash. In the 24th appearance of the world of Life Lotus, Lin Sun, Xia Ji, and Fu Nanli sat cross-legged on the Yinyang Pass. "I wonder how those old guys are doing in the ruins of Tao." Xia Ji drank a mouthful of wine and thought of the mountain wind Dao Lord, Sun Daoyan, and Ling Long who went to the ruins of Tao from the Sea of Destiny a long time ago. "After we snatch the Fate Lotus Dao altar, you and Senior Fu can go and take a look, and you'll know." Lin Sun smiled. It had been 300 years. In this period of time, they had participated in more than 10 battles for the world of Life Lotus. There were failures and successes. Mountain Wind Dao Lord, Sun Daoyan, and Ling Long had already ridden the Life Lotus altar to the ruins of Tao. What about you? Do you really plan to keep killing your enemies in the world of Life Lotus? Xia Ji asked. In these 300 years, Lin Sun would seek revenge on his enemies whenever he entered the world of Life Lotus. By now, the factions that his enemies were in had long been defeated. The remaining enemies like Jiang Yanxue, Ying Tianxing, Zhu Tianjun, and Huang Long dared not enter the world of Life Lotus in the last 100 years. It's still early. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Sun smiled. What's more, although Du Feng and Wing Xinghai suffered a lot of casualties in these years, they haven't really been defeated. Maybe I'll consider going to the ruins of Tao after I kill Du Feng and Wing Xinghai. Now, there were only 300 years left before the arrival of the Era Calamity. But this was more than enough for Lin Sun. Du Feng and Wing Xinghai are obviously very afraid of you now. If they want to avoid you, it will be difficult for you to seize the opportunity to deal with them. Fu Nanli said in a low voice. In these years, Lin Sun had made great progress. In a one-on-one situation, the powerful figures like Qi Qianji and Tian Xingzi were no longer his opponents. It was no exaggeration to say that in the world of Life Lotus, except for Su Wanjun who had never participated in the struggle for the Great Way, Lin Sun was the strongest. Qi Qianji, Tian Xingzi, and the others all admitted this. After all, they had been defeated by Lin Sun one after another. Because of this, Du Feng and Wing Xinghai didn't want to fight with Lin Sun at all. Once they encountered a situation where they might fight with Lin Sun, they would give up in advance. Lin Sun had also gone to the Heaven Gate guarded by them to challenge them. But it was a pity that Du Feng and Wing Xinghai would retreat in advance. So far, Lin Sun hadn't been able to seize the opportunity to kill them. It's not a big deal. I'll catch them sooner or later. Lin Sun said softly. He didn't tell Xingjian Gorge that Lin Sun had made a new discovery as he comprehended the power of fate in the world of Life Lotus. That was, the power of rule covered by the Sea of Fate could no longer suppress him. Even without the power of the Great Tao Life Pearl, Lin Sun could step into the Sea of Fate without being suppressed or hurt. Lin Sun was very clear that if he could travel through the Sea of Fate at will one day, he might be able to break through the barrier and enter other era worlds. By then, he wouldn't need to enter the world of Life Lotus. He could kill his enemies in the era worlds. Lin Sun, this time, I want to participate in the Great Tao struggle. Xia Ji suddenly spoke, her voice as clear as the sound of nature. Okay. Lin Sun agreed with a smile. Xia Ji had completely refined the power of the seal left by Eternal Night Divine Emperor. Her cultivation was equivalent to Eternal Night Divine Emperor at his peak. The most terrifying thing was that Xia Ji controlled the power of fate, karma, and time. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun had to use all his strength to defeat her. A few days later, the time to snatch the Life Lotus altar had arrived. Lin Sun and the others returned to the area before the altar. But compared to before, there were clearly fewer old monsters participating in the Great Tao struggle. Top figures like Baya Emperor and Fa Wuxiang had already gone to the Ruins of Wonder. This time, there were only 4 camps participating in the Great Tao struggle. They were Qi Qianji, Tian Xingzi, Lin Sun, and Shui Sun. What about Du Feng and Wing Xinghai? Lin Sun was stunned. Unless you go to the Ruins of Wonder, I'm afraid they won't come to the Life Lotus realm again. Qi Qianji said with emotion. Not only them, many old guys from other camps won't come either. Tian Xingzi added. After all, those camps that hated Lin Sun were only a part of them. In addition, there were many other camps, but they were not powerful. Originally, these camps also had the opportunity to participate in the Great Tao struggle. But because of Lin Sun's existence, the old guys from these camps gave up on the idea. As a result, there were fewer and fewer camps participating in the Great Tao struggle. Seniors, do you mean that I'm the culprit? Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Qi Qianji laughed, ha ha ha, I won't hide it from you. Now, the old guys from different eras in the Sea of Destiny only care about one thing: when will you go to the Ruins of Wonder? As long as you leave, the Life Lotus realm is destined to return to its previous state. Although Daoist Wanjun has unparalleled combat power, everyone knows that she won't participate in the Great Tao struggle. But you're different. As long as you're here, except for us old guys, no one will foolishly come looking for trouble. Tian Xingzi teased. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, if I have the chance to send Sword Gorge and Fu Nanli away this time, I won't participate in the Great Tao struggle for the Life Lotus realm in the future. He added, of course, if Du Feng and Wing Xinghai dare to participate, I won't just stand by and watch. Hearing this, Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and felt inexplicably relieved. In the past 300 years, Lin Sun's power was so great that he dominated every great Tao struggle. If this guy continued to participate in it, Xianxia and Xianxia would feel bored. After all, who would like to be defeated by Lin Sun again and again? They weren't masochists. P.S. Everyone's criticism, goldfish fighting, the plot of the Sea of Destiny will end faster. Next, Goldfish would seriously write out the plot of the Ruins of Myriad Wonders of Tao. She would strive to write with some vigor and spirit so that she could write a perfect ending. The battle soon began. Xia, Lin Sun, Tianxingzi, Xianxia, and Daoist Shui Sun took turns to fight. It was also this time that Tianxingzi, Xianxia, and the other old fellows witnessed the terrifying strength of Xia. In the two battles, Tianxingzi and Dao Bing Shui Sun were defeated by summer solstice one after another, until the end of this battle, Xia, who had won 2 rounds, became the final winner without any suspense. I know who she is. Xianxia's expression was complicated. There was shock and realization. With fate as her crown and karma as her staff, she roams the land of eternal night. Apart from her, there's no one else in the world who possesses such power. Tianxingzi also sighed. Previously, he was a little unconvinced that he had been defeated by Xia, but after discovering Xia's true identity, he seemed to be relieved. Is it really that legendary figure? I heard that she came from the ruins of Myriad Tao. Unbelievable, many of the old monsters present seemed to have recalled some rumors from long ago, and the way they looked at Xia changed. Even Lin Sun was surprised that Xia's previous incarnation was so famous. Xia. Did the Eternal Night Divine Emperor really come from the ruins of Tao? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Yes. Xia nodded. There are indeed some things related to the ruins of Tao in her memories, but most of them are very blurry. It seems as if she herself had erased them. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. All the cultivators in the world yearned to head to the ruins of Tao. But who could have imagined that a figure like the Eternal Night Divine Emperor actually came from the ruins of Tao? This was too inconceivable. Su Wanjun, who had been watching coldly from afar, finally dared to believe it at this moment. She murmured in her heart, no wonder he can control the power of fate. It turns out that Lady Xia is the Eternal Night Emperor he mentioned. On that day, the great Tao Fate Lotus carried Xingjian Gorge and Funanli towards the Myriad Tao ruins. Linggu Realm. On Tao-seeking Divine Mountain, Lin Sun was drinking wine with his senior brothers and sisters from Mount Innerheart. Eldest senior brother hasn't woken up yet? Lin Sun asked casually while chatting. Zhong Qiu smiled and said, eldest senior brother is probably comprehending the Tao. Even though he hasn't woken up since these past few years, the aura he emanates is growing stronger and stronger. I can foresee that when he truly wakes up, he's bound to undergo a transformation that's akin to breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Lin Sun smiled and nodded. Little junior brother, only you and Miss Xia remain in the spirit martial world that possesses the ability to head to the ruins of Tao. When do you intend to leave? Ruosu asked gently. Lin Sun said with a smile, don't worry. I plan to practice again. When I'm ready, I'll set off for the ruins of Tao. When the banquet was over, Lin Sun went into closed-door training again. In the past 300 years, his cultivation had improved many times, and every single improvement wasn't inferior to the advancement of a small realm, causing his combat strength to be much stronger than before. But in recent years, Lin Sun found that he had reached a bottleneck and couldn't make any progress. However, it was a happy thing for Lin Sun. Because so long as he broke through this bottleneck, then perhaps he would be able to realize a breakthrough in his cultivation in a true sense. In the past, I could only be considered to have improved time and time again in the initial stage of the boundless realm. But now, if I'm able to break through this bottleneck, then perhaps it'll be equivalent to stepping into the intermediate stage of this realm. Within the abode, Lin Sun, who sat cross-legged, cultivated as he pondered. Boundless was the limit of infinity. This realm was like a long and boundless path of the Tao, and every single old freak sought and advanced on it with the intention of arriving at the end of this realm. But since the ancient times until now, there were very few that were truly able to attain the ultimate state of this realm. For example, the absolute beginning sovereign, Qin Shi, that mysterious swordsman, and so on and so forth. To Lin Sun, he'd always been improving on this path of the Tao during these past few years, and his cultivation had undergone many transformations and improvements. Even if his combat strength was already formidable to the point of being able to defeat top big shots in the boundless realm like Xianxia and Xianxia, if one were to seriously study it, then his current cultivation was only at the initial stage of the boundless realm. But now, if he could break through this bottleneck, he could step into the intermediate stage of the boundless realm. All Tao return to one, all Dharma return to one, all things return to one. On the path of cultivation, the boundless realm is the ultimate of the eternal path of the Tao, the final stage of the entire cultivation path. It's deduced according to the number of the great Tao, and everything will return to the ultimate one. It starts from one, and ends from one. It's the same for the 4-9 heavenly divination realm. From the beginning to the end, it will be consistent. As he pondered, Lin Sun was gradually immersed in a deep level of comprehension. 30 years later. Boom, in the abode, 5 great Tao forms appeared out of thin air and surrounded Lin Sun. And as Lin Sun's mind moved, the greenwood Tao form suddenly turned into a soft and thick cyan Tao light and integrated into Lin Sun's cultivation. Then, the 4 great Tao forms of red fire, white gold, yellow earth, and black water all turned into 4 kinds of the original power of the great Tao, red, white, yellow, and black, and integrated into Lin Sun's cultivation. Lin Sun's chi was rising steadily, and infinite divine light emerged. So far, all the supreme magic and magic he had mastered were integrated into one and turned into a part of Lin Sun's own Dharma. This was the so-called all Dharma returned to one. From now on, the power of Lin Sun's own body was equal to the fighting power of the 5 great Tao forms together. 50 years later. Tut! Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes and shouted like thunder in spring. Boom, the abyssal sword cauldron, which had been floating in front of him, seemed to be completely melted and turned into a dazzling light, pouring into Lin Sun's body. From now on, the abyssal sword cauldron and I are inseparable. In this way, it can be said that all things return to one. From now on, all Tao is at my disposal, all Dharma is under my control, and all external things are under my control. Lin Sun's body was flowing with Tao light and divine light, and all kinds of magnificent and incredible visions emerged. The bottleneck of cultivation was also broken at this moment like a layer of window paper. 60 years later. In the sea of fate, a life lotus of Tao emerged, causing monstrous turbulence. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun rose from his closed-door training. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest aura, and he seemed like an ordinary person that was extremely ordinary. But when the light in his eyes flowed, there was an obscure Taoist light that was enshrouding and rising. Xianxia, do you want to go to the Life Lotus world again? All right. Immediately, Lin Sun and Xianxia flew into the world of Life Lotus. Lin Sun revisited the old place, but his mood now was completely different. Fellow Taoist, please wait. On the way, Lin Sun met a group of practitioners by chance and immediately stepped forward. The other party clearly came from the same camp, both having boundless realm cultivation. When they saw Lin Sun, they immediately stopped, revealing expressions of fear. Have you seen Xianxia? Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands. Seeing that Lin Sun was just asking and chatting, he didn't reveal anything. Only then did these old monsters heave a sigh of relief. A gray-robed man said, Xianxia has already left during the last great path battle. Gone? Lin Sun was stunned. Where is Xianxia? I've also headed to the ruins of Tao. The gray-robed man said. Lin Sun felt a sense of loss in his heart. In the sea of fate, the only friends he was familiar with were Xianxia, Xianxia, and a few others. Obviously, if he stayed in the sea of fate, he was destined to never see those friends again. Have the 2 camps of Dufeng and Wingxinghai ever been here? Lin Sun asked again. No, they haven't. The gray-robed man said with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. In the past 60 years, the world of Life Lotus had appeared twice. Although Lin Sun didn't participate, its power was still there. How could Dufeng and Wingxinghai dare to participate? Thank you. Lin Sun cupped his hands and was about to leave. The gray-robed man couldn't help but ask, Fellow Taoist Lin, may I ask if you are here to participate in the Great Path battle? The other old monsters present also pricked up their ears. 60 years ago, Lin Sun. had stated that he would not participate in the Great Path battle before killing Du Feng and Wing Xinghai. This was naturally a great thing for other practitioners in the world of Life Lotus, but if Lin Sun participated this time, the situation would be completely different. I won't participate. Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. The gray-robed man and others suddenly felt relieved. Lin Sun and Xianxia turned around and left. Have you noticed that Lin Sun doesn't have a trace of aura anymore, so people can't feel his power anymore? It's like facing a mortal. Until Lin Sun's figure disappeared, an old man said in surprise, does this mean that in the past 60 years, he has made some incredible breakthrough? Everything is gone, everything has returned to its original state. Every single action is natural. Such a change is truly too shocking. I just don't know when he will go to the ruins of Tao. These old monsters had already flown away while talking about Lin Sun. When talking about Lin Sun, they all sighed with emotion. No one knew when it started, but Lin Sun seemed to have become a terrible existence in the sea of fate that couldn't be provoked. As long as he didn't leave, it was destined that no one would dare to ignore his existence. Where are we going next? Xianxia asked on the way. My old friends have left, and there is nothing to stay in the world of Life Lotus. I plan to go to other times. Lin Sun said casually. You are no longer afraid of the pressure of the sea of fate? Yes, when I came to the world of Life Lotus, I already felt that I can travel in the sea of fate at will. Take me with you. Okay. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. A fiery red figure appeared. She was as pretty as a young girl and radiated radiance. It was Su Wanjun. Greetings, Senior. Lin Sun cupped his hand slightly. Su Wanjun said, I finally see you. I'm here to say goodbye. Lin Sun was stunned and said in surprise, Senior, have you decided to go to the ruins of Tao? Yes. Su Wanjun nodded, I have thought it through. The power of fate is not something I can comprehend and control, so I have decided to leave. But before I leave, I want to have a chat with you. Su Wanjun, a demoness who had waited for 13 eras in the Sea of Fate in order to seek the power of fate. She was a terrifying existence that all the old monsters were afraid of. She had the appearance of a young girl, radiant and radiant. She had always been a loner. Now, she chose to leave and go to the ruins of Tao. Lin Sun didn't know whether she had completely given up or completely detached from her obsession. Do you have a pair of whetstones on you? Su Wanjun stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes. Yes. Lin Sun was surprised, how do you know? Su Wanjun stretched out her right hand, and a scabbard made of rattan appeared in her palm. It was gray, simple, and unsophisticated, and filled with the breath of time. It told me. A trace of tenderness appeared in Su Wanjun's eyes. It's the same as the whetstone in your hand. It's from the same master. When I first saw you, I already noticed it. However, I didn't have the chance to talk to you about it. Now that I'm leaving, I want to talk to you about its master. Lin Sun was shocked. Sure enough, the swordsman Su Wanjun mentioned was the mysterious and unfathomable master of the whetstone. That swordsman had left 2 whetstones, one engraved with nourishing heart as jade and the other with sharpening heart as sharp. He had pursued the way of sword, fought for reincarnation, and walked in the changing of eras. He had sighed with emotion that it was too lonely to have an opponent in the world. He had also entered the ruins of Tao and chose Nirvana Samsara to start over. He wanted to find another way and walk on the road of Tao, but what was the relationship between the master of the whetstone and Su Wanjun? Su Wanjun looked at the rattan scabbard in her hand and said, all swords in the world, whether cast by ordinary iron or refined by immortal gold, have a scabbard. Some people nurture their swords with their own bodies, and they themselves are the scabbard. Some people nurture their swords with blade-strengthening gourds, sword sheaths, and other things, which can also be regarded as a scabbard. Do you know why the swords in the world need a scabbard? Lin Sun was stunned. This was an extremely common question, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that this question had a deep meaning. After pondering for a moment, he said, in my opinion, the sword and the scabbard complement each other. One is in charge of killing while the other is in charge of hiding. It's just like one is active while the other is still, one is tense while the other is relaxed. Su Wanjun nodded. I am not surprised that you have such an opinion. She paused for a moment, and then her eyes were suffused with recollection. The sword will kill when it's unsheathed, and the sword will hide when it's withdrawn. Most sword cultivators in the world are wholeheartedly focused on tempering the edge of their swords, yet they don't understand that the essence of the sword Tao lies in hiding. Hide? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. The so-called concealment is to store a breath of air, nurture a strand of spirit, and temper a bright sword heart. Su Wanjun said, if you can't do that, it will be difficult for you to have great accomplishments in the sword Tao. Lin Sun thought for a while, what if I can do that? Throughout the heavens and the four oceans, they are all the grand Daos of the sword. From the grand Daos to the minor Daos, they are all Daos of the sword. Su Wanjun said without hesitation, at that time, the mountains and rivers, the vicissitudes of life, the myriad phenomena of the mortal world, and all living beings in the world, will reflect the heart of the sword, and they will all be able to enter the Tao. This is the true great freedom and great freedom sword. This sword is the heart of the Tao. This realm is the end of the boundless realm. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart, and he stood there blankly for a long time. After that, he seemed as if he'd awoken from a dream, and he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." At this instant, he suddenly had an indescribable understanding, and all sorts of profundities coiled around his heart. It was indescribably wonderful. The sword killed when unsheathed, and the sword concealed when withdrawn. The heart of the sword was the heart of the Tao. At the bottom of it all, the end of the boundless realm depended on the state of mind. You don't have to thank me. This is what the owner of the sword whetstone told me before heading to the ruins of Myriad Tao, and I'm just telling you exactly what he said. When she spoke up to hear, Su Wanjun revealed a wisp of self-ridicule. What's laughable is that I persisted in seeking for 13 eras, yet I noticed in the end that this was a trap. Only today did I understand that he'd told me the answer a long time ago. At this moment, Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that Su Wanjun's decision to head to the ruins of Myriad Tao wasn't because she'd given up seeking for 13 eras, but because she'd broken through a cage that trapped her state of mind, and she'd truly leaped out from it. Nurture the heart like jade, sharpen the heart like a blade. The sword whetstone doesn't sharpen the sword, but the heart. Su Wanjun said softly. Lin Sun's heart trembled slightly, and he fell into deep thought. The sword whetstone sharpens the state of mind, accumulating a breath of air, nourishing a cavity of spirit, and tempering a bright Taoist heart. In this way, one could be free and unfettered. After a long time, Lin Sun let out a long breath and said, Senior's words resonate with my heart. Where was the end of the boundless realm? Before this, Lin Sun couldn't see it, but now, he vaguely saw a line. Since you possess the sword whetstone, you're naturally fated to meet him. Su Wanjun put away the rattan scabbard in her hand and said, perhaps when you go to the ruins of Myriad Tao in the future, you can also meet him. Lin Sun was stunned, and in the end, he couldn't help but ask, Senior, is the owner of the sword whetstone you mentioned the senior who calls himself swordsman? Su Wanjun nodded. So it really is him. Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart, and he recalled what Fu Nanli had said at that time. This person is an unparalleled overlord in Sword Tao. He's unyielding, and unparalleled. On the other hand, he's ethereal, unfettered, free, and extremely mysterious. No one knows his origins, but it's said that he once suppressed the heavens with a single sword, and his power of Sword Tao surpassed many eras, and no one has surpassed him until now. But after he ascended to the supreme path, he called himself swordsman. Farewell, my young friend. Without saying anything more, Su Wanjun turned around and left, and her red dress fluttered and disappeared in the boundless heaven and earth. Xie Ji, let's go. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and said. On the vast sea of destiny, the Great Way Lotus floated quietly. At this moment, a figure flashed out from the Great Way Lotus. It was Lin Sun. His clothes fluttered as he stood on the mighty torrent of destiny, and his eyes were like an abyss as he looked down. Suddenly, numerous magnificent worlds appeared in his mind, and they were like countless stars that were scattered under the sea of destiny, shining brightly. Those were countless epic plains. It's time to put an end to this once and for all, Lin Sun said softly. Then, his figure wandered in the sea of destiny like an ethereal light, and soon disappeared. 2 hours later. The Devil Plain. On a towering divine mountain, Xianxia and other old monsters of the devil era were stationed. Where's Xianxia? Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded between heaven and earth. The next moment, more than a dozen terrifying figures rushed out from the divine mountain, and the one leading them was Xianxia. Lin Sun. How did you enter this world? When they saw Lin Sun standing in the distance, Xianxia and the others all changed their expressions, and they couldn't believe their eyes. There were many eras around the Sea of Destiny, but because of the suppression of the power of the Sea of Destiny, no one could enter other eras' planes. But now, Lin Sun was here. This made Xianxia and the others have a bad feeling. If I didn't come, the grievances between us wouldn't have been truly resolved. Lin Sun said indifferently. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a Taoist sword fell into his hand. Then, he slashed out. The heavens and the earth suddenly dimmed, and only an expanse of vast and mighty sword insight filled the void. This sword made Xianxia and the others feel despair. Compared to more than 300 years ago, the power Lin Sun displayed at this moment was much stronger. Even the boundless realm existences like them felt that there was no way to escape, and that a great disaster was imminent. Kill! Xianxia's eyes turned red, and his roar shook the sky. No one would sit still and wait for death. At such a dangerous moment, all of them took out their desperate means to resist. But when this sword slashed down, bang! 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 One figure after another was blasted apart by the vast and mighty sword intent, turning into ashes and smoke. These were all lesser boundless realm characters, and they couldn't withstand the pressure of such sword intent at all. Their bodies were as fragile as paper. When the power of this sword dissipated, there were only Xianxia and the other three greater boundless realm existences left. Each of them was in a sorry state, and they were all injured. The power of this sword was so terrifying. Looking at the expressions of Xianxia and the others, they were also full of fear. No one could imagine that Lin Sun's combat strength had become so powerful in just a few hundred years. If we bow our heads now, can we still exchange for a chance of survival? Xianxia's voice was low, and there was indescribable bitterness in it. If I were to lower my head today, would you all show mercy? Lin Sun asked. Xianxia and the others were silent for a while. Then, the fear between their brows turned into resolute ruthlessness, and they attacked together. Knowing that they would die, they would fight to the death. Heaven and earth roared, and the sword intent crisscrossed. After a moment, Xianxia and the others were all dead. Clang! The sword in Lin Sun's hand turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The Buddha plane. For your master, you are a variable that overturns the past and the future. For us, you are a disaster that brings destruction. Du Feng put his palms together in front of his chest, and his figure turned into drifting ashes, disappearing without a trace. On that day, all the enemies of the Buddha era were killed. The Witch Plain. The ruins of wonder will be your burial place. A roar full of unwillingness resounded through heaven and earth. Wang Xinghai's eyes were full of hatred and resentment, and then his body cracked inch by inch. Lin Sun shook his head and left. In the following period of time, Lin Sun's figure appeared in different aeroplanes. When he left, all the enemies scattered in these aeroplanes were annihilated. At this point, there were no more fetters in his heart, and his thoughts were clear. The path of revenge had always been like this. There would be no rest until one was dead. 1 year later, Lin Sun returned to the spiritual martial realm. When the Life Lotus world comes again, I will go to the ruins of wonder. Lin Sun found the senior brothers and sisters of Mount Heart and told them his decision. Zhongqiu, Ruasu, and the others were not surprised. They had expected this. But when they heard the news from Lin Sun, they could not help but feel disappointed and reluctant. 20 years later, the Tao Life Lotus appeared on the Sea of Fate. Under the escort of everyone on the Divine Mountain, Lin Sun and Xie Ji entered the Life Lotus world and disappeared. Life Lotus world. When Lin Sun returned to this world, it didn't take long for all the practitioners in this world to know. Lin Sun has made it clear that he will leave the Sea of Fate. This is great news. It is said that he will go with the girl named Xie Ji this time. Ha ha ha, he is finally going to leave. In my opinion, let's not fight for the Life Lotus world this time. Let's see him off together. After hearing the news, all the old guys, no matter which era they came from, were overjoyed. For them, as long as Lin Sun didn't leave, it was like a big stone pressing on their hearts, making them fear his existence. Now he was about to set off for the ruins of Tao. That feeling was just like sending away a god of plagues. 9 days later, it was time to fight for the Life Lotus Taoist altar. The practitioners in the 9 heaven gates all set off as soon as possible. When they arrived in front of the Fate Lotus Tao altar, everyone's gaze turned to the same place. There stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was as beautiful as a painting. They were Lin Sun and Xianxia. The scene was silent. It had been about 500 years since Lin Sun entered the Sea of Fate. During this period of time, it seemed that he was the only one who dominated the world. Who knew how many terrifying enemies had died under his hands? Up until now, there wasn't a single person in the ocean of destiny who didn't fear his divine might. At this moment, when they saw Lin Sun appear in front of the Life Lotus Taoist altar again, the old monsters present recalled the past with complicated and subtle expressions. Will the old rules be followed in this competition? Lin Sun's eyes swept around, breaking the silence in the field. Everyone trembled, and a purple-robed old man hurriedly said, "We don't want to fight anymore. This time, we just want to see you off." Lin Sun was stunned and looked at the others. Exactly. We're clearly aware that fellow Taoist Lin's current cultivation is unparalleled in this world. Even if we continue to compete, none of us are bound to be a match for fellow Taoist Lin, so we've decided to give up on this competition. The old guys present spoke one after another. This surprised Lin Sun. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, "Then I really have to thank you." Then, he looked at Xianxia beside him. "Let's go." Yes. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Sun and Xianxia stepped onto the Fate Lotus Taoist altar. As Lin Sun ran his cultivation, the Life Lotus Taoist altar under his feet suddenly emitted obscure power fluctuations. Fellow Taoist Lin, have a safe journey. Someone cupped his hands. At this moment, everyone present clasped their hands together. No matter if it was fear or reverence, they had no choice but to admit that Lin Sun had already surpassed them on the boundless path towards the Tao. At this moment, when they saw him about to leave, besides feeling relaxed in their hearts, all of them couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was as if they were watching a rising legend about to leave the world they lived in. It was an incomparably wonderful feeling. Thank you all for seeing me off. On the Fate Lotus Taoist altar, Lin Sun returned the greeting with a smile. The next moment, with a strange fluctuation, Lin Sun and Xianxia quickly disappeared. On this day, the battle in the world of the Life Lotus came to an end. It was also on this day that the cultivators that were distributed throughout the various eras obtained the news that Lin Sun had headed to the ruins of Tao. For a time, some were happy while some sighed with emotion. Some were happy. The spiritual martial realm. On the divine Tao mountain. When they saw the Tao lotus flash towards the distance of the Sea of Destiny while emitting a magnificent rain of light, all the descendants of the Mind Mountain couldn't help but cup their hands from afar. "Little junior brother, take care." At the same time, a rumble suddenly resounded in a cave abode on the mountain, and then a figure soared into the sky with an unruly and arrogant aura that shook the Sea of Destiny to the point of rolling. He didn't conceal his aura at all. He was like a war god that soared through the sky, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and the myriad of Tao to tremble and wail under his feet. "Little junior brother, thank you." He cupped his hands and spoke. His voice rumbled like thunder, and it revealed heartfelt gratitude. "Eldest senior brother, he's awake. Eldest senior brother is seeing off little junior brother." Zhongqiu, Ruosu, and the others were stunned and extremely surprised. The ruins of Tao. In a dark and chaotic world, tribulation dust drifted and lightning flashed. Clatter suddenly, a wave of intense sounds of chains colliding resounded, and it was like the sound of metal colliding. After that, a figure flashed out from the depths of the ground. He wore a black robe that was neat and tidy, and his eyes were clear and deep. He seemed to be young, yet he gave others the feeling as if he'd stood towering above the annals of time and had experienced countless changes in the world. On the other hand, a thick and large black-colored chain was coiled around his body. It swished and shook violently, and the sounds of collision emanated strands of dazzling and terrifying divine radiance of the laws. It could be faintly noticed that this thick and large black-colored chain was actually formed from a strand of sword chi. Haha. All of you so-called variables are variables in my eyes as well. It's time for a victor to be decided. The black-robed man started laughing, and he seemed to be extremely happy and delighted. Slap, the black-colored chain that bound his body seemed as if it possessed intelligence. At this moment, it erupted with terrifying sword insight that pressed down fiercely onto the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man let out a muffled groan while his figure staggered, and he was almost dragged down to the ground by the black-colored chain. Fellow Taoist, you've already reincarnated and recultivated. Why bother transforming your cultivation into the sword shackle that binds me? The black-robed man revealed a trace of helplessness as he lowered his head to look at the black chain. Forget it. When that variable arrives, we'll fight again and see exactly whose Grand Tao is superior. Swish, in the next moment, his figure returned deep underground and vanished. Only the sound of the chain colliding reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Gradually, this gray and hazy world fell silent. A fist-sized crow with ink-black wings flashed over soundlessly, and then it descended onto a bald tree branch. Its scarlet-red eyes gazed towards the direction the black-robed man had vanished towards. Sect Master, we've captured quite a few competitors from the Ocean of Destiny in the recent period of time. From them, we've found out that the one lotus that old geezer Subhoodie was waiting for is about to arrive. Should we take action? The crow spoke with a sharp voice that tore through the silence of the heavens and the earth. No. Deep underground, the black-robed man's voice resounded, and his tone carried a relaxed and delighted smile. Let him come. The door of profundities within profundities. Let me see how many doors he can pass through. The crow was obviously stunned, and then it said, Sect Master, with the strength we've accumulated over the countless years, we can just directly annihilate him when he arrives. Why, the black-robed man interrupted it. You're the Sect Master? The crow's entire body trembled, and it lowered its head and said, I understand. You don't understand. The black-robed man's tone had already become cold and indifferent. Little crow, you've cultivated with me since you were young. Others take you to be a spirit of misfortune, yet I don't believe it. I've once helped you defy the heavens and change your fate 3 times. I utilized the energy of the Grand Tao of 9 eras to reconstruct your fate and attain perfection in the boundless realm. But since I was trapped here, you, little crow, have been thinking too much. Do you think I'm unable to escape? On the bald tree branch, the crow's entire body trembled as it said, Sect Master, I only want to help you eliminate the hidden dangers. I absolutely don't dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Time flowed by, yet the black-robed man didn't speak again. But the more it was like this, the more it caused the crow's heart to go cold, and it felt even more perturbed and uneasy. After a long time, right when the crow was on the verge of being unable to endure the oppressive pressure, the black-robed man suddenly let out a long sigh and said, Little crow, you accompanied by my side when I was young and witnessed how I cultivated all along the way. After countless years have passed, many friends have already left me, causing me to practically think that even if I've seen through the ultimate profundities of the ruins of Tao, in the end, I'll still be all alone. His voice was bleak and revealed a wisp of loneliness. The crow's emotions surged, and it said with a resolute voice, Sect Master, I'll always serve by your side. I hope so. The black-robed man's voice recovered its calm. All those years ago, that swordsman discussed the Tao with me and took me to be his enemy, but it wasn't that I didn't admire his heart and soul. Even if he abandoned his cultivation to transform into these sword shackles to trap me here before he reincarnated, I didn't hate him at all. It's only a competition of the Grand Tao. To me, it's nothing. But it's different this time. When he spoke up to hear, the black-robed man said, Those opponents are waiting for a variable, and I need this variable as well. Do you understand now? Crow said, Sect Master, then what should I do? Tell the others about it. They'll naturally know what to do. The black-robed man spoke slowly. Crow was stunned. But what if they choose to make a move against me? Then let them do as they please. The black-robed man didn't give it any thought. But you absolutely can't interfere. If I find out that you have even a trace of ulterior motives, then I'll definitely seize your cultivation and sever the friendship between us. Crow's entire body trembled, and it nodded with difficulty. Go on. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man didn't take any further action. After a short while, Crow flapped its wings and flashed towards the distance, and a trace of bewilderment still remained in its scarlet-red eyes. Why did the sect master give me such instructions? Why can't I directly annihilate that variable? Crow was unable to figure it out. Half a day later. After Crow flew out of this gray and hazy chaotic world, its entire mental state became relaxed, and it seemed as if the heavy shackles on its mental state had been removed. Even though the sect master is trapped, his might is growing more and more terrifying. Crow muttered in its heart. After that, its figure flashed, and it transformed into a black-clothed young woman. Her snow-white long hair fluttered while her eyes were crimson-red like glass, and they were translucent and clear. Send a message for me. Summon the 9 Division Heavenly Mandate Downlords to see me in the Dark World. She stretched out a fair and slender finger, and then it shook lightly. A strand of black-colored divine flames transformed into a ray of light that vanished into thin air. After that, she stretched out her body and muttered in her heart. Sect Master, I'll listen to you. I won't interfere in this matter, nor will I dissuade you. I'll just be a messenger that knows his place. However, could it be that you don't know that if they find out about this, then they'll definitely make a move? You're surely aware of that, right? There's another chapter at night. It was also the hidden world of the ruins of ways. Hundreds of years pass by in the blink of an eye. But in the ruins of ways, there is a storm brewing and undercurrents surging. Golden Cicada sighed. He had been playing chess with the master of the heart all these years. When the storm is dark, it is also the time for the dawn to come. Once the rooster crows, the world will be white. The master of the heart said casually. When the rooster crows, the world will be white. When the rooster crows, the world will be white. Golden Cicada understood the meaning of the master of the heart's words. He laughed. Brother, you think of your disciple as the rooster who brings the dawn. The master of the heart core couldn't help but laugh, and he pondered for a while before saying, My little disciple is a variable to us, but isn't he a variable to the primordial ruler who's being suppressed by the sword chains as well? I am a little worried now. Golden Cicada picked up a chess piece but did not place it. Are you like me, unable to make a move? He asked. The master of the heart core nodded. Ever since my little disciple transcended the river of eras, he has become a kindred spirit like you and I. I can't see through his future. He is not a chess piece of mine, nor is he wavering. It's just that, he has no chess piece to play. Golden Cicada chuckled and said, In the outside world, all of us can be called players, but in the ruins of myriad profound Tao, we're all people in the game. We're fighting for the height of the grand Tao, and we're comprehending the ultimate Tao of transcendence. The dangers within are difficult for you and me to predict, and I presume that even he, Tai Chu, is the same. If that is the case, we can just adapt to the situation. Adapt to the situation, the master of the heart pondered. You too, I have news. At this moment, a dry and shriveled voice sounded. An old man as thin as bamboo stepped out and appeared out of thin air. His beard and hair were unkempt. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely recognize this man as do so. Previously, the first servant of the absolute beginning sovereign, Xianxia, sent a message to summon the 9 destiny path masters to the dark world. It seems that something big is going to happen, said Do So, his eyes bright. I have a hunch that Lin Sun is coming. The master of the heart core and Golden Cicada looked at each other and nodded. Aren't the two of you going to move? Do So's brows raised. I can only stay in the hidden realm for the time for an incense stick to burn. After that, I can only return to the myriad spirit Tao domain. Fellow Taoist, just wait and see. Only when the true variable arrives will we have a chance to take advantage of it. Golden Cicada smiled warmly. If Lin Sun comes, he will definitely arrive at the multitude spirit domain. If I take the initiative to make a move before he sets off the storm, I will be restrained everywhere. It's better to see how famous Lin Sun can make a name for himself. Do So looked at the master of the heart core. Fellow Taoist, do you think so too? The master of the heart core said, The situation is unclear, we cannot rush. Do So sighed softly. The enemy has already begun to plan and take action. Are we just going to bide our time like this? Fellow Taoist, how enormous is the ruins of profundity? There's the spirit God domain outside, the profound God domain at the center, and the profundity God domain within. The master of the heart core's voice was slow and unhurried. Since the ancient times until now, most of those that entered the ruins of profundity were trapped in the spirit God domain, and only a small portion of them were able to enter the profound God domain. Only the most mysterious profundity God domain has only a mere 10 plus people that have the ability to enter it, yet not a single one of them dares to enter it. Why? It's none other than because fate is too great, and the calamity is too heavy. When he spoke up to hear, the master of the heart core went silent for a moment before he said, "It isn't just us who are waiting, our opponents are waiting as well. Even though that little disciple of mine is a variable, no one dares to say that his arrival will be able to overturn this situation in the ruins of profundity and allow us to find an opportunity to enter the profundity God domain. So, what's the harm in waiting a little longer?" Duso's gaze flickered, and he nodded after a short while. "Then we'll wait." The ruins of profundity God domain was divided into the spirit God domain, the profound God domain, and the profundity God domain. Amongst them, the spirit God domain was situated at the outermost area, and it contained 9 worlds. Every single world contained a door, and every single door contained a profundity. On the other hand, the profound God domain was situated at the center of the ruins of profundity. Countless worlds were scattered throughout this domain, and every single world had a different appearance and style. Up until now, no one had truly explored it. At the center of the ruins of profundity was the profundity God domain. This domain was taken to be the forbidden area of profundity. One could only sense the existence of this mysterious forbidden area by relying on one's own cultivation. However, since the ancient times until now, only a little over 10 people had been able to sense this mysterious forbidden area. Moreover, all of them had chosen to stop after they sensed the profundity God domain, and none of them dared to rashly enter it. Because in their senses, that place was a place of death that contained great fate and great calamity. If the time wasn't right, then one would definitely die upon entering it. So, even now, figures like the Master of the Core and Golden Cicada were still waiting within the profound God domain's hidden world. On the other hand, Duso was restrained by his cultivation in the Grand Tao. Even if he was able to appear in the profound God domain now, he had to return to it within the time for an incense stick to burn. Otherwise, he would definitely be annihilated by the laws of the profound God domain. On the other hand, figures like the Core Master and Golden Cicada possessed cultivations that allowed them to be free and unfettered in the profound God domain, so they could stay here for a long time. "Then when do the two of you think it's the right time to make a move?" asked Due South. "It should be when we pass through the 9-layer door and walk on the path of death," said the Core Master. "It might also be when we arrive at the profound God domain." Golden Cicada pondered deeply before he spoke. Duso couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. "In my opinion, those subordinates of the master of the Taichu sect will definitely not wait until then." There were 9 worlds in the profound God domain. Every world had its own door, and every door had its own profundity. The calamity contained within them varied from person to person. Passing through the 9-layer door was equivalent to passing through the calamity of the 9 worlds. Since ancient times until now, there were those who could accomplish this, but practically all of them were old fellows who had stepped into the advanced stage of the boundless realm and lived for countless eras. After passing through the 9-layer door, there was another path, the path of death. This path connected the profound God domain and the spirit God domain. Those who passed through it would be able to smoothly arrive at the profound God domain, and those who failed would lose all their cultivation. Compared to the calamity of the 9 worlds, the path of death was undoubtedly more terrifying. Figures like Golden Cicada and the Core Master had experienced so many calamities in the past to arrive at the profound God domain. As for Duso, the reason he was able to appear here was because he had borrowed the strength of the Core Master and Golden Cicada, and he had used a secret technique similar to the Eclipse Purloin to stay here for the time for an incense stick to burn. As far as Duso was concerned, there were many subordinates of the Master of the Taichu sect in the 9-layer world of the Spirit's God domain. These were the things that were the most difficult to guard against. Variables. If Lin Sun was able to arrive at the ruins of Tao, how could his cultivation be weak? Golden Cicada glanced at Duso. "Fellow Taoist, he's no longer the young man you know." Duso was stunned at first, and then he slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. Concern leads to confusion, concern leads to confusion. Thank you, brother, for the reward from the leader of Awadara. Tomorrow, we'll begin the main plot of the Ruins of Tao. This is also the last plot before the end of the book, and many big shots will appear. The Ruins of Tao, Primordial World. A heavy and chaotic aura suffused the heavens and the earth. The mountains and rivers were boundless, and it was empty and silent. A mountain stood towering at the center of this world. The mountain was chilly and towered into the clouds. Grandfather is still in closed-door cultivation. Chen Linkong stood halfway up the mountain, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness as he gazed at the nearby simple, elegant, and clean thatched cottage. How long do I have to wait? When this thought had just arisen in Chen Linkong's mind, a voice resounded in his heart. Soon. It was merely 2 words, yet it caused Chen Linkong's entire body to shake, and his eyes lit up. Grandfather, you've awakened? Who can sit still when a variable has arrived? This time, the voice sounded out from the thatched cottage, and it was tranquil and tranquil. It reverberated like the aura of the Grand Tao. There's no need to be impatient. Take a good look and comprehend it with your heart when the situation changes. Chen Linkong was an extraordinary figure as well, yet he was extremely obedient at this moment. Grandfather, you intend to deal with the culprit behind the scenes when the variable arrives as well? The tightly closed door of the thatched cottage opened, and then a tall and handsome figure walked out from within. At this instant, the originally dim heavens and the earth suddenly became bright and colorful, and everything seemed to glow with boundless vitality. Linkong, don't be anxious. An unsteady heart will cause your mind to relax, and a relaxed mind will cause distracting thoughts to arise. Once some extraordinary figures notice you, it's sufficient for them to easily capture you. As the tall figure spoke, he'd already strode up into the sky and arrived above the clouds. Within his field of vision, the entire profound God domain seemed to be within his field of vision. The countless worlds that were scattered throughout the profound God domain seemed like numerous dazzling pearls. The tall figure's gaze pierced through the dazzling worlds that seemed like countless pearls and looked towards the distance. There was an obscure and dark path towards the Tao there, and it was called the Immortal Slaughter Path. The other end of the Immortal Slaughter Path was the Spirit Domain. There are 9 levels in the Spirit Domain. There's a door in every heaven, and there's a profundity in every door. Linkong, let me ask you, how did you pass through that door when you entered the mortal transformation world? A tranquil voice drifted down from the sky. Chen Linkong said without hesitation. Back then, with my own great Tao, I faced 39 great Tao battles in the mortal transformation realm. In the first 30 battles, I used many swords and spent a lot of effort. After that, I couldn't be bothered to say another word and destroyed all of them with a single sword strike. At this point, I obtained a chaotic Tao fruit and ascended into the heavenly gates. Chen Linkong's heart couldn't help but surge when he spoke about all of this. Mortal transformation realm. A place to educate the common people. There was a competition of the Grand Tao between all the great figures that entered this world, and whoever won would be able to use their own Tao karma to influence the situation of the world. They would transform their own rules and laws into iron laws and rules that taught all living beings, causing all living beings in this world to accept the principles of the Grand Tao and regard it as the standard. When one accomplished this, one would be able to obtain the secrets of this world, the chaotic Tao fruit. It was a kind of natural law that was born from the origin of chaos. At this point, he would be able to smoothly pass through the first heaven door. Back then, what did the Tao karma that you established in the mortal transformation realm turn into? Above the clouds, the tall figure asked with interest. Chen Linkong said, a sword steel. Although it's only 3 feet long, it has the power to sweep through the heavens. Back then, it was already listed in the heavenly cycle Tao laws of the mortal transformation realm. At this point, he couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, why are you asking about this? In the past, there have been many great figures from different eras who have descended upon the ruins of myriad Tao. The first trial appeared in the mortal transformation realm. If I'm not wrong, then up until now, there are already 1,614 people who have passed the first barrier of the heavenly barrier. But do you know how many great figures are trapped in the mortal transformation realm? The tall figure answered his own question. At least 10,000 people. 10,000 people who have stepped into the boundless realm means that there are 10,000 Grand Daos. Everyone wants to stand out in the competition for the Grand Dao so that their Dao can occupy a place in the heavenly cycle Dao laws of the mortal transformation realm. You can imagine how intense the competition is. At this point, the tall figure asked, Lin Kong, how long did you take to pass the mortal transformation realm's heavenly gate? 33 years, Chen Lin Kong answered without hesitation. The tall figure asked again, then, how long do you think the disciple of the Master of the Heart will take to pass the mortal transformation realm? This, Chen Lin Kong fell into deep thought. When he left the ruins of fortune, Lin Sun was only a figure on the path of immortality. If Lin Sun had the ability to cross the sea of destiny and reach the ruins of myriad Dao, his cultivation would at least be in the boundless realm. Combining this with his knowledge of Lin Sun's foundation and talent, Chen Lin Kong said, once someone like him enters the boundless realm, his combat power will far surpass those in the same realm. If he wants to pass the mortal transformation realm's heavenly gate, he won't be inferior to me. The tall figure couldn't help but let out a laugh. The length of time is not enough to determine the level of cultivation. If I'm not wrong, Lin Sun is definitely different from those who have competed in the past. Chen Lin Kong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Rumble, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed. In the sky above the desolate mountains and rivers, dark clouds rolled and thunder surged, causing the mountains to tremble and all living beings to panic. Not long after, bean-sized raindrops poured down, causing the world to become misty and the roars of birds and beasts could be heard from afar. Lin Sun and Xianxia stood under a stone wall at the foot of a mountain. The stone wall had a depression of 10 feet, just enough for them to take shelter from the rain. Lin Sun looked around, and his eyes were in a trance. Previously, when he and Xianxia stepped on the Fate Lotus Taoist altar, they only felt a change in the sky. It only took less than a quarter of an hour. The two of them appeared here out of thin air, and they saw the desolate mountains and rivers, and the rainy night was like a waterfall. This is the ruins of myriad Dao? Lin Sun wasn't sure. He spread out his divine sense to sense the world. In an instant, all kinds of strange and incredible insights surged into his mind. The mortal transformation world is the #1 world in the myriad spirits realm. Its territory is endless and boundless. There are 49 countries built by ordinary people scattered across this world, and each country has billions of living beings. The great Dao fights, using one's own Dao to influence the world, using one's own rules to teach all living beings. Those whose Dao is included in the heavenly cycle Dao law of this world can obtain the chaotic Dao fruit and enter the heavenly gate. After learning these insights, Lin Sun finally dared to confirm that he and Xianxia had indeed come to the ruins of myriad Dao. However, the existence of the mortal transformation world was still very unimaginable. The great Dao fights were about superiority and influence of one's Dao. Only then could one's Dao be included in the heavenly cycle Dao law of the mortal transformation world and become an iron rule to teach all living beings. Interesting. Lin Sun told Xianxia what he knew. Xianxia thought for a moment and said in a clear voice, "It's nothing more than fighting to see whose Dao is stronger." Lin Sun laughed. That's right. He couldn't help but think of many people in his mind. For example, Master, Golden Cicada, Chen Lin Kong, and so on. He also thought of the Ocean of Destiny. The friends he had made in those years, such as Xingjian Gorge, Fu Nanli, and so on. I wonder if I can meet them in the mortal transformation world, Lin Sun muttered. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the distance. In the dark and violent night rain, faint sounds of fighting could be heard. Lin Sun was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. Come, let's go, and take a look. Since they had just arrived, it would naturally be best if they could meet some fellow Taoists to understand the situation in the mortal transformation world. It would save them time to explore one by one. Immediately, Lin Sun and Xianxia moved through the void. Not long after they flew south, they saw a deep mountain shrouded in torrential rain. Deep in the mountain stood an old temple. The sounds of fighting came from the temple. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. He spread out his divine sense, and the scene he saw immediately changed. The inconspicuous temple actually transformed into a divine temple that emanated brilliant golden light, and it was divine and brilliant as if it was the residence of the gods. Looking closely, there was a statue of a god in the temple. Its beard and hair floated in the air, and it looked dignified. It was as if a god had descended to the world. At this moment, the statue was shining brightly, and a bright and majestic figure was fighting. His opponent was a man in a gray robe. He held a cyan saber in his hand, and his body was shining with tens of thousands of layers of purple divine brilliance. It was shockingly a boundless realm existence. When he saw this scene, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. He could clearly see that the golden temple and the shadow of the statue were formed by the power of rules. They were not real people. In other words, the man in the gray robe was fighting with the power of this temple. Deep in the mountains, there is a mysterious and extraordinary temple. And there is a boundless realm figure coming here to fight fiercely on this rainy night. What is he trying to do? Lin Sun became more and more curious. At this moment, swoosh, suddenly, the man in the gray robe seemed to have sensed something, and his figure withdrew from the temple. Suddenly, the temple and the shadow in the temple fell silent. When he looked again, the temple stood among the mountains. It was old in vicissitudes of life, and there was no fluctuation of aura. Who has come here? Please show yourself, the man in the gray robe said in a deep voice. The gray-robed man spoke in a low voice. His voice reverberated in the night sky and actually suppressed the rumbling of thunder in the sky. He held a cyan saber in his hand, and his figure was tall. The power of rules on his body turned into a misty purple gas, and his aura was tyrannical. I came uninvited. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me. Lin Sun walked out from afar and cupped his hands at the man in the gray robe. Behind him, Xianxia followed closely. The man in the gray robe glanced at Lin Sun and Xianxia, and frowned. Don't you know that in the mortal transformation world, it is taboo to be spied on by others during the struggle for the Great Way? Struggle for the Great Way, Lin Sun was stunned, and then he cupped his hands again and said calmly, Don't be angry, Taoist friend. I have just arrived in this world, and I don't know the affairs of this world. The eyes of the man in the gray robe lit up, and he said, It is understandable that you have just crossed the sea of fate and arrived here. He was obviously much more relaxed. He put away the cyan saber in his hand, cupped his hands, and said, It is fate that we meet. My name is Nia Ting, and I arrived in the mortal transformation world before the immortal martial era was about to be destroyed. May I ask your name? Lin Sun also cupped his hands, and said, My name is Lin Sun, and I come from the Linggu era. So it is Taoist friend Lin Sun. Eh? Wait, you are Lin Sun. The man in the gray robe who called himself Nia Ting said. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and his pupils suddenly dilated. Kevin was stuck for a day, and the second night was a little late. Torrential rain poured down and dark clouds rolled. Occasionally, lightning would cut through the darkness of the mountains and rivers, illuminating Nia Ting's expression. Lin Sun did not expect Nia Ting to recognize him. He asked, Where did you hear my name? Nia Ting calmed himself down and said, In the past few hundred years, many competitors would talk about fellow Taoist Lin when they come to the mortal transformation realm. As a result, many people in the mortal transformation realm know about fellow Taoist Lin's deeds in the Sea of Destiny. Speaking of this, there was a slight change in his expression. Obviously, he did not expect to meet Lin Sun, a young man who had made a name for himself through killing. I see. Lin Sun took out a pot of wine and pointed to a place that was sheltered from the rain. My friend, can you accompany me for a drink and talk about the mortal transformation realm? Nia Ting hesitated for a moment before nodding, sure. Soon, the two sat down and chatted while Xianxia stared at the dark rainy night in a daze. 4 hours later, Nia Ting stood up and left. Lin Sun did not ask him to stay. He had learned many things about the mortal transformation realm from Nia Ting. Xianxia, when the rain stops, let's go to the kingdom of Qing. Lin Sun said. There were 49 countries in the mortal transformation realm and the kingdom of Qing was one of them. It would take less than 3 days to reach the kingdom of Qing. It was a mortal country with emperors, ministers, dukes, and nobles. There were hundreds of millions of people living there. It was a vast territory. All right. Xianxia nodded. Lin Sun smiled and looked at the rainy night in the distance, deep in thought. According to what Nia Ting said, there were Tao veins of the heavens and the earth distributed throughout the 49 kingdoms. Ordinary people were unable to see them, but cultivators were able to pry into the energy of the Tao laws of the universe from the Tao veins of the heavens and the earth. The so-called heavenly cycle Tao law was the power of order that maintained the mortal transformation realm. From ancient times until now, anyone who successfully passed through the gate of heaven would have their laws included in the heavenly cycle Tao law. The heavenly cycle Tao law could affect countless people in the 49 countries in the mortal transformation realm, and from there, had the effect of educating people. The more power a Tao law followed by all living beings in the world, the greater the influence of that Tao law. Just like believers, some believed in Buddhism, some believed in Confucianism, and some believed in Taoism, they were not the same. However, all living beings in the world only believed in a certain rule as an iron law and acted according to it. They were not true believers. Since ancient times until now, all the powerful beings who arrived in the mortal transformation realm naturally hoped to have their Tao karma included in the heavenly cycle Tao law. In this way, he would be able to influence all living beings in the world and obtain the mysteries of this world, the Tao fruit of primal chaos. In this way, he would be able to step into the heaven gate and enter the second world of the myriad spirits God realm. If they wanted to realize all of this, then they had to fight for supremacy in the grand Tao. In other words, it was the struggle for the Tao. Naturally, Lin Sun was not afraid of this. The reason why he had decided to go to the Qing kingdom was because only in the way of heaven and earth could he condense his own karma jade archive. The Tao karma jade archive was an item similar to proof, and it was formed from the energy of the laws of the universe within the Tao veins of the heavens and the earth. With this item, one would be qualified to fight for supremacy in the grand Tao. Not only would one be able to clearly sense the other competitors scattered throughout the mortal transformation realm. Moreover, as the struggle for the grand Tao progressed, one's Tao karma would be included in the laws of the universe. With this karma jade archive, one would be able to attract the Tao fruit of primal chaos, and the struggle for the grand Tao was divided into two types. One was to compete with the other powerful beings scattered throughout the realm. The other was to compete with the energy of those whose Tao karma was included in the heavenly cycle Tao law. For example, the temple in the mountains not far away was formed from the energy of the heavenly cycle Tao law. It represented the Tao karma of a powerful being who had passed through the heaven gate. This powerful being's Taoist title was Spirit King Qi Yuling, and he had left the mortal transformation realm a long time ago. If one could defeat the Tao karma he had left in the heavenly cycle Tao law, they would naturally be able to replace him. Of course, this would not affect Spirit King Qi Yuling at all. After all, Spirit King Qi Yuling had left a long time ago. However, this wasn't without risks. Because it was extremely easy to be defeated and even suffer casualties when fighting against a heavenly cycle Tao law. Previously, Lin Sun had already found out that Nye Ting had stayed in the boundless mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of years, and he had challenged the Tao karma left behind by Spirit King Qi Yuling hundreds of times. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded even until now. One must know that Nye Ting was an old freak who had overcome 6 great silence lifespan tribulations. He had arrived at the mortal transformation realm during the struggle of the last era, and after countless years, he still hadn't succeeded in obtaining the Tao fruit of primal chaos. It was obvious how difficult such a struggle for the grand Tao was. Until late at night. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the torrential rain became intermittent until it disappeared. Lin Sun stood up and soared into the sky with Xia Ji, and they headed towards the boundless mountains and rivers. A long time after their figures had disappeared, Nye Ting's figure returned, and he arrived before a temple in the depths of the mountains. Even though the sovereign of absolute beginning is trapped in the profound God domain, the forces under his command are said to be the #1 power in the ruins of the profound Tao, and countless extraordinary old fellows are gathered there. Merely the 9 mandate Tao lords have a group of mandate envoys under their command. His gaze shot towards the distant sky as he muttered in his heart. They said a long time ago that when this lotus arrives, it must be annihilated. 3 days later, Lin Sun finally saw a vast city in the distance. The city seethed with surging mortal qi, and the aura of various living beings were entangled within it. Cloud Prefecture City. An enormous city at the border of the Qing kingdom. In Lin Sun's eyes, besides the mortal qi that shot into the sky, he was faintly able to sense that there were over 7 types of energy of the laws that covered different areas of the city. Some of the energy of the laws were tranquil and clear, some were strict, some were heavy like a mountain. All of them had their own profundities. Perhaps these are the energy of the Tao karma that was left behind in the heavenly cycle Tao law. Since they're distributed throughout this city, then it means that all living beings in this city are affected and enlightened by these shapeless energies. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. Even though he'd understood many things, he still had some doubts in his heart. This was the ruins of Tao, yet there were actually 49 mortal kingdoms in the mortal transformation world, and there were a myriad of living beings that didn't possess the ability to cultivate. Moreover, all those who came here to strive to obtain the chaotic Tao fruit and step into the heaven entrance had to utilize their own energy of the Tao to enlighten all living beings. Why is it like this? Could it be that there's some other reason behind all of this? All of this seemed to be very strange, and it revealed an aura that caused one to be unable to figure it out. In next to no time, Lin Sun shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and he flashed into Cloud Prefecture City with Xianxia. The streets and alleys within the city crisscrossed with endless streams of people and carriages. All of them were ordinary people that didn't possess any cultivation. When Lin Sun and Xianxia entered, no one was able to notice their existence at all. It wasn't that they intentionally concealed themselves, and it was because of a strange energy of the laws that caused the myriad of living beings to be completely isolated from cultivators like Lin Sun and Xianxia. It seemed that they were all in the same city, but Lin Sun and Xianxia could see all living beings, and all living beings were completely unaware of their existence. Moreover, Lin Sun gave it a try. When a carriage came from afar, his figure didn't move, but the carriage easily passed through him. There was no obstruction at all. When Lin Sun raised his hand and tried to touch the lanterns hanging in front of the shops on the street, he actually passed directly through the lanterns, but there was no trace of the lanterns being touched at all. It was as if Lin Sun's arm was air and didn't exist at all. Hey, could it be that everything in this city is fake? Xianxia revealed a curious expression. No, everything is real. Lin Sun laughed. I understand now. In this mortal kingdom, we cultivators are the Tao. The Tao is nameless, shapeless, and colorless. Naturally, they can't see or touch it. After a pause, he said, similarly, we can't interfere with everything in this mortal world. If we want to affect their every move, we can only rely on the power of the heavenly cycle laws. As he spoke, Lin Sun looked not far away, where there came the sound of reading. It turned out to be an academy, in which many children were reading. Above the academy, there was a power of rule. Reading is undoubtedly the best way to educate all living beings. Lin Sun was thoughtful. Next, he and Xianxia shuttled through the city together, showing all kinds of people in the world, but it was different from what Lin Sun had seen before. Every single person seemed to be experiencing their own lives, but every single move they made was enveloped by the invisible energy of the laws, to the extent that their thoughts, attitudes, and rules of conduct were all affected by the invisible Tao laws. However, this kind of influence was not manipulation, but a silent and natural nourishment. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun's heart inexplicably rippled. If the creatures in this world were like this, were the ordinary people in Xiao Empire the same? Ancient desolation, starry sky, ancient path, boundless world, eternal world, were the creatures in these countless worlds, universes, and territories also affected by different rule power? The more Lin Sun thought about it, the more he had an indescribable strange feeling. The creatures in the world were born and raised by the earth, but in fact, they were already affected by all kinds of forces. Where did these forces come from? In the heavenly cycle laws, in other words, the heavenly Tao in the eyes of cultivators. But now, in this cloud state city, Lin Sun suddenly realized that these contenders for the great Tao were fighting for a kind of power to replace the heavenly Tao, not to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, but to transform oneself into Tao, and from Tao into heaven. That's right. Only when cultivators comprehend the great Tao and embark on the path of cultivation can they have the ability to control the rule and override the rule. Be it the immortal order or the eternal rule, in the end, they are all great Tao. Lin Sun murmured in his heart, deep in thought. He vaguely understood the mystery of the mortal transformation realm. Cultivators could comprehend the great Tao. Mortals also lived under the rules of the heavenly Tao. And for boundless realm existences like them, the struggle for Tao that they carried out was precisely the process of taking the heavenly Tao and replacing it. Yunzhou City was vast. Lin Sun and Xianxia wandered around for a while before they flew into the sky. The Qing Kingdom's Taoist meridian of heaven and earth was located in the capital. Departing from Yunzhou City, they had to cross 136 cities. The journey was extremely long. Even if Lin Sun and Xia Ji teleported with all their might, it would still take them a day to arrive. However, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. The sky above every city in the Qing Kingdom was shrouded in a different cycle of Taoist power, causing each city to show a different life. As Lin Sun and Xia Ji flew past these cities, what they saw and felt were all different. Because of the different cycle of Taoist rules, the birth, aging, sickness, death, love, hate, and fear of life were all different. The difference between good and bad, black and white, and the choice of good and evil in the world were also different. As they traveled, Lin Sun's brows furrowed little by little. Every Taoist rule had a different effect on all living beings. Lin Sun also saw that some cities were shrouded in more than 10 types of Taoist power, causing conflicts between the living beings in the cities because of the different rules they believed in and the different ways they did things. There were even many conflicts and bloody scenes, showing tragic scenes of death. It felt like different civilizations and different races were colliding and killing each other. The more the cycle of Taoist rules there is, it might not be a good thing. Lin Sun could not help but think, if there is only one cycle of Taoist rules and it is maintained above the mortal transformation realm, then there shouldn't be so many conflicts between the billions of people in the 49 countries of the mortal transformation realm, right? And with such a cycle of Taoist rules, the various civilizations of the mortal world could be merged into one, causing everyone to worship the same teachings and follow the same rules. In this way, the world could be unified. If I can think of this, how can the other great powers not think of it? It seems that the struggle of the great path that has happened in the mortal transformation realm since ancient times should be because of this. Lin Sun vaguely understood. For countless years, all the great powers who came to the mortal transformation realm wanted to use their own Taoism to stand above the heavens, to become the supreme and only yardstick, to teach the people of the world. And to achieve this step, it was destined that there would be a difference in the great path. This might be the root cause of the struggle of the great path. One day later. The Qing royal capital. When Lin Sun saw the capital of the country from afar, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The sky above the imperial capital was enveloped by the laws of the universe, and it seemed like violet chi had come from the east. It was lofty and heavy, and it carried a boundless, powerful, and extremely miraculous aura. Along the way, Lin Sun had crossed 136 cities and seen all kinds of power of heavenly Tao. But in comparison, those power of rules were not as powerful as the purple Tao in the sky above the imperial capital. It was like the difference between a stream and a vast ocean. Such karma of the Tao is definitely something that an almighty figure that possesses extraordinary might can possess. Lin Sun thought to himself. At the same time, he noticed that all the living beings in the city had a myriad of grand phenomena, and the aura of the mortal world surged and seethed. Besides that, there were strands of terrifying aura mixed within it. That was the power belonging to a boundless realm existence. No wonder I've only seen a few fellow Taoists along the way. So they're all hiding in this imperial city. Lin Sun vaguely felt that there would be an unpredictable storm when he stepped into the imperial city. Summer solstice. This imperial city is no less than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. I'm afraid we have to prepare for battle. Hearing this, Summer Solstice's clear eyes lit up, and she seemed to finally feel that she wasn't so bored anymore. She said in a clear voice, "Is the struggle for the great path about to begin?" Lin Sun nodded and said, "It has already begun." As they spoke, the two of them had already entered the imperial city. Just like before, the countless living beings residing in the city were completely unaware. But in Lin Sun's eyes, he could clearly feel that in the center of the imperial city, in other words, before the imperial palace of the Qing kingdom, there was an abundant aura of heavenly Tao. Without a doubt, the heavenly Tao vein that belonged to the Qing kingdom was located in that area. In front of the imperial city was an enormous square. Further in the distance were streets that extended in all directions. On both sides of the streets were various pavilions, taverns, teahouses, and so on. It was extremely prosperous and affluent. When Lin Sun and Summer Solstice gradually approached, they saw many boundless realm existences along the way. There was a youth sitting cross-legged in the sky of a teahouse. His robe was as white as snow, and his sword was held horizontally in front of his knees. There was an old man with unkempt hair and a beard squatting in front of a tavern. He held a huge crimson wine gourd in his hand, drinking as he watched the bustling people of the world. There was a man clad in immortal armor standing proudly in the clouds with his hands behind his back. He was like a god of war patrolling the world. There was a young woman dressed in a rainbow-colored dress, mingling in the crowd of taverns. She listened to the storyteller's tireless narration of chivalrous legends with great interest. There were more than 10 terrifying existences scattered around the imperial palace. Each one of them was doing their own thing, not interfering with each other. But when they saw Lin Sun and Summer Solstice appear, many gazes looked over. Huh? Finally, a new fellow Taoist has appeared. Do you recognize these two fellow Taoists? No, they look very unfamiliar. Waves of telepathic thoughts conversations rang out among those terrifying existences. Although they couldn't hear these conversations, Lin Sun and Summer Solstice could feel those gazes cast over from all directions. Summer Solstice's exquisite black brows furrowed slightly. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Ignore them." The two of them minded their own business and were about to reach the huge square in front of the imperial palace. Suddenly, a mellow voice that was like a spring breeze rang out. "Fellow Taoists, could it be that you've just come from the Sea of Destiny?" The one who spoke was a middle-aged scholar with a long beard and wide sleeves. He held a green bamboo slip in his hand and emitted a noble aura. That's right. Lin Sun stopped and looked over. "Fellow Taoist, what advice do you have for us?" The middle-aged scholar smiled and cupped his hands. "I wouldn't dare to give advice. It's just that you've just arrived. I'm afraid you're not clear about the matters in front of the Qing Imperial Palace. I'd like to explain it to you." Lin Sun was startled. He cupped his hands slightly and said, "I'd like to hear the details." The middle-aged scholar's gaze swept across the boundless realm existences scattered around and said, "There are a total of 17 people here. Every one of them is waiting here for no other than two purposes. One is to wait for a person to be killed. The other is to wait for a worthy opponent." Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by a person to be killed?" The middle-aged scholar chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoists, you'll know after you've condensed your Tao Karma Jade archives." After saying that, he didn't say anything more. Looking at the other people present, they also didn't intend to speak. Lin Sun didn't think too much and went to the huge square in front of the imperial palace with Xia Ji. On the square. Instantly, both of them felt the power of the Tao vein of heaven and earth. It was like magma surging in the depths of the square. When Lin Sun operated his own cultivation, he stretched out his right hand. Instantly, countless light raindrops appeared as if they were drawn and gathered in Lin Sun's right palm. Gradually, they condensed into a strange illusory jade archive. And in Lin Sun's mind, unimaginable scenes appeared one after another. There were hundreds and thousands of Tao Karma power that turned into the heavenly Tao, shrouding the sky of the mortal transformation world and affecting billions of living beings in the 49 countries. The source of these Tao Karma power was scattered in the boundless territory of the mortal transformation world. Some turned into towering mountains. Some turned into sword steels, erected in a certain country. Some turned into auspicious clouds, scrolls, weapons, plants, and they were scattered in different places. Although the forms were different, they were all formed by the Tao Karma of those who had obtained the fruit of chaos and passed through the heavenly gate of the mortal transformation world. Lin Sun also saw a temple deep in the mountains. This temple was formed by Qi Yuling's Tao Karma. Back then, Lin Sun saw Nye Ting fighting against this temple. This made Lin Sun understand. What he was seeing now was the Tao Karma scattered in the mortal transformation world. It was this Tao Karma that turned into the thousands of heavenly Tao. These various things formed by Tao Karma were called Tao Karma manifestation. In other words, the temple formed by Qi Yuling's Tao Karma was a Tao Karma manifestation. Soon, the scene in Lin Sun's mind changed. Countless figures of different colors appeared, like dots of light scattered in the mortal transformation world. These were the auras of the Almighty scattered in the mortal transformation world. There were tens of thousands of them. At the same time, the illusory jade archive in Lin Sun's palm slowly solidified. When he tried to sense the jade archive, Lin Sun could immediately see the thousands of Tao Karma manifestations and the locations of the tens of thousands of Almighties scattered in the different territories of the mortal transformation world. When Lin Sun looked at the Qing Kingdom in the Jade Archive, he found that there were a total of 19 Almighties in the Imperial City, including himself and Xianxia. Moreover, there were 3 Tao Karma manifestations scattered in the Imperial City. They were a jade seal hidden in the depths of the palace, a bronze cauldron erected in front of a Taoist temple, and an ancient tree rooted in front of the Imperial City's eastern gate. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. With this jade archive, wouldn't it mean that he could easily identify the locations of all his opponents in the world? In other words, this jade archive was like a map. It displayed the locations of the Tao Karma manifestations formed by the heavenly Tao. Similarly, he could also find the locations of the other Almighty scattered in the mortal transformation world through this jade archive. If I'm targeted by my enemies, no matter where I flee to, they'll still come looking for me. Lin Sun immediately realized the problem with this jade archive. Not only could it allow him to know the locations of his competitors, but it could also allow other competitors to know his location. There were pros and cons to it. Is this the secret of the Tao Karma Jade Archive? Lin Sun recalled Nie Ting's words. Only with the Tao Karma Jade Archive would one be qualified to participate in the Great Tao Contest and be able to clearly sense the other competitors scattered throughout the mortal transformation world. Moreover, as the Great Tao Contest progressed, when one's Tao Karma was included in the heavenly Tao rules, one would be able to use this Tao Karma Jade Archive to attract the Chaos Tao fruit. It seems that I can't abandon this Jade Archive. As Lin Sun thought about it, the Jade Archive in his hand fused into the patterns on his palm. When he looked at Xianxia again, she had already put away the Tao Karma Jade Archive. May I ask the names of the 2 fellow Taoists? The middle-aged scholar in the distance asked. The other Boundless Realm cultivators also looked at Lin Sun and Xianxia. The atmosphere became subtly oppressive. Lin Sun looked over and said with a faint smile, "You didn't ask before, but waited until I condensed the Jade Archive. Isn't that a little unfair?" The middle-aged scholar's eyes narrowed, and then he chuckled. "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. The fellow Taoists in the mortal transformation realm are all aware that only by condensing a Tao Karma Jade Archive will we be in the same situation. You're right. With this thing, we'll be opponents in the struggle for the Great Way. In this case, whether it's revenge or a pure struggle for the Great Way, even if we escape now, we'll be watched at all times." Speaking of this, Lin Sun suddenly asked, "May I ask who the person you said you must kill before is?" The middle-aged scholar was stunned. Before he could speak, the old man standing in front of a restaurant with a giant red gourd suddenly said, "You're Lin Sun, right?" His words were casual and plain. But whether it was the middle-aged scholar or the other powerful figures present, they all quietly circulated their qi and stared at Lin Sun. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. "It seems that the person must be killed as me." When Lin Sun first met Nie Ting on that rainy night, Nie Ting once said that in the recent hundreds of years, many cultivators in the mortal realm had long heard of Lin Sun's name and his deeds in the Sea of Fate. Under such circumstances, when he heard that the middle-aged scholar and the others were here to wait for a person must be killed, Lin Sun already had some doubts. When the old man in front of the restaurant called out his name, how could Lin Sun not understand that these old fellows were waiting for him here? It's really this guy surnamed Lin. In an instant, the middle-aged scholar's eyes narrowed while a wisp of coldness suffused the space between his brows. High up in the sky, the man in immortal armor who was as proud as a war god stepped out and floated down from the clouds. The white-robed young man who was sitting in the void got up and casually held the Taoist sword in his hand. The woman in the rainbow-colored dress who was listening to the storyteller in the tea-house turned around and walked out of the tea-house. In the other directions, the mighty figures moved one after another. The qi emerging from them was like a landslide and a tsunami, covering the whole world and the huge square in front of the palace as well as Lin Sun and Xianxia who were standing in it. The miraculous thing was that all of this didn't affect the myriad of living beings in the vicinity at all. The restaurants and tea-houses were still bustling and clamorous, and the streets were still bustling with activity without end. They were in the same city, but it felt like they were in 2 different worlds. Lin Sun didn't retreat. He asked with a puzzled face, "Guys, can you tell me how much hatred there is between us that makes you wait here?" The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "I'll tell you if you can survive." Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and smiled, I hope it's as you said. Boom, before he finished speaking, the man in immortal armor who was as stalwart as a war god moved first. Brilliant divine flames emerged from his body and illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Clang, as he waved his hand, the endless flame laws transformed into a saber and slashed out in an overbearing manner. Let me do it. Xianxia made the first move. She had long felt bored. When she was surrounded, she even had a sense of anticipation in her heart. How could she hesitate? Her graceful figure stepped forward in the air. As she waved her fist, the fist force burst out like a galaxy hanging in the 9 heavens. The mighty torrent was filled with the aura of time. It was so powerful that it easily blasted the saber apart and dispersed the laws of flames that covered the sky. The pupils of the man in immortal armor constricted. It was already too late to change his move. He immediately used his arms to block in front of him and took it head-on. Boom, the fist was like time. It instantly destroyed the figure of the man in immortal armor. It was as if he had fallen into the vast torrent of time. The power of the great Tao in his body was completely suppressed, and he suffered heavy injuries on the spot. His cultivation was blasted to the point that it fell by a large margin. At the boundless realm, there was no longer any need to fear the erosion of time. However, Xianxia's fist forcefully suppressed the cultivation of the man in immortal armor. As a result, the power it produced could be said to be destructive and peerlessly tyrannical. One punch shook everyone present. The expressions of the middle-aged scholar and the others changed slightly. They immediately acted to help. More than 10 powerhouses moved together. The aura on their bodies was like a volcano that had been accumulating for a long time. Each of them revealed their own boundless might. The eternal Tao soldiers clanged and danced in the air. The supreme divine abilities pulled all the phenomena in the world and shook the world. Every single one of them seemed so terrifying. However, under such a situation, Xianxia said, Lin Sun, don't interfere. That clear voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. However, the meaning in her words made those powerhouses feel very uncomfortable. They were all existences in the same realm, but who had seen such arrogance? Unexpectedly, Lin Sun really didn't interfere. He stood in the distance and had a leisurely attitude as if he was watching the show from the other side of the shore. No one knew better than Lin Sun how formidable Xianxia's current combat strength was. Just like when they were in the ocean of destiny, even the top big shots like Xianxia and Qi Qianji didn't dare believe that a beautiful and charming young woman like Xianxia would actually possess such heaven-defying strength when they fought. The battle erupted. Watching the battle from afar, one could notice that every single boundless realm existence revealed a unique and supreme imposing aura. The combat strength they revealed displayed the laws of the grand Tao they grasped to the limit. Some were like gods that controlled wind and lightning, some were like peerlessly overbearing sword exalts. Strands of terrifying imposing auras and energies ceaselessly intertwined, collided, and fought in this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and they displayed a scene of boundless upheaval and destruction. On the other hand, the imposing aura that belonged to Xianxia seemed to be extremely special and dazzling. It seemed like there were 3 rivers that shot through the heavens and the earth. One was destiny, one was karma, and one was time. Every single one of them could be said to be supreme Taos, and under Xianxia's control, they revealed might that shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! In next to no time, a terrifying imposing aura vanished as it was crushed by the torrent of destiny. It was the mighty figure that wore immortal armor that had been killed. His cultivation was pierced through by Xianxia's spear in a head-on battle, and his body and soul were annihilated. At the same time, Lin Sun noticed that the aura of an almighty figure was missing from the Tao Karma Jade archive. This thing really is extremely miraculous. Lin Sun clicked his tongue in wonder. After that, his gaze shot once more towards the distant battle. A total of 16 almighty figures had besieged Xianxia together, yet the situation had turned around. Xianxia had suppressed 16 of them by herself. Humans. The strongest amongst them are only those 2 figures that are comparable to true monarch Yellow Dragon, and the others are slightly inferior. After fighting in the ocean of destiny for 500 years, the boundless realm experts that had died at Lin Sun's hands were innumerable, and it allowed him to easily discern the strengths of all the almighty figures in the battle. Truthfully speaking, even though the enemy had an advantage in numbers, no matter if it was to Lin Sun or Xianxia, they couldn't be considered to be a threat. After all, they didn't even have a figure that was comparable to top big shots like Xianxia and Xianxia, so how could Lin Sun care about this? It wasn't that the enemy wasn't strong, but that Lin Sun and Xiaxia had long surpassed them on the boundless Dao path. Back then, Lin Sun traveled across the plains of the Ocean of Destiny alone, slaughtering top enemies like Du Feng and Wing Xinghai. Compared to the current situation, Lin Sun didn't pay any attention to them at all. That's right. Those who can reach the ruins of myriad Dao aren't necessarily extremely powerful figures. For example, Ji Tianqing, Zish Chong, and Yi Wuhan are only in the lesser boundless realm. The reason why they have the opportunity to come to the ruins of myriad Dao is because of the help of others. Lin Sun pondered, and in this mortal transformation, there can't be a small number of people like Ji Tianqing and the others. Moreover, this is only the first heaven realm of the 9 heavens of the spirit's realm. Those powerful and terrifying existences have probably left the mortal transformation a long time ago. If that's the case, I can't rule out the possibility that there are extremely powerful figures in this mortal transformation, but most of them are destined to not be that powerful. Of course, in Lin Sun's eyes, those who could be considered powerful were top figures like Tian Xingzi, Qi Qianji, Du Feng, and Wing Xinghai. Those who were below this standard might be very powerful to others. But to him and Xiaxia, they naturally couldn't be considered powerful. With such a judgment, Lin Sun became more and more relaxed. He took out the wine pot and drank while watching the battle. The imperial capital was still bustling, and people went about their own business. But in this world, it was already chaotic and turbulent. As the battle continued, 3 more opponents died tragically on the battlefield in a flash. At this time, Xiaxia was already in an absolute advantage. Looking at those opponents, all of them were shocked and angry, and their eyes were filled with fear and bewilderment. It was obvious that they had suffered a great blow. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun put away the wine pot, and his figure fluttered like the wind as he rushed over. It wasn't that Xiaxia couldn't hold on, but the enemies couldn't. Sure enough, just as Lin Sun made his move, those opponents chose to retreat at the same time, one more decisive than the other. But Lin Sun had already made his move. I knew it would be like this. He sneered and waved his sleeve. Clang! 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 Sword chi roared all over the sky, and the momentum of the sword swept across the whole field. Suddenly, roars, explosions, screams, collisions, all kinds of sounds resounded like an overturning of the river and the sea. Unparalleled sword chi swept across, completely stirring up the world. In just a few breaths, except for the middle-aged scholar, all the enemies in the field were slaughtered. Some were killed by Lin Sun. Some were killed by Xiaxia. They cooperated with each other tacitly, just like a whirlwind sweeping away the rotten and withered the dry, when the battle was over and the turbulence calmed down. The middle-aged scholar, who was the only one left, was already ashen-faced and terrified. There was another chapter later. The middle-aged scholar's expression kept changing. It took him a long time to recover from the shock of death. When he looked at Lin Sun and Xiaxia again, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. Lin Sun said with a smile, "You said that as long as I'm alive, you'll tell me some answers." The middle-aged scholar let out a long sigh and said, "We've overestimated ourselves. We're all subordinates of the Kuan Division's mandate lord. The reason why we're waiting here is because we're under orders." Lin Sun quickly understood the whole story through the middle-aged scholar's words. In the ruins of wonder, the absolute beginning ruler and the 9 divisions under him could be said to be the undisputed number 1 force. The so-called 9 divisions were the Qian, Kuan, Li, Zhen, Zhen, Can, Dui, Sun, and Central divisions. Each of the 9 divisions had a Tao master, and all of them could be said to be supreme experts. The experts of each division were known as the mandate messengers. The Tao masters of the 9 divisions and their respective mandate messengers all listened to the absolute beginning ruler's orders. However, since the absolute beginning ruler was trapped in the mystic god domain a long time ago, the experts of the 9 divisions under him all listened to a woman who called herself Black Crow. Black Crow was the first Tao servant under the absolute beginning ruler and the most trusted person of the absolute beginning ruler. Her cultivation was also unfathomable. It was said that Black Crow had reached the peak of the boundless realm a long time ago. In the entire ruins of wonder, she was a terrifying existence that could be feared by any expert. Some time ago, the middle-aged scholar and the others received an order from the Kuan Division's Tao Lord of Destiny, Xianxia. The order was for the Kuan Division's Tao envoys to move out and guard the heaven and earth Tao veins in the 49 countries. It was to deal with Lin Sun. When Lin Sun heard this, he realized that the one who attacked him was the absolute beginning ruler who was known as the mastermind behind the calamity of the era. Lin Sun asked, "How many mandate messengers like you are there in the mortal transformation realm?" Of the 9 divisions, only the Kuan Division's Tao Lord of Destiny is in charge of matters in the mortal transformation realm. In the mortal transformation realm, there are about 800 heavenly mandate envoys who are truly serving the Kuan Division. As the middle-aged scholar said this, a bitter look appeared on his face. Truth be told, we, the heavens mandate envoys of the mortal transcendent realm, may seem numerous, but we're actually the most marginalized group of people in the 9 divisions of the absolute beginning realm. Lin Sun asked with interest, "What do you mean?" "It's very simple. Since ancient times, anyone who came to the mortal transcendent realm from the Sea of Destiny would receive an invitation from the cultivators of the Kuan tribe. They promised that if they were in the same camp, they would receive the protection of the absolute beginning ruler. Even if they were to encounter any danger, they would receive the help of the absolute beginning ruler." The middle-aged scholar said, "Fellow Taoist, I presume you're clearly aware that the ruins of Tao are filled with unfathomable dangers. We came here for the sake of firstly avoiding the threat of the grand silence lifespan tribulation, and secondly for the sake of obtaining the chaotic Tao fruit. But if I act alone, I'm bound to be weak and easily encounter mishaps." Lin Sun said, "So, many of our fellow Taoists who entered the mortal transformation realm chose to join the absolute beginning ruler's camp?" "That's right," the middle-aged scholar said. "However, because the great Tao competition is a test of one's cultivation, people like us who belong to the Kuan Division have almost no chance of entering the Heaven Gate and leaving the mortal transcendent realm. As a result, we are the least valued group of people in the 9 divisions of the absolute beginning era." Lin Sun finally understood. There were 9 levels of heaven in the realm of spirits. Each level had its own gate, and each gate had its own mystery. The mortal transformation realm was the first level of the realm of spirits. If one couldn't enter the gate of heaven, it meant that they could only be trapped in the mortal transformation realm. If they couldn't even pass the first level of heaven, the middle-aged scholar and the other Kuan tribe's destined messengers obviously wouldn't be valued too much. And this also meant that although the middle-aged scholar and the other Kuan tribe's destined messengers seemed to have the advantage in numbers, they were actually no different from a plate of loose sand. Lin Sun said, "It's good to stick together for warmth. If you choose the wrong camp, you'll harm yourself instead." The middle-aged scholar's expression was gloomy as he said, "We've been cultivating for so long and experienced the vicissitudes of life and death. It wasn't easy for us to come to the ruins of wonderful Tao. Who would have thought that this place isn't a pure land? We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. If we don't stick together for warmth, I'm afraid we won't be able to stand in this world." His voice was full of loneliness and disappointment. If they didn't come to the ruins of wonderful Tao, they would be threatened by the great silence lifeless tribulation and wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. And coming to the ruins of wonderful Tao was also full of danger. If they had known about this earlier, perhaps the powerful figures scattered across the mortal transcendent realm wouldn't have been so eager to enter the ruins of myriad Taoists in the past. "You can go." Lin Sun waved his hand. The middle-aged scholar was stunned. He was already prepared to die. Who would have thought that Lin Sun actually intended to let him go? After a while, he took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Thank you." Only then did he turn around and leave. However, he was still in a trance. In the past hundreds of years, he had heard many things related to Lin Sun. Those things all described Lin Sun as ruthless and bloodthirsty. He thought that Lin Sun was a ruthless person like a demon god. But now, he survived. "Why didn't you kill him?" Xianxia was a little surprised. "He's just a pitiful person." "Why kill him?" Lin Sun said softly. Strictly speaking, a person like the middle-aged scholar couldn't be considered an enemy. At most, he was an unvalued chess piece of the absolute beginning ruler. This time, Lin Sun didn't let the middle-aged scholar go because he was soft-hearted. Instead, he wanted to use the middle-aged scholar's mouth to spread today's news. In this way, if the Kuan heavenly mandate messengers in the mortal transformation realm still insisted on dealing with him, they would have to consider the consequences. However, in Lin Sun's opinion, these unvalued characters were like a plate of loose sand. After learning this news, most of them would probably not work for the absolute beginning ruler like before. This was what Lin Sun wanted to see. Strange. We've killed so many opponents and experienced a great Dao struggle. But why hasn't there been much change on this Dao Karma Jade archive? Xianxia frowned. Her attention had already shifted to her own Dao Karma Jade archive. Lin Sun was stunned. He looked at his own Dao Karma Jade archive. There were no changes. He couldn't help but say, it seems that this great Dao struggle is also very particular. Opponents that are too weak won't be of much use. In order to pass the heavenly gate of the first heaven, one had to attract the Chaos Dao fruit. In order to attract the Chaos Dao fruit, one's Dao karma had to be included in the heavenly cycle Dao law. In the end, the first step was still to fight for the great Dao. Only then could one's Dao karma be included in the heavenly cycle Dao law. Based on the Dao Karma Jade archive alone, there were more than 10,000 mighty figures scattered across the mortal transcendent realm. If they were to engage in an ordinary struggle for the great Dao, they would be able to include their Dao karma in the heavenly cycle rules. Then, people like the middle-aged scholar wouldn't have been trapped for so long. In the end, the great Dao struggle required one's own Dao to be strong enough, and the opponent had to be strong enough. Fortunately, there were two ways to fight for the great Dao. One was to fight with other powerful figures. The other was to fight with the Dao Karma Dharma that had long gone through the heavenly gate and left their Dao karma in the heavenly cycle Dao law. This also meant that even if there were no opponents in the world, they could still fight with the Dao Karma Dharma. There would always be a chance. And in the Qing Kingdom's imperial capital, there were three kinds of Dao Karma Dharma. They were a jade seal deep in the palace, a bronze furnace in front of a Taoist temple in the imperial city, and an ancient tree outside the imperial city's east gate. Let's go and have a look at the jade seal in the Qing Kingdom's imperial palace. Lin Sun made a decision. He immediately moved through the void with Xianxia and flew into the depths of the imperial palace. For ordinary people, the imperial palace was the most supreme forbidden place. The true dragon son of heaven sat in it and ruled over the world. The imperial power was like the existence of heaven. But in Lin Sun's eyes, it was not worth mentioning at all. So what if he was an emperor? In the end, he couldn't escape the predicament of birth, old age, sickness, and death. In the depths of the imperial palace, in a splendid palace, Lin Sun saw the jade seal transformed by the Dao Karma Dharma. The jade seal was square and fist-sized. It was purple and engraved with mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Its aura was thick and boundless, with infinite majesty. Lin Sun recognized at a glance that the aura on the jade seal was the same as the power of the heavenly cycle Dao law that covered the imperial city. It seems that this Dao Karma Dharma was left by an extraordinary existence. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Xianxia suddenly said, Lin Sun, I have a hunch that if I defeat this jade seal, I can include my Dao karma in the heavenly cycle Dao law, attract the fruit of chaos, and go through the heavenly gate. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he quickly said, don't do it. Why? Xianxia was confused. If you leave suddenly, what should I do? Lin Sun said impatiently. This girl was too heartless. Xianxia nodded and came to a realization. But soon, she frowned and said, but how can we leave together? I'm afraid we can't leave together, but before we leave, we can discuss our next step. Lin Sun said. Leaving the mortal transformation realm would mean entering the second heaven of the spirit's realm, the calamity realm. But now, they knew nothing about the calamity realm. Naturally, they had to learn about it in advance and be prepared. Then what do you think we should do next? Xianxia said. Let's gather information first. Lin Sun thought, since the Kuan emissaries could receive orders from their leader, Xianxia, it proves that information about other realms can also be transmitted to the mortal transformation realm. Now, the news of my appearance in the mortal transformation realm should have spread. I believe there will be many people coming to find me in the next period of time. Speaking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of his master, the master of the heart core, Golden Cicada, Chen Lin Kong, and the others. He also thought of the traversing Sword Gorge, Fu Nanli, and other old antiques who had arrived in the ruins of Dao many years before him. When these people learned that he had arrived in the mortal transformation realm, how could they remain indifferent? More updates for you in the mysterious world of darkness in the mysterious God realm. 10 scarlet moons hung in the sky, sprinkling a viscous scarlet rain of light. The world was dark red, and on top of an ancient black tree, a girl in black was sitting. Her slender legs were swaying in the air, and her white and delicate feet were glowing with a faint luster. Her snow-white hair hung down, and her face had an extremely bewitching beauty. Her ruby-like eyes were clear and cold. The rain of light from the 10 scarlet moons seemed to be attracted by something, and it surged toward the girl in black, adding a frightening and mysterious aura to her graceful figure. Miss, the Kuan Division's Destiny Path Master, Xianxia, has just sent news that the young man called Lin Sun has appeared in the Qing Kingdom in the mortal transformation world. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rose in this desolate and blood-red world, and an old ape, who was as tall as a mountain, with 2 swords on his back, appeared out of nowhere. He bowed and spoke. On top of the ancient black tree, the girl in black's eyes brightened, and she said, "He has finally come." Ancestor Ape, has Xianxia made any moves? The old ape with 2 swords on his back bowed and said, "Xianxia has ordered the destiny emissaries distributed in the mortal transformation world to take action. If there is any new news, he will report to you immediately." After a pause, the old ape said, "Also, Xianxia asked me to ask Miss, do you have any other instructions?" The girl in black was about to say something, but she fell silent again, and said, "I'm just bringing the sect master's words to them. As for what they do, that's their business. Remember, in the future, there's no need to ask for my opinion on the Destiny Path Master's actions." The old ape said, "Yes." The girl in black waved her hand and said, "Go." A gust of cold wind blew, and the old ape's figure disappeared into thin air. "Forget it, I'll go see the sect master again." After thinking for a moment, the girl in black's figure swayed, and she turned into a crow with pitch-black feathers. She flapped her wings and soared into the sky. In the boundless world of primal chaos, Black Crow stood on the branch, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She had already told him about Lin Sun's appearance in the mortal transformation world, but she did not receive any response. Just as Heya was feeling slightly terrified, a voice finally rang out, "From today onwards, you will stay here. You are not allowed to take a single step out, nor are you allowed to contact anyone else." His voice was indifferent and calm. Black Crow's body stiffened, and her scarlet eyes widened. She really wanted to ask why, but because of an indescribable fear, she didn't dare to ask. A moment later, the Primordium Sovereign's voice rang out once more. "I told you, I want to see how many obstacles this variable can overcome, and how many changes it will cause. I don't want you to think you're smart enough to deal with him." Black Crow said in a low voice, "Hierarch, I didn't order others to deal with Lin Sun. Hee, little crow, the ape ancestor has been by your side for countless eras. How could I not know what you're thinking? If you don't say it, can he not do it?" The Primordium Hegemon's voice was filled with coldness. When all of their opponents are biding their time, whoever jumps out first will be at a disadvantage. Like a child who had done something wrong, Black Crow lowered her head in silence. She couldn't read the Primordium Sovereign's mind. She just wanted to do something. But clearly, in the Primordium Sovereign's eyes, doing something now was a mistake. As long as one is cautious, one will not fail. I've been trapped here for countless eras, but I'm not worried yet. The Primordium Sovereign murmured, "When the time comes to decide the victor, there are only 1 or 2 people in the entire ruins of wonders that are worthy of my attention." Black Crow said, "Hierarch, I only have one question." "Speak." "What if Lin Sun passes the 9 stacks door, crosses the immortal slaying road, and arrives at the mystic god realm? To me, this is a blessing." "I don't understand." "Just wait here and watch," Yi Zichen said. "Dao brother, your little disciple is here. Do you want to meet him?" In the hidden realm, Golden Cicada spoke softly. Duso had just arrived and told him about Lin Sun's appearance in the mortal transformation realm. "There's no hurry. It's not time yet." The core master shook his head. Golden Cicada muttered, "But the Primordium Sovereign's subordinates can't wait any longer." As long as the Primordium Sovereign can wait, we can't move. At this point, the master of the heart core sighed with emotion. A single pull activates the whole body. Wind and rain are like night. Golden Cicada smiled. Then let's wait a little longer. But I'm afraid do so and the others won't wait. It's fine, it's fine. The core master said, only when there's a great change will there be a great battle. A few days passed quickly. Lin Sun and Xianxia had been waiting. Waiting for their enemies to come. Waiting for their friends to come. At this moment, they were sitting in a rather large tea house in the Qing Kingdom's capital, listening to the storyteller's vivid story in a leisurely manner. Outside the royal city. Over the past few days, many powerful figures had appeared. Some had come from other cities in the Qing Kingdom, while others had come from other countries in the mortal transformation realm. At this moment, a few hundred cultivators had gathered in the heavens and the earth outside the imperial city. However, no matter who they were, they all chose to stay outside the royal city. They had no intention of entering the royal city. In the end, these old guys were just here to watch the show. Ever since the news spread a few days ago that Lin Sun, the heir of the core master, had killed a group of heavenly messengers in the Qing Kingdom's capital, all the cultivators in the mortal transformation realm were shocked. Lin Sun, who didn't know his name, for hundreds of years, the sensational things he had done in the Sea of Destiny had spread throughout the mortal transformation realm and caused a sensation. Now, such a legendary young man had come to the Qing Kingdom's capital after crossing the Sea of Destiny. It was hard not to attract attention. An old man sitting on the clouds couldn't help but look at his jade archive. In the jade archive, the powerful figures scattered all over the mortal transformation realm were like countless light spots. If one looked closely, one could see that many of the light spots were moving toward the Qing Kingdom from different directions. It was foreseeable that as time went on, more and more powerful figures would come to the Qing Kingdom's capital. Realizing this, the old man couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Sun was in big trouble after being targeted by the power of the Taichu Dominator. I've long heard that Lin Sun is an unpredictable variable. His arrival will probably set off a storm in the ruins of Wonderful Tao. Someone whispered in the nearby area. I don't know if he will set off a storm. What I'm curious about now is whether he can survive in the mortal transformation realm. Outside the royal city, people were talking about it everywhere. Those powerful figures were either in groups of 3 or 5 or walking alone. They were originally competitors, but at this time, they all chose to bide their time. Suddenly, someone said in surprise, "Isn't that Xinjiang Gorge and Funanli?" In the void not far away, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Without delay, they rushed straight toward the royal city. It's indeed them. They are the respective successors of the Yuan Church's Yuanchu and the Spirit Church's Shuin. It's said that they have a close relationship with Lin Sun. They must have come in a hurry to help. In the midst of the discussion, a deep voice suddenly sounded, "Help? In my opinion, it's suicide. Everyone, please take a look at the Tao Karma Jade archives in your hands." Nearly 200 of the heavenly mandate envoys belonging to the Kuan tribe have gathered and have arrived at the border of the kingdom of Qing. In less than a day, such a terrifying force will come for us. As soon as this was said, everyone took out their Tao Karma Jade archives and couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, there were more than 300 powerful figures auras gathered together and appeared at the border of the kingdom of Qing. It was extremely conspicuous. Someone couldn't help but ask, in such a situation, if it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. But why do you think Lin Sun hasn't left the royal city? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, why didn't Lin Sun flee? At the same time, in a tea house in the royal city, Lin Sun suddenly sensed something. He got up and walked out of the tea house. Immediately, he saw Xinjiang Gorge and Fu Nanli teleporting over from afar. "Seniors, it's nice to see you again." Lin Sun greeted them with a smile. Xinjiang Gorge and Fu Nanli also smiled. "After learning that you were in the royal city of the kingdom of Qing, we immediately set off." "Fortunately, we're not too late," Xinjiang Gorge said. "The royal city of the kingdom of Qing has become a place where the whole world pays attention to. We shouldn't stay for long. It's better for us to leave this place immediately." Fu Nanli's smile faded and his expression was grim. Yes, the heavenly mandate envoys scattered throughout the mortal transformation realm are already rushing over. We must leave as soon as possible. Xinjiang Gorge's expression also turned serious. Lin Sun said with a smile, I've already discerned some clues from the Taoism Jade archives that the two seniors mentioned. However, besides waiting for you, I'm also waiting for their arrival. I'm a little unwilling to leave at this time. Fu Nanli was shocked and said, You plan to fight them? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, There are 800 heavenly mandate envoys in the mortal transformation realm, but only 300 have arrived. It seems that they have the advantage in numbers, but in reality, they're just a motley crew. They're not much of a threat at all. After a pause, he continued, Moreover, even if I escape now, they can still track my whereabouts from the Tao Karma Jade archives. Instead of being constantly chased by them, it's better to defeat them in one fell swoop in the royal city of the Kingdom of Qing to avoid future troubles. This, Xinjiang Gorge and Fu Nanli were both shocked by Lin Sun's decision. But when they thought about it carefully, with Lin Sun's current combat strength, he could defeat top experts like Xianxia and Xianxia. If ordinary opponents came, it would indeed be no different from moths flying into a flame. In other words, for Lin Sun, it was difficult to rely on numbers alone to threaten Lin Sun. Even if Lin Sun couldn't defeat these 300 heavenly mandate envoys, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Before Xinjiang Gorge and Fu Nanli could come back to their senses, Lin Sun had already changed the topic. He smiled and took out a pot of old wine. He said, Seniors, you've come at the right time. I've just arrived here and have a lot of things to ask you. Why don't we talk while drinking? In the tea house, the storyteller spoke eloquently. Xia Ji listened with great interest. On the other side, Lin Sun, Xinjiang Gorge, and Fu Nanli were chatting and drinking. They talked about many things related to the mortal transformation. They also talked about many things related to their old friends. For example, the Mountain Wind Tao Lord, Xiao He, Mo Bays, Mu Changyun, and the others were currently cultivating in a place called the Sangarama Nation. The mortal transformation was located in the ruins of myriad paths after all. There were tens of thousands of boundless realm cultivators. Although most of them were trapped here, they were not afraid of the threat of the great silence lifeless tribulation when they meditated. For many of them, it was not a bad thing to stay in the mortal transformation for a long time. From Xinjiang Gorge and Fu Nanli, Lin Sun learned that top powerhouses like Yiwuyin, Qiqianji, Tianxingzi, and Guanqianqiu had obtained a Chaos Dao fruit in the Great Dao competition and ascended the Heavenly Gate. This was within reason, so Lin Sun did not find it strange. After all, Yiwuyin, Qiqianji, and the others had had numerous opportunities to come to the ruins of Dao a very long time ago, and the reason they'd stayed here for so long was none other than because they'd given up the opportunities they'd fought for to the other cultivators in their respective camps. Just like Lin Sun, he was the last one to come to the ruins of myriad paths. Lin Sun, when I came, I received a message from my master, Xinjiang Gorge suddenly said. Xinjiang Gorge suddenly said, Do you want to know what is written in that decree? Xinjiang Gorge's master was the founder of the Yuan sect, Yuan Chu. It should be related to me, Lin Sun said with a smile. Xinjiang Gorge laughed. That's right. According to my master, your master, the core lord, also knows that you have arrived at the ruins of myriad paths. Then, he told Lin Sun about the situation in the ruins of myriad paths. For example, the absolute beginning ruler being trapped by the sword shackles, the strength of the 9 divisions of absolute beginning, the core lord, golden cicada, and the others. After hearing this, Lin Sun realized that his arrival had become a variable. However, whether it was the absolute beginning ruler or his master, the core lord, they all chose to bide their time. It seemed that they all wanted to see how big of a storm they, the variable, would cause. At the same time, Lin Sun also learned that in the endless years, only a small group of people could really pass through the 9 Heavens Gate and step on the immortal slaying road to arrive at the mysterious God realm. Among this small group of people, they were virtually all horrifying existences closest to the grand completion boundless realm, or had already stepped into the grand completion boundless realm. Those who approached the great circle of the boundless realm were called boundless Tao Lord. Those who stepped foot into the great circle of the boundless realm were called boundless dominators. For example, the origin sect's founding ancestor Yuan Chu, the spirit sect's founding ancestor Suyin, the shaman sect's founding ancestor Tian Wu, the Dhyana sect's founding ancestor Shi, and the 9 heavenly mandate Tao Lords of the 9 divisions of Taichu were figures at the level of the boundless Tao Lord. On the other hand, figures that had stepped foot into the perfection stage of the boundless realm, like the golden cicada, the core master, the number 1 attendant under Taichu, Taichu's old servant, ape ancestor, and so on and so forth, could be called boundless dominators. Knowing this, Lin Sun suddenly realized a problem. Early on in the Sea of Destiny, according to what Fu Nanli said, since ancient times until now, there were only 3 people that could definitely step foot into the perfection stage of the boundless realm. They were that mysterious swordsman, Qin Shi, and the absolute beginning ruler. But now it was obviously different. Lin Sun asked this question. The answer of the Sword Gorge was very simple. Many of those figures that had stepped foot into the perfection stage of the boundless realm had attained the perfection stage of the boundless realm after arriving at the ruins of Myriad Tao. The reason was that the ruins of Myriad Tao had great fortuitous encounters that were sufficient to allow the boundless Tao Lord to step into the level of the boundless dominator, and such fortuitous encounters were usually related to the Chaos Tao fruit. At this point, Lin Sun came to a sudden understanding. Right, according to legend, the ruins of Myriad Tao was a place of fortuitous encounters that were sufficient to allow boundless realm figures to break through. The reason why he hadn't heard of it in the past was that no one had arrived at the ruins of Myriad Tao, to put it simply. In the endless years, the small group of people that could enter the mysterious God realm were either the boundless Tao Lord or the boundless dominator. On the other hand, most of the other boundless realm figures had been trapped in the 9 levels of the divine realm for countless years. This caused Lin Sun to realize that even top figures that were formidable like Qi Qianji and Yi Wuyin would probably be unable to enter the mysterious God realm in a short period of time. The Sword Gorge said, "Master asked me to tell you that the core forces of the 9 divisions of Taichu are distributed in the 9th level of heaven, the world of heaven, and it's extremely likely to be a calamity of slaughter. If you have the chance to arrive there in the future, you can go get in contact with Do So first." Lin Sun was surprised. Do So was actually in the 9th level of heaven, the world of heaven. He hadn't seen this old man that had once lived in seclusion in the Moon's Embrace Star's Embrace Moon residence for a very long time. Subsequently, Lin Sun asked about some things related to the calamity realm of the 2nd level. Xing Sword Gorge had an understanding of these things, and he spoke without reserve. The so-called calamity realm was a realm of calamity. But anyone that entered this world would encounter 3 calamities. The first was called the test of rebirth, the second was called the test of Tao building, and the last was called the test of heart knocking. Only by passing through these 3 trials would one be able to attract the fruit of chaos and pass through the 2nd level of heaven. For countless years, there had been many mighty figures in the 9th level of heaven in the realm of spirits who had entered the calamity realm. However, some were trapped before the rebirth barrier, some were trapped before the Tao building barrier, and some were hindered by the heart knocking barrier. Lin Sun felt much more at ease after understanding this information. He glanced at Xia Ji, who was not far away, and thought to himself, in this case, if Xia Ji enters the calamity realm ahead of time, I only need to ask her to wait for me before the rebirth barrier. The enemy is approaching the imperial city. Suddenly, Fu Nanli spoke with a solemn expression. He had been paying attention to his jade archive of Tao Karma. At this moment, he discovered that the auras of the 300 or so emissaries of destiny were like dark clouds that had arrived before the south gate of the imperial city. Xing Sword Gorge's pupils constricted, and he looked at Lin Sun. "Do you really want to fight?" Lin Sun drank the wine in the pot in one gulp, and then he said with a smile, "Seniors, please sit here and watch the show." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the tea house. Xia Ji, who had been listening to the storyteller, appeared beside Lin Sun almost at the same time. Looking at the back of the young man and woman, Fu Nanli could not help but ask, "Old Xing, can you still sit?" "Yes, I can." Xing Sword Gorge's face was full of expectation, and he said leisurely, "In the sea of fate, who doesn't know how powerful our young friend Lin is? Although the enemy this time is large in number, as Lin Sun said, they are just a motley crew." After a pause, his eyes glowed with divine light. "In fact, I'm looking forward to this battle. I'll let those old fellows in the mortal transformation see who they can provoke and who they can't." Fu Nanli had already stood up, but after hearing this, he sat back down and said with a smile, "Then let's just watch the battle today." Xing Sword Gorge said in a self-mocking tone, when we were in the Sea of Fate, as long as Lin Sun was around, we would always watch the battle. Fu Nanli laughed, and said, alas, back then, I felt that it was a little hurtful to my pride. But now, I've accepted it. While they were talking, Lin Sun and Xia Ji had already risen to the sky and stood under the clouds, looking at the south together. Outside the imperial city, thunder and lightning were raging, and dark clouds were majestic. The surging murderous spirit disturbed the world. Looking carefully, in the void far away, hundreds of horrible breaths gathered together, as if gods were running amok in the sky. Later, I'll attack first. Lin Sun said softly. He put his hands behind his back, and his moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind. Xia Ji thought for a while, and then reluctantly said, then I'll let you do it this time. Lin Sun was speechless. What was there to fight for, at the same time? Outside the imperial city. When more than 300 messengers of destiny arrived, the powerful figures distributed in various areas were alarmed. They all stayed far away, and their minds were in turmoil. How powerful this lineup was. Looking at the whole mortal transformation, perhaps no one could resist such a lineup. It was too frightening. How could Lin Sun resist it? At this moment, many people had the same thought. Boom, as the world shook, more than 300 messengers of destiny did not stop. They directly moved through the void and killed their way into the imperial city. At this moment, all the people distributed outside the imperial city rose to the sky and watched from afar. What made them feel incredulous was that not only did Lin Sun not escape, but he also stood in the void, as if he had been waiting for this battle. Such a scene also surprised the more than 300 messengers of destiny. Immediately after, their bodies burst out with killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and they directly attacked. Rumble rumble, the sky seemed to collapse all of a sudden, falling into chaos and collapse. The dazzling divine brilliance of the great Tao illuminated the mountains and rivers of the universe, and it was dazzling. More than 300 messengers of destiny, each of them had the cultivation of the boundless realm. When they attacked together, the divine might of the great Tao that each of them reflected gathered together. That shocking scene could make other people in the same realm despair and collapse. Kill. The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the killing intent filled the field. Various supreme divine abilities seemed to be like a torrent of the great Tao that filled the heavens and the earth, and they were mixed with a dense expanse of eternal Tao soldiers as they swept out together. Merely looking at it from afar caused the great figures outside the imperial city to break out in cold sweat, and their hearts trembled. But right at this moment, a sword howl suddenly sounded out. At the beginning, it was low and inaudible, and then it became impassioned and ostentatious. In the end, the heavens and the earth were filled with the clear and melodious sword howl, and it shook one's heart and blood to the point one's blood roiled and one's mind shook. After that, a bloody scene that was bound to be unforgettable to all the great figures outside the imperial city appeared. Lin Sun's figure transformed into a strand of sword chi that charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he easily tore apart the various divine abilities and eternal Tao soldiers that came towards him, and he pierced forward like a hot knife through butter. Bang! 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 Countless supreme divine abilities collapsed like bubbles, and countless eternal Tao soldiers were blasted flying in all directions. The dense sounds of collisions and explosions reverberated without end. The wisp of sword chi that Lin Sun's figure transformed into had been charging forward all along, and it was all-conquering and all-conquering. After it tore apart the attacks of the enemy, it was like a peerlessly sharp blade that forcefully pierced into the enemy army. After that, it set off a path of blood. Those exceedingly formidable boundless realm existences were like paper at this moment, and they were crushed by that wisp of dazzling, fierce, and overbearing sword chi, causing countless rays of blood to spray out. When looked at from afar, the sword chi that charged forward ceaselessly just happened to be like a waving brush that pierced through the sky and drew out a long line of blood within the enemy army. A line of blood streaked across the army formed by over 300 heavenly mandate envoys, also taking away the lives of close to 30 boundless realm powerhouses. Their bodies and primordial spirits were crushed and dispersed into ashes. That attack was too terrifying. It was deathly silent outside the capital. Lin Sun's figure was like sword chi, invincible and unstoppable. When his figure stabilized, the enemy army was already in chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded, trembling all over, unable to recover from the bloody scene of death for a long time. One attack defeated the group of enemies and carved out a bloody path. Those who fell were all powerhouses who had stepped into the boundless realm. Each of their cultivation was unparalleled, but under Lin Sun's hands, they were as weak as paper. Who dared to believe this? Before this, everyone was still wondering how Lin Sun was going to escape this monstrous killing calamity, and in the end, such a scene played out. One could imagine how great the shock caused was. In the tea house of the capital, Xingjian Gorge and Fu Nanli were both stunned. They suddenly realized that the cultivation that Lin Sun possessed now was far more powerful and terrifying than when they first saw him. Facing a group of the same realm, he had the grace of sweeping through invincible. The two of them did not know that back then in the Sea of Destiny, Lin Sun had already proven his way to the middle stage of the boundless realm. He had realized 10,000 Tao as one, 10,000 Dharma as one, and all things as one. His cultivation had long undergone earth-shattering changes. Right now, he looked like he was barehanded, but his body had already integrated the power of the 5 great Taoist bodies, and he had also completely integrated the power of the abyssal sword cauldron into his body. Therefore, the power of each move was far from what ordinary people of the same realm could withstand. Under the sky, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The expressions of those heavenly mandate envoys all changed, their hearts in turmoil, completely shocked by this attack. Before coming, they had already learned that Lin Sun had killed over 10 heavenly mandate envoys in the land of the Qing Kingdom's capital. This created a great pressure on them. They had originally thought that with over 300 people joining forces, it would be enough to compete with Lin Sun. But looking at it now, in the end, they had still underestimated Lin Sun's terror. Such an opponent was no longer someone who could be resisted with strength and numbers. At the same time, Lin Sun looked back at those opponents and said, "Do you still want to continue?" His words caused the hearts of the enemies to tremble. They looked at each other in dismay, but no one said anything. Seeing this, Lin Sun said casually, "If anyone is still here after 3 breaths, he will be my enemy." Crash! As soon as he finished speaking, his opponents scattered like birds and beasts, each of them fleeing faster than anyone else. In less than 3 breaths of time, there wasn't a single opponent left. Lin Sun thought to himself that they were indeed a motley crew. With a single strike, he could destroy his opponent's fighting spirit and defeat him, outside the imperial city. When they witnessed this scene, all the Almighties were shocked speechless. A sword swept across the sky, carving a bloody path and scaring away the enemies. Such elegance was simply like the ruler of this realm, and no one could rival him. "Everyone, it's not fun to watch. Let's all leave." Lin Sun's indifferent voice resounded outside the imperial capital. Very soon, the mighty figures who came from all directions left one after another with complicated emotions. It was also on this day that the news of Lin Sun repelling the enemy with a single strike spread. In an extremely short period of time, it shocked the entire mortal transformation, causing a huge uproar. Everyone knew that from this day onward, the entire mortal transformation realm would be doomed. No one would dare to be Lin Sun's enemy, let alone compete with him on the Great Way. In a tea house in the imperial capital. Looking at Lin's relaxed manner, Xingjian Gorge and Fu Nanli sighed with emotion in their hearts. Similarly boundless realm cultivation, but experiencing this battle made them deeply realize that they and Lin Sun were no longer people of the same world long ago. The difference was too great. After staying in the imperial capital for a few more days, Fu Nanli and Xingjian Gorge left. This was the mortal transcendent realm, and they needed to make preparations for the great Tao struggle. Lin Sun and Xianxia once again arrived at the hall in the depths of the palace. "Remember, after we arrive at the Calamity Realm, you must wait for me at the Rebirth Pass." Lin Sun couldn't help but exhort again. "Lin Sun, I'm not a child anymore." Summer Solstice complained, which was rare. Lin Sun smiled and teased, "I forgot that your cultivation is not weaker than the Eternal Night Emperor at that time. Alright, I'll pay attention in the future and try to change." Xianxia shook her head and grabbed Lin Sun's hand with her slender white hand. Her voice was melodious, "There's no need to change. I like this feeling." Xianxia's fingers were soft and cool. Lin Sun couldn't help but grab it tightly. Feeling the warmth of her palm, his voice also became gentle. "When the matter in the ruins of wonderful Tao is settled, I'll bring you back to the ruins of fortune and marry you in a grand manner." That's what you said. A bright smile appeared on Xiaxhi's beautiful face, and a pair of crescent-like clear eyes curved. She would never conceal the joy in her heart in front of Lin Sun. Lin Sun couldn't help but kiss her forehead lightly. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "Go." Xiaxhi grunted and turned to look at the jade seal. The jade seal was square and the size of a fist. It was heavy and towering, and it was engraved with mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Its aura was extremely powerful. When Xiaxhi's aura swept over, the jade seal suddenly glowed, and a figure appeared. This person stood in the starry sky while stepping on the sun and moon. His body was covered with a layer of dark silver armor, and his face was handsome and cold. He held a golden halberd in his hand. Every breath he took caused the stars to tremble, and he was like a legendary supreme god of war. When this person appeared, Lin Sun's Tao Jade archive suddenly trembled, and the origin of this person appeared. Evolution Jioha, he was known as the brilliant void god of war. 390,000 years ago, he attracted the fruit of chaos and stepped into the first gate of heaven. His Tao power was ranked 204th in the heavenly cycle rules. This was already an extremely shocking ranking. It should be known that since ancient times, only 1,614 people were able to include their Tao power in the heavenly cycle rules. Clang, as soon as Yan Zhouhe's figure appeared, he waved the golden halberd in his hand and slashed at Xiaxhi. At that moment, it seemed as if a myriad of stars in the heavenly cycle were slashed down, and the scene was shocking and boundlessly terrifying. At this moment, although Yan Zhouhe was formed by Tao, it was already a kind of heavenly cycle rules, so its power was naturally extraordinary. Almost at the same time, Xiaxhi also moved. In her slender white palm, the white bone spear pierced out, just like a mighty river of fate rushing out. The war broke out completely. Lin Sun stood in the distance and watched for a moment, and then relaxed. There was no doubt that Yan Zhouhe, who was known as the brilliant void god of war, was extremely powerful, and he was slightly better than the top figures such as Qi Qianji and Tian Xingzi. But compared with Xiaxhi, it was not enough. Yan Zhouhe didn't lose in terms of cultivation, but in terms of the Great Way rules he mastered. After all, whether it was the power of fate, cause and effect, or time, they were too taboo and supreme, and the power they released was also beyond imagination. In less than a quarter of an hour, boom, the white bone spear in Xiaxhi's hand suddenly slashed down from the sky, smashing Yan Zhouhe's Tao power, and a rain of light scattered like a waterfall. Then, under Lin Sun's shocked gaze, an obscure and indescribable power of rules emerged, and it bathed Xiaxhi's graceful figure in it. It was dazzling and extremely gorgeous. This is the power of the chaotic Tao fruit. Lin Sun was shocked. The chaotic Tao fruit was a type of innate chaotic rule born in the ruins of Tao, and it was unimaginably powerful. According to legend, the more chaotic rule one mastered, the more transformation one could achieve in the boundless realm, and it was more likely for one to achieve true transcendence in the boundless realm. Now Lin Sun already knew that the boundless Taoist Lord and the boundless Dominator had practically refined numerous chaotic Tao fruits in the ruins of Tao, and that was why they possessed their current cultivation. Undoubtedly, the Tao karma that Xiaxhi obtained by defeating Yan Zhouhe had drawn over a chaotic Tao fruit, and this was undoubtedly equivalent to obtaining a supreme fortune. Under Lin Sun's gaze, Xiaxhi's aura was realizing a miraculous change, and it was rising rapidly like a stream after a rain. In just a few breaths of time, the power of the Great Way in her body was much stronger than before. Lin Sun couldn't help but be tempted by this. Buzz, suddenly, a mysterious door appeared in the void, and it seemed to stand in the boundless and distant universe, giving off a feeling that it was unreachable. The gate of heaven had appeared, then, Xiaxhi's graceful figure suddenly turned into a beam of light and rushed into the gate of heaven. Everything happened too quickly, and Lin Sun didn't even have time to say a few words. On that day, in the sky above the Qing Kingdom's imperial capital, the heavenly cycle rule formed by the power of Yan Zhouhe's Tao karma disappeared, and a new rule power rose. This rule power was like a torrent of fate, and it surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not long after it coiled in the sky above the imperial capital, it began to spread toward other places in the Qing Kingdom, as if it was attacking cities and pillaging strongholds. Such a scene shocked all the powerful beings scattered across the mortal transformation realm. In their respective Tao Karma Jade archives, a mysterious and powerful energy of the heavenly cycle was displayed. And in the palace hall deep in the Qing Kingdom's imperial palace, a Tao Karma Dharma appeared. It was a ball of light, and in the light and shadow was a boundless ocean of fate, majestic, obscure, and boundless. This was naturally the Tao Karma power that Xianxia had left behind, in the southwest region of the Qing Kingdom's imperial capital. A Taoist temple stood there, and incense was at its peak. In the past, there was a bustling crowd of good men and women who came to burn incense and worship, and it was very lively. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared in front of this Taoist temple. His gaze was fixed on a copper furnace. This copper furnace was simple and powerful, and it stood on 3 legs. Torrential flames of the way burned inside, and mysterious flame totems appeared on the 4 walls of the furnace. This was also a Tao Karma Dharma, and it was left behind by a great power who had left the mortal transformation realm. It represented a power of the heavenly cycle rule. However, under Lin Sun's observation, he could clearly feel that the aura of this copper furnace was far less powerful than the aura of the jade seal that Yen Jioha had left behind. I wonder if defeating this Dharma will allow me to attract the fruit of the way of chaos. Lin Sun thought about it and finally decided to give it a try. The bronze cauldron rumbled and turned into a bearded man. He was thousands of feet tall, and his skin that seemed to be made of divine gold burned with violent and terrifying red divine flames. As soon as he appeared, he looked like a god that could incinerate the heavens, Xianxia. He was known as the world-burning fire god. He left the mortal transformation 260,000 years ago and was ranked 519th in the heavenly cycle Tao law. Lin Sun's Tao Karma Jade archive reflected some information about him. As expected, this guy is far from being as powerful as Yen Jioha. However, he can be considered a mid-tier figure among the heavenly cycle Tao laws. Lin Sun thought. Go. The bearded man, Xianxia, shouted and punched at Lin Sun. Feeling the power of the punch, Lin Sun could tell that Xianxia's cultivation was only slightly stronger than Yellow Dragon Immortal. He was not as powerful as top figures like Qi Qianji and Tian Xingzi. If Lin Sun deduced further, he could tell that Qi Qianji and Tian Xingzi's Tao Karma should be ranked in the top 500. As Lin Sun pondered, he immediately stepped forward and a circle of sword-shaped ripples emerged like dreamy moonlight. Boom! Xianxia's fist, which seemed to be able to burn the heavens and the earth, was easily shattered and turned into a colorful rain of light. Before Xianxia could change his move, the sword-shaped ripples spread and destroyed his thousands of feet tall figure. It was as if a sword had cut 1,000 feet tall mountain. The rain of light scattered and disappeared. As Lin Sun expected, after this overly easy Great Path competition, the Chaos Tao fruit did not appear. However, the number of Tao Karma distributed in the heavenly cycle Tao law had decreased by 1. There were only 1613 of them. Lin Sun was not disappointed. Instead, he was a little interested. Since ancient times, all the cultivators who had left the mortal transformation realm had left behind their Tao Karma in the heavenly cycle. But even after so many years, the number of Tao Karma in the heavenly cycle was only slightly more than 1,600. Of course, there must have been people like Xianxia in the past who defeated the Tao Karma manifestation and replaced it. However, compared to the tens of thousands of powerful figures scattered in the mortal transformation, the number of heavenly cycle Tao laws was still too small. This showed how cruel the Great Path competition was. However, this was not what Lin Sun was interested in. He suddenly realized a problem. For instance, his master, the master of the core dimension, Golden Cicada, Chen Lin Kong, the absolute beginning ruler, and many other terrifying existences who had entered the profound God domain, how could they not have left behind their own Tao Karma in the mortal transformation realm? Then where was their Tao Karma characteristics, and what was their ranking amongst the universe Tao laws? If I can find their karmic Tao images and fight them one by one, I might be able to find out how strong they were back in the mortal transcendent realm. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly felt a strong impulse in his heart. Just do it. All those years ago, they were in a similar situation as he was now. So a battle with their Tao characteristics was undoubtedly a different type of competition for the Grand Tao. At this point, Lin Sun was no longer in a rush to leave the mortal transcendent realm. After a while, Lin Sun came to the east gate of the imperial capital. A towering ancient tree was rooted here. The tree's bark was like the skin of an old dragon, and it was hard like divine iron. Its branches were like blades and were suffused with a ghastly and murderous aura. This was also a Tao karma characteristic. Looking at this ancient tree, Lin Sun recalled the scenes he had seen in the various cities of the Qing kingdom a few days ago. There are too many heavenly Tao laws in this world. If I can control all the other heavenly Tao laws with one rule, then I can make the billions of people in the 49 countries follow the same teachings. In this way, perhaps there will be no more chaotic, complicated, and bloody conflicts in this world. Lin Sun muttered to himself. There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao laws distributed in the 49 countries, affecting billions of people in countless cities. But because of this, there were many contradictions and conflicts among the people in the world. Just like the collision between different civilizations. But if one Tao law could be the main Tao law and the other Tao laws could be supplementary, then no matter how many Tao laws appeared in the mortal transcendent realm in the future, they would be controlled and restrained. In this way, although it was not the great harmony of the world, it could make a big difference. This was the so-called all-embracing, all streams returning to the origin. Thinking of this, Lin Sun could not help but look a little strange. If I can really do this, then the powerful people in the world are educating the people, and I'm afraid I'm educating the powerful people in the world. Was it possible? Maybe. He would just have to take it one step at a time. The next moment, Lin Sun abandoned all distracting thoughts and looked at the towering ancient tree again. Whoosh! The ancient tree swayed and quietly turned into a black figure. She held a copper mace in each hand, and her long gray hair fluttered in the wind. Her aura was cold and mysterious. Nian Dongyue, known as the Transformation God Emperor, she left the mortal transcendent realm 330,000 years ago. Her Tao karma was ranked 417th in the heavenly Tao laws. Boom, the battle broke out. Nian Dongyue held the twin mace in her hands and struck down. Immediately, endless black lightning rolled down, covering the sky and the earth. The destructive aura was shocking. Lin Sun raised his hand and made a stroke. The sword chi burst out and cut across the sky, tearing the sky and the black thunder all over the sky. Bang! Nian Dongyue's figure also seemed to be torn apart. It split into two and disappeared. Now, the mortal transcendent realm had one less heavenly Tao law. My path to the top will begin in the Qing kingdom. Lin Sun took out the Tao Karma Jade Archive. It showed the distribution of more than 1,000 Tao Karma Dharma, and these became the goal of Lin Sun's journey. In the following period of time, Lin Sun walked alone, passing through cities and mountains. Every time he came to a place with the Tao Karma Dharma, he would stop and fight with it. Then, he swaggered away. His footprints were like a long line, constantly spreading to other places in the mortal transcendent realm. Occasionally, he would stop and meditate, watching the mountains and rivers, watching the people, and comprehending nature. But most of the time, he spent it hurrying along the road and fighting. What was cultivation? Life was everywhere, what his body felt, what his mind experienced, what he saw, and what he experienced in the world were all accumulations and comprehensions. For the current Lin Sun, time was no longer limited, the world was no longer hindered, the world was free to roam, and the Tao was free to gallop. What he wanted was a free and unfettered state of cultivation. As the saying goes, be ambitious, and your heart is wandering. Of course, Lin Sun was completely unaware of the commotion he had stirred up in the mortal transcendent realm as he continued on his journey. A month later. Profound God Domain, Feiyun World. This was the place where the 9 divisions of Tai Chi resided. In an enormous hall that stood towering beneath the sky, a low and solemn voice resounded. Everyone, I just received news from the mortal transcendent realm. In the past month, Lin Sun has traveled through 19 countries in the mortal transcendent realm, including the Qing kingdom, the Yun kingdom, the Wei kingdom, and the Banyan kingdom. Now, he has defeated 533 Tao Karma Dharma. The person who spoke was a young man in a feathered robe and a Taoist crown. His entire body was coiled with a light violet rain, and his dharma was shocking. Xianxia, the Kuan division's heavenly mandate realm lord, the boundless realm lord whose cultivation was close to perfection. There were 8 figures seated at other places in the hall. There were men and women, young and old, and every single one of them possessed boundlessly terrifying auras. They seemed like supreme gods. These 8 figures were respectively the heavenly mandate realm lords of the other 8 divisions. Every single one of them possessed monstrous cultivation and great authority. This kid is actually so formidable? So in this way, his cultivation isn't far from the heavenly mandate realm lords like us? The 8 heavenly mandate realm lords couldn't help but be shocked, and they were in an uproar. I don't know exactly how formidable his cultivation is. All I know now is that amongst the 533 Tao Karma Dharma he defeated, the strongest one is ranked at the 93rd rank of the universe Tao Law. When he spoke up to hear, Xianxia gazed at a gold-robed old man. Brother Yuan he, that's probably the Tao Karma Dharma he left behind all those years ago, right? Everyone was shocked in their hearts. The gold-robed old man was called Ming He, and he was the Sun clan's Tao Lord of Destiny, and he possessed unfathomable resources and reserves. Back then, the Tao Karma I left behind in the mortal transformation realm was ranked at the bottom, but there was still a huge gap between me and the boundless Taoist Lord back then. Even if Lin Sun managed to defeat the Tao Karma I left behind, it doesn't prove anything. Ma Ying has said with an indifferent face. Among us, the one with the highest ranking in the heavenly cycle law of the mortal transcendent realm was Qian Division's Destiny Tao Lord, Brother Pei Tuesday. He was ranked 21st, and the last was Brother Ke, who was ranked 93rd. Xianxia said, presently, this kid has swept through 533 karmic Daos in merely a month of time, and even the karmic Daos left behind by Brother Ming he weren't a match for him. This is sufficient to prove how terrifying this kid's combat strength is. He paused for a moment and continued. Not to mention that in the past, have all of you ever seen someone be formidable to the point of challenging over 500 karmic Tao characteristics yet still be unable to draw down the chaotic Tao fruit? Everyone's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Xianxia, after saying so much, what exactly do you want? Someone asked. Xianxia glanced at the crowd and said, I hope that we can ask Miss to tell her everything about Lin Sun, and let her decide what to do next. Everyone was a little hesitant. Was it really worth making such a big fuss over a mere Lin Sun? Someone said in a low voice. No matter how powerful this kid is, he is still in the mortal transcendent realm, and our forces are all distributed in the bound of universe, the 9th heaven, which is beyond our reach. It's better to wait for a while. If he really has the ability to kill his way to the bound of universe in the future, we can mobilize all our forces to deal with him. Xianxia frowned and couldn't help reminding them. Everyone, let's not talk about anything else. When Lin Sun really has the chance to kill his way to the bound of universe, he will obtain at least 8 chaotic Tao fruits. After refining these chaotic Tao fruits, his cultivation is bound to be much stronger than it is now. Isn't it a little too late to deal with him at that time? Speaking of this, Xianxia sighed softly and said, well, I'd better go to see Miss and let her decide. At this moment, an old ape with 2 swords on his back suddenly appeared outside the hall. His tall figure blocked the door, giving people great pressure. Ape Ancestor, suddenly, the 9 Masters of Destiny Path stood up and showed awe. Miss has been kept by Hierarch's side. It's up to you to decide what to do in the future. Ape Ancestor said in an old voice. He didn't walk into the hall, nor did he mean to stay any longer. After saying such a sentence, he turned around and left. The Ape Ancestor came quickly and left even faster. The 9 Destiny Path Lords all had different expressions on their faces. Miss was left by the Sect Master's side. Did the Sect Master already have a chance to escape from the sword lock? Xianxia, now you've seen it as well. It's already impossible for the young Miss to give us any more orders. In my opinion, you still have to keep your composure. Someone said softly. But I can't wait any longer. Xianxia heaved a long sigh, then turned around and left. In my opinion, Xianxia's worries shouldn't be underestimated. Lin Sun is seen as an unprecedented variable. It's undoubtedly the safest way to get him under our control as soon as possible. The golden-robed old man, Peng He, said in a deep voice. Peng He, the Sun tribe's forces are distributed in the dark world of the 3rd heaven. If Lin Sun really has the ability to enter, we can assassinate him. Someone suggested. The dark world, the 3rd heaven of the spirit's realm. It was a turbid world that couldn't be sensed. Everywhere was shrouded in mist and murderous aura. Even a boundless realm cultivator couldn't detect it with his divine sense. It was the strangest and most dangerous place. That depends on whether Lin Sun can reach the dark world alive. Peng He said softly. Lin Sun was still walking in the mortal transformation. Even if he left the mortal transformation, he had to kill his way out of the calamity realm of the second heaven. By the time he reached this step, who knew how long it would be? Time flew, and another 2 months had passed. The mortal transformation. On a vast river, Lin Sun steered a skiff and drifted on it. He drank wine as he looked at the Tao Karma Jade archive in his hand. Calculating the time, it had already been 3 months since he began his journey in the mortal transcendent realm. In these 3 months, he could cover almost all of the 49 countries in the mortal transformation. Most of the Tao Karma images he encountered along the way were defeated. Only a dozen or so Tao Karma images were left by Lin Sun. The reason he didn't compete with these 10+ karmic Tao images was because the auras of these karmic Tao images far surpassed the others and were extremely formidable. Almost all of them were left behind by terrifying existences ranked in the top 20 of the heavenly cycle Tao laws. For example, the one left behind by Lin Sun's master, the master of the heart dimension, was a Tao stele with a picture of the slanting moon and 3 stars. Lin Sun couldn't help being shocked when he learned about this. But later on, he'd asked around and found out that regardless of whether it was the sovereign of absolute beginning, the mysterious swordsman, or Xianxia, all of them hadn't left behind their Tao karmic images. It seemed like the Grand Tao was nameless. Because of this, Lin Sun was in a low mood. His master, the master of the square inch, appeared to be the first in the heavenly cycle Tao laws. However, compared to the beginning, Xianxia, and that swordsman, he seemed to be slightly inferior. Later, Lin Sun saw the Taoism form left by Golden Cicada. It was a lifelike golden cicada, lying on an auspicious cloud and looking up at the sky. Then, Lin Sun learned that Golden Cicada's Dharma of Karma was also ranked first among the heavenly cycle laws of the mortal transformation. Then, Lin Sun saw the Dharma of Black Crow, Ape Ancestor, and Chen Lin Kong, the first servant of Tai Chu, who also ranked first. In other words, the master of the core dimension, Golden Cicada, Chen Lin Kong, Black Crow, and the Ape Ancestor were tied for first place. These incredible scenes made Lin Sun feel incredulous. Under what sort of circumstances would allow the 5 supreme existences to be neck and neck in the struggle for supremacy? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out. After that, he saw the Dharma of the patriarchs of the Yuan sect, Spirit sect, Voodoo sect, and Zen sect. All of them ranked in the top 10. Apart from them, there were some unfamiliar names, such as the 9-leaf demon ancestor, Di Qing, and heaven-breaking Lu. All of them ranked in the top 20. However, Lin Sun discovered something shocking. Starting from the 11th ranked 9-leaf demon ancestor to the 20th ranked heaven-breaking Lu, the Dharma of Karma they left behind was filled with the aura of death. This meant that the terrifying existences ranked 11th to 20th, from the 9-leaf demon ancestor to heaven-breaking Lu, had all fallen. How on earth did they die? During this period of time, Lin Sun had inquired about this matter from many powerful figures. But most of the answers he received were rumors. Some said that the 9-leaf demon ancestor and the others had fallen on the path of severing. Some said that because they refused to serve the absolute beginning ruler, they were killed by the absolute beginning ruler in a fit of rage. Some even said that the 9-leaf demon ancestor and the others had encountered an unfathomable disaster when they were exploring some forbidden secrets in the ruins of Tao. In short, there were many different opinions about this mystery. The only thing that was certain was that the 9-leaf demon ancestor and the other terrifying existences had fallen a long time ago. It was so long ago that some of the older figures could not recall the specific time. Of course, the reason why Lin Sun did not fight the top-ranked Dharma of Karma was not because he was afraid. Instead, he planned to fight them last. After all, if he attracted the Chaos Tao fruit after the battle, he would have no choice but to leave the mortal transformation realm in advance. How could he fight the other Dharma of Karma? The river that Lin Sun was sailing on was called the Tonggu River. It flowed through the Song Nation. There was an extremely powerful Dharma of Karma in the upper reaches of the Tonggu River. It was a chain that lay across the Tonggu River. The chain was left behind by Pei Tu, the master of the heavenly fate path of the Qian sect. According to the information Lin Sun obtained, Pei Tu's Tao was ranked 21st in the universe Tao law. Pei Tu was ranked the highest amongst the 9 masters of the heavenly fate path of the 9 divisions. The Dharma of the other 8 masters of the heavenly fate path had been defeated by Lin Sun a long time ago. If I'm still unable to attract the Chaos Dao fruit after the battle with Pei Tu, then I'll fight the Dharma of Karma left behind by the 4 great ancestral courts. Lin Sun thought. Lin Sun did not intend to fight the Dharma of Karma left behind by the great figures like the 9-leaf demon ancestor and Duan Tianlu. After all, the Dao energy was the only thing that they had left in the world. It would be a pity if they disappeared just like that. However, even though Lin Sun had defeated numerous Dharma of Karma all along the way, he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, these Dharma of Karma were left behind a long time ago. They merely represented the cultivation of those great figures when they were in the mortal transformation realm. Now that countless years had passed, those great figures were destined to obtain a lot of Chaos Dao fruits along the way when they were breaking through the 9 heavenly gates. Their current cultivation was destined to be incomparable to that of the past. Moreover, the ranking in the universe Dao law of the mortal transformation realm did not affect those great figures' future achievements. Those who were ranked lower did not necessarily mean that their cultivation was not powerful enough. Is that Pei Tu's Dharma of Karma? On the boat, Lin Sun saw a chain that stretched across the river. It was as thick as a bucket and dark and dull. The chain surged with a dark green light. From afar, the iron chain stretched across the river. It was like a natural moat that could block everything in the world. Its aura was extremely heavy and heavy. Many great figures had already gathered on both sides of the Tonggu River. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When they saw the boat carrying Lin Sun over, the eyes of these great figures lit up. They had indeed been waiting for a long time here. In the past 3 months, Lin Sun had fought all over the world. He had swept through the world without suffering a single setback. He had already caused a huge uproar in the mortal transformation realm and attracted the attention of countless people. There was no need to think too much. They already knew that Lin Sun would definitely come to the Tonggu River. As expected, Lin Sun had come. Up until now, the number of Dharma of Karma that has been defeated by Lin Sun has already reached 800. The Dharma of Karma that is ranked below the top 100 are no longer in Lin Sun's eyes. Someone sighed. Too many things had happened in the past 3 months. It was enough to make it unforgettable for anyone. If it was me who defeated one of the Dharma of Karma, I would probably have attracted the Chaos Dao fruit and entered the heavenly gates. But Lin Sun has yet to attract the Chaos Dao fruit. Compared to him, it really makes one lower their head and sigh at their inferiority. Someone sighed. There were tens of thousands of boundless realm great figures in the mortal transformation realm, but there were very few who could shake those Dharma of Karma. But Lin Sun had swept through 800 Dharma of Karma in a mere 3 months. Compared to him, who could not lower their heads in dejection? Everyone, don't be discouraged. There are only a few people like Lin Sun throughout the countless years. He is destined to be different from us. There were also people who comforted their companions. To all the great figures in the world, Lin Sun was a legend that they could only look up to. They could not even feel jealous of him because the difference between them was too great. Not to mention catching up, they could not even get close to him. Amidst the discussions, the great figures on both sides of the river were paying attention to Lin Sun's movements. Everyone knew that an unparalleled battle was about to unfold. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed the great figures on both sides of the river. However, he was already used to such a scene. In the past few days, wherever he appeared, there would be spectators waiting at the side. Lin Sun put away the wine pot and dusted off his clothes. When he looked at the metal chain again, his entire aura had quietly changed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the thick, pitch-black metal chain shook and surged with a thick and majestic Dao light. Then, it turned into a tall man dressed in a navy blue robe. He stood on a black sun, and a black divine chain formed from the power of rules appeared in front of him. It was like a black python swimming around, and his power shook the heavens and the earth. Pei Tu, the Qian Division's Destiny Dao Lord, had left the mortal transformation realm 290,000 years ago. At that time, his Dao Karma was ranked 21st on the heavenly cycle Dao law. The entire place was silent. All the great figures' attention was drawn to him. The battle was about to begin. Feeling the power emanating from Pei Tu, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. This guy was very strong. He was stronger than Qi Qianji and Tian Xingzi. He was the strongest opponent Lin Sun had fought in the past 3 months. Although Pei Tu was strong, the pressure he brought to Lin Sun wasn't that great. I can decide the outcome of the battle with one all-out blow. However, it's better to take a look at this guy's background. If we meet again in the future, it'll come in handy. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. Clatter, the long black chain in Pei Tu's hand danced wildly, setting off a black storm all over the sky and striking at Lin Sun. Lin Sun raised a wave of sword chi and fought fiercely. Boom! The battle between the two of them above the Tonggu River attracted the attention of all the almighties present. 10 moves. 100 moves. 300 moves. As time went by, the battle became more and more intense, causing a burst of exclamations in the field. But some powerful figures were very calm. They had seen Lin Sun fight many times and could roughly judge that Lin Sun wasn't using his full strength at this moment. He was contending with Pei Tu's Tao power. His purpose was very simple, to explore Pei Tu's Tao power. As expected, when the battle reached 800 moves, a sword chi suddenly swept out from Lin Sun's body and slashed in the void. Puff! Pei Tu's figure was smashed into nothingness. He won again. People were startled, their emotions complicated and subtle. The Tao fruit of chaos hasn't appeared yet. Some people also noticed that after defeating Pei Tu's Tao power, Lin Sun still hadn't attracted the Tao fruit of chaos. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to this. The Tao power that defeated Pei Tu was within his expectation. He planned to leave and recuperate for a period of time before going to compete with the top 10 characters. Fellow Taoist Lin, may I know which great figure's karmic Tao image you're going to fight next? Seeing that Lin Sun was about to leave, someone dared to ask. Heaven Wizard. Lin Sun left a name and swaggered away. Heaven Wizard. Everyone present was shocked, and they gasped without end. Pei Tu's Tao power was ranked 21st in the Universal Tao laws. And Heaven Wizard's Tao power was ranked 9th. From the gap in the rankings, it could be seen how terrifying the Tao power left by Heaven Wizard was. It was destined to be incomparable to Pei Tuesday. All the great figures present here were clearly aware that the current Heaven Shaman was a true boundless Tao Lord, and he'd slaughtered his way into the profound God domain a very long time ago. Although Pei Tu was also the boundless Tao Lord, he was still lacking when compared to Heaven Shaman. Come, let's go to the Zhou Nation's Thousand Bird Mountain. The Heavenly Wizard's karmic Dharma form is on this mountain. Immediately, someone left in a hurry. On the same day, the news that Lin Sun was going to fight against the Heaven Shaman's karmic Dharma idol spread throughout the mortal transcendent realm. In a deep mountain, Lin Sun sat on the ground and meditated to feel his own chi. In these 3 months of time, he'd fought over 800 times, and every single opponent he faced was a great figure that had stepped onto an eternal path towards the Tao. All of their paths towards the Tao were different, yet all of them had their own profundities. Winning or losing was not the most important thing for Lin Sun to see so many incredible supreme Taoists when he fought with them. This also brought him a lot of inspiration, and many comprehensions were born in his heart. Now, Lin Sun was sorting out the inspiration and comprehension he'd accumulated during this period of time. As time passed, a supreme path towards the Tao gradually emerged on Lin Sun's body. Vigorous, violent, domineering, and ostentatious, it displayed endless profundities. This was the path towards the Tao that Xianxia, the owner of the bronze cauldron in front of the Taoist temple in the Qing kingdom's capital, sought. If such a scene were to be seen by others, they would probably be frightened to death. After all, the path of a boundless realm existence was extremely difficult and mysterious. Other than him, no one else could see through its profundities. But now, the path that belonged to Xianxia had been deduced by Lin Sun. Not long after, Lin Sun's chi suddenly changed, and a new supreme path towards the Tao appeared, replacing Xianxia's path towards the Tao. This new path towards the Tao was filled with lively and seething vitality. It seemed to be evergreen, embracing yin and yang, and it had an endless profundities. This was the path towards the Tao of the owner of the ancient tree before the eastern gate of the Qing kingdom's imperial palace, Nian Dongyue. After that, numerous supreme paths towards the Tao surged into appearance on Lin Sun in the following period of time, and the profundities contained within them were deduced and revealed by his own chi. These scenes seemed to be extremely inconceivable, and if news of it were to spread, it would definitely shock the surroundings and cause the world to be stirred. It was even to the extent that those at the same cultivation realm as him would be terrified. After all, Lin Sun had merely fought with those Tao manifestations, yet he seemed to have seen through the core essence of their paths towards the Tao, and he'd grasped and deduced them one by one. How terrifying was this? This was the profundity of the profundities of rebirth after they'd transformed to such a state. It could transform the profundities of a myriad of Taos into one's heart, and it could develop the principles of the world into the Tao. It was also in the mortal transformation dimension that Lin Sun had unearthed a taboo like the profundities of rebirth, and it allowed him to see through his opponent's Taos before fusing them into his own Taos and deducing them. Of course, the precondition was that he had to defeat his opponents first. After an entire month, Lin Sun's aura changed, and he deduced the path of Pei Tu, the master of destiny path of the Qian tribe. In the end, accompanied by a burst of rumbling, Lin Sun's qi gradually became gloomy and silent. At this point, the profundities of more than 800 eternal Taos had all been fused into Lin Sun's Tao. Extract the essence, discard the dregs, and finally fuse them together. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun felt that his cultivation had improved greatly, and his strength was no longer comparable to when he'd just entered the mortal transformation dimension. Calculating the time carefully, it had only been a little more than 4 months since he'd arrived in the mortal transformation dimension. Although I didn't attract the chaotic Tao fruit, to be able to obtain so many mysteries of the Tao in the battle of the Tao is already no less than a fortune for me, Lin Sun muttered in his heart. After a while, he stood up, put his hands behind his back, and flashed leisurely into the distance. It was time to compete with the Tao manifestation of the voodoo cult's patriarch. 2 days later. Zhou Country, Thousand Birds Mountain. This mountain was named after the shape of 1,000 birds spreading their wings in the sky, and it was a first-class historical site in Zhou Country. At the peak of Thousand Birds Mountain, there was a white bone altar that was 9 feet high. It was chiseled with ancient fiend god totems, and it emitted a desolate, chaotic, and destructive aura. This was the Tao manifestation of the voodoo cult's patriarch, Heaven Witchcraft. When Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air, he saw that countless powerful figures had already gathered in the area near Thousand Birds Mountain. Obviously, they had been waiting here for a long time. At this moment, all eyes were gathered on Lin Sun, as if they'd seen a peerless legend arrive here. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He looked at the altar made of white bones. Boom, the white bone altar suddenly rumbled, and a tall and mighty figure appeared. He wore a beast robe, and his hair was like a halberd. Obscure and rough totem light emerged on his skin. Standing there casually, he seemed like a supreme fiend god that had suppressed the ancient wilderness. Heaven Witchcraft, the voodoo cult's patriarch, was ranked 9th in the heavenly cycle Tao law. In the ruins of Tao, he was a top existence that was formidable to the point that everyone in the world knew about it. Although it was merely the energy of Tao that he'd left in this world all those years ago, the aura it emitted still caused all the nearby powerful figures to feel suffocated and tremble in their hearts. Go. As soon as Heaven Shaman appeared, he waved his fingers like a fan in the void. Boom, the heavens and the earth seemed to have returned to the primordial times. The heavens and the earth were in chaos, and everything was in turmoil. Fiend God soared through the sky, roared in the starry sky, and shattered the sun and moon. Ferocious birds descended to the world, and their wings covered an area of 80,000 kilometers, causing mountains and rivers to collapse. The scenes of turmoil revealed an aura of destruction. This was the path of Heaven Shaman. He rose in turmoil, attained Tao in chaos, and attained eternity in destruction. At this moment, such a chaotic world emerged like a primordial world, and it was like a supreme curtain of the Heaven Tao was pressing down, and it was terrifying to an unimaginable extent. Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered as he flashed into the primordial world of the Heaven Tao. At that instant, it seemed as if a ruler was holding down the fort, and the chaotic primordial world returned to calm. The mountains and rivers were clear, auspicious clouds flowed, and all things flourished. Fiend gods roared in the starry sky, but they dissipated in front of Lin Sun, and then they bowed in worship. Ferocious birds soared through the sky, but they transformed into docile birds that danced around Lin Sun and cried cheerfully. The entire primordial world suddenly revealed a peaceful and tranquil scene. After that, Lin Sun flicked his sleeves, and with a rumble, the entire primordial world of the Heaven Tao transformed into a ray of light that dissipated between his fingers. The spectators in the distance were dumbfounded and shocked. The attack of Heaven Shaman deduced how terrifying the great Tao rules were, and its aura of destruction was world-shocking. It was sufficient to easily suppress most boundless realm existences in this world. But such an attack was casually resolved by Lin Sun, and it dissipated between his fingers. This is a supreme battle of the great Tao, just like the collision between the Tao laws of the universe. The strength of every move is like the might of the Heaven Tao, and it's indescribable. Someone spoke with a trembling voice, and he was unable to restrain himself with excitement. Rise. Under the sky, the mighty and lofty figure of Heaven Shaman raised his hands, and an expanse of the source of destruction surged out. For a time, violent winds blew, lightning raged, and doomsday-like calamities surged out like a rainstorm. The scene of God's weeping blood faintly appeared, and all living beings transformed into a sea of blood that covered the ground amidst the destruction. All the mighty figures in the nearby area retreated in horror and fled far away. Lin Sun raised his brows and stretched out his hand to grab. Swoosh, a ray of light appeared abruptly like the edge of a sword. After that, all the phenomena formed from the source of destruction seemed like a canvas that had been torn apart, and they were easily torn through the sky and dispersed like rain. Rumble, Heaven Shaman stepped on the sky and charged over while utilizing his Tao. On the other hand, Lin Sun didn't hold back any longer, and he fought head-on with his own Tao. In the heavens and the earth, Heaven Shaman was like a god of destruction. Every single move he made reflected the phenomena of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking, all living things being crushed, and the world withering away. That level of strength caused people to be extremely horrified from afar. But all of this was completely resolved by Lin Sun. His movements were simple and clean. He either slashed out with his sword, stabbed out with his finger, slapped out with his palm, or smashed out with his fist. But every single strike contained boundless profundities contained within it, and it faintly revealed a divine charm that suppressed the past, present, and future. It was extremely simple and unparalleled. The great Tao is the simplest. In the battle, Lin Sun's mind was clear. His every move was accompanied by thousands of Tao and Dharma, but it was all integrated into a casual punch and a palm. Vaguely, it was as if all the flourishing had fallen, and the Tao was wonderful and natural. This heavenly shaman's path towards the Tao uses destruction as his foundation, yet he's able to forge eternal karma within destruction. He can be said to possess peerless talent that's rarely seen since the ancient times. During the battle, Lin Sun could clearly sense the power of the great path of Heaven Wizard. It wouldn't take too much effort to defeat the opponent, but Lin didn't do so. He was calmly experiencing such a struggle of Tao. This battle lasted for a long time. After an entire day and night passed, the Heaven Shaman's figure dispersed and vanished like a wisp of smoke. He hadn't been suppressed and defeated, and he'd been forcefully exhausted to the point of dispersing. Until the end of the battle. Everyone was unable to recover from their shock for a long time, and there was shock and wonder on their faces. What shocked them was that even the powerful Taoist karma of Heaven Wizard was no match for Lin Sun. What was frustrating was that after this battle, Lin Sun still didn't attract the Chaos Tao fruit. This was undoubtedly too unbelievable and even puzzling. Why was this happening, at the peak of Thousand Bird Mountain, under the sky? With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Sun stood still in silence. There were numerous miraculous and unbelievable comprehensions in his heart, and they seemed like trickles of water that ceaselessly roiled, causing his mind to fall into a profound state of comprehension. After a long time, he restrained his thoughts and let out a light breath before he said in his heart, comparatively speaking, even though the Tao karma of the Heaven Shamans is extremely formidable, its path towards the Tao can only be considered to be on par with the Gon tribe's Master of Destiny, Pei Tu. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lin for adding another great victory to your journey. Suddenly, a heavy voice resounded, and it revealed heartfelt admiration. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin. Immediately, a wave of congratulations rang out in the surrounding area, echoing through the heavens and earth for a long time. Those experts had spent countless years in the mortal transformation realm, and they were all old monsters on the boundless path of cultivation. But now, when facing Lin Sun, they all had a sense of admiration as if they were looking up to a high mountain. The one who understands the Tao is the teacher. Lin Sun had won more than 800 battles in less than 4 months, which was an unprecedented miracle, compared to him, how could the heroes of the world not bow down and sigh in admiration? Lin Sun cupped his hands in obeisance with a smile. On the big road, we are all peers. I wish you all a better future. With that, he swaggered off. Guys, in my opinion, Lin Sun obviously consumed a lot of energy at the end of the battle. If someone attacked him at that time, suddenly, a grey-robed man spoke. But before he could finish speaking, the expressions of the Almighties standing near the grey-robed man changed slightly, and they distanced themselves from him. It was as if they wanted to draw a line with him. The grey-robed man immediately shut his mouth, and his expression changed. He seemed to be very wronged as he said, "Everyone, I was just saying. Why are you so nervous?" However, no one paid any attention to him. Instead, they hid even further away from him. Such a scene made the grey-robed man uneasy. After a while, he murmured bitterly, "Lin Sun's power has become so strong?" 7 days later. Soaring Dawn Lake, Long Nation. A battle of Tao was taking place. One was the Dharma of Tao left by Shi, the patriarch of Dhyana sect, which ranked 7th in the universal Taoism. The other was Lin Sun. The battle had been going on for 4 hours. Under the sky, the Buddhist country was vast and magnificent, and brilliant lotus flowers were floating everywhere. The chanting of sutras resounded like a tide. Vaguely, hundreds of millions of phantoms of the Buddhist country could be seen. There were Buddhas discussing Tao and Bodhisattvas explaining the Dharma, showing a grand atmosphere of boundless light and boundless bliss. This was the Tao of Shi, the patriarch of Dhyana sect, which was based on the Zen heart. Lin Sun, who was competing with him, sat alone in the void. His figure was ethereal and indifferent. There was neither a vision of Tao nor an earth-shattering power. It was plain. But the Buddhas couldn't shake his state of mind at all, and Shi Fa Bodhisattva couldn't hurt a hair on his body. Even the Yongchang Buddhist country, brilliant and boundless, couldn't invade the place where Lin Sun sat cross-legged. He was like a rock, unmoving as he watched, sensed, and experienced just like that, and he naturally possessed a calm and transcendent bearing. After a long time, the Buddhas sighed and disappeared, the Buddhas shook their heads and disappeared. All the Buddhist countries in the sky disappeared, and even the ethereal sound of Sanskrit disappeared. Shi's figure also disappeared at this moment. Lin Sun stood up, shook his muscles and bones, took out the flagon and drank a mouthful of wine. He said with a smile, "Whether it's Buddha or devil, if they can't save me, they will become nothing in the blink of an eye." 10 days later. Dragon Sparrow Ridge, Starbridge Country. Senior, sorry for offending you before. Lin Sun cupped his hands to salute. The battle made him defeat the Tao left by Suyin, the patriarch of Spirit sect. The rule power, which ranked 8th in the universal Taoism, also disappeared. Half a month later. On the Wind Cliff Mountain 800 miles away from Rhone country. A sword swept across the sky and covered the 9 heavens, countless stars fell with it, just like withering fireworks, and then dissipated. The 9 heavens galaxy was the Tao of Yuan-Shu, the patriarch of Yuan sect, a supreme Tao ranked 6th in the universal Taoism. Senior, if we meet again in the future, I will definitely treat you to a drink. Lin Sun cupped his hands. At this point, the Tao left by the patriarchs of the 4 ancestral courts were all defeated by Lin Sun. When the news came out, the entire mortal transformation world was shocked silent. Could it be that Lin Sun can be like Chen Lin Kong back then, challenging the heavens with his sword and ranking first? Some old antiques couldn't calm down, and their hearts trembled. Many years ago, Chen Lin Kong arrived at the mortal transformation world and traveled the world like a wild crane. He didn't fight, and just played around in the world. 33 years later, he swept across the sky with his sword and defeated the great Confucian immortal, who ranked first in the universal Taoism, and replaced him. This incident caused a great commotion in the mortal transformation world. Everyone thought that Chen Lin Kong's cultivation was already close to the peak of the boundless realm, which was why he was able to reach the top and stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 4 supreme existences. Lin Sun's Tao Fruit of Chaos hasn't appeared yet. This means that he has to defeat any one of the 5 Tao to have a chance to attract the Tao Fruit of Chaos and ascend the heavenly gate. But what if he loses? Then he will be trapped here like us. Even someone as powerful as him could be trapped in the mortal transcendent realm? The world was abuzz with discussions. It had been nearly half a year since Lin Sun entered the mortal transformation world, and he hadn't lost a single battle. But the situation now was different. Amongst the opponents before him, there were only 5 Tao manifestations that were comparable to the number 1 Tao laws of the universe. They were the Master of the Heart, Golden Cicada, Black Crow, Qianlin Kong, and the Ape Ancestor. Each of them had unfathomable power. Lin Sun hadn't lost a single battle, and the Tao of the 4 ancestral quartz patriarchs had been defeated one by one. But when Lin Sun's opponents were only the 5 supreme existences, no one was able to defeat him. He was certain that he would win. The 5 supreme existences were too powerful. Being on par with the first was an inconceivable thing, and it also showed how extraordinary the Tao karma left behind by those 5 existences was. While the world was in an uproar, Lin Sun had arrived at a place called Pine Mist City in the Tao Kingdom. A sword stele stood in a pine forest. The sword stele was 3 feet long, like a sword in the sky. It was left behind by Qianlin Kong. After studying the sword stele for a moment, Lin Sun suddenly said, "I don't want outsiders to witness this battle. Please leave quickly." Just these words alone caused many great figures in the vicinity of Pine Mist City to be instantly surprised, and even though they were bewildered, they still sensibly retreated successively. Of course, they couldn't really leave. Such a battle would easily disturb the phenomena of the heavens and the earth and draw down the energy of the Tao laws in the surroundings. Even if one watched from afar, it was still possible to discern some clues. But Lin Sun had expected this, so he didn't say anything further. Clang! In the next moment, a clear and melodious sword howl resounded and surged in the sky above Pine Mist City, causing the clouds in all directions to collapse. The heavens and the earth suddenly changed, and it seemed as if they'd fallen into boundless dazzling sharpness that pierced their hearts to the point their hearts trembled and even their divine sense felt as if it was being severed. It was even to the extent that many supreme existences that were watching from afar were injured on the spot, and their souls suffered a terrifying impact, causing their expressions to turn grim. It was also at this moment that they realized that it wasn't that Lin Sun didn't allow them to watch the battle, but they would surely suffer backlash if they watched the battle with their cultivations. For a time, the emotions of these supreme existences roiled, and they revealed shocked expressions. A single battle caused boundless realm figures like them to pay the price for even watching. How terrifying was this? Clang! Before they could react, another sword howl resounded, and its impetus wasn't inferior to the previous one at all. After that, sword chi filled the world within Pine Mist City while sword insight shook the heavens. Everyone was clearly aware that the battle had already begun. But the details and profundities within it weren't something they were able to pry into. Time flowed by slowly. Those supreme existences could only wait amidst suffering. They were waiting for the outcome of the battle to be decided. But no one had expected that this battle would be so long. From the moment the sun rose to the moment it set, from the moment all living beings in the world busied themselves until they returned home and went to sleep, day after day passed. The clanging sword howls came and went, and most of the time, it fell into silence. When everyone thought the curtains to the battle had been drawn, another sword howl suddenly resounded. The entire Pine Mist City was filled with the glow of sharpness that didn't disperse for a long time. 7 days later. Profound God Domain, Primordial World. Qianlin Kong sat casually far away from the thatched cottage, and he held a bamboo pole in his hand as he fished before a stream in a leisurely manner. The stream was clear, and there were utterly no fish. But Qianlin Kong was enjoying it. Suddenly, his brows raised as he suddenly tossed away the bamboo pole in his hand, and then he stood up while his eyes revealed a wisp of undisguised surprise. This kid actually already possesses such attainments on the boundless path towards the Tao. Qianlin Kong was stunned on the spot, and ripples arose in his heart. "You're unable to calm down after being surpassed?" Laughter resounded from within the thatched cottage. "Grandfather, you know as well?" Qianlin Kong turned around with a subtle expression, and he seemed to be delighted yet slightly disappointed. The universe Tao laws were formed from the quintessence of the ruins of Tao. It can accommodate your sword Tao, yet it can't accommodate his grand Tao. The voice resounded once more from within the thatched cottage. "This is the variable." Qianlin Kong sighed lightly, and then he said with a smile, "I don't mind being surpassed by him. After all, it's the Tao karma I left behind all those years ago. If Lin Sun is even unable to surpass me, then I'm afraid many people will be disappointed." Don't talk about all this now. Let's wait and see. The voice resounded slowly from within the thatched cottage, and it carried a trace of rare anticipation. State of Tao. Pine Mist City. In the misty pine forest, Lin Sun stood there. His chi was almost exhausted, and there were many shocking bloody sword marks on his skin. The battle lasted for 7 days. Lin Sun competed with Chen Linkong purely with sword Tao. Although he won in the end, his cultivation was almost exhausted. As for those injuries, Lin Sun didn't care. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have tried to be brave and only competed with sword Tao. The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Many powerful figures appeared in Pine Mist City, and they were approaching the pine forest. Soon, these powerful figures saw Lin Sun, and then they were horrified. How serious his injuries were, even his entire body's chi activity was almost exhausted. This was the first time they saw Lin Sun in such a sorry state in a fight for the Tao. It could be seen from this how powerful the Tao left by Chen Linkong was after 7 days and 7 nights of fierce battle. Of course, Lin Sun won in the end. Even if it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was still shocking. At least Lin Sun had proved that his cultivation was sufficient to be ranked first in the heavenly cycle Tao laws by this battle. However, this was also the reason why people were puzzled. Because the chaotic Tao fruit that belonged to Lin Sun still hadn't appeared, this simply overturned the understanding of those powerful figures present. Fellow Taoist Lin, I have a healing divine item. Someone took out a jade bottle and was about to hand it over. Seeing this, the others hurriedly took out various divine medicines and rare treasures to give to Lin Sun to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Lin Sun shook his head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I can deal with these minor injuries myself. Suddenly, a piercingly cold voice resounded. Are they really just minor injuries? But why do I see that you're almost unable to hold on? Immediately after, a piercingly cold killing intent surged into the scene, causing the atmosphere to change abruptly. A group of figures appeared out of thin air, led by an extraordinarily handsome man in a green robe. He didn't conceal his hatred and killing intent towards Lin Sun, and there was a trace of inexplicable excitement in his expression. Behind the man in a green robe were more than 10 powerful figures, and every one of them was in the boundless realm. When they looked at Lin Sun, their eyes were filled with coldness. Ji Tianqing, what are you doing? A nearby almighty spoke with a sullen expression. Ji Tianqing, Lin Sun's eyes showed a hint of understanding. It turned out to be this guy. All those years ago in the Ocean of Destiny, Xian Hu, Lei Song, and the others had seized the opportunity to head to the ruins of Tao, and they'd given it to Ji Tianqing, Zish Chong, and Yi Wuhan in the end. Now that Ji Tianqing suddenly appeared here with a group of people, Lin Sun was not surprised. Everyone, this matter has nothing to do with all of you, so it's best if you don't get involved. Otherwise, you won't be able to get away if you get involved in this grudge. Ji Tianqing glanced at the almighties nearby and said coldly. Many mighty figures' expressions changed. There were also people who sneered, not fearing Ji Tianqing and the others. I didn't see you all dare to show yourselves before, but now that Tao friend Lin is in a bad situation, you all really are despicable. Old monstering, are you going to get involved? An old man with a white beard beside Ji Tianqing asked with a hoarse voice. The supreme being who sneered earlier immediately hesitated. Who is Ji Shi to you? Suddenly, Lin Sun looked at Ji Tianqing and asked. You're about to die, and you want to claim your relationship with me? Ji Tianqing sneered. No, I just want to choose a way for you to die. Lin Sun also laughed. Alright, cut the crap. Do you want to die together or one by one? His chi was obviously extremely weak, but his expression was calm, and he was talking and laughing freely. His demeanor made many powerful figures nearby secretly admire him. Ji Tianqing and the others couldn't help but be surprised. How could they not know how powerful Lin Sun's cultivation was now? In the past 6 months, the whole mortal world had been talking about things related to Lin Sun, and each of them could be said to be extremely sensational. This even made Ji Tianqing and the others give up the idea of revenge many times. But this time, when they learned that Lin Sun and Chen Linkong's Taoism had been fighting for many days without a clear winner, they finally realized that the opportunity had come. Sure enough, when they arrived, they saw that Lin Sun was already seriously injured, and his chi was on the verge of drying up. It seemed that at this moment, any one of them could easily kill him. But now, they were a little uncertain about Lin Sun's challenge. It was because Lin Sun's power was too great, and his strength had already shocked the world. As the saying went, the tiger's prestige still existed even after death, and the dragon's Taoism still existed. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Why? You're already here, but you don't dare to make a move? Lin Sun's words were filled with sarcasm. Ji Tianqing took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let's attack together. If something goes wrong, we'll retreat immediately." Okay. The people around him agreed. But just when they were about to make a move, Lin Sun spoke again. "Seniors, let me deal with these idiots who are courting death." His voice spread between heaven and earth. Ji Tianqing and the others were stunned at first, and then their expressions changed. In the range of their divine senses, a group of figures appeared in the distance. It was Xingjian Gorge, Fu Nanli, Ren Futian, the Mountain Wind Pathmaster, Xiao He, Mo Beis, and Mu Changyun. At the same time, Sun Daoyan and God Lord Linglong appeared out of thin air in another direction. The situation instantly changed. These bastards didn't dare to show themselves before, but they finally revealed themselves this time. Xingjian Gorge chuckled. No one knew that in the last 3 months, Xingjian Gorge and the others had been following Lin Sun in every struggle of the Great Tao. Their goal was simple: they were worried that their enemies would take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. "This is called courting death," the nearby Sun Daoyan coldly said. "Young friend Lin, why don't you let us deal with these people?" God Lord Linglong's voice was as gentle as flowing water. "Ha ha ha, Senior is also worried that this Lin won't be able to fight?" Lin Sun threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing through the surroundings. "Let's go." The hearts of Ji Tianqing and the others sank. They didn't care if Lin Sun was just putting on an act or not. They decisively decided to retreat. But at this moment, clang, a bolt of sword chi suddenly appeared, and with a wave of Lin Sun's sleeve, it shot through the air. In an instant, around Ji Tianqing, a total of 11 boundless realm major power silhouettes had just carried out spatial translocation when they suddenly split into pieces, fresh blood splattering out. It was like a blossoming of scarlet fireworks. This terrifying scene almost caused Ji Tianqing's soul to leap out of his body. But in the next moment, he didn't dare to move recklessly. This was because a wisp of sword chi had silently reached his throat. The sword chi was suffused with the power of the laws, and Ji Tianqing could smell an intense aura of death. The nearby experts were all shocked by this sight, and they couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. They saw that Lin Sun's blood-drenched figure was like a withered tree that had come back to life, and a peerless vitality was rising and exploding. In just a few blinks of an eye, all the wounds on his body had disappeared. Other than his blood-stained clothes, there was no other sign of injury. Even his exhausted chi activity was recovering at a crazy rate. Could it be that Lin Sun was pretending earlier? Many experts had a strange look on their faces. When they looked at Ji Tianqing again, there was a hint of pity in their eyes. These guys were really stupid to the point of courting death. At this moment, Ji Tianqing's expression was uncertain, and he said, "Didn't you ask me about the relationship between Ji Shi and me? Let me tell you, she's my grandniece." Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Previously, Ji Tianqing was sure that Lin Sun was trying to curry favor with him, but now that he was about to die, he revealed his relationship with the woman named Ji Shi. This was clearly begging for mercy. Puff, before anyone could react, the sword chi at his throat cut off Ji Tianqing's head, and even his spirit was smashed into pieces by the sword chi. Everyone was startled. However, Lin Sun shook his head. He respected Ji Shi, but he didn't respect those who regarded him as an enemy. "Seniors, how about going for a drink?" Lin Sun looked at the people of Travel Sword Gorge and said with a smile. "That's for the best." The people of Travel Sword Gorge laughed. On this day, the news of Lin Sun defeating Chen Lingkong's Dharmalaksana spread, once again shocking the entire mortal transformation. And the suicidal behavior of Ji Tianqing and the others became a joke in the mortal transformation. Another half a month passed. Lin Sun's figure appeared in a nameless canyon in Snow Country. A scripture appeared here, flowing with black and white light, intertwining with each other, creating a wonderful scene of pure and turbid blending and the rotation of yin and yang. Boom, when Lin Sun's chi spread over, the scripture suddenly opened, reflecting a black and white aura that soared into the sky, and finally turned into an extremely tall old ape. He carried 2 swords on his back and was dressed in a gray robe. When his eyes opened and closed, black and white light flowed, frightening people. Ape Ancestor, an old servant of the Absolute Beginning Ruler. Since the Absolute Beginning Ruler was trapped in the sword lock, he had been serving the Absolute Beginning Ruler's first servant, Black Crow. His Dharma Laksana had long been ranked first in the heavenly Tao laws. Clang! Clang! Behind Ape Ancestor, 2 Taoist swords, one black and one white, rose into the sky. The vast sword intent turned into pure and turbid air. The pure air formed the sky, and the turbid air formed the earth. It was compatible with yin and yang, and it was mysterious and unpredictable. In the twinkling of an eye, heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a Tai Chi diagram, and the sword intent rushed into it. With a thought of Ape Ancestor, all the power of the sword intent enveloped Lin Sun. The perfect yin and yang Tao of Tai Chi, Lin Sun leaped up and met it. Boom, a great battle broke out. This battle wasn't any weaker than the battle with Chen Lin Kong. The difference was that Lin Sun and Chen Lin Kong had been fighting with Sword Tao. At this moment, Lin Sun was no longer limited to the power of one Tao, but released all his Taoism. One day later. Clang, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Lin Sun's fist force, like a furnace that could suppress the past, the present and the future, hit the black and white swords in the hands of Ape Ancestor. Then, the 2 swords exploded inch by inch. Boom, the yin and yang Tao, which had turned into a Tai Chi diagram, collapsed like crumbs of paper. Ape Ancestor's towering figure dissipated amidst the destruction. Looking at Lin Sun again, although he was injured, his chi was like a sword edge in the sky, unshakable. Mysterious God Realm. Black mysterious world. Ape Ancestor sat cross-legged with 2 swords in front of him. One black and one white, they reflected each other. The white sword was called Qing Pingle. The black sword was called Partridge Sky. The name was given by the Absolute Beginning Ruler, and it was said to be a name of immortal world. To Ape Ancestor, the name was not important. What was important was that this pair of swords had long been a part of his path. They had accompanied him to conquer various eras, and they had accompanied him in the endless years of cultivation. The swords were like his life. I wonder why the sect leader left Miss there. Was it to let Miss avoid trouble, or was it because he was worried that Miss would cause trouble? Or, both? Ape Ancestor's fingers gently stroked the pair of swords as he fell into deep thought. The sect leader's thoughts were as deep as the sea. Especially after arriving at the ruins of Tao, he was even more unfathomable. Back then, when he was trapped by the swordsman's sword lock, the sect leader did not have any complaints. Instead, he sighed and said that it was sad that there was one less opponent in the world. Ape Ancestor did not understand. It was the power of the sword lock that had trapped the sect leader for countless eras, but why did he not hate the swordsman at all? On the contrary, after the swordsman chose to recultivate in reincarnation, the sect leader felt desolate. Suddenly, Ape Ancestor's fingers that were stroking the 2 swords stopped. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and an uncontrollable look of surprise appeared on his face. That Lin Sun actually defeated my law of Tao? Clang! Clang, the black and white swords vibrated restlessly. From this, it could be seen how disturbed Ape Ancestor's state of mind was. After a while, Ape Ancestor stood up and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he sighed and gave up on the idea of paying a visit to the sect leader and Mississippi. Perhaps, this is the variable that the sect leader wants to see? Ape Ancestor murmured. Mortal Transformation Realm. After defeating Ape Ancestor's law of Tao, Lin Sun cultivated for half a month before setting off again. Great Wind Mountain, Chi Kingdom. This mountain was tens of thousands of meters high, and there was a temple built on it. In the temple, there was a statue of a god. In the past, there were many people who worshipped it. On this day, Lin Sun came. He seemed like a tourist as he walked up the stairs leisurely and calmly, and all along the way, he couldn't help but sigh lightly in his heart as he looked at those people that brought along their families to climb up the mountain path just to pray. For ordinary people, when they were powerless to change something, they would usually choose to place their hopes on burning incense and praying. However, as a cultivator, Lin Sun knew that the prayers of the masses in the mortal transformation realm were destined to be nothing more than a mirage. It is better to pray than pray to God. Soon, Lin Sun came to the top of Gale Mountain, where there stood a magnificent temple with row upon row of buildings and abundant incense. At the side of the temple was a pond with lotus flowers and fish swimming in it. Lin Sun's eyes fell on a black lotus seed at the bottom of the pond. Boom! In the next moment, the black lotus seed glowed and transformed into the figure of a black-clothed young woman that soared into the sky. Her snow-white hair fluttered to her slender waist, and her pair of ruby-red eyes were translucent and gorgeous. Black Crow, the first Tao attendant under Absolute Beginning, rumor had it that Absolute Beginning had once spent 9 eras of source energy to forge a supreme Tao foundation for Black Crow, allowing her to step into the boundless realm in one go. With the Absolute Beginning ruler trapped, the 9 tribes of Absolute Beginning were now under Black Crow's control. Whoosh! As soon as the black-clothed young woman appeared, a wisp of black flame floated in the air. A wisp of black-colored flames appeared, and it swept through the sky while dragging a tail behind it. It seemed like a wisp of light that tore apart the ages, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to change abruptly. A dark, cold, and murderous aura pervaded the air. Then, billions of flames surged out like stars and covered the world. Every wisp of flame was like a great world, and the world reflected a mysterious and obscure law of the great Tao. The billions of flames were like billions of great Tao that illuminated the world. All phenomena transform into the Tao, and the Tao grows endlessly, all fusing with the flames. Such attainments are truly remarkable. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Chen Lingkong's Tao Karma was fused with the Tao of the sword. Ape Ancestor's Tao Karma was fused with the Tao of Yin and Yang. And Black Crow's Tao Karma was fused with the Tao of fire. Both were extremely simple, yet they could derive endless mysteries of the great Tao. This was the convergence of the myriad of Taos, and only when one attained an inconceivable state on the boundless path towards the Tao could one attain such attainments in the Tao. Boom! The billions of flames trembled and followed a mysterious trajectory as they charged towards Lin Sun with overwhelming momentum. Lin Sun didn't dare to be negligent. He held his breath and concentrated as he fought with it. The mysterious God realm. In the dark world that seemed like chaos. On the branch, Black Crow suddenly exclaimed softly, and then with a bang, he transformed into a black-clothed young woman. Her snow-white hair fluttered down like a waterfall. She frowned, and her slender and white hands formed a strange seal. Immediately, strands of obscure and mysterious karma power surged out. Gradually, a blurry and illusory light screen appeared between her palms. On it, a fierce battle at the peak of Gale Mountain in Chi country of the mortal transformation world was displayed. But before the light screen could become clear, it suddenly collapsed and dissipated. The black-clothed young woman let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her pair of enchanting red eyes instantly became cold and terrifying, and her aura showed signs of boiling. "Heh, little crow, you reap what you sow." Suddenly, a laugh sounded out from the depths of the ground. "In the ruins of Tao, you dare to pry into the changes with that little bit of cultivation of yours?" The black-clothed young woman lowered her head and said, "Sect leader, I just wanted to see how capable Lin Sun is now." "Who would have thought? This is the ruins of Tao. You're just looking for trouble by doing this. Not to mention you, even I can't forcefully deduce it. Otherwise, karma will be born, changes will occur, and killing tribulation will appear. A slight change will affect everything." Taichu's voice became gentle. "You just stay here and wait to see how many changes that variable can cause in the end. With me here, why do you need to worry about anything else? But Ape Ancestor and the 9 divisions of Taichu are here. If they," the black-clothed young woman couldn't help saying. But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Taichu. "On the Great Way, everyone has his own way to go. Do you know why the 9 divisions of Destiny Tao can't set foot in this realm? It's because they can't cut off their reliance on me. To them, I am their shackles. They already possess their current level of cultivation, so if they can't even see through this, then they can forget about taking another step forward in this lifetime." Speaking of this, Taichu's voice became gentle again. "As for Ape Ancestor, you don't have to worry about him. He has already set foot in this realm and has the qualification to play in the ruins of Tao. The black-clothed young woman nodded, but there was a doubt in her heart that she couldn't say. Why Ape Ancestor could act in the outside world, but only she had to stay here, she didn't dare to ask. Little Crow, tell me about this. How many cosmic Tao can Lin Sun defeat? Suddenly, Taichu asked. This, the black-clothed young woman pondered. Take your time. Don't worry. Taichu said softly. Time went by. After a long time, the black-clothed young woman said, Hierarch, for my selfishness, I naturally don't want Lin Sun to defeat any Dharma Laksana. After all, in this case, it proves that he is too dangerous. It's dangerous? Taichu's voice suddenly became subtle. No, it's far from enough. The black-clothed young woman was stunned. At this moment, her heart trembled, and her face suddenly changed. She said, He defeated your Dharma Laksana? Taichu Path. The black-clothed young woman nodded bitterly, yes. When you were in the mortal realm, you were already a boundless Tao Lord, only a step away from the realm of perfection. Inferring from this, Lin Sun's current cultivation should also be in this realm. Taichu said, but this is not enough. Since he is an unprecedented variable, he should have a different power. Then wait and see. Don't let me down. Hearing these words, the black-clothed young woman was stunned. Why did Hierarch want Lin Sun to be stronger? Lin Sun won. It was not easy, but it was not dangerous either. Unlike defeating Chen Lin Kong and Ape Ancestor, it did not take Lin Sun too much time to defeat Heya. This was because as soon as the battle began, it entered the most intense game, and Lin Sun could not hold back. After fighting for nearly 2 hours, Lin Sun, who was seriously injured, defeated his opponent in one fell swoop. At this moment, carefully recalling the previous battle and comparing it with Chen Lin Kong and Ape Ancestor, Lin Sun gradually understood why these three supreme existences were on par with each other. The reason was that even though their paths towards the Tao were different, the attainments they possessed all those years ago had encountered similar bottlenecks in this realm, and this bottleneck was the key to entering the boundless Tao realm. It seems that their cultivation at that time should be within the scope of the boundless Tao Lord, and all of them are only a step away from entering the boundless Tao realm, Lin Sun thought. He even faintly felt that Master of the Heart Core, Golden Cicada, and the others were in the same realm when they first arrived in the mortal realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 5 people to be on par with each other. However, Lin Sun was very clear that he was different from them. At the very least, his current cultivation should be considered to be at the boundless Tao realm middle perfection, and he had not yet entered the late stage, let alone the boundless Tao realm perfection. In this heavenly cycle Tao law, only absolute beginning, Qin Shi, and that swordsman's Tao Karma Dharma are absent. Could it be that after they arrived in the absolute beginning realm, their cultivation had already stepped into the boundless Tao realm perfection, so their Tao Karma cannot be reflected in this heavenly cycle Tao law? Or perhaps, there is a character among them who is like me, and even if they defeat the Tao Karma Dharma that is ranked first, they still can't attract the Chaos Tao fruit. Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart surged with complicated emotions. Up until now, he had not attracted the Chaos Tao fruit. This made Lin Sun a little nervous. After all, Xianxia had always been waiting in the disaster realm. But there was also an indescribable kind of anticipation. If he could defeat the Tao Karma Dharma that his master left behind in this world, it should be barely considered as the pupil surpasses the master, right? Tonight's update, tomorrow's in a mountain field. Lin Sun was meditating with his legs crossed. His body was enshrouded in Taoist rhyme, making him look like a deity or an immortal. After defeating Black Crow's Dharma form of Tao, he chose to settle down and cultivate. He was in no hurry to challenge the Tao Karma left by his master, the master of the square inch and golden cicada. Because Lin Sun noticed a problem. For example, when Chen Lin Kong, Ape Ancestor, and Black Crow were in the mortal transcendent realm, they had all reached the stage of myriad Daos converging into one leads to myriad Daos. But their cultivation still encountered a bottleneck at that time, unable to truly step into the level of grand completion boundless realm. Does this mean that the myriad of Daos converge into one and the myriad of Daos are merely something that the boundless Tao Lord can control? On the other hand, if one wanted to step into the realm of perfection and become the boundless dominator, then what sort of breakthrough should one attain on the path towards the Tao? All techniques converge into one, a single Tao develops a myriad of Taos. They're all fusing the Taos of the world into a furnace, and this furnace is my own path towards the Tao. However, the Taos that are formed from it are similarly the Taos of the world. While meditating, Lin Sun was lost in thought. There are so many Tao in the world. Tracing back to their origin, they are all born in the primordial chaos. How did the origin of chaos create so many great Taos? Wait a moment. Creation. Suddenly, Lin Sun was shocked. The origin of chaos could create the great Tao that didn't exist in the world. Why couldn't practitioners master this kind of power of creation? If he was really able to accomplish this, then wouldn't he be able to create something from nothing in the grand Tao? All Taos converged into one, transforming into the great Taos that already existed in the world. One evolution myriad Taos, deducing the profound mysteries of the laws that had existed in this world for a long time. Anything that existed in the world could be refined and deduced. Can the world be created by oneself? It was like a thunderclap that tore through the chaos in Lin Sun's heart. At that instant, he seemed to have inadvertently torn apart the mist that covered his eyes, and he suddenly saw an inconceivably grand world. That world was filled with profundities that caused his heart to tremble, be excited, and even be perturbed. The creation of the great Tao, the creation of the power that does not exist in the world. This idea was really too bold. It seemed to touch the taboo of the ultimate mystery, which made Lin Sun excited and nervous. Is there really such a power of creation in this world? After a long time, Lin Sun calmed down a little bit. He began to deduce the eternal Tao. The path of the eternal Tao was divided into the exceeding law realm, the creation realm, and the boundless realm. As the name suggested, the so-called rule was the meaning of rules and regulations. Transcending the rules meant that after mastering and using the rules, one could transcend the rules of heaven and earth. This was the first level of the eternal Tao. The creation realm utilized the laws one grasped to possess the ability to create all things in the world, just like the Lord of creation. At this level, the more nomological powers one refined, the more powerful one's cultivation would be. This was the second level of the eternal Tao. If it was to create the great Tao that didn't exist in the world, it was undoubtedly similar to the profundities of the creation realm. But Lin Sun knew that there was an essential difference between the two. One was the creation of all things, the creation of all phenomena. One was to create a great Tao that had never existed in the world, just like the primordial chaos. Moreover, the power grasped by the creation realm came from the energy of the laws that one had refined. Only by refining more laws would one be able to realize the ability to create all things in the world. As for the great Tao of creation, it involved the secrets of the birth of the great Tao, and it involved the forbidden profundities of the quintessence of chaos. The two couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The boundless realm was the final realm of the eternal Tao, and it was also the ultimate realm of the path of cultivation. Once one attained this realm, one could walk through numerous eras and realize great freedom and freedom in the true sense of the word. But even in the boundless realm, one absolutely couldn't be fearless and do as one pleased. Because outside the ruins of Tao, the precondition to survive the destruction of an era was to endure the blow of the great desolation tribulation. In other words, putting aside the competition between cultivators, the only force in the world that could threaten a boundless realm figure was the great desolation tribulation. But where exactly did this tribulation come from? No one knew. Even if it was a boundless realm figure in the world, no one had been able to unravel this mystery. As far as Lin Sun was concerned, if there was someone in the world who knew the answer, then it would definitely be the absolute beginning dominator. This person controlled the absolute beginning bell and could borrow the energy of the great desolation tribulation, and he could even allow the mandate envoys under his command to borrow the energy of the great desolation tribulation. This could already be considered a forbidden method. But why did the great desolation tribulation exist? Why would this tribulation emerge during the change of an era? Why did this tribulation only target boundless realm figures? In the past, Lin Sun had thought of these questions as well, but he'd always been unable to find an answer. Yet now, when he realized the thought of creating a grand Tao like the chaos quintessence did, a bold thought arose in his mind. Could it be that the existence of the great desolation tribulation was to prevent someone from trying to possess the energy to create a grand Tao like the chaos quintessence? When he thought up to here, Lin Sun went silent, and his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. I presume the sovereign of absolute beginning is even clearer about the answer. Or perhaps Senior Xianxia and that swordsman are probably aware of some clues. After all, figures like them have probably come to the ruins of Tao for the sake of this secret. Not to mention that according to rumor, the ruins of Tao contain the opportunity and fortune that can allow one to realize transcendence on the ultimate path towards the Tao. After a long while, Lin Sun finally sorted out some clues. Firstly, the path towards the Tao of all techniques converge into one was a force that only the boundless Tao Lord could grasp. For example, Chen Lin Kong, the ape ancestor, and Black Crow in the mortal transformation world all those years ago were at this realm. Secondly, if one wanted to break through the barrier of the boundless Tao Lord and step into the perfection stage of the boundless realm to become the boundless dominator, then one had to realize a further improvement on the path towards the Tao. In other words, one had to realize a breakthrough on the path towards the Tao of all techniques converge into one. Thirdly, if one wanted to prove whether the path of creating a grand Tao that had never existed in the world really existed, then perhaps one would be able to find the answer by seeking the chaos quintessence in the ruins of Tao. After all, the chaos Tao fruit was the chaos quintessence that was born in the ruins of Tao. On the other hand, the chaos Tao fruit was a complete innate rule energy. According to rumor, it was the opportunity that could allow a boundless realm expert to realize the ultimate path towards transcendence. Finally, the source of the great desolation tribulation should be related to the secrets of the chaos quintessence in the ruins of Tao. Moreover, one should be able to find the answer in the ruins of Tao. After he straightened out all these clues, Lin Sun instantly felt as if he'd seen the sun after dispelling the clouds. He knew that so long as he continued searching along these clues, then perhaps he would be able to find out the ultimate secrets that were like taboos. And during this process of searching, his path towards the Tao would definitely undergo a transformation. The mountains and fields were boundless, and all was silent. Lin Sun sat on the ground and immersed himself in cultivation. Gradually, his aura changed, and a marvelous and extraordinary path towards the Tao emerged. It was like a starry sky was changing around him, and then a myriad of stars, numerous rivers of stars, and endless whirlpools of stars appeared. After that, a completely new path towards the Tao appeared. The world withered, the heavens collapsed, and everything turned into nothingness. Everything perished in destruction, and scenes of doomsday appeared. Later on, boundless Buddhist lands were born. Wonderful lotuses floated in all directions, the chanting of Sanskrit surged like a tide, and boundless light appeared everywhere. It was a state of extreme happiness of the great Tao. In the end, the 9 clear heavens were condensed, and it displayed the image of Qing Su, the scene of Tai Chong, and the interest of all changes in nature. These supreme paths of the Tao were respectively taken by the 4 patriarchs of the ancestral courts, Yuanchu, Tianwu, Shi, and Xuyin. Now, all of them were developed by Lin Sun with the power of nirvana, and they revealed their profundities. Time flew by. A month had passed in a flash. On this day, Lin Sun's momentum suddenly changed, and a stream of clear and turbid air emerged. It intertwined and cycled, turning into yin and yang, and formed a tai chi. That momentum was actually the power of the Tao belonging to ape ancestor, but in less than an hour, the power derived from Lin Sun's body suddenly stagnated, and then suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Sun groaned and woke up from deep meditation. The mystery of the Tao can't be deduced by me. It seems that my own cultivation is not enough, otherwise, it won't be like this. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. It was one thing to defeat the Tao karma left by ape ancestor, but it was extremely difficult to derive the mystery of ape ancestors' Tao one by one. At the bottom of it all, it was because the Tao karma left behind by the ape ancestor all those years ago was already at the level of the immeasurable Tao Lord. All Taos converged into one, and it was extremely difficult for others to see through its quintessence profundities. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, it was difficult for him to derive all the mysteries of the Tao. Well, let's go and see the power of Senior Golden Cicada's Tao karma. Lin Sun stood up and left the mountains. Yonghua. Maple Fairy. The fiery red maple forest was rooted at the bank of a large river, and numerous red leaves floated down onto the surface of the river, seeming as if numerous blazing flames were rippling in the river. Over Maple Fairy, there was an auspicious cloud, and a golden cicada was lying on it, looking up at the sky. Standing over the fiery maple forest, Lin Sun's moon-white clothes were fluttering in the river wind, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. Golden Cicada was looking at the sky, and Lin Sun was looking at Golden Cicada. In the vicinity of Maple Leaf Ferry, there were many ordinary people hurrying on their way, waiting for the ships to dock. Further away, there were many figures of almighties. Every powerful figure stood very far away. When they looked at Lin Sun, there was awe lingering on their faces. 3 of the 5 Tao karma that ranked first among the Tao laws of heaven had been defeated by Lin Sun. Now, Lin Sun was about to compete with Golden Cicada's Tao karma. Suddenly, a fiery red maple leaf rose with the wind and fell into the green river. Lin Sun also moved at this moment. He cupped his hands and said softly, "Senior, please enlighten me." Under the sky, above the auspicious cloud, a cicada suddenly sounded. At first, it was so subtle that it could not be heard. Then it resounded through the clouds, the earth, and the mountains and rivers in the world. The hearts of the great powers that had been hiding extremely far away since a long time ago shook fiercely, and they seemed to see a cicada flapping its wings as it flew over from the eternal river of time that was changing eras. Over the Maple Leaf Ferry, cicadas chirped loudly. The hearts of the distant spectators roiled while they revealed dazed expressions, and their thoughts were impacted. It was as if they'd fallen into a strange and dazzling dream. The dream was so real that they seemed to have returned to the beginning of their pursuit of Tao. Scenes of joys and sorrows, as well as endless bitterness, Lin Sun's state of mind was also rippling, but he soon calmed down. When he looked again, a barefooted, handsome young man in linen was already standing under the auspicious clouds. His eyes were gentle and clear, without any momentum at all. Suddenly, he smiled, stretched out a finger and drew in the void. Boom, heaven and earth split, and everything changed suddenly. Lin Sun suddenly found that he appeared on a broken road. 1 step forward was the abyss, and 1 step backward was endless darkness. Apart from this, there was nothing else. As for his own cultivation, it was as if all of his cultivation had disappeared. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. The abyss and the darkness, one virtual and one real, life and death. Which is virtual and which is real? It's up to you to choose. A gentle and calm voice sounded. Lin Sun was silent. The coexistence of illusion and reality, the coexistence of life and death. Is this the path of Tao that Senior Golden Cicada has mastered? He looked up at the abyss, which was so deep that it seemed to swallow people's souls. Looking back, the darkness was like fog, which was so mysterious that it made people's hearts palpitate. Crack! Crack! The broken road under his feet suddenly cracked, spreading like a spider web. If it went on like this, the broken road would collapse completely. At that time, he would fall into the abyss. The black fog behind him was also wriggling, pressing forward little by little. He was in a dilemma. The most terrible thing was that Lin Sun couldn't use his cultivation. It seemed that he could only choose to step into the abyss on the road ahead or be swallowed by the black fog on the road behind him. Among them, there were virtual and real, life and death. The situation was extremely dangerous. If it were others, they would think that only by seeing through the abyss and the black fog, which was real and which was fake, could they resolve the danger. They would even think that this was an invisible contest of Tao. If they couldn't see through the virtual and real, they would lose. For a moment, Lin Sun almost thought so. But just as he was about to make a decision, he abruptly stopped this impulse. After his expression changed, he suddenly laughed. The abyss and the black mist, the illusory and the real, life and death, all of these were obstacles to one's heart. Once one fell into a trap, no matter what choice one made, it would all lead to a loss. It was like a cow being led by the nose. It should struggle to break free, so how could it follow the other party? As for his cultivation, he could not sense it at all. This was the real illusion. Bang! The broken path under his feet suddenly broke, and the black fog behind him had already enveloped him. Lin Sun shouted in his heart, "Open!" Boom! All phenomena changed, and the black fog and the abyss disappeared like bubbles. When Lin's vision recovered, a finger was already close to him like the silent sword Qi. This finger came from the Golden Cicada. But at this critical moment, it was blocked by Lin Sun's palm. Bang! The finger force and palm force collided, producing an earth-shattering rumble. A rain of light splashed everywhere. Lin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he had been a little slower to wake up before, he would have been killed in this battle. Thinking about the scene just now, it was really terrible. Unconsciously, he had fallen into the illusion of mind, which was the so-called appearance, so that he fell into the killing tribulation of the abyss and the black mist. Was all this an illusion? Yes and no. Because whether it was an illusion or a reality, it was a killing tribulation, and this killing tribulation came with the finger of the golden cicada. In other words, it was the power of the great way contained in the finger force of the golden cicada that affected Lin's state of mind silently before. It could be imagined how terrifying the Tao of the golden cicada was. Illusory and real coexisted, and life and death turned the killing tribulation between existence and non-existence. In the splashing of the light rain, the figure of the golden cicada also dissipated like bubbles and could not be found anymore. In front of the ferry, many ordinary people were still waiting, and those powerful figures in the distance were still in a trance. Under the sky, above the auspicious cloud, except for a missing golden cicada, everything seemed to be the same as before. But Lin was keenly aware that something was wrong. The Tao of the golden cicada was not defeated, but it seemed to disappear from this world, and no trace of it could be sensed. The formless is invisible. The present is real, and the golden cicada is illusory. Lin raised his eyebrows. This was not the method of breath concealment and invisibility, but a supreme means of the great way. Not to mention the naked eye, even the divine awareness couldn't sense it. Time passed little by little, but the golden cicada never appeared. But Lin's expression became more and more serious. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. There would undoubtedly be too many variables in such a battle. The golden cicada was illusory, as if it had turned into the nothingness of the great way. In contrast, he, who was exposed to the world, was existence. Nothing against existence, emptiness against reality, darkness against light. It was the first time that Lin had encountered such a battle, and the invisible pressure was undoubtedly the most terrible. Suddenly, Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, restrained the spreading divine awareness, and stood there silently. His state of mind was as clear and ethereal as an ancient well, without any ripples. His heart was like an ancient well, but it could reflect the shadow of the empty moon. Then, in Lin's state of mind, a figure appeared, standing on his side, with 5 fingers folded into a seal and held in the air. But it seemed that the figure didn't know where to start, so he stayed there for a long time. This figure was none other than the golden cicada. It turns out that he has been by my side all the time, waiting for the slightest flaw in my state of mind and chi, and then he would take the opportunity to raise his fist. Lin's state of mind rippled. He was surprised and suddenly realized, and his back was covered with cold sweat. This kind of formless way of illusory and real was undoubtedly too incredible. Boom! At the moment when Lin's state of mind rippled, the raised fist of the golden cicada had already smashed towards him like a long-awaited thunderbolt. But Lin had already captured his figure. How could he not react? Almost at the first time, he also raised his fist and punched. Boom! The collision of the two shocked the universe. It also awakened the group of powerful figures in the distance who were in a trance as if falling into a dream. They screamed one by one and looked at each other in horror. For existences like them, the ordinary Tao of illusion was unable to shake their minds since a long time ago. However, the golden cicada's Tao karma actually shook their minds with a single cicada cry, and it made them feel as if they'd fallen into a nightmare. Just what kind of terrifying cultivation did he have to be able to do this? In the distance, the battle was taking place. Gradually, it attracted the attention of those powerful figures. However, to their horror, this battle seemed to be extremely strange. The figure of golden cicada would disappear without a trace every time, but Lin Sun's eyes were closed, and even his spiritual awareness was withdrawn. But every time, golden cicada would disappear. But every time, he seemed to be able to catch the trace of the golden cicada and force the golden cicada to show up again and again. Everyone was flabbergasted by what they were seeing. For a long time. Boom! After the figure of the golden cicada was forced to show up again, it suddenly shook its head with a smile and disappeared completely. Lin opened his eyes and bowed to the void. "Senior, thank you for letting me win." He won just like that. Many of the powerful figures were stunned. There were also people who were trembling in their hearts. Such a battle didn't seem very exciting, but the invisible murderous intent that pervaded the air could be said to be everywhere. If it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to find the golden cicada's trace at all. If that was the case, how could there be a battle? But Lin Sun won. Lin Sun had indeed won. The heavenly cycle Dao Law had lost another Dao Law power. This was clearly noticed by the powerful figures present through the Dao Karma Jade archives. However, the Chaos Dao fruit that belonged to Lin Sun still hadn't appeared. This made people feel even more shocked and puzzled. It's already come to this, so how can it still be like this? If the Chaos Dao fruit still didn't appear when the Master of the Core Realm defeated the Dao Karma left by the Master of the Core Realm, wouldn't it mean that Lin Sun wouldn't be able to leave Immortal Transformation, Hidden World, Profound God Domain? Golden Cicada, who was playing chess, had just picked up a chess piece when he suddenly stopped, and then a strange look appeared on his face. You can't make a move. Are you going to admit defeat? The Master of the Core Realm asked with a smile. Golden Cicada slowly returned the chess piece in his hand, and then he chuckled. I'm willing to admit defeat in this game. I didn't expect little friend Lin's state of mind to have reached such a level. Even my Tao of Void and Reality can't make things difficult for him. His words were filled with gratification. The Master of the Core Realm came to a sudden realization. It has only been 7 months since he entered the mortal transformation, and he has already defeated the Dao Karma Dharma you left behind? He knew how profound Golden Cicada's Dao path was. It could be said that it was one of the most difficult Dao paths in the ruins of Dao. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was able to defeat the Dao Karma Dharma left behind by Golden Cicada. It had to be said that this surprised the Master of the Core Realm. Golden Cicada laughed heartily. Fellow Daoist, there's a hint of complacency in your words. It seems that you're very happy in your heart. The Master of the Core Realm couldn't help but smile. He thought for a moment and said, in the future, I'm afraid I won't dare to be his teacher. But the more it is like this, the more gratified I am. I can't wait for my disciples to surpass me. Golden Cicada pondered and said, Fellow Daoist, I can understand your feelings. Now I'm a little worried about little friend Lin. Are you worried that his performance as a variable is too eye-catching and will provoke an unexpected calamity? Exactly. There's no need to worry. Tai Chu hasn't made a move yet. As long as he doesn't move, there's nothing to worry about. I hope so. Speaking of this, Golden Cicada suddenly said, next, little friend Lin will definitely challenge the Dao Karma Dharma you left behind. It will be difficult for him. The Master of the Core Realm said casually, the Dao Karma I left behind is impossible for others to win. But for Lin Sun, it is very easy for him to win. There's something special about it? Golden Cicada was surprised. The Master of the Core Realm couldn't help but laugh. As a teacher, will I make things difficult for my disciple? As for the special, when you see him in the future, you can ask him. Golden Cicada was startled. He said thoughtfully, then I'll really wait and see. There are more updates at night. Maple Leaf Fairy. When the powerful figures recovered from their shock, they realized that Lin Sun had already left. Does everyone still remember how the absolute beginning ruler left the mortal transcendent realm? Suddenly, someone spoke. Rumor has it that when the absolute beginning ruler arrived in the mortal transformation, there were only a few dozen types of karma in the heavenly cycle Dao Law. The absolute beginning ruler fought against them one by one and won them all with ease. At that time, the Dao fruit of chaos didn't appear either. As a result, the absolute beginning ruler was trapped in the mortal transformation for 100 years. Later, it was said that the absolute beginning ruler comprehended the ultimate secret of the heavenly cycle Dao Law. With one step, the heavenly gate opened and he left the mortal transformation. Someone said. That's just a legend. No one knows if it's true. Don't forget that the absolute beginning ruler's Dao manifestation wasn't included in the heavenly cycle Dao Law. If he didn't comprehend the ultimate secret of the heavenly cycle Dao Law, how could he have done that? There's no need to argue over this. Don't you think that Lin Sun's current situation is similar to the absolute beginning ruler's? The surroundings instantly became much quieter, and many people's expressions changed indeterminately. Comparing Lin Sun to the absolute beginning ruler? Since ancient times until now, the absolute beginning sovereign has been viewed as one of the first batch of existences to step into the great circle of the boundless realm. It's already been countless eras since he's proven his Dao, and there's practically no one in the ruins of Tao that can compare to him. That's not necessarily true. For example, didn't that swordsman use his own Tao to form sword chains to bind the absolute beginning ruler until now? Everyone, Lin Sun naturally can't compare to the absolute beginning ruler now. But now, Lin Sun already has a foundation comparable to that of the primordial dominator. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall quieted down again. Indeed, Lin Sun's current foundation and accomplishments were enough to compare to the absolute beginning ruler in the mortal transformation. This was an indisputable fact that no one could refute. After a long time, someone said softly, "Let's see who's stronger between Lin Sun and his master, the master of the heart dimension." If Lin Sun wins and the Tao fruit of chaos doesn't appear, then Lin Sun will be in the same situation as the absolute beginning ruler. Similarly, if Lin Sun loses, there's no point in talking about it. Between heaven and earth, Lin Sun rode the wind and walked among the boundless mountains and rivers. After the battle with the golden cicada, a feeling of comprehension that couldn't be restrained suddenly arose in his heart. It was as if he'd broken through a layer of barrier, causing his entire body to have a change of overflowing when the cup is full. This made Lin Sun realize that his cultivation broke through again. It should be on the Tao path of stepping into the late-stage boundless realm from middle-stage grand completion boundless realm in one stroke. At this moment, he strolled through the heavens and the earth without restraint, and he experienced the various changes in his cultivation, causing him to feel an indescribable feeling of delight and carefree. It just happened to be like a torrent that surged out from a breached dam, and it also seemed like a timely rain that crashed down from the 9 heavens. The transformation in one's cultivation was simply the greatest enjoyment on the path of cultivation. Day after day, Lin Sun's figure never stopped. He stepped on mountains and rivers, skimmed over the endless rivers and mountains, and witnessed all the things in the world. Half a month later, Lin Sun suddenly stopped. In the distance, there appeared a magnificent blue sea between heaven and earth. Above the blue sea, seagulls gathered, and schools of fish occasionally leaped out of the sea, creating waves. In the sky above one of the sea regions, there was a stone tablet floating. The stone tablet was engraved with the pattern of a slanting moon and 3 stars. When Lin Sun arrived, there were already innumerable powerful figures gathered around the blue sea. It was as if all the powerful figures in the mortal transformation realm had come together, and their figures could be seen everywhere. This battle had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the world. After all, Lin Sun had been fighting for 9 months, and he had won every battle. Right now, on the heavenly cycle Tao law, there was only a karmic Tao characteristic that he could face. Moreover, this karmic Tao characteristic was closely related to Lin Sun. If Lin Sun were to lose, all his previous victories would be for naught. But if he were to win, to the entire mortal transformation realm, it would be no less than an event that would be passed down through the ages. Lin Sun also noticed this scene. He even caught sight of the figures of traversing Sword Gorge, Fu Nanli, and other old friends. After nodding to them from afar, Lin Sun headed straight for the stone tablet above the rippling blue sea. Along the way, he attracted the attention of countless people. The slanting moon and 3 stars are the heart, and so is the heart. Master, I've long known that the foundation of our Fengsuan mountain is the state of mind. Stopping before the stone tablet, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, and you once told my senior brothers and sisters that a disciple need not be inferior to a master. Today, I've come to ask for some guidance from the karmic Tao characteristic you left behind. He cupped his hands from afar and bowed. The stone tablet buzzed and turned into a tall and thin figure that seemed to sit high above the 9 heavens. His hair was snow white, and he had the air of a sage, the charm of a Confucian, and the aura of a demon. However, he was neither a Taoist nor a Confucian, nor a Buddhist, nor a demon. His aura was extremely profound and indescribable. This figure was naturally the karmic Tao characteristic left behind by the master of the Fengsuan mountain. When it appeared, all the powerful figures in the nearby territories sensed it. It was as if they had seen the master of all Taos, the Lord of the heavens, and they felt a sense of reverence and respect from the bottom of their hearts. It was a shapeless imposing aura that caused others to be unable to arouse any thoughts of disrespect, or go against it. Lin Sun sensed this imposing aura that assaulted his face as well. Even if Lin Sun had seen the karmic Tao characteristic left behind by his master, the master of the heart, on more than one occasion a very long time ago, It was like the difference between the clouds and the mud when compared to the karmic Tao characteristic that stood before him. Suddenly, the master of the heart attacked, and he casually slapped his palm forward. Bang! When this palm appeared, all the spectating great figures in the surroundings felt as if their mental states had been heavily injured. In their days, they felt as if they'd transformed into tiny ants, and that enormous palm blotted out the sky as it smashed down towards them. All of them only had a single thought in their minds: this palm is like the boundless heaven Tao that's pressing down, and it's utterly impossible to resist. A strand of indescribable despair started to grow madly in their hearts. Right when they were on the verge of being unable to hold on any longer, a clear and indifferent voice of the Tao suddenly resounded. Ha! Bang! All of those great figures felt their vision go black, and their mental states that were on the verge of being unable to hold on suddenly struggled free from their despair and helplessness. Even so, they still suffered from the backlash. Many of their faces paled, and they staggered, almost falling from the void. All of them could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. What a terrifying palm force! It directly affected their mental states. Even if they were watching from afar, these boundless realm existences could not withstand it. If it were to directly attack them, the consequences would be unimaginable. When they looked into the distance again, Lin Sun was already engaged in battle with the Master of the Heart. The Master of the Heart's combat technique was unusually simple. He kept swinging his palm and slapping it down again and again. His movements were light and casual, and there was no trace of the great Tao to speak of. But every time he slapped his palm, it directly impacted the minds of the spectators. It was inconceivable. The state of mind was an extremely mysterious and ethereal power, but at this moment, it could not escape the bombardment of the Master of the Heart's palm force. Pfft! Some spectators coughed up blood, turned around, and left, not daring to take another look. The other spectators also felt extremely uncomfortable. They were only watching from afar, but they were still affected by the shockwaves. Their minds felt as if they were constantly being bombarded by a heavy hammer. Gradually, more and more spectators chose to leave. Some tried to forcefully hold on, but in just a few breaths of time, they coughed up blood and screamed loudly. Their minds were on the verge of collapse, and they did not dare stay any longer and retreated in panic. In merely a short moment, there was actually not a single spectator left on the blue sea. Boom! 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 Lin Sun felt like his mind was like a cauldron. As the Master of the Heart's palm force slashed down, the walls of the cauldron rumbled and trembled violently, and he felt as if his mind was on the verge of collapse. This was an extremely mysterious blow to the state of mind, and it was completely different from the other great Daos. In the beginning, Lin Sun was still able to resist. But gradually, he was only able to protect himself. I never expected Lin Sun to have grasped the power of the state of mind to such an inconceivable extent. With his level of attainment, how could he only be ranked first in the heavenly cycle Tao laws? The pressure on Lin Sun multiplied, and he was extremely puzzled. Golden Cicada's formless Tao of void and reality was already mysterious and unique enough. Who would have thought that his master's state of mind was even more tyrannical? In comparison, the Tao karmas left behind by Ancestor Ape, Black Crow, and Chen Lin Kong were obviously easier to resist. Boom! The blows on the cauldron of the state of mind became more and more ferocious, and Lin Sun dared not to let his imagination run wild. He abandoned all distracting thoughts, concentrated all his energy in the place of the state of mind, and ran all his attainments. At the same time, Lin Sun subconsciously ran the fighting saint method of the 9 great inheritances of the heart of mind. It was also at this moment that something unbelievable happened. The cauldron-like state of mind seemed to be on fire, and suddenly surged with unparalleled fighting intent, which made the state of mind become stable. When the palm force of the Master of the Heart of Mind hit the cauldron, although it still made the cauldron of the state of mind suffer a terrible impact, it was not so difficult to bear. This made Lin Sun feel refreshed. Sure enough, the 9 great inheritances of the heart of mind were created by his master, and he had already integrated the 9 scriptures into his body a long time ago. It was just that he had never encountered a battle of the state of mind before, so he suffered a sudden impact. Thinking of this, Lin Sun ran other inheritances at the same time, such as the Primeval Heart Sutra, the Floating Sutra, the Close Distance Sutra, the Unfettered Sutra, the Carefree Travel Sutra, the Unbounded Voyager, the Knowledge Sutra, and the Confinement of the Heart of Mind. Each inheritance included all kinds of phenomena, but traced back to the source, they were all inextricably linked to the power of the state of mind. At this moment, as Lin Sun ran the inheritance, his state of mind also showed various wonderful visions. Not only was it completely stabilized, but it also gave birth to many insights that it had never experienced before. The most amazing thing was that when the palm force of the master of the heart of mind hit him again, Lin Sun not only didn't feel any impact, but also produced a strange rhythm-like resonance. It was like the state of mind was a piece of stubborn iron, which was being hammered again and again to remove the impurities. Could it be a good fortune left by my master? At this moment, a thought came to Lin Sun's mind uncontrollably. Here are the updates. There were two things I wanted to say. First, I would definitely finish the book this month if there were no accidents. I have a lot of things I want to say, but after thinking about it, I think it's more important to do my best to finish the book. I'll write some random thoughts and feelings on my WeChat account when I have the time. Second, beginning of the month. Goldfish, please vote for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Thank you. Above the blue sea, Lin Sun's tall figure was enshrouded in the dazzling light, and he stood still. But a wonderful change was taking place in his state of mind. His state of mind was like a furnace. As he circulated the 9 inheritances of the core world, the attack from the owner of the core world transformed into a miraculous tempering force, causing his state of mind to seem like a sword that had been tempered thousands of times, and it started to emit a peerlessly fierce light bit by bit. Along with the ceaseless tempering of his state of mind, in the end, a wisp of sharpness in his state of mind seemed to have broken through an invisible shackle, and along with the profundities of the scripture of the core world, an incredible aura surged out. Sometimes it swayed above the universe and galloped between all phenomena. That was the ultimate profundity recorded in the floating game scripture. The light of mind is like a shuttle, and it floats through all phenomena. Sometimes it walked freely in the mortal world and transcended the ups and downs of the world. This was the profundity of the wandering game scripture. When one's state of mind reached this point, one could ride on the righteousness of the heavens and the earth, resist the discrimination of the 6 chi, and roam boundlessly. Sometimes it saw through the mysteries of the world and discerned the essence of all Daos. Sometimes it transformed into mountains, rivers, plants, trees, the sun, the moon, the stars, the living beings in the world, and experienced different vitality of life. This was the freedom transformation scripture, and it could transform all phenomena of the world, all things in the world, and the changes of the ages. Sometimes, in the end, the wisp of sharpness that was born in the state of mind seemed to have broken through the barriers of the ages and traveled through the changes of the ages. It was unrestrained, and without any worries. It was a true feeling of great freedom and freedom. It seemed as if a single thought could reach through the ages and see through all the mysteries of the world since ancient times. After an unknown period of time, Lin Sun opened his eyes quietly. When he looked at the owner of the core world in the distance, its figure was gradually dissipating. Thank you, Master, for helping me break through the barrier of my heart. Lin Sun bowed. This state of mind could travel through the ages, and this state of mind could reach through the ages. This was the Tao of the core world. After experiencing this battle, Lin Sun's state of mind seemed as if it had completely broken through a threshold, and he had completely realized great freedom and freedom in the boundless realm. The wonderful transformation that came from the state of mind caused Lin Sun's aura to undergo an inconceivable change. Although he was standing in the void, he seemed as if he was standing above the boundless ages. However, upon closer inspection, he seemed to be everything in this world, natural and omnipresent. It could be a tiny speck of dust, or it could be a beautiful palace in the sky, or it could be a speck of dust that could suppress the ages, far away from the Jade Sea, the mighty cultivators who had avoided the battle earlier since the disappearance of the Master of the Heart's Tao aura from the Tao Karma Jade Archive. This change caused all of them to be shocked. There was no doubt that Lin Sun had won this battle of the Tao. As a disciple, he defeated the Tao Karma left behind by his master all those years ago. This is truly shocking. Some mighty figures sighed with emotion. Before they came to the ruins of Tao, each of them had their own successors, and most of them were even the founders of their own sections. But very few of them could possess such an unworldly cultivation path like Lin Sun. The Master of the Heart's strength was extraordinarily profound and terrifying. Every single move he made struck directly at one's state of mind, and it was utterly impossible to guard against or avoid. It could be said to be the most mysterious and supreme Grand Tao in the world. But even then, Lin Sun still defeated him. Does this mean that Lin Sun's state of mind is already formidable to an inconceivable extent? It must be so. Wait. The chaotic Tao fruit that belongs to Lin Sun still hasn't appeared. This isn't as simple as defeating the master of the heart's Tao Karma Jade images. After this battle, Lin Sun can already compare to the primordial dominator from all those years ago. The surroundings were stirred, and all the mighty figures were unable to maintain their composure. Those 5 Tao Karma Jade images that were comparable to the first in the universe had been defeated by Lin Sun one by one, but the chaotic Tao fruit still hadn't appeared. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. According to rumor, the primordial dominator was trapped here for 100 years, and then he saw through the profundities of the universe and opened the heaven door with a single step. Will Lin Sun be able to accomplish such a miracle? Someone spoke softly. Everyone looked at each other, and then they couldn't help but move towards the blue sea. When they arrived, they couldn't help but look up subconsciously. They saw Lin Sun's figure rising high up in the sky as if he was about to break through the sky. What is he doing? Everyone was puzzled. Hidden world, profound god territory. The master of the heart suddenly waved his sleeve, and the chessboard in front of him tipped over, and the chess pieces fell like rain. Then, he stood up, and his entire body seemed to relax. He smiled, the game is over. Next, we'll wait for the final battle. Golden Cicada was stunned at first, and then he smiled and stood up. It seems that young friend Lin already has the foundation to break the game. It's still early, but as you said, the foundation is already there. Just like the primordial dominator, Chen Lin Kong, and that swordsman. The master of the heart's eyes were deep and profound. Golden Cicada thought for a moment, and then said, all right. Primordial spirit world. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from the thatched hut. What a good master of the heart mountain. He actually left behind a wonderful move in the Tao Karma aspect. Not far from the thatched hut, Chen Lin Kong, who was sitting on the ground, shuddered. Grandfather, what do you mean? A long time ago, weren't you curious about why the master of the heart mountain only left behind a Tao Karma aspect in the mortal transcendent realm, the number 1 Tao law of the universe? The voice from the thatched hut said. Chen Lin Kong nodded. Yes, in my opinion, the master of the heart mountain's Tao Karma is already above the Tao law of the universe. At first, I also thought that he was hiding his strength. But now, I know that he did it to fulfill his little disciple's wish. The voice within the thatched cottage sighed with emotion. As a master, he was actually willing to give up an even greater chaotic Tao fruit in order to complete his disciple's path of cultivation. Even I have no choice but to sigh with admiration at such courage. So, like grandfather, the master of the heart mountain was able to cross the Tao law of the universe and absorb the essence of chaos in the mortal transcendent realm? Chen Lin Kong couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. If so, he paid a great price. Without his sacrifice, how could he wait for Lin Sun's transformation today? This is a wonderful move. It's really amazing. Grandfather, in this case, what kind of Tao fruit of chaos will Lin Sun have? It's impossible to estimate. Hearing such a reply, Chen Lin Kong was completely stunned. Could it be greater than the Tao fruit of chaos obtained by grandfather, in that chaotic world? The girl in black suddenly felt her heart palpitate, and then a violent sound of chains colliding suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The hierarch, ha ha ha, Bodhi, 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 you are really generous. The laughter of the absolute beginning sovereign sounded from the depths of the earth, and the sound of chains colliding naturally spread from him. After a long while, the laughter gradually subsided. The primordium sovereign sighed. Things are getting more and more interesting. I thought that you, Subhuti, wanted to use your disciple as a variable to fight with me. Who would have thought that you'd give up long ago? But that's even better. I can't be happier with this variable, the girl in black trembled. She could feel that the hierarch's chi fluctuated greatly, and the invisible power made her feel suffocated. But she couldn't tell whether the hierarch was happy or angry. Or both. At this time, Lin Sun was already standing at the highest point of the sky. In Qin-Shi's field of vision, this was an expanse of nothingness that seemed like chaos. It was boundless and completely empty. Even his divine senses couldn't sense anything. But in Lin Sun's mind, scenes appeared one after another. A tall swordsman stood in the light and shadow of reincarnation with his sleeves fluttering like a supreme god. A boundless sea of swords appeared in front of him. The sea of swords surged, and countless torrents of sword intent gushed into the depths of the light and shadow of reincarnation behind him. At another place, a man in green clothes that seemed like jade and carried an ancient sword on his back walked above the river of chaos like an overlord. Every single step he took caused a profound and unfathomable divine talisman diagram to appear beneath his feet. Further away, there was a man in a black robe who was neatly dressed, and his body was sprinkled with crystal-clear divine chains of calamity. There were so many of them that they were as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges River. But he himself was invulnerable to all calamities and was transcendent. 3 figures reflected 3 kinds of supreme demeanors. When Lin Sun sensed all this, he couldn't help but feel ripples in his mind. He had realized that these were 3 existences above the Tao of Zhou. The reason why they didn't leave their names in the Tao of Zhou was that the Tao of Zhou couldn't bear their karma at all, yet now, he, Lin Sun, had become the 4th cultivator in history to surpass the Tao of Zhou. When he realized this, an indescribable feeling of warmth suddenly surged in Lin Sun's heart. He knew that it was his master who had helped him achieve this. If it wasn't for his master's karma that tempered his state of mind to the point of being able to see through the ages, it would be absolutely impossible for him to possess such a path in the Tao in such a short period of time. After a short while, Lin Sun took a deep breath and discarded all distracting thoughts. Rise. In the next moment, his figure emanated boundless light like the rising sun, and it illuminated the boundless chaotic sky. Bang! The entire mortal transformation shook abruptly. The almighty figures that were distributed in various areas of the world seemed to have sensed something, and they looked up into the sky in unison. They saw a wisp of mysterious light appear in the sky that covered the Tao of Zhou, and it was like a dominator that surpassed the Tao of Zhou and emitted supreme might. Countless people were dumbstruck. Another path of the Tao that surpasses the laws of the universe has appeared in this world. It's Lin Sun. It must be him. This scene was like the sudden appearance of a storm, and it wreaked havoc in the hearts of all the almighty figures. They couldn't help but be in a trance. It had only been 10 months since Lin Sun entered the mortal transformation, but he had already created an unparalleled miracle in the struggle for the Tao, and at this moment, they were all witnessing all of this. In the sky. Along with Lin Sun releasing the limits of his cultivation, a mysterious quintessence energy surged into appearance, and it was like a dazzling rain of light that bathed Lin Sun's figure within it. Immediately, Lin Sun felt that it was the fruit of chaos. The so-called chaotic Tao fruit was born from a strand of the innate laws of chaos in the ruins of Tao, and it was indescribably profound. The more they refined, the more powerful their cultivation in the boundless realm, and the more hope they had to realize the ultimate transcendence in this realm. However, Lin Sun soon noticed that his chaos Tao fruit was a little different. Because the chaotic Tao fruit didn't contain the laws of chaos, and it was a strand of the quintessence energy of chaos that truly belonged to the ruins of Tao. Why was the primal chaos Tao fruit called a Tao fruit? The reason was that these natural laws were born from the quintessence of chaos, and they were like fruits that had been born from it. But now, what Lin Sun absorbed was not the fruit, but the source of the fruit. When he realized this, it was simply earth-shattering and made Lin's state of mind shocked. The quintessence of chaos in the ruins of Tao is capable of giving birth to a chaotic Tao fruit, and it's no different from creating a grand Tao. Now that I'm able to refine and absorb such a quintessence of chaos, doesn't it mean that so long as I refine and absorb its profundities, I'll be able to create a chaotic Tao fruit like this? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't stay calm. Not long ago, he'd once pondered about the path of creating a Tao that had never existed in the world, and he felt that he only had to seek the quintessence energy of the ruins of Tao before he might be able to find the answer and verify if such a path of the Tao could work. And now, the origin energy of chaos that he had attracted might very well prove this point. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun calmed down. He sat down cross-legged and started to meditate and comprehend the quintessence energy of chaos that surged ceaselessly into his body. Gradually, numerous indescribably profound comprehensions surged into his heart. These insights were all related to the origin of the rule of chaos, which was extremely obscure. With Lin Sun's current understanding, although he could understand them, it was difficult for him to digest them in a short time. after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The origin of chaos was completely refined by Lin Sun. When Lin Sun woke up from meditation, his cultivation had been transformed by leaps and bounds. His path towards the Tao had the profundities of rebirth as its core, and he'd fused a myriad of Taos into a single furnace. He'd long since realized the might of the myriad of Taos converging into one and developing a myriad of Taos. Yet now, as he refined and absorbed this strand of chaotic quintessence, it allowed his rebirth profundities to undergo a completely new transformation, and the transformation of the rebirth profundities caused his path towards the Tao to undergo a transformation as well. Even Lin Sun himself did not expect that after experiencing so many great Tao struggles in the mortal world, he would eventually attract such a great opportunity. Compared to before, he clearly sensed that even though his cultivation was only at the late-stage boundless realm, the path of the Tao he already possessed a reserve that surpassed the level of the boundless Tao Lord. One must know that the immeasurable Tao Lord was already in existence that was closest to the grand completion of the boundless realm, yet the current Lin Sun was able to obtain such a foundation. It could be imagined how great the change this fortuitous encounter brought him was. Moreover, at this time, Lin Sun finally dared to conclude that the power of Tao creation existed, and it was contained in the original power of the ruins of wonderful Tao. The beginning, Chen, Shi, and that swordsman had probably already seen through this back then. And with my current cultivation, if I were to meet any of them, I'm afraid that I would not be qualified to compete at all. But there's no need to be anxious. However, there's no rush. This is just the mortal transcendent realm. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain more origin energy of chaos. Lin Sun pondered for a moment, then stood up and swept his gaze across the world. Immediately, the scenes of every place in the mortal world appeared in his mind. After refining the chaotic quintessence, Lin Sun was naturally like an incarnation of the mortal world. He could easily sense every movement in this world. Seniors, I'll take my leave first. When we meet again in the future, I'll definitely invite all of you for a drink. Lin Sun said in his heart. At the same time, Travel Sword Gorge, Fu Nanli, Ren Futian, and the other old monsters scattered in the mortal world all heard Lin Sun's voice in their hearts. At first, they were shocked, then they could not help but cup their hands towards the sky, silently saying in their hearts, "Take care, my young friend." Above the sky, Lin Sun smiled and took a step forward. Immediately, a door appeared in front of him. When Lin Sun stepped in, his figure immediately disappeared. And in this void in the sky, there was Lin Sun's karmic Tao idol. One was dressed in a moon-white robe, with the shadows of the three great Tao ruins, Kunlun ruins, and creation ruins surrounding his feet. And above his head, there was a lotus-shaped Tao diagram that represented nirvana, enshrouding it, and various supreme great Tao profundities appeared. Vaguely, there was also a blurry shadow, coexisting with the other three great Tao ruins, emitting the wonderful quintessence energy that belonged to the various Tao ruins. It was just that it was too blurry, so it seemed extremely illusory. And not far away from Lin Sun's karmic Tao idol were the karmic Tao idols of Qin Shi, the beginning, and the swordsman. They coexisted with each other, all supreme. Of course, all of these scenes were almost impossible to see in the boundless realm, unless there was a day in the future when someone could once again surpass the heavenly cycle Tao law in the struggle for the great Tao. Perhaps there would be a chance to see it. On that day, the mortal transformation world was in an uproar. In 10 months, Lin Sun had fought more than 800 battles, sweeping through the number 1 karmic Tao idols of the 5 competitions, and in the end, he surpassed the heavenly cycle Tao law. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled miracle, and what was especially popular was that according to legend, although the absolute beginning ruler had surpassed the heavenly cycle Tao law back then, it was only after being trapped for 100 years that he saw through the profundities of the mortal transformation world and opened the heavenly gates in one go. But now, Lin Sun was completely unobstructed, and on the day he surpassed the heavenly cycle Tao law, he flew away. With such a comparison, people could vaguely judge in their hearts who was superior. However, everyone knew that such a comparison did not have much meaning. After all, Lin Sun was currently compared to the absolute beginning ruler of the past, and that was something that happened a long, long time ago. The current absolute beginning ruler was already a supreme existence in the ruins of Tao, and the forces under him were known as the strongest in the ruins of Tao. What happened in the mortal transformation world also reached the ears of the 9 Masters of Destiny of the 9 divisions of the Absolute Beginning Path in the shortest time possible. After hearing the news, the hearts of the 9 Masters of Destiny of the 9 divisions of the Absolute Beginning Path trembled, and stormy waves were set off. Surpassing the heavenly cycle Tao law of the mortal transformation world. Didn't this mean that Lin Sun's current foundation was not inferior to that of the sect master who left behind the karmic Tao idols in the mortal transformation world back then? There are 9 heavens in the realm of spirits, and Lin Sun has already crossed the first heaven. Everyone, you've all seen how terrifying this kid's cultivation is. We can't wait any longer. If we wait until he kills his way to the bound of universe, it will be too late. Xianxia, the master of destiny of the Kuan division, had a grave expression. He had said such words not long after Lin Sun arrived in the mortal transformation world, but the other masters of destiny of the 8 divisions of destiny didn't care. But now, after learning of Lin Sun's feat of surpassing the heavenly cycle Tao law, and hearing Xianxia's words, the other masters of destiny of the 8 divisions of destiny nodded subconsciously. They also felt the seriousness of the situation. There's no chance to act in the calamity world, the second heaven. If we want to deal with him, we must act in the dark world, the third heaven. Pei Tu, the master of destiny of the Qian division, spoke in a low voice. As he spoke, he looked at Ku He, the master of destiny of the Sun division. Ku He, there are numerous experts under your Sun division in the dark world. Moreover, the dark world is covered in layers of mist, and it cuts off all senses of the divine sense. So long as Lin Sun enters the dark world, he'll be no different from a blind man. At that time, the subordinates of your Sun division can make a move. Ku He nodded, we'll do our best. After a short pause, Ku He glanced at the other masters of destiny of the 9 divisions of destiny and said, the forces under your command are spread between the 4th heaven and the 8th heaven. If Lin Sun has the chance to enter the dark world alive, all of you must not hesitate. The eyes of some masters of destiny of the 9 divisions of destiny flickered, and they nodded. But there was also someone who frowned and said, when Miss told us about Lin Sun, she didn't ask us to stop or kill him. Are we overstepping our bounds by doing this? It was the master of destiny of the Jin division, Dubhe, who spoke these words. At that time, Miss said that Lin Sun is a variable, and the sect master is extremely interested in him. She's already telling us what we should do. Xianxia spoke coldly. Dubhe, don't forget who gave us the fortune at the beginning and brought us to the ruins of profound Tao to cultivate. Don't forget that if it wasn't for the sect master, then you, Dubhe, would have perished in the ocean of destiny over 10 eras ago. Dubhe's expression changed slightly, and he said, I naturally won't go against the sect master's decree. But the crux is that the sect master is trapped now, and the young miss is by the sect master's side as well. If we act arbitrarily without any orders, then what if? When he spoke up to hear, Dubhe suddenly noticed that the gazes of many carried coldness and displeasure, and he instantly laughed bitterly and said, never mind, I agree to act with all of you. Pei Tu said in a light voice, we should naturally work together before a great enemy. Dubhe, we are all in the realm of spirits now, and it's impossible for us to go to the realm of spirits in person. In this way, even if something unexpected happens, it won't affect the 9 of us. Under such circumstances, why can't we test Lin Sun's ability with the strength of our 9 divisions? After a pause, he sneered and said, what's more, why does the sect master want to establish the 9 divisions? Isn't his purpose to make us serve and work for him? If you don't act, it's a great disrespect to the sect master. Let alone the sect master, the ape ancestor and the young miss will be the first to not spare you. Dubhe's expression changed again. He took a deep breath and said, I know what to do, and I won't drag you down. Pei Tu, Xianxia, Ku He and the others looked at each other and nodded. None of them noticed that while they were discussing this matter, there was an old ape with 2 swords on his back outside the hall. He had been silent all the time. There will be more updates in the evening. Disaster Realm. It was a world where disasters occurred frequently and calamities abounded. The calamities were the calamities of the great Tao. Even the most common lightning tribulation possessed the destructive power that could threaten boundless realm existences. Apart from the lightning tribulation, there were also wind, fire, water, dust, and other boundless calamity auras. They were all incomparably dangerous. Since ancient times, almost all the mighty figures who entered this world would not attempt to travel and explore this world because there were too many calamities distributed in this world. Swoosh, on this day, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air on a vast field in the disaster realm. He had just appeared when an earth-shattering crimson sandstorm swept over. The whimpering sounds were like the cries of gods, making one shudder. Lin Sun dodged at the first instance and shifted far away. But not long after he steadied himself, the nearby void suddenly collapsed. Violent black water gushed out like a flood. The aura that emanated revealed a terrifying corrosive power. Lin Sun had no choice but to shift again. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. There were too many Tao tribulations in this disaster realm. With his strength, he could naturally feel that whether it was the crimson sandstorm or the black flood that crushed the void, they were all filled with an aura that could threaten boundless realm existences. Normal characters wouldn't necessarily be able to block or neutralize it. It's already been 10 months. Xianxia must be getting anxious from waiting. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun calmed his heart and sensed. Back then when he separated from Xianxia in the mortal transformation realm, he had given her a message talisman. This way, when he arrived at the disaster realm, he could sense her location immediately. A moment later, Lin Sun's eyes lit up and his figure shifted away. Xianxia casually sat on a rock and closed her eyes. Her beautiful little face was filled with tranquility and holiness. In the distance, there was a huge mountain. The mountain was undulating and barren. There was a gray mist covering the top and bottom of the mountain. One could vaguely see that there were already many figures standing on the mountain. Every figure stood on a different spot on the mountain, motionless. Every once in a while, a few figures could be seen walking up the mountain for a distance and then stopping. It seemed extremely strange. This mountain was the Rebirth Pass. To pass the barrier of life and death, one had to climb this mountain and cross it. It was just that it wasn't that easy to pass this trial. Because the first step onto this mountain was like stepping onto the path of rebirth, and all thoughts would fall into a strange state that was like the cycle of reincarnation. If one was able to struggle free from the cycle of reincarnation, then one would be able to struggle free from the path of rebirth and pass the test. If one was unable to struggle free, then one would be forever trapped on the path to rebirth, and one's cultivation would gradually disperse along with the passage of time until one perished. Because rebirth originally meant death, in the annals of the past, there were many examples of people being trapped on the path of life and perishing. At this moment, there were many figures standing before the pass of life. They didn't challenge the pass, and they were watching instead as if they were waiting for something. Like Xianxia, some were scattered in different areas to meditate and cultivate. Mississippi. Suddenly, a man walked over towards Xianxia from afar. He wore a violet gold robe, was handsome, and emitted an extremely shocking aura. "What's up?" Summer Solstice opened her eyes. Her voice was clear and pleasant like the sounds of nature, but it was cold. "How beautiful." The man's eyes lit up while his Tao heart burned for no rhyme or reason. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands as he said, "I'm Du Kanjiao. To tell you the truth, I'd noticed that Miss was walking alone on the first day you arrived here. Now that it's been 10 months, Miss still hasn't challenged the pass. Could it be that you have doubts?" "I'm just waiting for someone." Xianxia's expression was tranquil. Even though she was looking at this man who called himself Du Kanjiao, there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. If it was any other person that heard this answer, that person would have probably moved away a long time ago. However, Du Kanjiao was slightly disgruntled and said, "Oh? May I know who you're waiting for? What does it have to do with you?" Xianxia frowned. These words were extremely blunt, and it revealed undisguised rejection and conflict. An embarrassed expression flashed on Du Sanjiao's face, and he cupped his hands and said, "Sorry for disturbing you." After that, he turned around and left. Xianxia closed her eyes once more. In the past 10 months, countless people had come to strike up a conversation with her, and it made her a little annoyed. She really couldn't understand why those cultivators would be so bored as to strike up a conversation with her when they didn't know each other. Didn't they think that it was very annoying? Xianxia didn't realize that this was all because of her beauty. Not only so, as a great boundless realm cultivator who could enter the heaven gate from the mortal transcendent realm and reach the rebirth pass, her unique disposition and aura of Tao held an irresistible allure to others. But fortunately, even if those men were disgruntled, they were very tactful. After all, they were all existences that had lived for countless years. None of them would act like hotheads and use some forceful methods. At this moment, when they saw the purple gold-robed man return in defeat, many of the major powers that were watching this scene couldn't help but laugh. "This should be the 39th, right?" someone teased. "I wonder what kind of person in this world would be able to catch the eye of such a beauty." Someone sighed. "Didn't you hear what that lady said? She's waiting for someone." Someone said softly. "Then I'd like to see who that person is. How could he bear to let such a beauty wait so bitterly here? This is intolerable." Someone said angrily. Many people's eyes flickered. They were also curious as to who that beautiful lady who could cause ripples in the hearts of these major powers was waiting for. It's definitely not someone powerful, and his cultivation is definitely not as strong as that lady. Otherwise, why would that lady be the first to arrive, and that person still hasn't left the mortal transformation realm? In my opinion, the person that lady is waiting for is probably even weaker than us. Many voices of discussion sounded. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes and said with a cold voice, "In my eyes, he's 1,000 times stronger than all of you." There was a moment of silence. Then, many people chuckled and shook their heads. "Lady, if that person of yours is so powerful, why hasn't he arrived yet?" The purple gold-robed man, Xianxia, who had failed to strike up a conversation with her, couldn't help but ask, "If he's trapped in the mortal transformation realm, are you going to wait for him forever?" "He will come." Summer Solstice's voice was quiet and casual, as if she was talking about a matter of course. For no rhyme or reason, a strand of unwillingness surged into Xianxia's heart, or perhaps it could be said that it was a rare feeling of jealousy. He said, "But what if he doesn't come?" "I'll wait," Summer Solstice said without hesitation. Xianxia's expression changed indeterminately, and he let out a long sigh. "I really don't know who that lucky fellow is. If I see him, I'll definitely have a fight with him." Before he could finish speaking, a chuckle sounded from afar. "You want to compete with me?" His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly resounded throughout the world. Xianxia and the other great powers nearby were startled. To their astonishment, just as the voice rang out, 10 months had passed. The fairy-like woman who had been sitting cross-legged on the rock was the first to stand up. Her tranquil and beautiful face revealed a heartfelt smile. That smile was so beautiful that it could intoxicate one's heart. It had been 10 months, but none of the great powers present had seen that woman smile even once. Everyone could not help but feel a little jealous. Then, they saw a man dressed in moon-white robes approaching from afar. He was handsome and indifferent, and had an otherworldly air about him. It was naturally Lin Sun. "I've kept you waiting." Lin Sun smiled and reached out to rub Summer Solstice's head. His voice was slightly apologetic. "It's only been 10 months. It's nothing." Summer Solstice's entire face was radiant, and there was an unconcealable smile on her fair, picturesque face. The scene caused the hearts of those watching from afar to churn again. "Lin Sun, he said he wanted to compete with you." Summer Solstice suddenly turned around and pointed at Xianxia, the purple gold-robed man in the distance. Xianxia was stunned. Soon after, he revealed a confident and arrogant smile and said, "That's indeed what I said. The reason is very simple. It's because it's not worth it for this young lady. If it was me, I would definitely not allow this young lady to bitterly wait here alone for 10 months. His words were full of regret. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Looking at Summer Solstice beside him, he felt more and more ashamed. He cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said to Xianxia in the distance, "You're right." Xianxia was also stunned for a moment, and then he snorted coldly, "Although you seem to have apologized, it's your fault after all. How about this, let's have a competition. I'll help this lady to vent her anger. What do you think?" He actually wanted to see what ability Lin Sun had to capture Summer Solstice's heart. This was probably a subtle feeling of unwillingness at work. Summer Solstice frowned and was about to say something, but Lin Sun stopped her with a smile. "There's no hatred between us. It's not good to fight and kill each other." "Brother," before she finished, Xianxia interrupted her, "there's no need to say more. Do you dare?" This, Lin Sun sighed softly and said, as you wish. Good. You're still a man. Du Kanjiao laughed loudly, come on, let me test your ability. I won't bully you. You're the latecomer, so you should be the one to fight. Remember, use all your strength, or you won't even know how you lose. That's not good, is it? Lin Sun hesitated. Cut the crap. Just do as I say. Du Kanjiao looked more and more disdainful and calm. Fellow Daoist, you must be careful. Lin Sun nodded, stretched out his right hand, and pressed in the void at will. Boom, Du Kanjiao, who was originally confident and disdainful, felt as if his state of mind was under the heavy pressure of an ancient holy mountain. His chi almost collapsed in an instant. His face changed abruptly, and he ran his cultivation to the extreme. But the force of Lin Sun's press directly affected his state of mind. How could he resist it? Bang! In an instant, Du Sanjiao's body softened, and he fell directly to the ground, shouting anxiously, I admit defeat. The whole audience was stunned, and the atmosphere was dead silent. How could he lose so quickly? Recalling that Du Kanjiao had threatened to let Lin Sun attack first and warned Lin Sun to use all his strength, otherwise he would lose without even knowing how he lost, the powerful figures present felt inexplicably strange. Things seemed to be reversed. At this time, Lin Sun had already retracted his palm force, and apologized, brother, it's my fault for not controlling my strength well and startling you. Not controlling his strength well, the corners of the mouths of the powerful figures present twitched, and they were all in a mess. To be able to enter the heavenly gate and enter the calamity world through the heavenly Tao law of immortal transformation, he was naturally much more powerful than an ordinary cultivator of the boundless realm. As far as people knew, Du Sanjiao's cultivation was already at the top of this realm, and he was not far from the boundless Taoist master. But Du Kanjiao was defeated by a single palm strike. This was naturally shocking. When they looked at Lin Sun again, the attitudes of the powerful figures present had quietly changed. Brother, I'm sorry for offending you. Lin Sun stepped forward and helped Du Kanjiao up. Du Sanjiao's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. I was overestimating myself. After a pause, he glanced at Xianxia and said, don't let this lady wait for too long in the future. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Xianxia, let's go. Lin Sun said softly. Xianxia hummed and walked side by side with Lin Sun towards the rebirth pass in the distance. The powerful figures in the vicinity were surprised. Were the two planning to break through the pass directly? They all turned to look at the source of the voice. The majestic mountain was shrouded in mist. Many cultivators were trapped on the mountain path, motionless like clay statues. This was the rebirth pass. Setting foot on this mountain was equivalent to setting foot on a path to rebirth. Both body and mind would fall into a reincarnation-like state. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been trapped here. Even more so, countless cultivators had perished on the path to rebirth. As Lin Sun and Xianxia stepped onto the mountain, they both paused as they felt an obscure and mysterious power shrouding them. Lin Sun was extremely familiar with this aura. It was exactly the same as the aura of the samsara world in the nirvana ultimacy. At the same time, Xianxia also felt it. She was the eternal Night Emperor in her previous life. In other words, she was like a reincarnated body at this moment. When she felt this aura, she actually felt that it was not unfamiliar to her. This was the aura of reincarnation. Lin Sun and Xianxia looked at each other. Then, without delay, they walked up the mountain path. Along the way, the aura of reincarnation filled the mist and constantly impacted their minds. Moreover, as their figures grew higher and higher, the aura of samsara grew stronger, and it was simply like a surging torrent that poured down from the peak of a mountain. If it were other boundless realm existences, they would probably not be able to withstand it long ago. But it couldn't stop Lin and Xianxia. When they were halfway up the mountain, the aura of reincarnation was like a raging storm. Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the light all over the sky turned into a big abyss. In the rumbling sound, it directly swallowed up the samsara storm, leaving nothing behind. Xianxia was stunned and said, "You want to use this to comprehend the profundities of samsara?" Lin Sun shook his head and said, "The power contained in the passive rebirth is merely the tip of the samsara law. It is far less marvelous than the samsara world in the nirvana ultimacy. It is useless to study it. As they chatted, the two of them continued on their way. Soon, they reached the peak of the mountain, whereupon they vanished. Not far from the Rebirth Pass, Du Canjiao and the other great powers were stunned. Was he going to walk away just like that? How was this a challenge? It was clearly a leisurely stroll, as easy as climbing a mountain. That's the Pass of Rebirth. Why can't it stop him at all? An old monster muttered in a daze. The dangers and difficulties of the Pass of Rebirth were something that everyone present knew very well. But who would have thought that there would be someone in this world who could surpass it so easily? As expected of the successor of Feng Xiyuan, whose name has shaken the mortal transformation realm in the past 100 years. There were also people who sighed with emotion. What? He's Lin Sun? Du Canjiao was stunned. Only now did he realize who had defeated him with a single palm. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. It was certain that Lin Sun had only arrived in the mortal transformation realm in recent years. But now, he already possessed such a level of cultivation. How could those old monsters remain calm? After crossing the Pass of Rebirth, Lin Sun and Xianxia appeared in a dusky world. Chaotic aura pervaded the place, and it exuded an ancient and primitive aura. One could vaguely see rays of brilliant light enshrouding the chaotic aura, giving off a different luster. Upon closer inspection, they were the silhouettes of almighty beings. These great powers were scattered in different areas of the world, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura of the great Tao. And in front of them floated a great Tao world, the dazzling and multicolored glow of the Tao effused out from the grand Tao worlds in front of these great figures, and it caused this gray and hazy world to be filled with numerous gorgeous colors. This was the Tao Building Pass. Anyone who reached this place would need to use their own cultivation to draw upon the chaotic source energy that was distributed throughout the world to build a great Tao world. When the aura of the great Tao world resonated with the chaotic source energy of the world, it would be converted into a brand that fused with the world, and one would be able to leave this place. Back in the mortal transformation realm, Lin Sun and Xianxia had learned about this, so they weren't surprised. To put it simply, the so-called Tao Building Pass was to create a world that was filled with the rules of the heavenly Tao. What really piqued Lin Sun's curiosity was that it was said that the great Tao world created by the cultivators who could pass the Tao Building Pass would transform into a real cultivation world, born from the source energy of the ruins of creation, and then appear in an era of civilization. If this was true, it would be too shocking. In the ruins of profundity of Tao, a world of the grand Tao built by a boundless realm existence was able to be born in the quintessence of the ruins of creation, and it transformed into a world that truly existed in the civilization of an epoch. How unbelievable were the profundities involved in this? Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder if the starry sky ancient path, boundless world, eternal world, and other cultivation worlds that he cultivated in the past were created by some great powers in the Tao Building Pass at the very beginning? No, if that's the case, then the great Tao world created by those great powers is just a seed. The real key lies in the nurturing of the source energy of creation. Otherwise, it's impossible for this seed to germinate and break out of the ground, Lin Sun pondered. He himself had mastered the law of creation, so he naturally knew the essence and mystery of the source energy of creation. It could be said that the ruins of creation was the mother nest of each era's civilization, and it had the power to nurture creation. It was impossible for the great Tao world created by these great powers to directly transform into a cultivation world in an era's civilization. What really surprised Lin Sun was that the ruins of wonderful Tao and the ruins of creation were also related. This happened to confirm his speculation many years ago. The four great ruins of Tao did not exist in isolation, but there was some kind of connection between them. In the ruins of creation, there was the river of Era. In the ultimate, there were the 5 mountains of the ultimate. In the Kunlun ruins, there was the Sea of Fate. And in the ruins of wonderful Tao, there was the source energy of chaos. There must be a connection between the source energy of the 4 great ruins of Tao. For example, the power of those cultivators who died in the Kunlun ruins would appear in the source energy of the ultimate. For example, from the Kunlun ruin Sea of Fate, one could compete to cross the ruins of wonderful Tao. For example, the era civilizations born in the ruins of creation were related to the various era worlds in the Sea of Fate. At this moment, the Tao building barrier had formed a connection with the ruins of creation, and it was like the relationship between a seed and the soil. All of this undoubtedly confirmed Lin Sun's judgment from all those years ago. Right when Lin Sun was pondering, a strange fluctuation of energy suddenly arose in this chaotic world, and it was as if a world had been split open. Extremely far away, an old man with snow-white hair and a beard stroked his beard and smiled. After spending 33,600 years of effort, I've finally established a great Tao world. His voice was filled with happiness and joy. Before him, a great Tao world had transformed into a dazzling ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished into the deepest depths of the chaos. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. A wave of congratulatory voices rose and fell. The old man cupped his fists and thanked everyone, and then his figure swiftly vanished into thin air. Obviously, he'd passed through the Tao building barrier. This scene also attracted the envy of many powerful figures in other nearby areas. But soon, they all concentrated on the great Tao world in front of them. Seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but whisper, "It took more than 33,000 years to pass this barrier. Is it really so difficult?" Before Lin Sun could speak, an old voice sounded not far away. "Girl, whether it's difficult or not varies from person to person. There were people with remarkable abilities who were able to successfully establish their Tao in less than 100 years and break through seclusion. Some have been here for hundreds of thousands of years, but they haven't succeeded so far. The previous fellow Taoist only spent more than 30,000 years, which is fast among all the practitioners who have passed through the Tao building barrier since ancient times." It was a black-robed young man who spoke, but his tone was extremely vicissitude. Beside the black-robed young man, there were several powerful figures. Different from others who were concentrating on Tao building, they were drinking and chatting before, and they also noticed Lin Sun and Xianxia who had just arrived here. "Why don't you hurry up to Tao building?" Lin Sun asked. The black-robed young man smiled, "It's not that easy to Tao building. What's more, what's the use of hurry up? In the final analysis, Tao building also depends on one's own strength, so there's no hurry. Most people are eager to pass the barrier with all their strength, step by step through the 9-heaven gate, and reach the mysterious God realm. But for us, we are more willing to experience the experience along the way." Speaking of this, the black-robed young man asked Lin Sun, "What about you?" "Me?" Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, "I'm different from you. It's difficult for me to stop and take a rest." The black-robed youth seemed to understand very well. He nodded and said, "The boundless realm is known as great freedom, great unfettered. But when one truly attains this realm, one will realize that there are still many things in this world that are beyond one's control. There's the burden of gratitude and grudges, there's the fetters of karma, and there's also responsibility and bearing. If you want to stop and take a rest, it won't be so easy." "That's very kind of you," Lin Sun said with a smile. "Fellow Taoists, it's your first time here. Why don't you join us for a chat?" Beside the black-robed youth, an old woman in a purple robe invited them with a smile. "As you wish." Lin Sun agreed with a smile. He and Xianxia went straight forward, sat on the ground, and started chatting with these powerful figures. Soon, they all knew each other's names and origins. When he learned that Lin Sun was the successor of the Master of Square Inch, the black-robed youth seemed to have a sudden realization and said, "So you are that Lotus." Obviously, they had all heard about Lin Sun's deeds. Next, Lin Sun took out some wine and chatted with these powerful figures about the ruins of wonders. Soon, they talked about their understanding of the great Tao. Lin Sun was also touched and inspired when he talked with them. For the black-robed youth and the others, some of the understanding and knowledge of the great Tao that Lin Sun spoke of also surprised and admired them. After a long time, Lin Sun said with a smile, "I am very happy to be able to meet all of you today and drink and chat with you. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely drink and chat with all of you." The black-robed youth said in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you already have the confidence to pass this test?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, "This test shouldn't be a problem for me and Xianxia. Then we will see the two of you." The purple-robed old woman said with a smile. The others also showed looks of anticipation. Lin Sun and Xianxia stood up and came to an empty area. "Xianxia, you go first," Lin Sun said softly. Xianxia nodded, and there was an invisible aura surging around her graceful figure. After a while, she stretched out her hand and drew in the void. Buzz, in the nearby world, the power of the origin of chaos was drawn over like torrents and gathered under Xianxia's slender white fingers. Then, the embryonic form of a great Tao world gradually condensed and formed. The sun and moon reflected, the mountains and rivers surged, and the landscape evolved. Later, all the phenomena of the heavens appeared, and the power of change in the world was born. The entire process only lasted for less than an hour, and an unfathomable world of the Grand Tao had reached a perfect state before summer solstice. Within the world of the Great Tao, the power of the rules permeated the air. Various great Taos fused into every blade of grass and every tree. There was even the aura of destiny circulating endlessly within it. But it was also at this moment that a strange resonance occurred in this chaotic world. In the nearby area, all the mighty figures who were concentrating on building their Tao were alarmed and looked over. Shua, the grand Tao world in front of summer solstice suddenly transformed into a ray of light that charged into the sky. Come quickly. Xiaji only had time to say this before her figure disappeared into thin air. This? I remember that woman only arrived today, right? Some of the Almighties were stunned. That's right. She arrived 6 hours ago. Before that, she had been chatting with those fellow Taoists. It's just that, she actually established a world of the Great Tao and left in just an hour. That's too fast, someone gasped. Among them, there were those who had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and even hundreds of thousands of years. In contrast, summer solstice's action of only taking an hour to break through the world of the Great Tao was undoubtedly too shocking. It gave everyone a sense of unreality. The black-robed youth, the purple-robed old woman, and the others who had witnessed the entire process were also stunned. Their hearts were greatly impacted. After a long while, the black-robed youth couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that this time we would witness the birth of a great miracle. The others were also filled with emotion. When they were chatting before, summer solstice was quiet and rarely spoke. Almost everyone's attention fell on Lin Sun. No one had expected that such a beautiful girl would have such a high attainment in the Great Tao. Everyone, Lin Sun will also leave first. Farewell. At this time, Lin Sun smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Ha ha ha, well, let's see how fellow Taoist Lin will break through. Someone said with a smile. At this moment, the movement here had attracted the attention of many other powerful figures in this world. When they heard this, they couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. Summer solstice's previous action had shocked them. They also wanted to see what Lin Sun would do. Under the gaze of many people, Lin Sun pondered for a while and suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the void at will. Boom, the world trembled, and the power of the origin of chaos, which was like a landslide and a tsunami, swarmed toward the place where Lin Sun pointed at like crazy. The commotion was so great that it made everyone present jump in fright. They had been here for many years, but they had never seen such a big movement at the beginning of the Great Tao building. What kind of Great Tao world would he build with such a big movement? Everyone couldn't help but be curious. But before they could see it clearly, they saw a flash of divine rainbow, and Lin Sun had disappeared out of thin air. The power of the origin of chaos, which had gathered at his fingertips, disappeared without a trace. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? He stretched out his finger, and the chaos emerged. How could he break through without waiting for the Great Tao building? The black-robed young man and the purple-robed old woman couldn't sit still. They all stood up and looked at each other. Such an abnormal scene caused them to be unable to remain calm. After a long time, when the world was calm again, the purple-robed old woman muttered, he said goodbye without any ambiguity. Our fellow Taoist Lin is really elusive. What do you mean by appearing and disappearing like a ghost? I think the Tao building stage is just a figurehead to him. Someone smiled bitterly. Have you ever heard of such a thing happening before? Someone couldn't help asking. No. Everyone shook their heads. For a time, people's mood became more and more complicated. Undoubtedly, this was more amazing than the feat of summer solstice, which subverted people's cognition and imagination. Not only these powerful figures, but also Lin Sun himself was very surprised. He originally planned to build his great Tao, and he was already confident in his heart. But when he drew the power of the origin of chaos, the world seemed to be unable to bear his cultivation, so he was teleported away without giving him a chance to build his great Tao. This is probably related to the rule of creation that I have mastered. Once I build my great Tao here, it is very likely to let the great Tao world take root and sprout, turning into a real world of cultivation. Lin Sun was thoughtful. Then, Lin Sun saw that he appeared in front of a big river. The big river seemed to come from the sky, surging in the endless world of nothingness. And in different places on one side of the big river, many figures stood scattered. Summer solstice. Shadow was also among them. Lin Sun immediately walked over. So fast? Summer solstice couldn't help but be surprised. She had just arrived, and Lin Sun appeared immediately after. Lin Sun said with a smile, "I was worried that you would wait too long." As he spoke, his gaze was already looking at the vast and mighty river. This was the third stage of the Calamity Realm, the heart-knocking stage. It was said that the water flowing in this big river had a mysterious power. When flying over it, endless waves would appear, slapping the mind of the cultivator. If the mind was not stable, they would encounter unexpected disasters. If it was light, they would be injured and return empty-handed. If it was serious, their mind would collapse and they would die. Among the 3 stages of the Calamity Realm, the heart-knocking stage was undoubtedly the most dangerous. And if one wanted to pass, they had to cross this big river. At this time, although there were many figures standing in the area by the big river, no one tried to pass the stage. Some people failed to pass the stage and were trapped here. Some people believed that their mind was not enough and did not dare to try rashly. When Lin Sun and Summer Solstice arrived one after another, they also attracted the attention of these powerful figures. Many people looked at the 2 of them. However, most of them were just curious, and there was no hostility. After all, countless years had passed, but those who could really reach the heart-knocking stage only appeared once in a long time. But today, a man and a woman arrived one after another, which was naturally very surprising. Lin Sun ignored these and said to Summer Solstice, "You go first. Remember, you must do your best. Only in this way can you get a more magical Tao fruit of chaos." After passing the heart-knocking stage, one would be able to attract a Tao fruit of chaos and enter the 3rd heaven realm through the heavenly gate of the Calamity Realm. And the less time it took to cross the river, the more magical the Tao fruit of chaos would be. Summer Solstice nodded and went straight forward. Her graceful figure stepped in the air like a beautiful fairy. "You've just arrived and you want to pass the stage?" Many people were surprised and attracted by Summer Solstice's actions. They didn't know whether to say that she was bold or fearless. Crash in the big river, waves like snow rose into the air and slapped fiercely at Summer Solstice. However, they did not touch her figure, but directly bombarded her mind. Summer Solstice's figure only paused for a moment, and then as if she had adapted to this bombardment, her straight and slender legs took a step forward. In just a few breaths, she faced the rolling waves and arrived on the other side of the vast and mighty river. There was a sudden uproar in the field, and exclamations sounded everywhere. Those old monsters who had been trapped in this stage for countless years couldn't help but tremble and be stunned. She took a step into the air and floated across the river. That kind of demeanor made those powerful figures feel ashamed of their inferiority. Lin Sun secretly sighed with emotion. Summer Solstice's mind was like a clear mirror. It was because of its purity that it appeared so powerful. Although this heart-knocking stage was dangerous, it was not difficult for Summer Solstice at all. At this time, on the other side of the river, as soon as Summer Solstice's figure stood firm, a mysterious and unpredictable rain of chaotic light emerged and bathed her figure in it. That was the power of the Tao fruit of chaos, and above Summer Solstice's head, a heavenly gate appeared, as if it was boundless and high. This scene caused the other Almighties to feel envious and even a little dejected. They had been here for many years, and what they dreamed of was to cross the river and enter the heavenly gate, but they had not been able to do it so far. But Summer Solstice had just arrived, and she easily achieved all this. How could it not make people feel complicated? Lin Sun, I'll be waiting for you in the dark world. After absorbing all of the Chaos Tao fruit, Xianxia suddenly spoke. Her figure had already turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the heaven gate. Those powerful figures subconsciously looked at Lin Sun. This person also wants to pass the trial immediately. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, these powerful figures saw the young man called Lin Sun move. He took a step forward and with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the mighty river. After that, the river suddenly roiled and gave rise to monstrous waves. Under the gazes of astonishment, the river actually split apart from the middle, and all the waves retreated to the sides, revealing a perfectly straight path that led directly to the other side of the river. Lin Sun's figure seemed to have teleported. He was not blocked at all and instantly arrived at the other side of the river. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The knocking on the heart pass was such a dangerous pass. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many earth-shattering powerful figures were buried in the river. But now, the mighty river was split in two, making a path in front of Lin Sun. This scene could absolutely be said to be unprecedented. On the other side of the river, a dazzling rain of light interweaved and a chaotic source of energy emerged, bathing Lin Sun's figure in it. It was faintly discernible like a dream. As expected, it's still the source of energy that belongs to the ruins of wonderful Tao. Lin Sun's heart shook. Just like when he left the mortal transformation world, what he obtained was not the Chaos Tao fruit, but a more mysterious source of chaos than the Chaos Tao fruit. Lin Sun could clearly feel that his cultivation was undergoing an astonishing change, and he was constantly advancing towards the late stage of the boundless realm. It was not until a long time later that this transformation ended. Lin Sun could keenly feel that in his great Tao with Nirvana as the core, there was an additional chaotic and obscure source of energy. It was difficult to describe what kind of source of great Tao it was. It was like chaos, indescribable, but it could also transform into the myriad of Tao in the world. Could this be the source of the ruins of wonderful Tao? Chaos. Chaos. Indescribable, but it has the power to nurture the innate chaotic law. If I can understand its mysteries, doesn't it mean that I can master the power of Tao creation? Lin Sun calmed down and sensed. Unfortunately, even though he'd obtained the chaos source energy that belonged to the ruins of Tao twice, it was incomplete in the end, and it wasn't complete. So, Lin Sun was only able to sense a slight and subtle mysterious aura of nurturing the great Tao. As for whether to master the power of Tao creation in the end, it is still difficult to draw a conclusion. Shaking his head, Lin Sun moved his mind and a gate of heaven appeared in front of him. As he stepped forward, he disappeared in the disaster realm in an instant. Meanwhile, at the banks of the great river, those great figures were all in a daze. It was as if they were witnessing an unprecedented miracle, and their minds were in turmoil. No one knew that in less than one day after arriving at the disaster world, Lin Sun and Xianxia broke through the three barriers of reincarnation, Tao building and heart knocking, attracted the fruit of chaos in one fell swoop and left, dark world. Heaven and earth were filled with grey mist that was thick to the point of not dispersing. Being situated inside, even if it was a boundless realm existence, their divine sense would be isolated too, unable to sense the surroundings. With just his eyes, he could only see three zhang around him. Since ancient times until now, no one knew exactly how big the dark world was. Moreover, there were many beings that could be said to be great calamities distributed in this world. They moved silently, and they were able to come and go freely within the dense mist and kill without a sound. The most mysterious thing was that the bodies of these great calamities were all ethereal like mist, and they were hidden in the dark world that was covered in dense mist. It was the most impossible to guard against them. Such ferocious creatures were also known as fog spirits. According to rumor, there were two ways to leave the dark world. One was to hunt down 49 mist spirits and utilize their energy to build a Tao platform. Then, they would naturally be able to attract the fruit of chaos and open the gate of heaven. This method was the most dangerous, and it was impossible for it to take a short amount of time. Because the strength of the mist spirits was sufficient to threaten a boundless realm existence, and it could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. It was even to the extent that according to rumor, there was a mist spirit in the dark world that wasn't weaker than the boundless Tao Lord, and it was called the Mist Spirit King. In the past, there had been many boundless realm experts that had been killed by the Mist Spirit King. In short, to any cultivator, the Mist Spirit King was the least willing to offend in the dark world. Once they encountered it, then it would absolutely be equivalent to death. On the other hand, the second method to leave the dark world was through sacrifice. By sacrificing one's Tao body, one's soul core would be able to leave the dark world with ease. Moreover, one wouldn't be able to obtain the fruit of chaos, so the price one had to pay couldn't be said to be small. Normally speaking, unless one was forced into a dead end, otherwise no one would choose this method to leave. If we want to leave this place, then we must each hunt and kill 49 mist spirits. Moreover, we must kill them ourselves, and others are unable to help us. Within a gray and hazy world that was covered in mist, Lin Sun and Xianxia stood side by side. He glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a light voice. Even though it's slightly troublesome, it can't be considered to be too dangerous. His divine sense tried to stretch out yet was obstructed by the mist in the nearby area, whereas his gaze merely covered an area of 10 m, and it was even enveloped by mist. All in all, such a situation was extremely troublesome and dangerous, and it was no different from becoming blind. There were many methods to resist the assault of danger. For example, circulating one's cultivation and spreading one's might to the nearby area. In this way, one would be able to resist any danger before it even came close. Another example was to withdraw some treasures and have them float around one's body, and it could similarly be used for defense. But the drawbacks of doing this were very obvious as well. It was that one had to utilize one's cultivation at all times. It was fine for a short period of time, but no one would be able to endure it for a long period of time. As for treasures, even though they were extremely intelligent, Lin Sun had already tested it earlier. Within the dark world that was covered in mist, one would lose connection and sense with a treasure once it was more than 10 m away from one's body. All in all, the mist in the dark world was extremely mysterious, and it suppressed the perception of all boundless realm figures, causing cultivators to be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, Lin Sun didn't panic. Perhaps the assault of danger would catch one off guard, but with his current cultivation, he didn't fear the assault of those mist spirits at all. Lin Sun, which direction are we going? Xianxia's expression was also very calm, and her clear eyes glanced around. The mist is thick, and we can go anywhere. How about? Halfway through his words, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, and he suddenly raised his hand to grab towards one side. Boom! In the rolling mist, a smoke-like figure squirmed violently, and it was firmly grasped by the force of Lin Sun's palm. But in the next moment, with a bang, the figure turned into countless strands of gray light, and it easily broke free from the force of Lin Sun's grasp and flashed towards the distance. Come here. Xianxia suddenly spoke softly, and a large net formed by the interweaving power of cause and effect spread out, as if the net of heaven was wide and without any loopholes. And those strands of gray light were like a shoal of fish that had fallen into the net. No matter how violently they struggled, it was in vain, and they were grabbed over by Xianxia. Lin Sun couldn't help but look up, and he saw these gray light condense together again, transforming into a strange creature that was completely condensed from a strange misty rule of the Great Way. But there were fluctuations of breath that belonged to life on its body. There was no doubt that this was a fog spirit, and its strength was not weaker than that of an ordinary figure in the boundless realm. Let me have a look. Lin Sun was curious, and he stretched out a finger to press on the fog spirit. Suddenly, a burst of disorderly memory fragments came to Lin Sun's mind, and his pupils narrowed. After a long time, he gently breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, and his face had a touch of seriousness. This fog spirit is actually a spirit transformed from the remnant soul of a practitioner, and it is formed by absorbing the power of the origin of chaos distributed in this world. No wonder it can possess the power of the boundless realm. This was beyond Lin Sun's expectation. But if so, at the beginning, the first practitioner to arrive at the dark world couldn't have met the fog spirit. If he didn't meet the fog spirit, how did he leave the fog spirit world? Xianxia was also stunned. Lin Sun pondered, the two ways to leave the dark world we know now are the cognition that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. But just as you've said, if the mist spirits distributed throughout this world were formed from the remnant souls of the cultivators that perished here, then the first person to arrive at the dark world at the very beginning was either trapped to death here, or they utilized a method of sacrifice to leave, or there's another unknown method that allows cultivators to leave hidden within the dark world. It should be so. Xianxia nodded. Lin Sun said, we have just arrived, and there will be plenty of time to explore the dark world in the future. By the way, this is your prey. Suppress it first. Xianxia raised her hand, and the fog spirit turned into a gray light and disappeared into her sleeve. Seeing this, Lin Sun was about to say something, but suddenly frowned and looked into the fog in the distance. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. I seemed to feel that someone was peeping in the dark before, but it disappeared in a flash. Lin Sun said in a low voice. Maybe it is a practitioner who broke into the dark world like us, Xianxia said casually. Lin Sun nodded and stopped thinking about it. He said, let's get out of here first. They didn't delay any more and went in one direction. They were very cautious all the way. They didn't move, but flew slowly towards the depths of the fog. A hall was built on a large mountain in the dark world. Layer upon layer of restrictions were set up in the surroundings of the hall, and it isolated the nearby mist from the outside world. The interior of the hall was brightly lit, as bright as day. A white-robed old man, who looked like a candle in the wind, sat alone on the throne in the center of the palace, staring at a map made of brown animal skin in his hand with a pair of turbid eyes. What is hidden in the dark spring? Why is it marked as a forbidden and ominous place by his lord in the map and forbade us from exploring it? The old man murmured in his heart. He had been thinking about this question for many years. The dark spring. It was a forbidden place in the dark world. What kind of taboo was hidden there, the white-robed old man didn't know. He only knew that a terrifying fog spirit king was lurking at the bank of the dark spring. Many years ago, the white-robed old man brought people to investigate, but they were discovered by the fog spirit king before they could get close. The white-robed old man and the others only escaped after they sacrificed the lives of 3 boundless realm cultivators. Since then, they didn't dare to go near that ominous place. Brother Tushan. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. The white-robed old man sitting alone on the central throne put away the animal skin map in his hand and looked at a figure who hurried into the hall. It was a handsome man in a fiery robe. Qin Kuei just sent a message saying that Lin Sun has appeared. The man in the fiery robe looked very happy, and there was a smile in his voice. Lin Sun, the white-robed old man narrowed his eyes, but he didn't look happy at all. Instead, he frowned and said, "This troublesome problem has come." Troublesome? The man in the fiery robe stopped smiling and said, "Brother Tushan, do you think that even the 57 people of our Sun tribe in the dark world will encounter trouble if we attack together? If we were dealing with an ordinary person, the Lord would never order us to go all out. But this Lin Sun is not simple. He is the successor of the Master of the Heart Dimension, and he is regarded as a variable that has never appeared since ancient times. Not too long ago, I received news from Immortal Transformation Realm that Lin Sun swept through the 5 strongest Tao Karma avatars and obtained an unprecedented Tao fruit of primordial chaos. His achievements are comparable to the sect leader back then." The white-robed old man said slowly, "How can such a terrifying person be so easy to deal with?" The man in the fiery robe was stunned, and his face was gloomy. Only now did he realize the seriousness of the problem. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "Brother Tushan, what do you think we should do?" The white-robed old man took out the beast-skin geomantic map and said, "Tell me, where did this child appear and which direction did he head in?" The man in the fiery robe immediately stepped forward and pointed to a place marked Green Flame Mountain on the animal skin map. Qin Kuei said that Lin Sun and a woman appeared at a place 1,300 kilometers away from Green Fire Mountain. They went southwest together. If they didn't change their direction, they would pass by Skeleton Ridge, Demon Mountain, Fire Spirit Desert. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "The dark world is shrouded in thick mist. They definitely do not dare to teleport forward. If they rely on flying, their speed will definitely be much slower. It will not be difficult to catch up to them." Over the countless years, the experts of their Sun tribe had explored many areas of the dark world, and they had long since figured out many areas of the dark world. The Sun tribe had explored many areas of the dark world for countless years. He left the vicinity of Green Flame Mountain and headed southwest. A strange expression suddenly appeared on the white-robed old man's face. "What if we use our strength to lure them to the vicinity of the dark spring and borrow the strength of the Mist Spirit King to deal with them? In this way, we don't have to fight with Lin Sun, and we don't have to worry about casualties." The eyes of the man in the fiery robe flickered. "It's a good way to kill people with a borrowed knife. But how can we lead them there?" The white-robed old man was silent for a moment and said, "Either we don't do it, or we do it quickly. Otherwise, we will alert the enemy." As he said, he stood up from the throne and said, "Yu Jiang, you come to deliver the message and gather all the people of Sun tribe in front of the Sky Demon Mountain." The man in the fiery robe was shocked and said, Do you really want to finish it in one stroke? The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly became as sharp as a sword. To deal with such a dangerous character, we should go all out and not hold back. The man in the fiery robe called you. Jiang nodded. The fog was thick and didn't disperse. 2 hours later. Boom, the fog rolled and swept. As soon as a fog spirit approached silently, it was caught by Lin Sun as if he had foreseen it. The force of his palm was like a great abyss. Even if the strength of the fog spirit was comparable to a boundless realm existence, it was still unable to endure such a palm, and it was immediately suppressed and put away. I also have 5 fog spirits. Lin Sun said with a smile. During the 2 hours, he and Xianxia kept moving forward in one direction. They encountered many attacks of fog spirits along the way, but they were all easily subdued without exception. Up to now, the two had 5 fog spirits respectively. According to this situation, they would collect 49 fog spirits respectively in less than 20 hours, so that they would have the opportunity to leave the dark world. Except for the fog blocking the divine soul, this place is not too dangerous. Compared with the mortal transformation world and the disaster world, it is a bit boring. Xianxia said softly. Lin Sun laughed. This place was absolutely dangerous for other great boundless realm figures, but for him and Xianxia, it was not much of a threat. At this moment, swish, a strand of sword chi suddenly appeared in the fog. Like a peerless ray of light, it cut through the darkness, dazzling and sharp. At the same time as the sword chi swept out, a cyan spear, a silver sea of fire, a black furnace, and a golden thunderbolt appeared one by one in other places. Each of them burst out the infinite power of rules and rushed toward Lin Sun and Xianxia. Boom! The world trembled, the fog rolled, and the brilliant and dazzling Taoist light was mixed with terrifying killing intent, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Undoubtedly, this was a killing tribulation that had been prepared for a long time. In this world where the fog blocked the divine sense, it could often have an unexpected effect, and it could be said to be fatal. But Lin Sun and Xianxia were more calm than the other, and their expressions didn't change in the slightest. When the killing tribulation came, Lin Sun stepped forward and waved his sleeve, and endless sword chi emerged like billions of stars in the starry sky. On the other hand, Xianxia gestured with her white hand, causing a mighty river of time to surge out and protect both of them within it. Shockingly, this was the miraculous effect of the time seal. Bang! 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 A wave of densely packed collisions and explosions resounded like thunderclaps that shook the heavens and the earth. The dazzling sword chi shattered into powder, the silver sea of flames dispersed like rain, and the golden lightning was shattered inch by inch. On the other hand, the green spear and black furnace suffered heavy injuries that were severe to the point of being unable to repair, and they wailed violently as they were blasted flying. As the endless sword chi spread out with a wave of Lin Sun's sleeve, there was a burst of noise in the nearby fog, including screams, angry shouts, and muffled groans. At this moment, the fog in the nearby area was crushed and disappeared, and the scene of heaven and earth became clear. Several figures gathered together and fled to the distance. They failed to hit the target and fled far away. Why do these guys want to deal with us? We'll know once we catch them and interrogate them. While talking, Lin Sun had already taken action, and Xianxia followed him step by step. Not long after they left, the area was once again shrouded in mist. Those enemies fled very fast, as if they were not afraid of being targeted by the fog spirits distributed in the fog at all. Lin Sun couldn't help but frown slightly. His spiritual awareness couldn't be used, which greatly affected him when he was chasing. Fortunately, when the enemy was escaping through the air, they caused quite a bit of activity, leaving behind many traces in the mist. As long as he followed these traces, he didn't have to worry about losing them. When tracking, Lin Sun had judged that there were 6 enemies in total, who obviously came from the same camp and were extremely familiar with the dark world. It could also be seen that they had done many similar things in the dark world and were already familiar with the tactics of fleeing after failing to hit the target. No, but soon, Lin Sun noticed something wrong. How could a group of boundless realm existences, who often did this kind of interception, leave so many traces when they fled? If it were a normal person, he would also disturb the fog along the way to erase the traces of his escape, so that the enemy couldn't find any trace of him at all. Are these guys deliberately luring me to follow them? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped and said to Xianxia, "Something is wrong. Don't chase them." "You suspect that they are deliberately luring us to chase them?" Xianxia said. "It should be so." Lin Sun's eyes flickered. "I have many enemies in the ruins of Wonderful Tao, but there are very few in the dark world who come from the same camp. If I'm not wrong, those guys just now must be the mandate messengers under the command of the primordial sovereign." After a pause, he said, "When we just arrived, I noticed that someone seemed to be spying on us in the dark. Now it seems that it should be the role of the enemy camp. It was that guy who sent out our movements, so we were ambushed before. But, why did he lure us to chase them instead of fighting us directly?" Xianxia said. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "If he can defeat us with some tricks, why would he risk his life to fight us? In short, these opponents are definitely harboring evil intentions. If we continue to chase after them, we might be met with an unpredictable calamity." "Then what should we do?" Xianxia asked. Lin Sun's eyes were dark and cold. "Since the enemy's plan failed, they will definitely take action again. We can't let them lead us by the nose." "Then continue to kill the fog spirits?" "That's exactly what I want." Lin Sun laughed and immediately walked towards the distant fog with Xianxia. Just 10 minutes later, a group of figures appeared where Lin Sun and Xianxia had been standing. They were all injured more or less, and all of them were sword wounds. These were the enemies who had been chased by Lin Sun before. "I didn't expect that they would see through us," someone said with a gloomy face. Others' expressions also changed. After a while, someone said in a low voice, "In my opinion, we'd better go to Xianxia Mountain first and tell Brother Tushan about it. Let him decide." "Okay." Others agreed. But at this moment, suddenly a calm voice sounded, "You can leave if you want to." The group of experts from the Sun tribe were shocked. Bang! A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. All of them withdrew their treasures at the first possible moment and teleported towards the mist in the distance with all their might. Their reaction speed was astounding. After all, they were all existences in the boundless realm. How could they be ordinary existences that could roam the dark world all year round? What was even faster than them was a strand of sword intent that soared through the sky. It shot into the sky like a rainbow, and it carried a majestic aura that could suppress all chaos in the world as it suddenly appeared in this misty world. Bang! The group of experts felt as if a sword had slashed through their minds, and they felt a sharp pain as if their lives were being torn apart. It seemed as if their minds had been slashed apart, and their vision went black. How could an ordinary Dao injury compare to a heavy injury in their mind? All of them staggered, and their vital energy was in disorder. They couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Shit! Ask for help!" As soon as the voice sounded out, Xianxia attacked. She waved the white bone spear and stabbed out 5 times in an instant. Bang! 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 5 figures fell to the ground, and their bodies transformed into ashes that filled the sky like paper. They were dead. As for the remaining person, he was grabbed by Xianxia and imprisoned firmly. Bang! Only then did the majestic sword intent that soared through the sky dissipate. Lin Sun's figure walked over. He glanced at the person that Xianxia captured and couldn't help but smile. "These fellows are really impatient. They probably didn't expect that we would come back." As she spoke, Xianxia had already passed the expert to Lin Sun. It was a man in an official robe, and he was the leader of this group of experts. At this moment, he was unconscious. Lin Sun didn't intend to wake him up and interrogate him. He directly circulated the secret technique and started searching his soul. In next to no time, many memories and information were sensed by Lin Sun like a tide. Only now did Lin Sun know that these experts were from the Sun tribe of the 9 tribes of the Taichu tribe, and they came to deal with him under the orders of the mandate lord of the Sun tribe, Sun He. In this dark world, there were a total of 57 mandate messengers of the Sun tribe, and the leader was a white-robed old man called Tushan Leng. Apart from that, there was also some other miscellaneous news. Of course, the most useful thing to Lin Sun was that he'd obtained a map related to the dark world during the soul search. With this map, at least he wouldn't get lost in the dark world. At the same time, Lin Sun finally understood that the purpose of the ambush was to lead him and Xianxia to a forbidden place called Dark Spring. There was a fog spirit king guarding that forbidden area. The Sun clan's mandate messenger's plan was very simple. They wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. Knowing this, Lin Sun was not surprised. Ever since Lin Sun entered the mortal transformation world, a heavenly destined envoy from the Kuan tribe had tried to kill him. Now that he was ambushed by a heavenly destined envoy from the Sun tribe in the dark world, it was within Lin Sun's expectations. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun made a decision and walked away with Xianxia. Xianxia Mountain. If Qing Kuei and others succeeded, they should have led Lin Sun and the woman to the dark spring. Yu Jiang, who was wearing a fiery robe, said softly. Beside him, there were dozens of powerful figures from the Sun tribe. All of them restrained their aura. In the misty Tiansha Mountain, it was hard to notice them. Is there any news? The white-robed old man, Tu Shanling, frowned. Not yet. Yu Jiang shook his head. No matter if the operation succeeds or fails, Qing Kuei and others will send the news as soon as possible. But there's no news now. Tu Shanling's expression became serious. In my opinion, things have become bad. Yu Jiang's heart shook. Have they met with trouble? Trouble is a small problem. I'm just worried that Lin Sun is already on his way to the Tiansha Mountain. Tu Shanling took a deep breath and made a decision. We can't wait any longer. Let's go to the dark spring now. As he said this, he took the lead. Yu Jiang was stunned. Although he felt that Tu Shanling was a little too cautious, he still led the group and followed. Leave some traces on the way. I want Lin Sun and others to know that we are already on our way to the dark spring. On the way, Tu Shanling suddenly said. Okay. Yu Jiang nodded and agreed. In next to no time, their group vanished within the boundless mist. An hour later, Lin Sun and Xianxia appeared on the Tiansha Mountain. These guys are really vigilant. Lin Sun said. He had already checked around and found that the enemies had left in a hurry before they arrived. Should we go after them? Xianxia asked. Yes. Lin Sun said without hesitation. Although the dark world was covered with mist, he already had a map of this world, so he was not as passive as before. This way. Soon, Lin Sun noticed the traces left by Tu Shanling and others. It was so obvious that they were left by the enemies on purpose. As Lin Sun chased after them, he soon realized that Tu Shanling and others were heading for the dark spring. Such an action was enough to prove something. First, the enemies were extremely cautious and didn't dare to fight with him face to face. It was possible that they had learned something about him. Second, the dark spring was known as an ominous place in this world. The enemies wanted to use this forbidden place to deal with him. However, the more it was so, the more curious Lin Sun was. According to the information he obtained from Soul Search earlier, the dim spring was extremely strange and terrifying, and in these countless years of time, even Tu Shanling and the other emissaries of the Sun clan didn't dare rashly investigate it. In that case, what kind of strange thing was hidden in the dark spring? Of course, it couldn't be the Fog King. After dealing with those enemies, I have to go to the vicinity of the dark spring, Lin Sun thought to himself. 2 hours later. Lin Sun's speed suddenly slowed down, because he would arrive at the forbidden area where the dark spring was located 1,000 miles ahead. And the traces left by the enemies also disappeared from this moment. It could be said that in this misty world, it was very likely that they would encounter all kinds of surprise attacks and killings. But to Lin Sun's surprise, as he and Xianxia approached the dark spring, there was no danger along the way. Why don't I see any trace of the enemies? Xianxia couldn't help asking. At this time, Lin Sun had completely understood, their purpose is to let me fight with the Fog King. Before that, they won't show up easily. As soon as he said this, a sneer sounded, Lin Sun, you shouldn't have come here. The voice rumbled in the mist. Following closely. Hundreds of dangerous breaths suddenly appeared in the nearby mist, all rushing towards Lin Sun and Xianxia. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, pinched his fingers, and knocked in the void. Boom, the mist around suddenly collapsed and dispersed, as if it was swept away by a storm. Then Lin Sun and Xianxia saw dense fog spirits coming from all directions like a tide. This was not the Fog King, but the formation was more terrible. Because each of those fog spirits was not weaker than the existence of the great boundless realm, however, Lin Sun and Xianxia calmed down. They looked at each other and immediately made a move. Boom, Lin Sun's tall figure suddenly rose into the sky. At that moment, it was like a big abyss covering the sky. The majestic divine light of the great way spread, tore the mist in all directions, and illuminated the sky and the earth. As he swung his fist, the heavens and the earth suddenly wailed while space collapsed, and it seemed to be unable to endure the might of the punch. A group of mist spirits had just charged over when they were swept by the boundless force of the punch, and a large expanse of them was easily crushed. They were utterly powerless to struggle free. In another direction, Xianxia also made a move. Her graceful figure paced in the air, and the white bone spear in her hand swept out. Suddenly, a torrent of time emerged, like the Milky Way falling into the world from outer space. All the fog spirits swept by were firmly imprisoned as if they were trapped in a space-time vortex. Next, as Lin Sun and Xianxia joined hands, the nearby fog spirits were suppressed in groups like a group of moths flying into the fire. The whole process was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. In a moment, all the fog spirits had been swept away. Far away, there was a low hill. Tu Shanlang and the rest of the Sun tribe's heaven's mandate messengers were standing on it. When they saw what happened, their faces changed dramatically, and their hands and feet felt cold. Even Tu Shanlang's old face was filled with solemnity. Too powerful, far more powerful than they had imagined. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe that a man and a woman who had just entered the mortal realm for less than a year could possess such heaven-defying power. Thank you for your gifts. It would be impolite for me to refuse these fog spirits. Lin Sun's voice sounded from afar. His gaze had already landed on Tu Shanlang and the other powerful figures. The mist in this area had been temporarily dispersed, making it impossible for Tu Shanlang and the others to hide. Damn it! Yu Zhang's face was livid. Just as Lin Sun said, the hundreds of fog spirits were subdued by the Sun tribe's heaven's mandate messengers. They were released to besiege Lin Sun and Xianxia. Who would have thought that the fog spirits were like sheep entering a tiger's mouth? They were suppressed by Lin Sun and Xianxia. Let's go. Tu Shanlang's pupils shrank. Sensing that Lin Sun and Xianxia were flying towards them, he didn't dare to delay any longer. But right at this moment, boom, a terrifying and cold aura suddenly spread out from afar. It was as if a supreme ruler that had been sleeping for thousands of years had awakened. Just that aura alone was enough to make Tu Shanlang and the others freeze. Lin Sun and Xianxia, who were flying over, also felt a chill in their hearts, and they stopped in their tracks. Far away, the mist that covered the sky dispersed, revealing a figure that was 10,000 feet tall. Chaotic torrents surged around his body like a raging waterfall. The torrents were cryptic and violent, and their might was enough to crush the void in this area. From afar, the 10,000 feet tall figure looked like a giant god that walked out from the chaos. Fog Spirit King, Tu Shanlang and the others gasped in shock. A long time ago, they had witnessed the terror of such a ferocious creature. They knew very well that no one could suppress it unless the boundless Taoist master came in person. Subconsciously, they turned around and fled, not daring to stay any longer. While fleeing, Tu Shanlang suddenly noticed that Lin Sun and the woman next to him didn't leave. What happened next stunned Tu Shanlang even more. Because Lin Sun rose into the air and charged at the Fog Spirit King. He, Tu Shanlang and the people around him all stopped and looked astonished. Is he courting death? Someone asked subconsciously. Everyone's expression changed. Earlier, they tried to lure Lin Sun here, intending to use the Fog Spirit King to kill Lin Sun. But they didn't expect that the hundreds of fog spirits failed to surround Lin Sun. Their plan was aborted and declared a failure. They thought that Lin Sun would choose to retreat under such circumstances. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would take the initiative to attack the Fog Spirit King? This was completely beyond their imagination, and they felt a little strange. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen one like this. This is a great help to us. Yu Jiang sneered. At this time, they were not in a hurry to escape. Boom, in the distance, Lin Sun and the Fog Spirit King had already started fighting fiercely. The heaven and earth were shaking, and the light of Taoism shot up into the sky and the earth. Lin Sun's body was enshrouded in the light of Taoism, which made him look extraordinary. Every move he made was like a supreme ruler who controlled all the Tao in the world. the Fog Spirit King was not to be underestimated either. Torrents of chaos flowed in his towering figure, which evolved all kinds of incredible power of rule and stirred up the world. Great! In the battle, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. It was a feeling of excitement that he had finally found a worthy opponent. He didn't hold back anymore and fought with the Fog Spirit King with all his strength. Ever since he entered the mortal transformation realm, he had made multiple breakthroughs in his cultivation. He had obtained the origin of chaos twice. In his battle with his master, the master of the square inch, his state of mind had undergone a metamorphosis. In the battle of the Tao, he had also seen through the supreme path of the Tao that his opponents possessed. The repeated transformations made Lin Sun's combat power improve again and again. Until now, Lin Sun didn't even know how powerful his combat power was. After all, since he entered the dark world, he hadn't encountered any formidable opponents. Now, the Fog Spirit King was definitely a good opponent, especially when fighting with the Fog King. Lin Sun felt that there was a mysterious power in the Fog King, which made the power of the Fog King different and stronger than he had imagined. Lin Sun suspected that even the boundless Taoist master was inferior to the Fog Spirit King. The reason was very simple. A figure at the level of the boundless Tao Lord only possessed the might of the myriad Taos converging into one. For example, the 5 Tao karmic avatars that were known as the number 1 heavenly cycle Tao law in the mortal transformation realm possessed power of this level. But back in the mortal transcendent realm, Lin Sun was already able to defeat them one by one. In contrast, the power displayed by the Fog Spirit King was clearly much more powerful. And this power didn't come from the Fog Spirit King himself, but from the power of the origin power it possessed. In other words, the Fog Spirit King was borrowing some kind of origin power, but the more it was so, the more satisfied Lin Sun was. How could an ordinary opponent have this kind of strength? Rumble rumble, the battle grew more and more terrifying, and the entire world revealed a chaotic scene of being overturned. Seeing that Lin Sun could fight with the Fog Spirit King to such an extent, Tu Shanlang and the others felt a chill in their hearts as if they had fallen into an ice cave. If they had known that Lin Sun was so powerful, they wouldn't have dared to act rashly. Many of them even felt lucky that they didn't fight Lin Sun head-on. Otherwise, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Let's go. We must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Lin Sun recovers, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Tu Shanlong couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and left, not daring to continue watching the battle. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to hesitate and fled as well. Xianxia saw all this, but she didn't chase after them. Compared with those enemies, she cared more about Lin Sun's safety. What was more, in the dark world, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with those enemies in the future. Boom, after a quarter of an hour, the Fog Spirit King couldn't stand it anymore. Its body collapsed with a loud crash, setting off a torrent of chaos. Stop. Stop. I give up. A tender child's voice rang out in the rolling mist. Lin Sun was in a daze. He looked up and saw a fist-sized water droplet floating in the place where the Spirit King's body collapsed. It was crystal clear and surrounded by wisps of obscure breath. The child's voice from before had come from this water droplet. Lin Sun stepped forward and came to the water drop in an instant. He asked with great interest, "What are you?" He was so surprised that the Fog Spirit King turned out to be a water drop. What was the origin of this water drop? "I'm not a thing, but a spirit." The childish voice came from the water drop, born by the origin of chaos in this world. "I control the complete power of gloomy dark." Similar to the spirit of order? Lin Sun was surprised. He only knew that the power of order could give birth to inborn spirits, but he didn't expect that even the origin of chaos in the ruins of wonderful Tao could give birth to the spirit of chaos. You can understand it that way, but I'm the spirit of an ancestor of a Tao of laws. I can evolve into an eternal world, and I can also transform into the origin of chaos of a great world. I can evolve the power of the 10,000 Taos of this world, and the power of order can all be born from me. Most importantly, I have wisdom. The water drop was floating in the air, and the clear voice revealed a unique rhythm. Lin Sun was surprised. If so, the power of this water drop was incredible, and it was indeed far beyond the spirit of order. Can you create a way that has never existed in the world? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. The voice in the water drop said, "No, I'm just a spirit born by the origin of chaos, and the way you said belongs to the origin of chaos." Lin Sun understood that this water drop was born from the origin of chaos in the ruins of wonderful Tao, just like the fruit of chaos. The difference between the two was that the fruit of chaos contained a complete rule of chaos, while this water drop was a spirit of chaos. It was like the difference between the power of order and the spirit of order. "Do you have a name?" Xie came from afar and asked curiously, staring at the water drop with her clear eyes. So did she. It was the first time she saw such a unique and mysterious spirit. Of course. A long time ago, a swordsman came to this world. Just as he was speaking, the water droplet suddenly spun, and a light and shadow emerged, turning into a scene. In the picture, a man squatted before a spring with a grin on his face, and he stared at a small water drop that was like a glass ball. He seemed to have noticed the most interesting thing in the world, and his face was covered in a smile. This man wore a brown robe, and his long hair was casually tied into a bun with a 3-inch wooden sword. He had handsome features, clear and clean eyes, and his entire body emitted a graceful and unrestrained aura. He squatted there casually, blinked, and looked at the water drop with a grin on his face. After a short while, he chuckled and said, "Little fellow, even though your intelligence hasn't truly awakened, you can definitely sense me. If I'm right, then jump into my hand." He stretched out his right hand. The small water drop moved slightly and directly jumped into the man's palm. The man couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting. Unfortunately, if I take you away now, I'll destroy your hope of transforming and awakening. How about this? I'll give you a name. When you awaken your intelligence in the future, if we meet again, call me by my name and I'll recognize you." The small water drop rolled around in the man's palm, and it seemed to be looking forward to a name. "How about I call you Raleigh?" the man teased. The small water drop started trembling and jumping repeatedly as if it was expressing resistance. This caused the man to be unable to refrain from roaring with laughter, and he said, "You're so intelligent and were born in the dark world, so you'll definitely shine brilliantly once you awaken in the future. Yet it just so happens that I've met you today. How about this? I'll call you Spirit Affinity. You're born with intelligence, and you're fated to be formed by the heavens. I hope we're fated to meet again in the future." The small water drop happily rolled around in the man's palm. Obviously, it approved of this name. The man thought for a moment before he removed the wooden sword that was stabbed into his bun, and then he flicked with his finger, causing the wooden sword to sink into the depths of the spring. He pointed at the wooden sword and said, "When someone is able to take this sword away in the future, then follow him and allow him to take you away from the ruins of Tao." As soon as he finished speaking, the man held up the small water drop and placed it back into the spring, and then he stood up and grinned as he waved his hand. "I'm going to cultivate my grand Tao once more. Goodbye, young brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled as he swaggered off, and his tall figure strode through the heavens and the earth before gradually vanishing. The scenes also disappeared. Lin Sun's heart was already in turmoil at this moment. He knew who the man was, but he didn't expect that he had formed a bond with the water drop and named it here. Nurturing the heart like jade, sharpening the heart like a blade. The demeanor of this senior swordsman is really unique in the world. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. When he was in the void above the sky of the mortal transformation world, he had seen the swordsman's sleeves fluttering, his body reflecting the reincarnation, and there was a boundless sea of swords surging under his feet. That swordsman was a supreme legend that was comparable to the beginning, and Xianxia. "Hey, can you take me away?" The clear voice of a child came from the water drop, with desire and expectation. "As long as you take me away, I will tell you the biggest secret in the dark spring." Lin Sun was stunned. "Why are you in a hurry to leave?" The clear voice of the child in the water drop said, "I want to find that swordsman. It was he who gave me a name and used the wooden sword to suppress the original power of the dark spring, so that I could awaken my spirituality smoothly. For me, this is like a kindness of enlightenment, and I should repay him." Return the favor. Lin Sun couldn't help but look at Ling Yuan and said, "The swordsman has recultivated in the samsara. Even if you have the chance to leave the ruins of Tao, where can you find him?" Ling Yuan said in a clear voice, "As long as I look for him, I'm sure I can find him." Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Let's go, take me to the dark spring." He was also curious about the mystery of the 3-inch wooden sword that the swordsman suppressed in the dark spring. Come on. Ling Yuan was happy and took Lin Sun and Xia Ji to the distance. Along the way, Ling Yuan led the mist that enveloped the heaven and earth to disperse, which made Lin Sun secretly amazed. Ling Yuan deserved to be the ancestor of rules born in the origin of chaos in this world. The power controlled by Ling Yuan was obviously from the same origin as the mist that could suppress the spiritual awareness of the practitioners. Soon, a small puddle appeared in the air of chaos. There was a spring under the small puddle. Streams of chaos spring water that looked like pearls flowed out of the spring. Shockingly enough, they were all condensed from the power of chaos, and contained an inconceivable power of chaos. If you can take out the wooden sword, I can leave. Ling Yuan said expectantly. Lin Sun stepped forward and stared at the spring. Through his pure aura of chaos, he could vaguely see a light and shadow looming in the depths of the spring. If one looked carefully, that wisp of light was surprisingly a 3-inch long, slender, and nimble wooden sword. The sword looked small, but the aura it emitted suppressed the power of chaos in the spring, which was extremely incredible. Even if you can't take the sword, you can leave early, Xia Ji couldn't help saying. Ling Yuan said, no, the senior swordsman said that only those who can take the sword can leave with him. Xia Ji showed a rare smile and said, what if we can take the sword but can't take you with us? Ling Yuan was anxious and said, I will follow you all the time. Xia Ji was amused and said to Lin Sun, shall we take him with us? Lin Sun could see that Xia Ji liked Ling Yuan very much, so he immediately said with a smile, as long as you agree, we can take him with us. Ling Yuan immediately begged pitifully, sister, please take me away. Xia Ji stretched out her hand and said, then jump onto my palm. Ling Yuan jumped up without hesitation. At that moment, Xia Ji smiled so brightly that her eyes curved into crescent moons. This little guy is really interesting. She held the droplet-like spiritual essence in her palm, blinking her eyes as she looked at it. Lin Sun took a deep breath, stretched out his palms and fingers, and suddenly released a swallowing force. Voila, the spring of chaos in the puddle tumbled violently and was swallowed up in an instant. In the eye of the spring, a stream of chaos flowed into Lin Sun's palm. This was the power of the origin of chaos, which was 10 times more precious than the fruit of chaos. For Lin Sun, this was naturally an unexpected gain. But soon, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning and showing a strange expression. The 3-inch wooden sword that was suppressed in the depths of the spring merely trembled slightly before it struggled free of his swallowing force like a swimming fish. Lin Sun tried many times, but it was still the same. Ling Yuan, what exactly is this wooden sword suppressing? Asked Lin Sun. Ling Yuan said in a clear voice, the depths of this dark spring is the heart of chaos of this world, and it's just like my mother's nest. But a very long time ago, a fellow called Taichu utilized his own strength to refine the heart of chaos so that when my spiritual sense awakens one day, it would belong to him at the first possible moment. Ling Yuan paused for a moment and continued, however, that swordsman suppressed the heart of chaos with the wooden sword all those years ago, and it allowed me to avoid this calamity when my spiritual sense awakens. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. So Taichu Dominator had come here all those years ago and refined the heart of chaos that gave birth to Ling Yuan. What was the heart of chaos? It was the core of the origin of chaos, and it was like the heart of a human. To Ling Yuan, the heart of chaos was her mother's nest. All those years ago, Taichu Dominator controlled the heart of chaos so that it would submit to him when Ling Yuan was born and be of use to him. But obviously, the appearance of that swordsman had changed all of this. Lin Sun pondered for a moment and said, then what would happen to the heart of chaos if I took the wooden sword away? I don't know. Ling Yuan answered straightforwardly. The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he said, then I'll give it a try. As he spoke, he asked Xia Ji and Ling Yuan to move towards the distance while he stood alone before the dim spring, and he pondered deeply for a long time before his figure suddenly transformed into a strand of light that entered the spring. Bang! At that instant, it was as if he'd entered a chaotic black hole, and his surroundings were filled with the boundless aura of the origin of chaos. In next to no time, Lin Sun saw the wooden sword. The 10 centimeters long sword seemed to be simple, unadorned, and exuberant. However, in Lin Sun's eyes, this sword carried a strand of peerlessly terrifying might. It seemed as if its might could crush the ages and annihilate all the gods. Lin Sun's heart shook. The 10 centimeters wooden sword was clearly an extremely ordinary sword, but because of its terrifying imposing aura, it caused the sword to become completely different. This wooden sword was left behind by that swordsman before he reincarnated, and the aura on the sword represents his strongest attainments in the Grand Tao. After experiencing the passage of countless years, his aura is still formidable to such an extent. As expected of a legendary figure. Besides sighing with emotion, a strong impulse surged in Lin Sun's heart. When he was in the mortal transformation world, he didn't have the chance to fight Xianxia, Tai Chu, and the swordsman's Dao Karma. Now, he could give it a try. As he pondered, he quietly circulated his cultivation and enveloped the wooden sword. Clang! At that instant, a strand of sword hum seemed to resound, and the 10 centimeters wooden sword burst out with peerlessly fierce sword intent that fought against Lin Sun's cultivation. Bang! The nearby chaotic aura became chaotic and turbulent, and the incredible sword intent spread out from the 10 centimeters wooden sword like a landslide and a tsunami. Lin Sun exerted all his strength and used his Tao as a furnace in an attempt to suppress it, and an extremely intense conflict arose between the two. Time passed slowly. The sword intent of the 10 centimeters wooden sword grew stronger and stronger, and it revealed endless profound killing intent. However, Lin Sun's cultivation continued to grow stronger, and he had been firmly restraining the 10 centimeters wooden sword. It was just like a needle against an awn. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun felt extremely pressured. The power of the 10 centimeters wooden sword was far beyond the level of infinite Tao Lord. Although it was only a wave of power, it represented the peak of the swordsman's charm. However, the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun's potential was stimulated, and it made Lin Sun's fighting spirit soar and his blood boil. From the beginning of the mortal transformation world until now, his cultivation had improved extremely quickly, but he had always been lacking a worthy opponent. As a result, what he lacked the most now was similar words. This kind of tempering, and in the battle, Lin Sun could clearly feel that his cultivation was being tempered, and the accumulated potential of the great Tao was all stimulated in this fierce confrontation. After a full 4 hours, Lin Sun only felt a sense of fatigue spread throughout his body, and only then did he realize that his cultivation was almost exhausted in this fierce confrontation. He immediately stopped, and his eyes stared at the 10 centimeters wooden sword that was buzzing and trembling, and said, "I'll fight with you again next time." With that, his figure flashed and he left the Spring of Darkness. How was it? Xianxia, who had been waiting outside the Spring of Darkness, couldn't help but ask. It should not be a big problem to take the wooden sword away, but it will take some time. Lin Sun said with a smile. Although he failed to subdue the 10 centimeters wooden sword and take it away this time, for Lin Sun, the harvest was great, and his potential of the great Tao was excavated and tempered. This was no different from an epiphany in cultivation. Moreover, the power of chaos gushing out of the Spring of Darkness could also be regarded as a good fortune. Absorbing and refining it would be of great benefit to the progress of one's cultivation. In Lin Sun's eyes, it was no different from an excellent place for cultivation. From this day on, Lin Sun and Xianxia simply stayed beside the Spring of Darkness, using the power of chaos here to cultivate. Both of them benefited a lot. Every few days, Lin Sun would plunge into the depths of the Spring of Darkness to fight fiercely with the 10 centimeters wooden sword, and when he was exhausted, he would return and seize the time to recover his strength and cultivation. While meditating, he felt the changes in his potential and strength, and then recalled the enlightenment he had when he fought with the 10 centimeters wooden sword, which allowed Lin Sun's cultivation to be tempered further, and it also produced an extremely obvious improvement. 3 months later. In a palace on the top of a mountain in the dark world. If Lin Sun didn't suffer misfortune, the amount of fog spirits in his hands would have been enough to attract the fruit of chaos and leave the dark world. But until now, none of this has happened. Yu Jiang, who was dressed in a fiery robe, paced back and forth with a gloomy expression. During this period of time, the messengers of the Sun tribe could be said to be sitting on pins and needles. Lin Sun's strength made them feel a serious threat, and they couldn't be at ease as long as Lin Sun didn't leave. In these 3 months, he didn't come to take revenge, and there was no movement at all. It would be good if someone could go to the Spring of Darkness and inquire about it, the old man in the white robe, Tu Shanling, said in a low voice. The others in the palace looked at each other and fell silent. Who would be tired of living and go to the Spring of Darkness to inquire about it at this time? Seeing that no one spoke, Tushanlin felt an indescribable depression in his heart. So what if he was in the boundless realm? When he sensed a fatal threat, he would still be afraid and timid. After a while, Tushanling said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, let me tell you a piece of bad news. I've already contacted my master, and he has given a death order that we are not allowed to leave the dark world." All of a sudden, the expressions of the people in the palace changed. Even if they couldn't defeat Lin Sun, they still had a chance to escape from the dark world, so they weren't too afraid. But if they stayed in the dark world, they would be attacked by Lin Sun sooner or later. It could be said that the order of the master of the destiny law of the Sun tribe was equivalent to directly cutting off their way out. "What should we do now?" someone said angrily. They were all boundless realm cultivators who had been cultivating for countless years. Who didn't know that the order from Mo sect was asking them to fight against Lin Sun at the cost of their lives? "We surrendered to the leader of the Taichu sect, and have achieved what we have today after countless years of battles. If it was an order from the leader himself, I wouldn't frown even if I have to fight to the death. But as far as I know, neither the leader nor Miss has given any instructions to deal with Lin Sun," someone said in a low voice. The meaning of his words was clear. It was the idea of the Dark River Taoist master to deal with Lin Sun. Everyone's eyes flickered with different thoughts. After a while, Tushanling sighed and said, "Well, if you want to leave, you can leave now. I won't force you, and I won't hold a grudge against you because of this." The others looked at each other in confusion. "Brother Tushan, what are you going to do?" Yu Jian asked. "I'll stay." Tushanling's face became extremely calm. "My life was saved by the leader, and it's time to hand it over." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became oppressive. Boom! Suddenly, the world shook. Everyone in the hall was shocked and stood up one after another. The heavens and the earth outside the hall seemed to have suffered the impact of some sort of terrifying force, and it shook violently without end, causing it to seem as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. "What's going on?" Someone was shocked. They had been in the dark world for many years, but they had never seen such a big movement. It was as if someone was going to turn the world upside down. It must have something to do with Lin Sun. Tushanlin looked serious. "Everyone, if you want to leave, leave now. We can't stay in the dark world any longer." An indescribable feeling of melancholy rose in his heart. Who would have thought that Lin Sun could make them live in fear all day long? On the same day, a group of destiny messengers of the Sun tribe left. They had collected enough fog spirits in the past years, so it was not difficult for them to leave the dark world. Even though they knew it would bring great trouble to them. But no one cared. After all, there was still the severing path in the 9 heavens of the myriad god domain, and the Sun clan's emissaries didn't think that they would be able to pass through the numerous obstacles and arrive at the profound god domain in a short period of time. So long as they didn't go to the profound god domain, then no matter how furious the Sun tribe's master of destiny, Ming He, was, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. In the end, only Tushanling and the 19 Sun clan messengers of destiny were left. Just as Tushanling expected, Lin Sun was the one who caused that shocking change. At this moment, in the depths of the dark spring, a 3-inch wooden sword floated in front of Lin Sun. "Thank you, senior." Lin Sun cupped his hands. He was thanking the senior swordsman. In these 3 months, he had fought with the 3-inch wooden sword 12 times, and had also tempered his cultivation 12 times. Not only had his potential been completely unearthed and consolidated, even his cultivation had improved greatly. Faintly, Lin Sun even had a feeling that his cultivation was close to perfection. If so, he would be no different from Boundless Tao Master. However, Lin Sun's current combat power had already far surpassed that of the infinite Taoist Lord, *whoosh. The 3-inch wooden sword fell into Lin's hand. Then his. He looked deeper into the depths. That was where the heart of chaos origins of the dark world resided, and it surged with the cryptic aura of the origin of chaos. Besides that, there was a mysterious and taboo force around the source heart of chaos, and it was a force that Lin Sun was too familiar with. Clearly, it came from the same source as the grand primordium law that enveloped the ruins of creation. The 3-inch wooden sword was left behind by senior swordsman before he reincarnated. According to what Ling Yuan said, the absolute beginning rule should have appeared even earlier. If that's the case, then what kind of cultivation did absolute beginning have at that time? Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly smiled. He would know once he tried it. He casually stabbed out with his finger. Whoosh, a sword chi shot out, which contained the profound meaning of nirvana. It seemed to be an understatement, but in fact, it was the peak attack of Lin Sun's current cultivation. Boom, the heart of chaos shook while the laws of the absolute beginning that enveloped the surroundings suddenly flashed up, and it formed a strange and mysterious decree that was filled with the aura of tribulation. When Lin Sun's sword chi and the decree collided, it was like two supreme paths of cultivation were colliding at this instant. The entire dark world trembled as a result, and horrifying cracks appeared in the boundless void. However, such a scene of destruction vanished in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, the laws of the absolute beginning in the heart of chaos at the depths of the dark spring had completely collapsed and vanished. Only the sword chi that Lin Sun released was still floating and flowing with a miraculous glow of the Tao. Compared to the 3-inch wooden sword, the laws of the absolute beginning are slightly weaker. This should not be the power of the absolute beginning dominator at his peak, and it should be something he left behind when he entered the dark world for the first time. Lin Sun meditated for a moment, and then he turned around and left. He wasn't interested in occupying the heart of chaos origins of the dark world. He didn't need to utilize the heart of chaos to improve his cultivation. When one's cultivation reached such a level, one's attitude towards opportunities had changed. In the past, he would absolutely not hesitate to refine and take the heart of chaotic origins. But now, he'd realized that the existence of the heart of chaotic origins maintained the energy of the laws of the entire dark world. It was like the mother of a world, and taking it away would cause this expanse of the heavens and the earth to suffer irreparable damage. If so, the cultivators who entered the dark world in the future would probably have no chance to leave through the heavenly gate, and it would be impossible for them to enter the spirit's realm to go to the next heaven realm. This was undoubtedly equivalent to cutting off the path of cultivation for many cultivators. In the past, absolute beginning didn't do this, and neither did the swordsman. It was probably because of this mentality. Did you succeed? When she saw Lin Sun's figure flashing out of the dark spring, Xianxia, who was meditating at the side, couldn't help but look over. Lin Sun nodded with a smile. Xianxia immediately smiled. She turned her hand and took out a crystal-clear water droplet. Her voice was as pleasant as the sound of nature, and it revealed a trace of doting. "Little Ling Yuan, you can go with us now." "Great!" Ling Yuan cheered and floated in the air excitedly, flashing back and forth. "Here's your wooden sword." Lin Sun handed over the 3-inch wooden sword. "Take this thing with you. As long as you see its master, whether you recognize him or not, this sword will respond to him." Clatter, the water droplet suddenly surged, and the water rippled, covering the 3-inch wooden sword and putting it away. Ling Yuan said gratefully, "Thank you, senior." Lin Sun was speechless. Xianxia rubbed the water droplet and said, "You call me sister. How can you call him senior?" Ling Yuan said, "I see. I should call him brother-in-law." Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he laughed heartily. Xianxia couldn't help but smile brightly. She was never a shy woman, not before, not now. As long as she was happy, she would show it in front of Lin Sun. "Let's go. Let's get rid of those enemies and leave the dark world," Lin Sun said. They had let those enemies live for 3 more months. It was time to clean up the mess. In the hall on the top of the mountain, Tu Shanlang, dressed in a white robe, sat there, looking at the map on the brown animal skin calmly and attentively with his turbid eyes. On both sides of the hall sat the other 18 messengers of destiny. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. When Lin Sun arrived, he saw such a scene. Because of his arrival, the quiet atmosphere in the hall was broken. The 18 messengers of destiny stood up together and became alert at the first time. They looked surprised, dignified and vicious. In the central seat, Tu Shanlan put away the map, looked at Lin Sun and Xianxia outside the hall, and said with emotion, "I knew that the restriction around this place couldn't stop you at all. Why don't you run away?" Lin Sun glanced around the hall and asked. "Instead of hiding, it's better to fight with you in the open. Even if I die, I can die honorably." Tu Shanlang stood up slowly and said calmly, "Taoism Pure Lin, can I ask you some questions before you start? Go ahead. Lin Sun said concisely, casually, and naturally. Tu Shan asked coldly, since you started your cultivation, have you ever thought about why you started your cultivation? Lin Sun was surprised. He didn't expect that Tu Shanlong would ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, he said, at first, I wanted to survive. When he was a child, he and Lu Boya lived in the mine prison. At that time, he was weak and sick. If it weren't for Lu Boya's careful care and teaching him the way of cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to survive. I didn't expect that such a powerful person like you just wanted to survive at the beginning. Tu Shanlong was stunned for a moment, and then asked, when the problem of survival was solved, why did you persist on the path of cultivation until now? Revenge. Lin Sun said without hesitation. Tu Shanlong's eyes became subtle, what about now? You already have the power to defeat the infinite Tao Lord, and you are not far from the real infinite dominator. Why do you cultivate now? There aren't so many whys in this world. Lin Sun said softly, the reason of cultivation is simple. For me, cultivation is just like breathing, every move, and every thought. It's just like the process of life and death for all mortals since they were born. But if you cling to the reason of cultivation, you will be at a disadvantage. It's very easy to turn into a cage in your heart, and you can't get out. Speaking of this, Lin Sun's state of mind became more and more ethereal and pure. At the beginning of cultivation, he wanted to survive. Later, he wanted to take revenge. But now, cultivation had long been a part of his life. It was natural, free. Why did he need any reason? Turn into a cage in your heart, and you can't get out, Tu Shanlong murmured. After a while, he slightly cupped his hands and said, I've learned a lot. Then, he straightened up and looked unprecedentedly calm. Taoism Pure Lin, you can start now. The hall was silent and filled with a murderous aura. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd and asked, why are you the only ones left? Tu Shanling kept silent for a moment and said, those fellows left because they were afraid of you. They have already admitted defeat. If you see them in the future, I hope you can show mercy to them. Then he smiled bitterly, of course, I know I'm not qualified to ask you to do that. But in my opinion, those who left won't dare to be enemies with me in this life. Lin Sun asked thoughtfully, what about you? Why didn't you leave? Tu Shanlin didn't hesitate this time, he responded honestly, we are following orders, we will guard the dark world. I see. Lin Sun nodded and suddenly said, if Absolute Beginning Ruler is in trouble one day, what will you do? Tu Shanlang and the others were all stunned. Would their hierarch be defeated? They had never thought about this problem because the power of Absolute Beginning Ruler had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. No one had ever thought that he would be in trouble. Think about this problem carefully. With that, Lin Sun turned around and left. Xianxia followed him closely. Tu Shanlang and the others couldn't believe that Lin Sun just left like that. He let us go? Only after a long time had passed did someone ask. The space between their brows carried doubt and disbelief. Maybe in his eyes, we old guys are no different from small fish and shrimps. Maybe only people above the level of boundless Tao can be taken seriously by him, someone said bitterly. According to what he said just now, is he going to deal with our hierarch one day? Someone's face changed. No matter what, we managed to survive this time. It's a blessing, isn't it? Someone murmured. At this time, Tu Shanlang, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly bowed and cupped his hands towards the gate of the palace. Although he didn't say anything, everyone knew that he was thanking Lin Sun for not killing them. Why didn't you kill them? In the void, Xianxia was a little confused. In the past, Lin Sun was decisive and would never be so merciful. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Their tree is the absolute beginning sovereign. Only by defeating him can they solve their problem once and for all. Otherwise, no matter how many people they kill, as long as the absolute beginning sovereign is alive, he will be able to raise an endless stream of new subordinates. Of course, more importantly, if I don't kill them, they'll definitely spread the news to the other 9 tribes of Taichu. If that's the case, anyone who tries to attack us in the future will have to think twice about the consequences. Just like how you didn't kill that middle-aged man back in the capital of the Qing Kingdom in the mortal transformation realm? Yes, if we let them live, we can disintegrate their internal fighting spirit and cause their camp to become lax. If they die, there will be no one to help me pass the message to the other enemies. Lin Sun said, of course, the most important thing is to get rid of the Taichu dominator. As the saying goes, to catch all the followers, one must catch the ringleader first. If the ringleader is not eliminated, the disaster will always exist. But can you defeat him now? Xianxia asked. Lin Sun shook his head and said softly, not yet. However, I have plenty of opportunities to improve myself, while he doesn't. This is my advantage. What do you mean? Xianxia didn't understand. She understood. Lin Sun explained patiently, the absolute beginning sovereign arrived at the ruins of Myriad Dao a very long time ago. At that time, he was definitely like us now. He passed through the 9 heavenly gates of the spirit's divine domain step by step, crossed the severing path, and finally arrived at the profound God domain. Similarly, during this process, the absolute beginning sovereign obtained the quintessence of chaos time and time again, and this allowed his cultivation to attain an unimaginable state. I even suspect that he's taken a step out of the perfection stage of the boundless realm, and he's no longer someone an ordinary boundless sovereign can compare to. However, no matter how strong he is, he's trapped in the profound God domain now. You're aware that there's the profundity divine domain outside the profound God domain, and that place is taken to be the forbidden area of profundity. Since ancient times until now, no one has dared to head there. No matter if it's the absolute beginning sovereign or senior Xianxia, they're all the same. From this, we can determine that the cultivation of supreme figures like the absolute beginning sovereign and Xianxia are bound to be stuck at a bottleneck throughout the countless years of time, and they're unable to advance any further. Otherwise, with their ability, they would have probably gone to explore the profundities of the forbidden area of profundity a long time ago. When she heard up to here, Xianxia couldn't help but say, didn't they say that the absolute beginning sovereign has always been suppressed by the sword shackles left behind by that swordsman? Who knows if he's really suppressed to the point of being unable to escape, or if it's an intentional facade? Said Lin Sun. Regardless of all this, hasn't Senior Xianxia always stayed in the profound God domain as well? He's definitely already standing at the peak of the boundless realm like the absolute beginning sovereign, or perhaps I should say that he's standing at the end of the boundless realm, and it's even to the extent that he's already taken a step onto the eternal path. But figures like them have always stayed in the profound God domain throughout the countless years of time, and this proves that their cultivation is bound to not be able to break through or improve in the countless years of time. Lin Sun paused for a moment before he continued. On the other hand, I'm different. My cultivation still has sufficient places to improve. The dark world is merely the 3rd heaven realm of the spirit's divine domain, and there's still the 4th to 9th heaven realms and the severing path. I also have the opportunity to improve my cultivation that they were able to obtain in the past. As long as I arrive at the profound God domain alive, then I'll have a chance to stand at the same place as them. As he finished speaking, a wisp of confidence arose between Lin Sun's brows. At that time, there'll be no gap between us. What do I have to fear even if I fight the absolute beginning sovereign? Xianxia said softly, and me. Lin Sun held her hand and said with a smile, yes, and you. There were some things that Lin Sun didn't say. For example, there was still his master, the master of the heart core, Golden Cicada, Chen Linkong, and Xianxia. They were all waiting for him. The only thing he had to do now was to break through the numerous obstacles and work hard to improve his cultivation. Let's go to the traceback world. As he spoke, Lin Sun issued a command in his mind, and a gate of heaven appeared before him. In the past 3 months, he'd already refined a great deal of the chaos source that belonged to the dark world, and it was equivalent to possessing the power of this world in advance. Thus, he didn't need to borrow the power of the mist spirits to draw out the gate of heaven to leave this world. Immediately, Lin Sun and Xianxia flashed into it. The 4th heaven in the spirit domain was called the traceback world. It meant to trace back to the source. So long as the cultivators that entered this world sensed the Tao laws of the universe that belonged to this world, then they would enter the river of their past lives. It was like time was flowing in reverse, and the cultivators would feel as if they were situated within their own past, causing numerous scenes of their experiences to appear before their eyes. Out. The most miraculous part was that cultivators could return to their past lives, The cultivators of the world were bound to have no regrets on their path of seeking the Tao, and they were bound to have many things that they were unable to change or take back when they were weak. All of this was helplessness and regret. Even if they possessed the cultivation at the boundless realm now, they were unable to make up for the things of the past. However, they had the chance to step foot into the river of their past lives in the traceback world to make up for it and change it, since the ancient times until now. So long as they had the chance to enter the traceback world, most cultivators would exhaust all means to return to the past in order to change the regrets that had appeared on the path of their lives. This was the miraculous aspect of the traceback world. However, doing this required them to bear an extremely great risk, and it was even to the extent that they had to pay a heavy price. Because their past lives were absolutely not an isolated existence. They were like a myriad of threads of karma, and they were related to numerous people and karma. For example, the friends and enemies one made when one was young, or the various incidents one encountered on the path of cultivation were all related to each other. Once one changed a single point in one's life, it would definitely cause all sorts of changes to occur in other people and things. At that time, whether it was fortune or calamity would be completely out of one's control. In the past, there had once been a great figure with an extraordinary cultivation that returned to the past to make up for a regret from their youth. However, after he finished doing all of this, he suddenly perished. The reason was that after he made up for this regret, an unexpected change had occurred in his life after that, and an unexpected calamity had appeared during those changes. It was to the extent that this great figure hadn't even been able to return to reality from his past life before he perished. There were numerous other similar examples. Some seemed to have made up for the regrets of the past, yet after these regrets were made up, the new changes that occurred would affect numerous points in one's life in the future. Once a calamity appeared during these points in one's life, then the cultivator would definitely perish along with it, and it would be impossible for them to return to the past. Of course, there were also many great figures that were calm, possessed great willpower, and possessed great wisdom. Not only had they made up for their past regrets, they'd even advanced a step further on their path towards the Tao and underwent an inconceivable transformation. At the bottom of it all, even though cultivators had the opportunity to return to the past and make up for their mistakes in the origin world, fortune and calamity were interdependent, and they had to take an extremely huge risk to do so. There was only a single kingdom in the origin world, and it was called Scholatry Kingdom. The Scholatry Kingdom's imperial capital was called Nank. All cultivators that entered the origin world and intended to return to the past had to arrive at Nank Imperial City. Because only in this city could one comprehend the golden millet pillow of the universe Tao laws. It was a divine treasure formed from the quintessence energy of chaos. When one slept on it, it would be like sleepwalking and allow one to return to the river of one's life in the past. The vast heavens and the earth were covered in auspicious clouds. Lin Sun and Xia Zhi's figures appeared out of thin air, and they sized up the surroundings before flashing forward. They'd learned about the origin world a long time ago. However, they'd just arrived here after all, so they didn't know exactly which direction the Scholatry Kingdom was in. For now, they could only fly around and see if they were able to meet some fellow Taoists. Xia Zhi, if you have the chance to return to the past, what do you intend to do? Lin Sun asked with a smile on the way. Nothing at all. That's great. Xia Zhi spoke without hesitation, and then she asked Lin Sun, what about you? If you return to the past, have you thought about what you intend to do? Lin Sun thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, the regrets, remorse, hatred, and helplessness of the past. Although there are countless of them, they are all precious experiences for me. After thinking for a while, he said, as far as my Tao is concerned, I have gone through countless life and death experiences, so there are no defects that can be made up for. This was not boasting. If there had been any defects in his Tao in the past, how could he have achieved what he had today? Xia Zhi said softly, so you are not interested in it like me? Not really. I am very curious about the origin power of the traceback world. Don't you think it is very magical that it can make practitioners go back to the past and make up for the defects of life? Lin Sun asked with a smile. Xia Zhi nodded and said, then I will go and have a look. While they were talking, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Several figures were teleporting in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Taoism pure. As soon as Lin Sun spoke, he was interrupted by a cold voice, "Get out of the way." It was a powerful figure in a black robe with a head full of blood hair. His whole body was surrounded by the golden power of rules as thick as a thumb, which was extremely powerful. They moved in a hurry as if they were fleeing for their lives. There was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. "It seems that they are being hunted." Lin's son was lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice that was chilly like ice resounded from extremely far away. "Young brother Lin, please help me stop them." Lin's son's eyes narrowed, and he immediately waved his sleeve and shouted, "Tut!" Boom, a natural chasm formed by the law of Tao appeared out of thin air, and it instantly crossed the sky and the earth, blocking in front of the black-robed man and his companions. "You're courting death." The black-robed man's face darkened, and he angrily slashed at the barrier with his sword. The scarlet sword Qi seemed to be the light of chaos, and it emitted the power to destroy the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, but when the sword Qi slashed down, it collapsed and dispersed inch by inch, and the barrier seemed to be indestructible and hadn't been shaken in the slightest. The black-robed man and his companions' faces changed slightly. When they wanted to take action again, Lin's son had already come from a distance and said with a smile, "Everyone, please wait." Along with his arrival, a shapeless pressure instantly swept through the surroundings like a storm, and it caused the black-robed man and the others to feel suffocated as they felt a lethal threat assault their faces. Their expressions changed once more, and none of them dared to act arbitrarily again. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in our affairs?" The black-robed man's face turned ashen. The aura emitted by Lin's son was too terrifying. Confronting Lin's son was like facing a ruler that stood proudly beyond the 9 heavens, and it caused his Taoist heart to feel indescribably terrified. It was precisely because of this that even though he was extremely anxious and furious in his heart, he didn't dare to act arbitrarily. Looking at the other 5 people beside him, although all of them were filled with killing intent, there was a hint of anxiety between their brows. "I have no enmity with all of you, but I am an old friend of the people who are pursuing you. Under such circumstances, I naturally have to stop all of you," Lin's son said with a smile. "Thank you, my young friend." And it was also at this moment that a fiery red figure had moved from a very far distance. Her appearance was as beautiful and radiant as a young girl. It was Su Wanjun. All of a sudden, the hearts of the black-robed man and his companions sank again. "Senior, what's going on?" Lin's son asked. "I'll have a good chat with you after I kill these despicable things first." Su Wanjun's clear eyes were filled with killing intent as she spoke. Clang, a light green Taoist sword swept across the sky, and its brilliance covered the sky. "Let's fight with her." How could the black-robed man and his companions sit still and wait for death? They all attacked with all their strength. However, in just a moment, their bodies stiffened, and they only felt a terrifying and boundless pressure pressing down like an ancient divine mountain, making their bodies unable to move. Not good, they were scared out of their wits, but it was too late. Su Wanjun's sword intent was extremely swift and fierce. At this moment, with a burst of muffled sounds, the bodies of the black-robed man and his companions were all chopped into pieces by the sword light, and blood splattered like a waterfall. And before they died, their eyes couldn't help but subconsciously look at where Lin's son was. Obviously, they had understood that the culprit who suppressed their cultivation was Lin's son. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. Looking at the bloody scene, Su Wanjun was stunned for a moment. How could she not know that the reason why those opponents were killed so easily was because of Lin's son? She put away the Taoist sword, looked Lin's son up and down, and said, "I didn't expect that your cultivation has reached such a level now. Just by relying on power, he could suppress 6 boundless realm existences with remarkable abilities." This was something that even she was unable to accomplish. There was no doubt that after entering the ruins of wonderful Tao, Lin's son must have undergone an earth-shaking transformation. This made Su Wanjun look at Lin's son with a touch of surprise. Lin's son said with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me. Now that the enemies have been killed, can you tell me the reason?" Su Wanjun glanced around and said, "Shall we talk as we walk?" "Where are we going?" "Nank City, the imperial capital of Huayan Kingdom, of course." "Haha, that's great. Xia Ji and I are planning to go there, but because we've just arrived, we don't know where Nank City is. With Senior leading the way, it won't be a problem." Lin Sun said with a smile. Then let's go. Su Wanjun immediately set out with Lin Sun and Xianxia, and they disappeared from this world. On the way, Lin Sun learned the ins and outs of the matter from Su Wanjun. Not long ago, Su Wanjun had once comprehended the golden millet pillow of the heavenly cycle Tao law in Nank City of Huayan country. From there, she dreamt of the past, and her soul and cultivation entered the long river of life. Meanwhile, her Taoist body stayed in Nank City and was protected by the restrictive power that she had set up in advance. But it wasn't long before Su Wanjun, who was trudging in the river of life, sensed danger. When she returned from her past, she noticed that the Taoist body that she had left in the city had encountered a fatal threat, and the threat came from the black-robed man and his group. They had broken through the restrictive power that Su Wanjun had set up and tried to take away the Taoist body that she had left inside. Fortunately, Su Wanjun's soul and cultivation had returned at the critical moment, and they had narrowly avoided such a disaster. Otherwise, the consequences would have been extremely serious. Because of this, the furious Su Wanjun had chased them all the way out of Nank City. "Senior, do they have a grudge against you?" Lin Sun couldn't help but ask after understanding the whole story. "No." Su Wanjun shook her head. "They did this for a simple purpose. They wanted to use this opportunity to force me to join the Zhen division, one of the 9 divisions of the Taichu sect." "They are the mandate messengers of the Zhen division?" Lin Sun was surprised. "That's right." Su Wanjun said, "In this traceback world, the strongest force is the mandate of heaven emissaries of the Zhen division. They act under the orders of the mandate of heaven Tao master of the Zhen division, Lei Shanting. In this world, their leader is heavenly exalt Shui Lian, an old fellow from the devil era." At this point, she thought of something and said, "That's right, this heavenly venerable Shui Lian is also related to Ying Tiansheng. They both come from the first Tao orthodoxy of the devil era, so Ying Tiansheng has to call this heavenly venerable Shui Lian ancestor." Lin Sun was startled and said, "So, it is very likely that Shui Lian ancestor already knew that I killed Ying Tiansheng and other powerful figures of the devil era?" "Of course." Su Wanjun said, "However, in my opinion, with heavenly venerable Shui Lian's ability, I'm afraid he's no longer your match." Lin Sun smiled and said, "I have a hunch that if the mandate messengers of the Zhen division know that I have arrived in Nank City, they will definitely make some trouble." "Then what are you going to do?" Su Wanjun asked. "That depends on what they want to do." Lin Sun smiled. While they were talking, the outline of a huge city appeared in the distance. According to Su Wanjun, they had already entered the border of Huayan country. They would only need half a day to reach the royal capital, Nank City. They did not delay and rushed all the way. Along the way, Lin Sun saw that there were many cities in Huayan country. In each city, there were many locust trees. The people living in the cities were all ordinary people without any cultivation base. This situation was the same as the mortal transformation world. Cultivators and ordinary people did not interfere with each other, and neither could affect the other. When Lin Sun saw Nank City from afar, he could not help but be surprised. It was a strange city that was built on an enormous locust tree that towered into the sky. Every single leaf covered an area of 30 kilometers, and row upon row of densely packed buildings were built on the veins of every single leaf. The trunk and branches of the locust tree formed roads that intersected with each other. They seemed messy, but they were all one. From afar, it looked like a city of trees. The royal capital, Nank City, is really different. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He looked up the huge locust tree and saw the turbid waves of the mortal world rolling. There were countless people living in different areas, and scenes of the world, joys and sorrows were playing out. But at the top of the huge locust tree, there were many terrifying oars roiling. Those were the oars of powerful people. The crown of the tree is the core of Nank City. It is also the place where we cultivators can most easily sense the golden millet pillow of the heavenly cycle Tao. Su Wanjun said softly. She had been in the traceback world for more than 10 years, so she was very familiar with the situation here. As they talked, she had already flown over with Lin Sun and Xianxia. They flew until they entered Nank City, passing through layers of leaves that were like the sky, and finally arrived at the crown of the tree. The leaves here were clustered together, and every leaf was tens of thousands of feet wide. Like a spider's web, there were all kinds of buildings and streets, forming a strange and dazzling scene. On one of the streets, Su Wanjun, Lin Sun, and Xia Ji floated down. And at this time, Lin Sun keenly sensed that in the nearby area, many powerful people were looking over. However, they were not looking at him and Xia Ji. They were looking at Su Wanjun. P.S. There will be a second update tonight, but it will be very late. Brothers who can't wait can watch it tomorrow. Su Wanjun also noticed those gazes, but she didn't care. These fellows probably think that I won't dare to step into Nank City after being targeted by those fellows from the Taichujin department. Lin Sun immediately understood and smiled. It just so happens that both Senior and I view the 9 divisions of the Taichu clan as enemies. If they come looking for us, I'd like to see how capable they are. His voice was calm and casual. As he spoke, the sky in the distance suddenly shook, and a majestic and dazzling figure appeared out of thin air. It was a handsome man wearing silver armor. He held a silver halberd in his hand, and his entire body flowed with the light of the great Tao. It really is you, you Demonis. The silver-armored man's eyes were like lightning as he locked onto Su Wanjun from afar. A hint of killing intent appeared between his brows. Look, we just arrived, and someone is already rushing to die. A hint of coldness appeared on Su Wanjun's face. As she spoke, she attacked without the slightest hesitation. She withdrew her sword and slashed it towards the silver-armored man, and she didn't hesitate in the slightest and struck without the slightest hesitation. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Wanjun's actions were extremely domineering. The silver-armored man was the Zhen department's mandate envoy. Almost no one in the origin world dared to provoke him. But Su Wanjun was different. She didn't seem to know what fear was. Clang, a deafening collision resounded. Su Wanjun's sword was blocked by a purple rui. The one who attacked wasn't the silver-armored man, but an old man in a Taoist robe who appeared out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, the entire world went silent, and many people revealed expressions of fear. Emperor Shui Lian. In the current origin world, Emperor Shui Lian was undoubtedly one of the strongest existences. Moreover, he was the leader of the Zhen department of the Taichu clan in this world, and he had more than 30 Zhen department's mandate envoys serving him. Su Wanjun, let me ask you, where are my companions from the Zhen department? Emperor Shui Lian's expression was indifferent. 3 great Tao green lotuses appeared behind him, forming a triangle. His tall figure was bathed in a dazzling Tao light, and he looked like a god. You're a step too late. They died on my way back to this city. Su Wanjun said casually. Dead? Emperor Shui Lian's face darkened, and his eyes burst with killing intent. Looks like today's matter won't end peacefully. Boom, in the area. Around him, the void roiled, and terrifying figures suddenly appeared one after another. Every single one of them was glowing brilliantly and possessed monstrous might. Including Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the silver-armored man, there were a total of 21 people. The enormous formation caused the hearts of the great figures that were scattered in the nearby area to go cold. All of them had a bad premonition, and they chose to retreat at the first possible moment and hide far away as they were deeply afraid of being swept into the battle. Little friend Lin, what do you think of this lineup? If you don't have the confidence, let's hide for now and slowly deal with them later. Su Wanjun said softly, don't feel embarrassed. The most important thing is to stay alive. This was the truth. At the very least, she wasn't confident that she could fight against such a lineup. If you hide for a while, do you think you can still leave today? Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian's expression was indifferent. The other mighty figures beside him also revealed cold smiles. They released their auras and enveloped the area, locking down the place where Su Wanjun and Lin Sun stood. However, Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. He smiled and said to Su Wanjun, staying alive is indeed the most important thing. However, I'm worried that they won't be able to survive today. These words were said casually, but the meaning behind them was full of arrogance. Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others were stunned. Only then did they look at Lin Sun, who was beside Su Wanjun. However, before they could react, Su Wanjun had already raised the Tao sword in her hand and said, with your words, what are you hesitating for? Boom, she leaped into the air and pierced through the air with her Tao sword. Lin Sun finally saw that Su Wanjun was the kind of person who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. She was too lazy to talk nonsense, too lazy to waste time, and too lazy to consider too many things. That was why she was so decisive when she made her move. Attack! Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian waved his hand. All the mighty figures beside him moved like gods on an expedition. Their killing intent filled the universe. Rumble heaven and earth dimmed and the void became chaotic. Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and a total of 21 mighty figures attacked together. In the eyes of the spectators in the distance, they could be said to be invincible, all kinds of supreme Tao techniques intertwined and mixed with various eternal Tao soldiers. The power released was so great that just looking at it from afar made one's hair stand on end and feel despair. Su Wanjun didn't retreat. Instead, she charged forward with her sword. Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure appeared in front of Su Wanjun and he said casually, "Senior, let me deal with these trash." When his voice sounded, a Tao sword appeared in his palm. While his voice was still echoing, the Tao sword in his hand had already slashed out casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the might of the sword strike he executed was like an all-conquering ray of light, and it easily crushed the attacks of all his enemies. Boom, the rain of light scattered, and all the eternal Tao soldiers were sent flying while wailing. Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others were shaken to the point that their bodies staggered. Their blood was boiling, and their expressions changed. The power of one sword was actually so strong. The spectators in the distance were caught off guard. They were so shocked that they almost couldn't believe their eyes. This was too fierce, wasn't it? Who was he? Where did Su Wanjun find such a heaven-defying helper? At this moment, even Su Wanjun was stunned. She knew that Lin Sun had become incomparably strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Only Xia Ji in the distance was quiet and motionless. "I know, he is Lin Sun." Suddenly, a mighty figure beside Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian shouted in surprise. Lin Sun, Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others' hearts twitched as they recalled the various deeds and rumors about Lin Sun. It was just that none of them expected Lin Sun to come so quickly. It had only been 3 months since he left the first heaven realm, the mortal transformation world, and he had already arrived at the 4th heaven realm, the origin tracing world. Since everyone knows me, there is no need to talk nonsense. As Lin Sun spoke, he had already swung his sword. Kill! Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others didn't dare to be negligent and attacked with all their strength. However, all resistance was destined to be futile. The disparity in strength was too great. Even the boundless Tao Lord was no match for Lin Sun, let alone the old guys like Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian. Lin Sun's figure was like lightning as he swung his sword forward. It was as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Every time he swung his sword, there would be a bloody scene. Some were pierced by the Taoist sword, some were killed by their bodies and primordial spirits, some were crushed by the sword intent, and some, in just a few blinks of an eye, more than half of the enemies in the field died one after another. The bloody scene made the spectators' hands and feet turn cold, and they were completely stunned. For us, these are strong opponents on the boundless Tao path, but for him, it's like killing chickens and monkeys. Su Wanjun's heart was filled with indescribable shock. The gap in strength was too great. Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others were not strong enough. As a result, as soon as the battle began, it was completely one-sided. Go! Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the remaining powerful figures turned around and fled. But how could Lin Sun let them do as they wished? He stepped forward, and the Taoist sword in his hand trembled, making a clear and melodious sword sound. Then, endless sword chi rose into the sky, covering the sky and the ground. It was like an ocean of swords surging out from the endless time and space, completely submerging the void. It also submerged the figures of Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others. Their Taoist bodies cracked and disintegrated one by one, like ice and snow being smelted by fire. One by one, their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just 10 breaths of time, all 21 Jin Division Heavenly Mandate envoys had fallen. Clang! When Lin Sun put away the Taoist sword, the world was silent, and only the smell of blood filled the air silently. It was also at this time that Su Wanjun woke up from her dream. She looked at Lin Sun and said in a daze, "Has your cultivation already reached the level of boundless Tao Lord?" She was so surprised, and she was sure that even the boundless Tao Lord was not as powerful as Lin Sun, and it was impossible for him to do this. Not yet. Lin Sun shook his head, there's still some distance. There's still some distance, Su Wanjun couldn't help but be speechless. He hadn't reached the level of boundless Tao Lord, but he possessed strength that was far stronger than the boundless Tao Lord. This simply overturned her understanding. Senior, let's leave this place first and find a place to talk. Lin Sun looked around and saw many auras rushing over from afar. Obviously, they were alarmed by the battle just now. All right. Su Wanjun immediately sobered up and calmed down, and she led Lin Sun and Xianxia to turn around and leave this area. Only when their figures disappeared did the powerful figures that were watching the battle gradually recover from their shock. How terrifying, Lin Sun is too strong. Even the boundless Tao Lord isn't as strong as him. Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the others have reigned supreme in this world for many years, yet they were actually slaughtered like chickens and dogs. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. All sorts of discussions sounded. At this moment, many cultivators had come after hearing the news. When they learned about the battle just now, these powerful figures' hearts trembled, and they gasped endlessly. And the news of this battle spread rapidly in the origin world on the same day. Every powerful figure that heard the news couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Everyone knew that there was probably no one in the origin world who could go against Lin Sun. Moreover, Heavenly Venerable Shui Lian and the other mandate envoys of the Zhen department were already dead. If the remaining mandate envoys scattered in the origin world heard the news, they would probably not dare to look for trouble with Lin Sun again. They even had to worry about whether Lin Sun would look for trouble with them. In short, on the first day that Lin Sun arrived in the origin world, he caused a great uproar because of this battle, and he himself became completely famous after this battle. Lin Sun was completely unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he was bound to not care. At this moment, he and Xianxia had already settled in a quiet courtyard in Nank City under Su Wanjun's lead. In the courtyard, Su Wanjun, dressed in a red dress, held a pot of wine in her white hand. She filled Lin Sun and Xianxia's cups one by one, and the fragrance of the wine filled the courtyard. After that, she poured herself another cup and said, "This wine is called Sincerity, and I asked for it from an old friend of mine. I've kept it for a very long time, and I'm usually reluctant to drink it myself. Have a taste." As she spoke, she drank it in one gulp, and a touch of redness appeared on her white and delicate face, adding to her beauty. Lin Sun raised his cup and tasted it. His mind was suddenly in a trance, as if thousands of flavors were spreading in his chest. After a while, Lin Sun nodded and said, "It's indeed good wine. This should be a gift from that senior swordsman, right?" Su Wanjun looked at Lin Sun in surprise and said, "Yes, but don't ask me about him, otherwise," she pointed to her heart, "my state of mind will have problems." Lin Sun's heart trembled. He understood the great danger behind these words. It was very likely that in Su Wanjun's heart, things related to that swordsman had become an obsession of hers, and she was so paranoid that she didn't want to mention it to anyone. Originally, Lin Sun planned to tell her about the 3-inch wooden sword and the spiritual affinity, but now he dispelled the idea. Next, they drank and talked about things related to the origin world. This made Lin Sun have a further understanding of the universal Tao of this world. The origin power of chaos in the origin world turned into the universal Tao that maintained the whole world. If practitioners wanted to leave this world, they had to comprehend the golden millet pillow. In this way, whether or not they traced back and made up for the regrets of their past life, they could attract the chaotic Tao fruit and enter the gate of heaven. In these years, Su Wanjun had the opportunity to leave, but she didn't want to. She even decided to settle down in the origin world. As for when to leave, it was entirely up to her. Although she didn't say the reason, Lin Sun could guess it. Through the golden millet pillow, Su Wanjun could return to the long river of her past life. In her past life, the existence of that swordsman undoubtedly occupied the most important position in her heart. "Senior, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Lin Sun muttered. "I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I won't try to make up for my flaws in the past. If I do that, I won't be able to change anything. Instead, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation." Su Wanjun's expression was indifferent, as if she had already seen through everything. After some thought, she said, when I first arrived at the Myriad Profundity Dao ruins, I thought that he would be waiting for me here. But only now do I know that he has already been reincarnated a long time ago. But it doesn't matter. I believe that he will come back sooner or later. In the past, he waited for me here. In the future, I will wait for him here. At the end of her speech, her voice carried a firm and calm undertone. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He did not understand the relationship between Su Wanjun and the swordsman, but he could feel the infatuation in her heart. He was destined to be of no help in this matter. That night. In the courtyard, Xianxia sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. She calmly sensed the heavenly cycle Tao law of this world. Lin Sun stood not far away to protect her. Time passed quietly in the tranquil night. It didn't take long for Lin Sun's keen senses to he sensed that wisps of mysterious chaotic origin aura were descending from the sky, bathing Xiaxi's figure. On the other hand, Xiaxi's vital energy silently underwent a change at this moment. It seemed as if her soul had left her body, and it brought along her cultivation and vanished into thin air. Only her beautiful body was bathed in the aura of the chaos origin. She has already sensed the golden millet pillow and entered her past life, Su Wanjun said softly. Lin Sun's eyes flashed and he said, the original power of the origin tracing world allows practitioners to trace the past. The power of rules involved in it is too magical. The past, present, and future represent a person's entire life. If one examines it carefully, one would notice that it's related to the energy of fate, karma, and time. Returning to the past is like going against the flow of time. Making up for the flaws is tantamount to changing fate, and once fate changes, karma changes along with it. Su Wanjun said casually, however, the quintessence of chaos in the origin world is clearly not so simple. It's capable of allowing us boundless realm existences to return to the past and change fate and karma. This sort of power probably surpasses fate, karma, and time. Lin Sun nodded. He'd thought of these problems as well, but he had a different opinion. He said, it isn't to the extent of surpassing fate, karma, and time. In my opinion, the force contained within the chaotic origin of the origin tracing world is related to the ultimate profundities of these three supreme grand Daos. He'd grasped the laws of fate and time as well, so he was very clearly aware of how obscure and mysterious these two supreme grand Daos were beyond imagination. Even if it was him now, he'd merely cultivated these two supreme grand Daos to the extent of the boundless laws. As for the ultimate profundities of these two supreme grand Daos, even he wasn't aware of them. In the end, it still depended on one's own cultivation. The Tao was boundless. In the lower 5 realms, cultivators could comprehend the aura and Tao insight of the Tao. In the longevity realm, one could comprehend the laws of longevity. The saint realm controlled the laws of Saint Tao. The emperor realm controlled the laws of emperor. The immortal realm controlled the laws of immortality. And the eternal realm controlled the laws of eternity. But whether it was the aura, Tao insight, Saint Tao, Emperor Tao, or the laws of immortality and the laws of eternity, they were all about the control of the grand Daos. The reason was that the continuous improvement of one's cultivation made one's understanding of the grand Daos deeper and deeper step by step. Just like now, although Lin Sun's cultivation was incredibly powerful, the power of the grand Daos he'd mastered was only in the scope of the boundless realm. The power of the origin tracing world was obviously related to the power of fate, time, and karma, but it was far beyond Lin Sun's current level of control and comprehension. This was why he made such a judgment. You're right. The boundless realm is regarded as the ultimate realm of the grand Daos. Reaching the consummation of the boundless realm is equivalent to setting foot on the ultimate realm of the grand Daos. But I've been thinking that the boundless realm is just the last realm of the eternal Daos. Moreover, is there an even higher path towards the Tao above this eternal path towards the Tao? Su Wanjun murmured softly, this is destined to be an unsolvable question. After all, if there really is a higher Daos, why would he choose to reincarnate and recultivate? He was naturally the swordsman. Lin Sun said, I think the reason why the senior swordsman recultivated was that he had seen the higher Daos. And the purpose of his recultivation was to find a way to really set foot on this higher Daos and completely transcend the boundless realm of the eternal Daos. Su Wanjun was stunned. After a moment of silence, she said, maybe. This kind of secret involved the ultimate transcendence. No one in the entire ruins of wonderful Tao could give a clear answer so far, therefore, there were all kinds of deliberations and speculations. Do you want to comprehend the heavenly cycle law? I can help you and Xiaxi take care of your Taoist body, Su Wanjun said. Lin Sun shook his head and said, let's wait for Xiaxi to wake up. Su Wanjun didn't force him. To her surprise, only an hour later, Xiaxi's delicate body suddenly trembled, and then her body glowed with the original qi and life fluctuation. She opened her eyes quietly. And the origin of chaos shrouding her body disappeared. So fast? Su Wanjun couldn't help asking. Xiaxi stood up and said, I just looked through the past and didn't waste any time. Don't you want to change something? Su Wanjun asked again. I think I care more about the present than the past and the future. Xiaxi said without hesitation. Su Wanjun looked at Xiaxi and then at Lin Sun, seeming to understand. She couldn't help feeling a little emotional in her heart. If one day she could be like him, not care about the past and the future, and only care about the present life, how happy it would be. Next, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and began to meditate on the heavenly cycle law of this world. In merely an instant, his divine sense sensed a strand of profound and obscure quintessence energy of chaos, and his mind seemed to rise into the heavens and arrive at a boundless expanse of nothingness. Then, a jade pillow formed by the origin of chaos appeared in his mind. The jade pillow was surging with the mysterious breath of fate, cause and effect, and time. When Lin Sun thought of it, in an instant, his consciousness was in a trance, as if he was sleepwalking for thousands of years. His soul and cultivation also quietly left his Taoist body. Hua in the vast nothingness, a mighty river rushed out of the nothingness and flowed to the depths of the endless nothingness. Lin Sun's figure appeared above the river. Was this the long river of the past life? When Lin Sun looked at it, countless strange pictures suddenly appeared from the waves of the river, including the scene when he was born, the bits and pieces of the mine prison with Lu Boya, the quiet years when he was a teenager living in Feiyun village. The surging waves seemed like they were formed from the nodes of his past life, and they drew out a magnificent river of life. A long river of Lin Sun's past life. When seeing such an incredible scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but have many uncontrollable thoughts. There was no medicine for regret in this world. But now, what was the difference between having the opportunity to make up for the regrets of the past life and getting the real medicine for regret, if he had such an opportunity now? As long as he was willing, he could change everything in the past. Faced with such a choice, how many people in the world could resist the temptation? But soon, Lin Sun calmed down. Like Xiaxi, his past life didn't need to be made up and changed at all. Even if there were many regrets, hatred, helplessness, and remorse, those were precious experiences for Lin Sun, and they were all the cornerstones of his road of Tao. Only in this way could he have today's Tao. Standing in the river of life, Lin Sun looked at the scenes of his past, and there were many unspeakable feelings in his heart. Who didn't make many mistakes when he was young, who didn't go through wind and rain and stumble in the past, but it was the experience of the past that made him who he was today. From the perspective of today, Lin Sun could clearly find that he didn't do many things well enough at that time, and even made many mistakes, so that there were many regrets in his life. But this made it more vivid. The wonderful thing about life was that there were ups and downs in the situation. On the contrary, the regrets of the past were an indispensable part of life. This was also the reason why Lin Sun didn't intend to make up for the past in the river of life. The past can't be changed, or changed. Otherwise, the fate and cause and effect will change. When the memory changes, it will no longer be my life. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. The reason why he came to the river of life was that he wanted to see himself in the past and the scenes of the past, just like Xiaxi. When his own memory overlapped with the scenes of the past, there would naturally be a different feeling in his heart. After a long time, Lin Sun was about to leave when he suddenly realized something and looked at the river of life again. My entire life has been linked to all sorts of karma since I was born, and it caused my fate to become different after I was born. If I trace the source, then the thing that affected my fate at the very beginning was the origin spirit vein's natural talent, the grand devouring abyss. The light in Lin Sun's eyes flickered. There were many causes and effects that affected a person's fate, which were intricate and complicated. Perhaps a trifle or a casual thought could change a person's life. But if the cause and effect were dispelled and the original cause and effect were carefully explored, one would find that the beginning of any cause and effect was the beginning of determining the direction of one's fate. If one's fate was a big tree, then the beginning of one's fate was the root of a big tree. Then the cause and effect that affected the trajectory of one's fate were like the branches and leaves of a big tree. They seemed to be lush and complicated, but they all started from the root. The cause and effect that affected the root would support a complete life like the trunk of a tree. For Lin Sun, the talent of devouring abyss was undoubtedly the biggest cause and effect that determined his fate at the beginning. Because of this talent, his spiritual vein was taken away from him at birth. Because of this talent, it had always affected his path of cultivation. The lower 5 realms, the longevity tribulation realm, the saint realm, the emperor realm, the eternal Tao path. Up until now, his cultivation was inextricably linked to the grand abyss devouring heaven. With this talent, he possessed a foundation and power that far surpassed ordinary people. It allowed him to awaken various innate abilities, such as the death seal, the banished gate, the seal of time, the blade of time, and so on. But now, doubts arose in Lin's mind. Where did the devouring abyss talent come from? Lin Sun was silent, and many past events emerged in his mind. It was true that the devouring abyss was an innate talent that he was born with. It was something that only the direct bloodline of the Luo family could possess. However, it was only later that Lin Sun found out that this talent began to appear from the Lord of Tongtian, Luo Tongtian. In other words, the Luo family didn't possess the devouring abyss innate talent at all. The reason for this was that Lin Sun already knew that when Luo Tongtian was exploring the ruins of fate, he had discovered that from the land of eternity the devouring abyss innate talent he had obtained in the boat. It was also Luo Tongtian who took away the eternal boat, the treasure that originally belonged to the divine emperor of eternal night. As for the heaven accessing place, it was a secret key to open the eternal boat. When Lin Sun was young, he regained the devouring abyss with the help of the heaven accessing place, which gave him the opportunity to change his fate. No matter what, the devouring abyss talent came from the eternal boat. Now, the reason why Lin Sun had doubts was that the devouring abyss talent was the original cause and effect that influenced the beginning of his fate. Since the devouring abyss talent came from the eternal boat, it naturally meant that the beginning of his fate was influenced by the power of the eternal boat. This was something that Lin Sun had never thought about before. Yet now, when he stood on the river of life and thought back to the past, and when he traced back to the source of his fate and karma, he suddenly noticed that he actually hadn't truly investigated the cause that affected his fate at the very beginning, the arc of eternity. Where did it come from? Thinking of this, Lin Sun had a strange feeling in his heart. In the origin world. Tracing back to the origin could allow practitioners to go back to the past and come to the long river of life to make up for their regrets. But once they did this, it was tantamount to trying to change their fate and cause and effect, which would lead to a series of unpredictable variables and make the past life change accordingly. This kind of change depended on each other. Some died, and some realized a new change in their fate. For Lin Sun, there was no regret to make up for. But when he realized the original cause and effect of the devouring abyss talent, Lin Sun found that he was wrong. If he didn't trace back to the real origin of the devouring abyss talent, everything he had now would be destroyed in the most fatal way if something happened to the devouring abyss talent in the future, because this was the most critical cause and effect that affected his life, just like the origin of countless causes and effects in his past life. Realizing this problem, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little cold on his back. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun got rid of distractions and began to think. The devouring abyss talent came from the eternal boat, and the eternal boat came from the divine emperor of eternal night. But where did the divine emperor of eternal night get this treasure? Soon, Lin Sun thought of a possibility. Without hesitation, he left the long river of life. In a courtyard in Nank City, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Su Wanju noticed it immediately and said, "You came back so soon. So, my little friend, you didn't do anything in the past?" Lin Sun thought, "Before that, I accidentally found a problem, which is very likely to be the deepest hidden danger in my life." Saying this, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, can you remember the origin of the eternal boat?" Xianxia had already refined the Tao left by the divine emperor of eternal night, and also understood some of the divine emperor's past experiences and memories. Hearing this, she thought for a moment and said, "This treasure came from the Eternal Gate, and was taken out by the Divine Emperor of Eternal Night a long time ago." Sure enough. Lin Sun's eyes revealed a strange look. Previously on the long river of life, he had speculated this answer. And until now, he still remembered that the Lord of Tongtian had also gone to the Eternal Gate, but encountered a fatal disaster. At that time, a horrible golden figure appeared from the Eternal Gate, and there was also a Tao Bell. The Tao Bell, surrounded by chaotic qi, seriously injured the Lord of Tongtian in one fell swoop, and how could Lin Sun not recognize that Tao Bell? It was naturally the primordial bell, from the primordial ruler. My devouring abyss talent came from the Eternal Boat, and the Eternal Boat came from the Eternal Gate, and in the Eternal Gate, there was the treasure of the primordial ruler. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. There must be a mystery behind this. If he hadn't looked back on the long river of life, if he hadn't deduced the cause and effect at the beginning of fate on a whim, how could he have noticed this? And if the mystery of cause and effect was not solved, when he met the primordial ruler in the future, even if his cultivation was the same as the primordial ruler's, the more Lin Sun thought about it, the more serious his expression became. After a long time, he asked, "Xianxia, can you still remember what happened in the Eternal Gate in the memory of the Divine Emperor of Eternal Night?" Xianxia frowned and thought, "If you didn't ask, I really didn't care about it. Now that I think about it, I find that the memory of the Eternal Gate seems to have been erased, so I can't remember it no matter how hard I try." After hearing this, Lin Sun was even more certain that this matter wasn't simple. "Little friend, what exactly happened?" Su Wanjun couldn't help but ask. She could keenly sense that Lin Sun's state of mind was a little unstable. "Originally, I thought that my fate had always been in my control, but now I realize that from the moment I was born, I might have been tainted with a great cause and effect." Lin Sun took a deep breath and told her about the origin of the devouring abyss. After hearing this, Su Wanjuan's beautiful eyes also narrowed, and she said, "You suspect that the devouring abyss talent is related to the primordial ruler?" "It's hard to say, but I'm sure that he must have understood this talent very well. Otherwise, how could his treasure, the primordial bell, appear in the Eternal Gate?" Lin Sun's emotions were a little complicated, and his voice also became low. "In my opinion, this matter is very simple," said Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun said, "Your talent comes from the Ark of Eternity, and the Ark of Eternity comes from the Door of Eternity. If you want to find out the truth and understand everything, you might be able to enter the Door of Eternity through the River of Life." Lin Sun had also thought of this, but he had more ideas. A long time ago, the primordial ruler also came to this traceback world. He must have known that this world can allow practitioners to trace their past lives and make changes. Lin Sun said, "If so, would the primordial ruler have already guessed that when I noticed the hidden danger of the devouring abyss, I would try to enter the Eternal Gate through the River of Life to change everything?" Su Wanjuan's expression changed slightly, and she said, "It is indeed possible." Lin Sun said, "If he had already guessed it, how could he not have left behind a backup plan? For example, if I make changes now, will it be tantamount to walking into a trap?" This, even Su Wanjun was a little uncertain. Because the cause and effect involved were too complicated, and what Lin Sun said at the moment was just his speculation. No one knew what the hidden danger was. Not only her, but Lin Sun's own state of mind had not been able to calm down until now. Who would have thought that when looking back on the past life, he would find such a hidden danger? Every drink and every peck was cause and effect. Everything happened for a reason, and there must be an effect. With Lin Sun's current cultivation and mastery of the law of fate, how could he not understand that once his talent, the devouring abyss, had an accident, it would definitely be a fatal blow? What troubled Lin Sun was, if the origin of the devouring abyss was related to the absolute beginning ruler, then the absolute beginning ruler would definitely expect that Lin Sun would try to make up for it after he found out about it. Under such circumstances, the absolute beginning ruler might have already laid a backup plan and was waiting for Lin Sun to walk into the trap, but if he didn't make up for it, it would be an unpredictable hidden danger after all, and doubts could bring fatal threats at any time. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Lin Sun, you don't have to go to the River of Life to go to the Eternal Gate." She waved her sleeve. Buzz, the Eternal Boat, which looked like a bronze coffin, appeared out of thin air. Xianxia said, "The heaven accessing place is not only the secret key to open the Eternal Boat, but also the star map to the Eternal Gate." When you use the talent power of the devouring abyss as a guide and operate the heaven accessing place, you can condense the eternal gate. After knowing this, Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then showed a look of joy. I didn't expect that the eternal gate was so far away, but right in front of me. You didn't ask me before. I thought you already knew. Xianxia said. Lin Sun was embarrassed. After all, he had never intended to explore the secret of the eternal gate before, so he didn't know about it. Su Wanjun smiled and said, in this way, you don't have to worry about uncontrollable changes in the course of fate and cause and effect of the past because of making up for the shortcomings of the past. If you didn't go to the river of life to change the past, it naturally wouldn't cause changes in the course of fate and cause and effect. Lin Sun also felt much more relaxed and stepped in front of the eternal boat. This treasure was vast and heavy, and in the center was a mysterious star map, which was formed by the heaven accessing place. I'd like to see what's hidden in the eternal gate. Lin Sun took a deep breath and pressed his right palm on the star map. As he operated the talent power of the devouring abyss, the mysterious star map suddenly glowed and produced a burst of strange ripples. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in the void, and a door appeared as if it had broken through the barrier of ancient times. Inside the door, the chaotic aura was steaming, and light and shadow were flowing, as if millions of stars were revolving around it. The eternal gate, Lin Sun recognized it at a glance. Back then, the Lord of Tongtian had encountered this portal. But before Lin Sun could think further, a terrifying aura emerged from the eternal gate, and a majestic figure that emitted boundless golden light appeared, like a legendary supreme god of war. Die. The eyes of the golden figure were like burning lamps, instantly locking on Lin Sun. Without any hesitation, he directly waved a golden halberd and chopped at Lin Sun. Boom, the halberd swept across the sky, setting off an endless rain of light. Lin Sun remained motionless until the golden halberd chopped down. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grasped in the void. The golden halberd was firmly grasped. With the strength of Lin Sun's palms and fingers, the mysterious golden halberd collapsed inch by inch, and the golden figure holding the halberd was shaken and staggered. A boundless existence. The golden figure exclaimed in surprise. However, he didn't shrink back. A golden halberd condensed once more in his hand, and when he swung it, it caused an expanse of boundlessly terrifying light of calamity to descend. That was the power of the fateless calamity. Early on in the ruins of creation, Lin Sun had encountered a similar calamity. But at that time, it was the emissary of destiny, Xianxia, who had borrowed it. Now, it was executed by the golden figure. Seeing this, Lin Sun was even more certain that the eternal gate was closely related to the absolute beginning. Bang! Lin Sun finally moved when the light of calamity arrived. He swung his fist and smashed it as easily as crushing dry weeds, and it easily smashed apart the energy of the fateless calamity. On the other hand, the terrifying force of the punch even caused the golden figure's body to crack, and the light of the Tao around it dispersed like rain. Bang! The golden figure was blasted back, and he turned around and fled towards the depths of the eternal gate before he could stabilize himself. Xianxia, stay here with Senior Su. I'll be back soon. Lin Sun's figure had already charged into the eternal gate as he spoke. A path paved with the light of the Tao appeared within the eternal gate, and it stretched towards the depths of the eternal gate. As soon as he entered, Lin Sun sensed a mysterious and unfamiliar aura of the laws, and it was like the order of the Tao laws that maintained a world. Could it be that there's a world behind the eternal gate? Lin Sun thought as he flashed towards the depths of the path. His divine sense could sense that the injured golden figure was fleeing in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Sun chased after it unhurriedly. After a full quarter of an hour. Suddenly, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness lost the sense of the golden figure, as if it had disappeared all of a sudden. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun continued to move forward. Not long after, he saw the exit of this path, which was slowly rotating like a whirlpool. With just a glance, Lin Sun knew that the golden figure had left this whirlpool. Whoosh! Lin Sun's body flashed, and he condensed a doppelganger, which rushed into the whirlpool first. And his original body followed closely behind. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Sun was moved to another world. Before Lin Sun could see the scene of this world clearly, a dull roar of collision sounded, and the bright light of the Tao splashed and spread. It was also at this time that Lin Sun saw that the doppelganger of Tao, who had arrived before him, had been ambushed. It was a group of 9 cultivators, each of whom was shining brightly and had a terrifying aura. The treasures they controlled were all filled with the aura of disaster. That was the power of the Great Silence fatal disaster, which was enough to make people in the boundless realm tremble in fear. Obviously, if Lin Sun's original body had rushed in first, he was destined to be besieged like this. Whoosh, Lin Sun raised his hand and waved, and the doppelganger of Tao, who was being besieged, turned into a light and disappeared into thin air. The group of cultivators was stunned, and then they all realized that they had been fooled. Their faces darkened, and they rushed towards Lin Sun without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the overwhelming aura of disaster turned into thunder and lightning, shrouding Lin Sun. They all had the cultivation of the boundless realm, but they were far from being powerful. But because they could borrow the power of the Great Silence fatal disaster, they were a great threat. If it were other cultivators, they would have retreated in fear. But how could Lin Sun be afraid of this? Then, he stretched out his right hand and swiped it in the air. The power of disaster that whistled over was easily sliced apart like a piece of cloth and split into pieces. Along with Lin Sun's stride, a terrifying power swept out along with it. Bang! 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 The bodies of the 9 cultivators stiffened, and then they were pressured to the point of kneeling on the ground while their cultivation was restrained. Looking at their expressions again, it was already filled with fear and astonishment. Lin Sun paid no attention to all of this. He swept the surroundings with his gaze. The sky was dim, and the ground was boundless. There was no sun, moon, stars, plants, mountains, or rivers. It was completely empty. It seemed like there was only heaven and earth, and it was boundless. This was the world behind the door of eternity. Lin Sun raised his brows, and then he looked at the group of cultivators that had been restrained and said, "I've just arrived here, and there are many things I don't know. So I'd like to ask all of you." It wasn't that he didn't want to search their souls, but he recalled what Xianxia had encountered. After Xianxia was restrained at that time, he'd once said that emissaries of destiny like him who'd utilized the lifeless tribulation of Great Silence had long since left a brand that belonged to the absolute beginning sovereign in their bodies. So once Xianxia's soul was searched, he would definitely perish at the first possible moment. So, Lin Sun didn't do that now. The expressions of those cultivators were unsightly. Even though they were restrained and their lives were on the line, all of them remained silent. This caused Lin Sun to frown. He was just about to say something when a warm and clear laughter suddenly resounded from the extremely distant horizon. "Lin Sun, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Just come look for me if you want to know anything." The figure was like a morning bell, and it revealed a force that struck directly at the heart. If it was any other ordinary person, that person's mental state would be silently subdued in an instant, and that person wouldn't be able to help but feel reverence towards the owner of this voice and obey its orders. However, for Lin Sun, who'd attained the state of mind that was connected to the ages, the force contained within this voice didn't affect him in the slightest. Suddenly, Lin Sun's pupils constricted because he saw those 9 cultivators that he'd suppressed on the ground had transformed into ash and vanished after this voice resounded. "It's just some ignorant subordinates. Take it as an apology to young brother." The clear and warm voice resounded once more, and it was casual and natural. It seemed as if annihilating 9 boundless realm existences was nothing to him at all. This casual attitude was filled with coldness and indifference. Lin Sun went silent for a short moment before he suddenly smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize. I came here because I wanted to see exactly what secrets are hidden behind the door of eternity. If you're unable to give me a satisfactory answer, then I'm afraid I won't let you off." His voice was still drifting through the air when he'd already strode forward, and he instantly traversed the boundless heavens and the earth to arrive at the place the voice came from. The heavens and the earth here were still dim, yet there were practically countless balls of flames floating in space, and it was impossible to see the end of them with a single glance. They gave others the feeling that it was like a myriad of stars were embellished there, and they burned silently. Moreover, the flames they emanated varied in strength, brightness, and color. Not far away, there was a platform built. There was nothing special about the platform, but because of the figure that sat cross-legged on it, it instantly gave the platform an indescribable charm. It seemed as if it stood towering above the 9 heavens, yet also seemed to be floating at the end of eternity, boundless and indistinct. The figure wore a black robe, and his clothes were neat and tidy. Strands of translucent and crystalline divine chains of calamity coiled around his body, and they were like grains of sand in the Ganges River. They were boundless, and he himself was impervious to all tribulations and was supreme. When he saw this person, Lin Sun's pupils constricted abruptly. The absolute beginning dominator, early on in the void above the sky of the mortal transformation world, Lin Sun had seen the Tao image that this person left behind, so how could he not recognize this person? However, Lin Sun had never imagined that he would meet this terrifying existence that could be said to be a supreme legend in the world behind the door of eternity. Wasn't it said that he was trapped by that swordsman's sword shackles many eras ago, and was suppressed in a secret realm in the profound God domain? At this moment, the black-robed man on the platform had already raised his head to look at Lin Sun. His voice was gentle, and his clear eyes carried a smile as he said, "Little friend Lin, there's no need to be nervous, and there's no need to be persistent. I've been waiting for you, and I'll naturally resolve the doubts in your heart." The atmosphere was quiet. In addition to the countless flame balls, there seemed to be only Absolute Beginning sitting cross-legged on the platform and Lin Sun who had just arrived here. Hearing Absolute Beginning's words, Lin Sun was surprised and asked, "Have you been waiting for me?" "Yes, to be exact, what you see in front of you is just a part of my willpower." Absolute Beginning's appearance was not handsome, but there was a kind of fresh air, like the green bamboo on the cliff bank, standing alone in the sea of clouds. The aura on his body was also gentle and calm, completely not giving off any sense of oppression or hostility. But Lin Sun did not dare to underestimate him. Even if it was just a Dharma avatar, the threat of its existence was completely different when its original body was the Absolute Beginning realm. "Why are you waiting for me?" Lin Sun asked again. Absolute Beginning smiled and said, "You probably have noticed that there may be something wrong with your talent, so you come to trace the source, right?" "Yes." Lin Sun did not deny it. Absolute Beginning asked curiously, "Do you know that doing so will bring many unexpected changes in your past life, and all kinds of unpredictable causes and effects will occur, which will affect your current path of cultivation?" At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly realized a problem. The willpower left by Absolute Beginning seemed to subconsciously think that Lin Sun came from the river of life in the origin world. Thinking of this, Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said bluntly, "You guessed wrong. I came here with the eternal boat, which will not have any impact on my past, nor will it affect my current cultivation." Absolute Beginning was stunned for a moment, and then laughed heartily, "You know I guessed wrong. Why do you tell me the truth?" Lin Sun said, "At this time I don't want to hide anything. I also hope that you can do the same. Otherwise, I will only be very disappointed." "Disappointed about what?" Absolute Beginning asked curiously. Lin Sun said indifferently, "Disappointed that a person like you can only play some small tricks. In this case, there will be one less enemy in this world who can make me respect." Absolute Beginning was silent for a moment, and suddenly said with emotion, "You remind me of a swordsman's words. The most difficult thing to meet in this world is a respectable enemy. Unfortunately, he abandoned his cultivation and left. This matter made me sad for a period of time. Fortunately, there's still Xianxia in this world. There's that old geezer Subhoodie who's willing to give up his entire life to play a game with me, and there's Golden Cicada who goes against my grand Tao." After a pause, he smiled and looked at Lin Sun. "Now, there's you. This way, my life will not be lonely, my Tao will have an enemy." "How delightful." The space between his brows was filled with joy and vigor. "Then should I feel honored?" Lin Sun said. The Beginning had a carefree smile on his face. "There is no need for that. What I admire right now is your mentality. As for your cultivation path, it is not good enough to be my opponent." His tone was calm, yet it seemed as if he was stating a fact. Lin Sun didn't feel unhappy at all. Instead, he corrected him seriously, "You're wrong. I may not be a match for you now, but your willpower can't be a match for me either." He paused for a moment and said, "Not to mention that when I arrive at the profound God domain, who can be sure that I would be inferior to you at that time?" The Beginning clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Well said. There are too many stupid people in the world. Those who can talk to me are only 2 or 3. I am more and more looking forward to how you will lead this place now." Lin Sun also smiled, whether you look forward to it or not, since I can come, I can leave. From the moment they met to the present, they were talking and laughing like a pair of friends. There was no atmosphere of hostility at all. However, the temperament and attitude revealed in the conversation were like invisible sharp edges competing against each other. Thunder was seen in silence. The beginning was silent for a moment. The smile on his lips disappeared and he said, "Do you know where this place is?" "Please enlighten me," Lin Sun said. The beginning said, "This is a corner of the Forbidden Land for life." The Forbidden Land for life? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes, those who are born with life can be called life. In the eyes of cultivators like us, the myriad of living beings in the myriad of worlds, regardless of whether it's plants, beasts, evil spirits, demons, or the innumerable races, are all living beings in the end. The beginning said, "But it is impossible for powerful figures like Boundless Realm to create life. So, where do you think life comes from?" In the past, Lin Sun would definitely answer that the original life was bred by chaos. The chaos separated heaven and earth, so all things had spirits, and they developed spiritual intelligence in the Great Way. Then, after reproduction and transformation, they turned into all kinds of races in the world. But now, Lin Sun was stunned. If chaos gave birth to life, how did it give birth to it? The beginning was obviously asking about the origin of life. He wanted to know what kind of power of the great Tao of chaos had created it. In the eyes of our generation, the great ways of fate and cause and effect are supreme. But almost no one can touch the essence and origin of life. The beginning said frankly, including me, I also don't know much about it and can't see the mystery. But since I came to this forbidden land for life, I finally found some mysteries related to the origin of life. As he said, the beginning pointed to the countless flame balls in the nearby world and said, "Look, these are all the talents born here. Every day, every moment, new talents are born, and some talents disappear. It's very wonderful." Lin Sun looked around and found that the burning flame balls like hundreds of millions of stars suddenly became different. Talent, it was an inborn power. It could be awakened from the bloodline, condensed from the soul, or born from any part of the body. For example, some races were born with 2 wings and could travel between heaven and earth since they were born. Some races were born with only 1 vertical eye, but they had strange magic. And powerful creatures such as immortal phoenix, black tortoise, white tiger, and true dragon were born with all kinds of inborn talents. The existence of talent made the life in the world become diverse. But if you traced back to the origin, all talents were born in life, but now, there were countless talents floating between heaven and earth. The number was so great that Lin Sun couldn't identify the specific number at a glance. Moreover, as he observed, he could see that many fireballs were disappearing, and many new fireballs were being born. Birth and death, the cycle was endless. Talent is the innate strength of life. However, you are able to see the birth and disappearance of countless innate strengths in this place. The reason for this is that the world here is filled with energy that can nurture and create innate strengths. This energy is definitely related to the secrets of life. The beginning said leisurely. So, you think that this is the forbidden land for life? Lin Sun asked. No, this should be just a corner of the forbidden land for life. Speaking of this, the beginning's eyes showed a trace of strangeness. My little friend, do you know where the corner of the forbidden land for life we are in now is? Lin Sun said, since you asked this, you must think that I should have heard of such a place long ago. If so, is it in the realm of wonders? The beginning couldn't help laughing. Yes. But Lin Sun's heart was unable to calm down. The ruins of wonders were divided into 3 parts, and they were the realm of spirits, the realm of wonders, and the realm of wonders. On the other hand, the realm of wonders was regarded as the most forbidden place in the ruins of wonders, but according to the information Lin Sun knew, since ancient times until now, no one dared to step into it rashly because it was extremely dangerous, and anyone who entered would definitely die. It was precisely because they sensed such great danger that supreme figures like Xianxia, the master of the heart core, and Golden Cicada would lie dormant in the realm of wonders. So, Lin Sun's previous guesses were merely guesses. But, the beginning said that the world behind the door of eternity was actually within the realm of wonders. How could Lin Sun not be shocked and surprised? Are you surprised? That's because you haven't truly arrived at the realm of wonders to sense the aura that belongs to the forbidden land of wonders. The beginning smiled. If you have the chance to leave this place this time, then you can go and sense it. The implication was that if Lin Sun couldn't leave, then there was no need to talk about all of this. Lin Sun said, "You're just a Dharma manifestation, yet you're so confident that you can keep me here. If I'm not wrong, then it's probably related to my talent, right?" "Yes." The beginning's eyes were clear and calm as he said frankly, "The purpose of your coming here is naturally to investigate the origin of the Grand Devourer of the Abyss in order to resolve this hidden danger, and I just happen to know where the flaw of the Grand Devourer of the Abyss is." Lin Sun's pupils narrowed slightly, and he said, "Please enlighten me." The beginning thought for a moment and said, "This has to start from the treasure, the boat of eternity. A long time ago, when I entered the ruins of wonders for the first time, I obtained many unimaginable fortunes, and the most miraculous of them all was the boat of eternity." His clear eyes were suffused with recollection. "At that time I lingered in the realm of wonders for a long time. Because I sensed the danger of the forbidden land of wonders, I knew that if I went to investigate, only death would await me, so I didn't dare to rashly go there. But I wasn't willing to stop here, so I decided to give it a try with the method of doppelgangers. In merely a year, I condensed 3,000 doppelgangers, and each doppelganger went to explore the forbidden land of wonders in a different way. But without exception, those doppelgangers didn't come back. Come to think of it, they should have suffered a calamity and disappeared. But I wasn't willing to give up. In the next 100,000 years, I condensed a doppelganger and went to the forbidden land of wonders to investigate every 10 years. Speaking of this, the beginning was full of emotion. Every time I tried, it was a failure, and when the countless failures piled up, it was a huge blow to me." After a pause, he smiled again. "Fortunately, after 10,000 years of trying, things finally took a turn for the better. 100,000 years of attempts, 100,000 years of failure, had finally been exchanged for a glimmer of hope." Taichu's words seemed casual, but just thinking about it made people shiver. How much willpower and perseverance did he have to persevere for 100,000 years? The countless failures had not shaken him in the slightest. It would be terrifying to fight against such a character. However, Absolute Beginning continued. "On that day, I was deducing the Grand Tao when I suddenly sensed something in my heart. When I raised my head to look towards the forbidden area of profundity, I saw a bronze coffin that was suffused with the aura of chaos flash out. It was naturally the eternal vessel. Although I didn't know how miraculous it was at that time, I'm sure that it was a fortune that came from the forbidden zone of life. If there's no mishap, this treasure will be in my hand as soon as it flies out. In just 2 hours, I saw through the secrets of this treasure star chart, condensed the gate of eternity, and arrived in this world. At that time I was just like you. I knew nothing about this world, but my heart was filled with excitement and joy. I thought that the secrets hidden in this place might allow me to achieve the ultimate breakthrough on my boundless path towards the Tao, and I might be able to step onto a higher path." When he spoke up to here, Absolute Beginning let out a long sigh. "But later on, I noticed that this place is merely a corner of the forbidden area of profundity, and the profundities related to the origin and essence of life are extremely limited. Moreover, it can only be explored from the innate energy that was born in this expanse of the heavens and the earth." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you discover the talent of devouring abyss from here?" "Little friend, don't be anxious." The beginning smiled, looking at the billions of burning flames. "At that time, I spent more than 1,000 years to sense and understand those talents one by one. First, I wanted to know the secrets of life. Second, I was curious to see if there was the strongest talent in this world. Until one day, when I was comprehending one of the talents, a variable suddenly appeared." Speaking of this, the beginning looked at Lin Sun again. "My little friend, do you want to have a look?" Lin Sun nodded. Absolute Beginning raised his hand and a curtain of light emerged. In the light screen, a cluster of flames that was in the process of being born appeared. They seemed to have emerged from nothingness, bringing with them wisps of the aura of primal chaos. They had yet to truly take shape. But right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. One of the balls of flame suddenly trembled, and then a profound and unfathomable fluctuation of life surged into appearance. Then, this ball of flame burst out with an unbelievable devouring power, and it devoured all the other innate abilities around it. Absolute Beginning's surprised voice could be heard from the light screen. Apparently, Absolute Beginning had also noticed this anomaly at that time. However, when Absolute Beginning approached, the myriad of flaming raindrops that were scattered throughout the heavens and the earth seemed as if they'd been drawn over, and they charged madly towards Absolute Beginning. The commotion was too big, catching even Absolute Beginning off guard. At that moment, the ball of fire that radiated with the aura of the rhythm of life turned into a ray of light and fled from this world. The screen of light dissipated. Absolute Beginning, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform, said, "Do you see that? A newly born talent has miraculously gained life energy. How unbelievable is that?" Lin Sun couldn't calm down either. He vaguely guessed something, but he wasn't sure. Absolute Beginning's eyes were filled with a trace of regret. "When I chased after it, that talent with life energy had already escaped with the help of the eternal arc outside the gate of eternity." Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, "You mean, the Eternal Night Divine Emperor was transformed from that talent that was born in this world?" Absolute Beginning said, "That's right. In the years that followed, I sent many people to investigate the eternal arc. Finally, I learned that that talent had already embarked on the path of Tao, and called itself the Eternal Night Divine Emperor. She was actually also seeking a way to break through. Just thinking about it is incredible. It's a pity that my subordinates were all useless and couldn't capture the Eternal Night Divine Emperor. Later, I found out that this woman was born with the ability to control fate and the power of karma. This should be the innate ability she had mastered when this world was born. And a person with such talent is indeed too difficult to deal with. A long time ago, with the power of the primordial bell, I suddenly launched a murderous attack. I thought that I could capture that woman in this way, but who would have thought that she still escaped?" Hearing this, Lin Sun remembered that when the Eternal Night Divine Emperor went to the Divine City of Fortune, he encountered a great silent fate. At that time, the primordial bell descended and seriously injured him, so that in the end, he had to hide in the flowing light forbidden area, and finally chose to reincarnate. Obviously, this was what Absolute Beginning was talking about at this moment. But Lin Sun couldn't calm down. He finally understood why Xianxia said that in the memory of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor, there was nothing about the Eternal Gate, as if it had been erased. The reason was that the moment the Eternal Night Divine Emperor was born, he had already escaped from that world, so how could he leave any impression? Of course, the most shocking thing to Lin Sun was that the origin of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor was transformed from a talent energy, which was completely unexpected to Lin Sun. And inferring in this way, as the reincarnation of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor, the origin of Xiaxi's life was also in this world. This world was located in the Forbidden Land of Wonders, and the Forbidden Land of Wonders was located in the Ruins of Wonders, which was equivalent to saying that Xiaxi came out from the Ruins of Wonders. "My little friend, your state of mind is not stable, so you probably don't know that the truth will be so bizarre, right?" On the Taoist platform, Absolute Beginning asked softly. Lin Sun looked at the clear and calm eyes of the other party, and his heart shuddered. He immediately calmed down and said, "I really didn't expect that the talent energy born in this world could have life. Moreover, my talent energy has such a great relationship with the other party." Thinking about it, although he was born with the talent of devouring the abyss, the source of this talent energy didn't come from his mother Luo Qingxuan, nor from his maternal great-grandfather Luo Tongtian, but from the Eternal Night Divine Emperor who possessed the treasure of Eternal Ship. And the Eternal Night Divine Emperor was a talented creature born in this world. This is the cause and effect. The Beginning smiled. Although the Eternal Night Divine Emperor escaped from this world and even took the boat of eternity with her, I thought it was a good thing for me. A good thing? Lin Sun frowned. Absolute Beginning said, "An innate gift that can create life, to me, is the same as me seeing a possibility. That is, in this world, there exists a secret that can create life. After the Eternal Night Divine Emperor escaped, I was exploring this matter. It took me about 800 years to finally find some mysteries, and finally found the origin power that gave birth to the Eternal Night Divine Emperor." The Beginning looked at Lin Sun with a subtle look in his eyes. In other words, this kind of origin power is the root of the talent of devouring the abyss. This undoubtedly told Lin Sun that he had insight into the essence and mystery of the devouring the abyss, which was a great threat to Lin Sun. After all, from the time he was born, the talent of devouring the abyss had affected the trajectory of his life. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun asked, "You left your will here to wait for me, not just to wait for me to come here one day and tell me this, right?" "Of course not." The beginning smiled. "In fact, the reason why I waited here was to wait for the eternal night divine emperor, not for you. But even I didn't expect that the lotus beauty was waiting for would be you, a young man with the talent of devouring the abyss. In less than 1,000 years, you rose from the insignificant Xiao Empire, went all the way to the eternal world from the starry ancient path, experienced countless trials in the ultimate ruins, the ruins of fate, and the Kunlun ruins, and finally came to the ruins of wonderful Tao. Do you know? I've seen boundless upheaval, blood, variables, and calamities on this path of cultivation that you've taken. If it's an ordinary cultivator, then they would have probably died countless times by now. However, you've been able to repeatedly turn danger into safety and create unexpected miracles and magnificent feats. Even I have to admit that you're indeed an unprecedented variable." The beginning's tone was full of emotion. He had seen all kinds of amazing people in his life, but Lin Sun was the only one that he noticed a completely different variable. Lin Sun looked calm. It was not surprising that the beginning could know his past. "After saying so much, what on earth do you want to do?" Lin Sun asked. "It's very simple. I want to get something from you, such as the eternal boat, the talent of devouring the abyss, nirvana, and the girl named Xianxia." The beginning looked calm. Lin Sun's eyes were slightly cold, and he said, "You really want a lot." Tai Chu casually smiled and said, "I know you won't agree to it. But just like what you said in the beginning, at this point, it's pointless to be secretive. What I am talking about now is exactly what I want. If you agree, I can guarantee that I will never regard you as an enemy again." "Do you think I will agree?" Lin Sun asked. Absolute Beginning smiled, "I won't." Lin Sun's mind, expression, and eyes all became calmer. "Then why do you ask when you know the answer?" The beginning was still sitting cross-legged on the platform, with a casual manner and a calm tone. "I just want to see if you and Luo Tongtian will make the same choice. Now it seems that you are really a family." The words were so shocking that Lin Sun's heart suddenly trembled, and he said, "My great-grandfather was taken away by you?" The beginning nodded, "Yes." A chill appeared in Lin Sun's eyes. "You killed him?" The beginning nodded again, "Yes." Then he said patiently, "I wanted to see the devouring the abyss from him and then take back the eternal boat, but I didn't expect that he would choose to die, just like you now." He had always been very calm and casual, even when he talked about killing Luo Tongtian. But his casualness was a kind of extreme indifference and coldness. He was like the supreme dominator of life and death, who regarded all living beings as non-entities and didn't care at all. In the beginning, Lin Sun still respected Tai Chu. Even though they were enemies on the Great Way, Tai Chu's demeanor and bearing were rare in the world. But at this moment, when he learned that Luo Tongtian was killed by Tai Chu, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel hatred and disgust. There was no doubt that Tai Chu was an extremely cold and indifferent opponent. It was also undeniable that his cultivation was so strong that he disdained to hide anything he did or said. Just like his performance at this moment. "It seems that we are destined to be enemies." Lin Sun took a deep breath and said calmly, "No more nonsense. Let's fight." Tai Chu was a little regretful and said, "In this case, I'm afraid you will never have a chance to go to the mysterious God realm to compete with me." Lin Sun looked at him quietly and didn't speak anymore. However, his aura had already been circulated to its peak. Seeing this, Tai Chu suddenly smiled and stood up from the platform, saying, "As you said, I'm just a manifestation of willpower. Since I want to deal with you, I should start from your most fatal weakness." As he said, his body suddenly shone, and his long figure seemed to become infinitely tall. An indescribable horrible breath spread out. Boom! The hundreds of millions of flame light balls floating in the void nearby shook violently, as if they surrendered. The power of rules covering this world seemed to be drawn out all at once, and all gathered in the palm of Tai Chu's right hand. An indescribable feeling of palpitation surged through Lin Sun's body, and the talent power located in his heart was also inexplicably restless at this moment, like a beast that had noticed the coming danger. "The origin of chaos in this world gave birth to the devouring abyss, and I have already mastered the origin of chaos here. As long as I think about it, I can suppress and control any talent power born in this world. In a leisurely and calm voice, Taichu suddenly grasped the air with his right hand. This includes your devouring abyss, of course. Boom, even though Lin Sun had made all the preparations to resist, he still felt the heavy pressure when this grasping force shrouded him. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia flicked his sleeve, causing boundless light of the Tao to surge into appearance and forcefully block the might of this claw. Their attacks collided, and this expanse of the heavens and the earth shook while the nearby space rumbled and collapsed towards the surroundings. In the billowing airwaves, although Lin Sun blocked the blow, he only felt a sharp pain in his heart, and the talent power hidden in it was like being grabbed by a big hand and pulled out fiercely. The pain was so intense that he felt as if his heart and liver were being ripped out. Lin Sun's face changed slightly. There was no doubt that this grasping force was aimed at his talent. Most horrifying of it all was that no matter how he circulated his cultivation, he was actually unable to suppress it. The reason was that the grand devouring abyss wasn't resisting it, and it seemed to urgently want to leave his body. Young friend, you won't be able to resist it. To your grand devouring abyss, the power I wield is like its mother nest and essence. No matter how much you try to suppress it, it will still leave you. Your great-grandfather, Luo Tongtian, lost his innate talent here. Now, it's your turn. Lin Sun's face was pale, and a chill ran down his spine. He was trying his best to suppress his talent power, but as time went by, the talent power hidden in his heart showed a faint sign of being out of control. Once it was taken away, it would definitely be a fatal blow to Lin Sun's cultivation. After all, his cultivation had long been integrated into the profound meaning of the grand devouring abyss. It had become a part of his cultivation. If it was taken away now, his cultivation would be seriously damaged. In this case, even if he had the possibility to leave here alive this time, he couldn't make up for it at all. This is the cause and effect. What's more, the grand devouring abyss was born with you and is the origin of your Tao. If the origin is gone, there is no Tao. Taichu said softly. This was not complacency, but still as casual and indifferent as when they were chatting before. But the more it was like this, the more terrible Taichu's mind was. Your master Putti probably didn't expect that the variable he had been waiting for would be destroyed by the talent of the grand devouring abyss. If he knew this, he would probably give up the idea of playing chess with me, wouldn't he? Taichu said softly. He didn't take advantage of this moment to make another move. After all, he was just a manifestation of willpower. He would never give Lin Sun any chance to defeat him before he took away the talent of the grand devouring abyss. Puff. Suddenly, Lin Sun coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. His vital energy surged and roared, and the aura he revealed was boundlessly terrifying. Even the beginning couldn't help but be moved. I never expected that your current cultivation has actually far surpassed a figure like the boundless Tao Lord, and it's even to the extent that you faintly possess the might of the boundless Dominator. Taichu was surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Sun's cultivation had advanced to such a level just after he arrived at the headstream world, the fourth heaven of the spirit's realm. But immediately, Taichu smiled. In his eyes, although Lin Sun's breath was extremely powerful, it was obvious that he couldn't suppress the talent power in his body. Whether it's your master, Xianxia, or Golden Cicada, they are all waiting for you, the variable. They also know that my original body trapped in the sword lock is also waiting for you. But they probably didn't expect that you, the variable, would encounter an accident in front of me before you arrived at the mysterious god realm. Taichu spoke as if he was chatting with an old friend, but don't worry, little friend. I only want those things I said before, and I won't harm your life. After all, in these countless years, there are too few people who can impress me. And your temperament and character are undoubtedly what I admire the most. Maybe, when my original body goes to the mysterious Forbidden Land in the future, I will also take you with me. In this way, the road to the Great Tao won't be too lonely. Just speaking of this, Lin Sun in the distance suddenly raised his eyes and looked at him from afar. A touch of mockery appeared on his pale face. Do you really think you've won? Taichu was slightly startled and said, so, little friend, do you think you still have a chance to struggle? Struggle? Lin Sun laughed and suddenly stepped into the void, walking towards Taichu. At this time, his violent chi produced a kind of amazing change, like a phoenix reborn in the fire, or a silkworm breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. In Taichu's perception, the talent of devouring abyss hidden in Lin Sun's body, which was being seized by him, also transformed at this moment and became completely different from before. But when Taichu wanted to further sense it, he lost the sense of the devouring abyss. This sudden scene took him by surprise. But before Taichu could react, Lin Sun had already rushed to him. Boom, he raised his fist and smashed it. It was simple and casual, but it was full of mysterious and unpredictable supreme power. Taichu's sleeves fluttered, and he collided with it. Boom, the next moment, Taichu was hit hard. When he flew out, the Taoist light around his body was violently tumbling, and there was a sign that it was about to collapse. Go. Taichu stretched out his hand and pointed. Hundreds of millions of flame light balls floating in the void nearby suddenly whistled up and turned into a vast and endless sea of fire, covering Lin Sun. Boom, Lin Sun's figure spread out, and the fire all over the sky was swallowed up by his figure like all streams returning to their origin. These were all talents born in this place, but now they were all swept away by Lin Sun like a whale swallowing the sea. That scene made Taichu's eyes narrow. Now, do you still think my master's efforts are in vain? Lin Sun said calmly. Taichu sighed softly, it's really an unprecedented variable. If I'm right, the reason why you can keep the devouring abyss and make it transform should be related to the power of nirvana, right? Yes. Lin Sun took another step and rushed to Taichu. But Taichu waved his hand and said, there's no need to fight anymore. I will disappear here. But Lin Sun didn't stop, and he smashed his fist through the air. This surprised Taichu and he was a little stunned. Boom, his whole body was blown out again, and his hair was disheveled. He was extremely embarrassed, and his figure showed signs of collapse, which was the rapid loss of his willpower. Weren't you very happy just now? Now it's my turn to be happy. Lin Sun said leisurely. Taichu's lips twitched slightly, and he shook his head and sighed, it's just a spiritual manifestation. Why do you care so much? Boom, the next moment, he was blown out again, and his body became completely illusory and dissipated. It's not that I care, but you make me very uncomfortable. I have to vent my anger first. Lin Sun said casually. Haha, interesting. But Taichu suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, maybe, what I have been waiting for is a variable like you. My little friend, when you arrive at the mysterious God realm, I will also vent my anger. His voice was still echoing, and his figure had completely dissipated and disappeared. Lin Sun just raised his fist and felt a little regretful. Although this guy's spiritual manifestation was strong, it was a little weak. Lin Sun took a long breath and looked around. Although he had swallowed up the vast and boundless fireballs, there were already many fireballs appearing little by little in the void now. Lin Sun sensed that the flames swallowed by him had all turned into various kinds of talents in his body, densely packed and innumerable. When Lin Sun ran his cultivation, these talents were refined one by one and turned into strands of pure and translucent origin of chaos, which integrated into Lin Sun's own cultivation. Suddenly, all kinds of indescribable and wonderful insights came to Lin Sun's mind. Taichu didn't lie to me. The origin of chaos in this world can indeed breed and create talents, just like the mother of all talents in the world. Taichu used this kind of power before and almost took away my talent. After a long time, Lin Sun murmured. This kind of origin of chaos could be called Endao spirit. It was because of the origin of Endao spirit that life would become different and all kinds of lives in the world would have different talents. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun understood why Taichu regarded this world as a corner of the life-forbidden zone. Because the origin of Endao spirit did involve some of the mysteries of life. While thinking, Lin Sun strolled to the platform where Taichu sat before. Under the divine aura of the Grand Tao at the absolute beginning of the world, this Tao platform had already become miraculous and extraordinary. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even a boundless realm figure that meditated on it would be able to sense some unique and miraculous Tao marks. When Absolute Beginning entered this place, he had comprehended so many innate powers that he understood a part of the mysteries of the origin of life. I wonder how powerful he is now, Lin Sun thought for a while and waved his sleeves. The Tao platform left by Absolute Beginning in front of him instantly turned into ashes and vanished from the world. Then Lin Sun turned around and left. Possessing the boat of eternity was like possessing the key to opening the door of eternity, and it would allow him to enter this place at any time in the future. So, he wasn't willing to waste his time here. Profound God domain. In that chaotic world. Laughter suddenly resounded from the depths of the ground. At first, it was so soft that it couldn't be heard, but later on, the laughter grew louder and louder, shaking the entire world to the point of trembling violently and causing chaos to roil. Black Crow, who was perching on a withered tree, shuddered. What was wrong with the cult master now? Ever since he learned that Lin Sun had arrived at the ruins of Tao, Black Crow had noticed that his hierarch had acted abnormally more than once. This time, it was clearly a bit more intense, because the laughter was just too loud, shaking Black Crow to the point where he had no choice but to circulate his cultivation with all his might in order to avoid being injured. Little Crow, Lin Sun really didn't disappoint me. Just you wait, the moment he arrives at the profound God domain will be the moment I escape from this sword lock. Ha 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 ha. The Primordium Sovereign's voice rang out, his laughter echoing into the clouds, causing the world to dim and the mountains and rivers to tremble. Black Crow was stunned for a moment before he became excited. Profundity Divine Territory, Traceback World. In a quiet courtyard in Nank City. When Su Wanjun saw Lin Sun walking out of the Eternal Gate safely, she heaved a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "How was it?" Summer Solstice also looked over with her clear eyes. "It's going well." When Lin Sun walked out, the Eternal Gate disappeared. "Let's have a seat." Su Wanjun pointed to the rattan chairs in the courtyard and took the lead to sit on one of them. Then she took out a pot of wine and handed it to Lin. Lin Sun reclined in the rattan chair and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he told his experience in the Eternal Gate without hiding anything. On the other hand, the world behind the Door of Eternity was called the Spirit and Tao World. When Su Wanjun learned that Xianxia's previous incarnation, the Eternal Night Emperor, was born in the spiritual realm, she couldn't help but glance at Xianxia, who was sitting next to Lin Sun. Even she was extremely shocked. She couldn't imagine that innate power could actually possess life. But Xianxia's beautiful face was full of tranquility, as if she was listening to something that had nothing to do with her. In fact, she had long separated herself from the Eternal Night Divine Emperor. She had never been affected by the Eternal Night Divine Emperor, so naturally, she would not have any heartfelt feelings. The backup plan that, the beginning, left behind has failed, and you no longer have to worry about your talent affecting yourself. This is already an extremely good thing. Su Wanjun said, however, his main body is still here. If I'm not wrong, his main body is probably already aware of what happened in the spiritual realm. Lin Sun nodded. Of course. Even though he'd only come into contact with the will of the beginning, his extremely indifferent and composed spirit still left an extremely deep impression on Lin Sun. Senior, if there's a path that's higher than the eternal path in this world, then in my opinion, it's definitely to explore the essence of life. Or perhaps, it can be called the Tao of life. Lin Sun said in a light voice, if the beginning didn't lie, then in his opinion, the realm of profundity is the forbidden area for life, and the secrets related to the origin of life are hidden within it. Just like the spiritual realm, it's located within the realm of profundity. The Tao of life. Su Wanjun fell into deep thought, and she muttered after a long time, if that's the case, then did he choose to reincarnate and cultivate again in samsara for the sake of exploring this Tao? It should be so. Lin Sun pondered and said, samsara is a taboo way of reincarnation, which involves the change and reincarnation of life. Since the senior swordsman could cultivate again in samsara, it naturally means that he has touched some mysteries related to the Tao of life. After a pause, he continued, what's more, the beginning can understand some mysteries in the Tao of life, and the sword lock left by the senior swordsman can trap the beginning until now. This has proved that the senior swordsman's understanding of the Tao of life is not weaker than the beginning. Yes, Su Wanjun suddenly realized something and said, young brother, according to what you've said, the rebirth energy you've grasped isn't simple as well. Forget it, let's not talk about this. In my opinion, the life Tao is too ethereal in the end, and it isn't worth wasting my time on it. It wasn't that she wasn't curious, but she knew that it was related to the core secret of Lin Sun's Tao, so it wasn't suitable to discuss it. But Lin Sun obviously didn't care and said with a smile, now I finally understand why my master, Golden Cicada, and Xianxia all regard me as a variable. The reason, as you said, is related to the power of nirvana. There was a subtle emotion in his eyes. Nirvana is a kind of power that can reshape and transform life. Possessing this power is like mastering the means of Phoenix's rebirth in fire and silkworm's metamorphosis into a butterfly. What it achieves is the change of life. And for those who try to seek the Tao of life, the existence of the power of nirvana is naturally extremely amazing. In the final analysis, the essence of the Tao of nirvana lies in the word change. It can reshape the great way and transform life. And I, who possess this power, become a variable. Yes, at this moment, Lin Sun thoroughly understood the meaning of the power of nirvana and why he was regarded as a variable. Among the 50 great ways and 49 heavenly evolutions, one had escaped. A long time ago, when he became the 50th successor of the mind formula, he was regarded as the one who escaped by his senior brothers and sisters. Until he mastered the Nirvana Upanishad and the Nirvana Carefree Heaven, his one had become a variable. A variable that could break everything in the past and subvert the world's cognition. But before, Lin Sun never thought that the Nirvana ultimacy would be related to the Tao of life, so he didn't understand why he became a variable. But now, he understood. He also remembered many things in the past. For example, he had reshaped the life of his disciple Tang Jiang with the Nirvana ultimacy and made him reborn. He had also helped his senior brother revive in the Sea of Destiny. Even the supreme great ways such as fate, time, the 5 sequences of the ultimate, and the power of creation could all be integrated into the Tao of nirvana. In the past, Lin Sun didn't think about this at all. But now, he suddenly realized that it was because the nirvana ultimacy was related to the Tao of life that it could possess such incredible power. Su Wanjun was silent for a moment and said, "My young friend, how do you see yourself as a variable?" Lin Sun took a sip of wine and said, "To tell you the truth, I've always thought that it's because I'm strong enough that I become a variable. It's not because I become a variable that my cultivation path becomes stronger. As for how I see myself as a variable, it's very simple. I don't care about it at all." "You don't care about it?" "Yes, I don't care about it." Lin Sun nodded. Su Wanjun couldn't help feeling a little surprised. In her opinion, Lin Sun would either feel great pressure or be happy and excited about becoming an unprecedented variable. But she didn't expect that Lin Sun didn't take this problem seriously. Whether it's the devouring abyss or the power of nirvana, they are all part of the Tao path for me. But my Tao path is not determined by these powers. Lin Sun said softly, "Just like my life, I can control it by myself." To put it bluntly, if one day the power of devouring abyss and nirvana becomes a burden on my cultivation, I will abandon them without hesitation. Su Wanjun was shocked and said, "It's really rare for you to look at your own Tao path in this way." Lin Sun stretched himself in the rattan chair and then stood up, saying, "Senior, I'm going to meditate and cultivate first." Su Wanjun smiled and said, "Go ahead." In the room, Lin Sun sat cross-legged. In the spiritual and Tao realm, he used the power of nirvana to reshape the devouring abyss in one fell swoop during the confrontation with Tai Chu, so that this talent also transformed and saved him from danger. At this moment, as Lin Sun meditated, he found that his talent had completely left the position of the heart vein and integrated into his Tao like snow melting into water. This meant that from now onward, his natural talent of devouring the abyss wasn't isolated from the path towards the Tao any longer, and it was like his cultivation, will, mental state, and energy of the Grand Tao. It had completely fused into his attainments in the Tao. Because of this, in the spiritual and Tao realm at that time, even if Tai Chu's Dharma form controlled the power of the spiritual and Tao origin, it could no longer have any influence and control on the talent he possessed. In the past, I could only achieve all Tao return to one, all Dharma return to one, all things return to one, but only the talent power didn't really integrate into the Tao path. Although the experience this time was dangerous, it was also a blessing in disguise, and I completely integrated the talent into the Tao path in one fell swoop. Lin Sun could clearly feel that as he integrated the talent power, his cultivation was actually further improved. Soon, only one step away from the great perfection of boundless realm, and at that time, my eternal Tao path can be called the ultimate perfection. At this moment, a strong premonition surged in Lin Sun's heart. His Tao path was like a teacup that was about to be filled with water, and he could already feel the aura and signs of approaching perfection. As he meditated and cultivated, numerous unbelievable scenes appeared on Lin Sun's body. The most striking amongst them were the 4 great Tao manifestations related to the 4 ruins of Tao, and they respectively transformed into the ruins of End, Kunlun ruins, ruins of creation, and ruins of Tao. Amongst them, the ruins of Tao was the most blurry, and it was far from being as clear and solid as the other 3 ruins of Tao. However, Lin Sun could sense that as he comprehended and grasped some of the profundities of the spirit bestowal source, the aura that belonged to the ruins of Tao had condensed greatly, the 5 sequences of the ruins of End, the laws of creation of the ruins of creation, and the laws of destiny of Kunlun ruins. Then would the quintessence of the ruins of Tao be related to the laws of life? Lin Sun meditated as he deduced, and he was completely unaware of the passage of time. Half a month later, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation. His entire aura revealed a simple and natural feeling, and there wasn't a trace of sharpness in it at all. It was ethereal like the clouds in the horizon, yet inconspicuous like the dust in the world. The body fused with the Tao, and the Tao was natural. Just as the embodiment scripture said, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. In other words, Lin Sun could transform into the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon, or he could transform into an ant. Everything in the world and the Tao of the past and present could be transformed into his body. This was an indescribably wonderful charm of the great Tao. When an ordinary person saw Lin Sun, they would feel that he was ordinary like one of the myriad of living beings without any characteristics. However, if it was a supreme figure that was on par with Lin Sun on the path of the Tao, they would definitely be able to sense this charm that was suffused with Lin Sun's body. The body and mind transform into the Tao, and the Tao transform into nature. This can be said to be great freedom. At this moment, Lin Sun finally understood why the boundless realm was called Great Freedom. After carefully comprehending his own cultivation for a while, he stood up and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, Su Wanjun, who was dressed in a red dress, was brewing tea while Xianxia sat on a rattan chair at the side and sipped tea. The atmosphere was tranquil, and the scene was tranquil and beautiful. Lin Sun's appearance didn't break this tranquil atmosphere at all, and he naturally merged into this world. When he arrived by Su Wanjun's side, the latter's hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly, and only then did she realize that Lin Sun had arrived without her noticing. She was stunned for a moment and looked up at Lin Sun, saying, "My little friend, your cultivation is getting more and more mysterious." Lin Sun smiled. "Half a month of quiet cultivation, I just felt a little bit, not much progress." "Lin Sun, when are we leaving this world?" Xianxia asked. "You can leave now," Lin Sun said casually. He and Xianxia had already comprehended the golden millet pillow of the heavenly Tao of this world, which meant that they had the means to leave this world. "But before we leave, we have to do something," said Lin Sun. "What is it?" This time, it was Su Wanjun's turn to be surprised. Lin Sun said with a smile, "Go and clean up those messengers of destiny scattered in this world, so that they won't disturb your cultivation after Xianxia and I leave." Su Wanjun felt warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since she felt such concern from a friend. On the same day, Lin and Xianxia took action. In less than 7 days, the remaining 10 or so destiny messengers of the Zhen department were completely wiped out by Lin Sun. As soon as the news came out, the entire origin world was shaken. Lin Sun and Xianxia had already left the origin world through the gate of heaven. Before they parted, Su Wanjun gave Lin Sun a jar of sincerity brewed by the swordsman. Lin Sun originally wanted to leave the spiritual affinity and the 3-inch wooden sword to Su Wanjun. But when he thought that doing so might affect Su Wanjun's Taoist heart, he gave up in the end. In the end, Su Wanjun's obsession was too strong. She was probably aware of this problem, which was why she chose to stay in the origin world and wait for the swordsman who had reincarnated. The 5th heaven of the spirit's realm was called the evil source. This world was extremely mysterious. If human cultivators entered it, they would encounter all kinds of evil that targeted the human race. If living beings from other clans entered, they would encounter all sorts of evil things that targeted these living beings. If they wanted to leave, there was only one way, and that was to destroy the evil source. Before entering this world, Lin Sun and Xianxia had discussed that whoever left the evil source first would meet the other in the 6th heaven, the Thousand Tribulations world. The reason for this was that Lin Sun was a human, and Xiaxi's origins were related to the talent she possessed in the spirit endowment world. She was an extremely unique life form. When the two of them entered the evil source, they would be completely separated. At the same time, the evil that they encountered in the evil source would be different as well. The evil source. Ripples appeared in space, and then Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. The heavens and the earth were dark and gloomy while demonic energy surged through the mountains and rivers. Snow-white skeletons could be seen all over the ground, and even the air was suffused with a pungent stench. Lin Sun frowned slightly and said, "This world really is as bloody as the rumors say." Before he came here, he'd learned that when human cultivators entered the evil source, they would see a world where the human race was the target of plundering and enslavement. In this world, demons were revered while ghosts were the masters. The mountains and rivers were filled with terrifying beings that reigned supreme over the Grand Tao. The history and civilization of this world were written by demons, ghosts, and all the laws and rules of the world were created by them. On the other hand, the human race that resided throughout this world had become their prey and livestock. Some demons viewed humans as slaves, and they could order and enslave them at will. Some viewed humans as fish, and they ate their flesh raw, drank their blood when thirsty, and chewed their bones and sucked their marrow. Some viewed humans as medicinal herbs that were used to temper and improve their cultivation. The stronger a cultivator was, the more these demons would like them, and they viewed them as mortal cores. In short, humans were the most lowly beings in the evil source. In the eyes of the demons and ghosts of this world, they were livestock, slaves, medicinal herbs, and so on and so forth. Lin Sun was naturally aware that this was the torture that the evil source world placed on the human race. Just like how cultivators from other races would similarly suffer the torture of their race when they entered the evil source world. However, even though he was aware of it, when he appeared in this world and smelled the foul stench of blood in the heavens and the earth, detest still surged into Lin Sun's heart. This was a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. However, the air was actually filled with such a bloody aura. From this, one could imagine just how much slaughter there was in this world. On the other hand, the race that suffered the most deaths in this world was definitely the human race. The important matter at hand is to find the leader of all evil as soon as possible. Lin Sun pondered. If he wanted to leave this world, then he had to annihilate the leader of all evil. Only in that way would he be able to draw down the chaotic Tao fruit and enter the heaven entrance. Swoosh, in the next moment, Lin Sun flashed forward. After every single cultivator entered the evil source world, everything they encountered was different. Even if they were all humans, the dangers they encountered in the evil source world were different. Because of this, Lin Sun didn't have to worry about being attacked by other cultivators in the evil source world. He hadn't moved forward for long when Lin Sun suddenly stopped in midair. In his divine sense, he noticed a group of mountains in the distance. Baleful chi shot into the sky, and it dyed the clouds in the horizon pitch black. The dense stench of blood seemed like a volcanic eruption, and it ceaselessly spread out from the group of mountains and actually transformed into a bloody airflow. Lin Sun thought for a moment before he moved closer. He saw, the group of mountains was covered in skeletons like a mountain range, and the skeletons were like a forest. Human heads were burnt into felt pieces, and human skin and flesh were rotten into mud and dust. Human tendons were wrapped around trees, and they were dry and shiny like silver. It really was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and it really smelled horrible. Groups of small demons cut the flesh of the living into pieces, and numerous ghosts cooked the flesh of the humans. In the depths of the group of mountains were numerous cages, and thousands of humans of all ages were imprisoned there. All of them had numb expressions and empty eyes, and they just seemed like livestock in a pen. On the peak of one of these mountains was a luxurious and grand palace. There were graceful and beautiful female cultivators that had transformed into servants, and they served cooked food and fine wine to Xianxia. The food was human blood, human flesh, and so on and so forth. Within the palace, a group of demon leaders were having a meal together, and they were chatting cheerfully and wittily. When he saw the scenes of demons killing and eating humans, Lin Sun couldn't restrain the rage in his heart. All living beings were equal? It was complete nonsense to Lin Sun. Firstly, he was a member of the human race, When he saw these scenes of humans being treated like livestock and being slaughtered at will, how could Lin Sun remain indifferent? The evil origin world. As expected of the source of all evil. Lin Sun muttered in his heart. From his point of view, everything in this world was an expanse of evil. There was no need to talk about why humans were allowed to eat livestock, and why animals weren't allowed to eat humans. If one looked back into the history of the human race, it wasn't difficult to notice that no matter which era or which world it was, the human race had always been the weakest race during the primeval times. It was precisely the countless ancestors of the human race who'd shed their blood and worked hard to lead the human race step by step to keep pace with the other races in the universe, and they'd forged a glorious chapter that belonged to the human race. On the other hand, the human race had been reduced to livestock and medicine in the evil origin world. Under such circumstances, the human race would be no different from a whore in the mortal world if they were to consider hypocritical things like justice and equality. Suddenly, Lin Sun's pupils narrowed. He saw a little demon in the depths of the group of mountains grab a wailing little boy, and then it pressed the little boy down on the chopping board before it slashed down repeatedly with the bone blade in its hand. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the little boy that was like a statue had been chopped into pieces by the little demon, and when his blood flowed out, the little demon even stretched out its scarlet red head and swallowed it. The little demon revealed a comfortable and intoxicated expression as it praised. I didn't raise this little fellow for 5 years in vain. The flesh of this little fellow is still the most delicious. As it spoke, it swiftly sifted through the human flesh on the chopping board while muttering, the internal organs can be boiled into soup, a pair of arms can be roasted, and this little head can be made into a top-notch dish. In a cage nearby, a young human couple lay paralyzed on the ground, and they were sobbing. The person that had been chopped into pieces was their child. The expressions of the others in the cage were still numb, and they'd long since become indifferent to this. They were like livestock that had been reared in captivity for many years, and they'd long since gotten used to the reality of being slaughtered at will. Who asked? What if they were humans? They were born with misfortune. Lin Sun's eyes turned cold quietly. He took a stride forward and swiftly appeared in the sky above the group of mountains, and then he looked down from above. At this moment, no matter if they were feasting on meat, drinking wine, or cooking human flesh, the bodies of the 13,600 little demons that were scattered in the mountains had silently transformed into ashes that rustled and scattered all over the ground. The stench of blood that filled the air instantly evaporated into nothingness. Who? A roar came from a palace at the peak of a mountain. Immediately after, a huge blood-colored demon figure of thousands of feet soared into the sky. He had 9 lion heads that were as huge as houses, and his body was like a human, covered with blazing rainbow fur. Scarlet light rain fell from his body like a waterfall, and his aura was extremely terrifying. This 9-headed lion demon was actually not weaker than a boundless realm figure. A boundless realm existence of the human race. The 9-headed lion demon was stunned, as if in disbelief. This is a rare peerless medicine. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, filled with surprise. A black cloud rolled, and a huge green snake appeared out of thin air, a pair of brown eyes flashing with a cold and cruel luster. The huge green snake's body was like a continuous mountain range, covered with strange and unpredictable rule power. To be able to cultivate to the boundless realm, this human is probably not simple. Brothers, be careful. A giant white bone bird came across the sky. Its huge skeleton was as long as 10,000 feet, and its pair of eyes were burning with green flames. As soon as these 3 boundless realm demons appeared, heaven and earth trembled, the wind and clouds changed, and the ferocious power was extremely terrifying. They looked at Lin Sun with solemn and scorching eyes. It was as if they saw a peerless medicine come to their door. They couldn't believe it. Originally, Lin Sun still had a lot of questions to ask. But now, he suddenly didn't want to say anything. Unable to calm down, he should kill quickly. Lin Sun raised his eyes and looked at the 9-headed lion demon that appeared first. At that moment, the 9-headed lion demon inexplicably panicked, feeling a fatal threat coming head-on. Roar! He let out a deafening roar and attacked first without hesitation. The 9 heads that were as huge as houses opened their mouths, spewing out billions of torrents of light, shrouding Lin Sun. Go! Lin Sun pinched his fingers, and a sword chi rose into the air. At that instant, it simply seemed like the most brilliant wisp of sharp light in the world had appeared abruptly. It caused the heavens and the earth to dim down, and it caused the nine-headed lion's mental state to be instantly shattered. Pu, his 9 heads flew into the air, and blood sprayed out like a waterfall. But in the blink of an eye, his body and the head that had been tossed into the air turned into ashes and disappeared completely. A single slash had slain the 9-headed lion demon. That terrifying scene caused the azure snake and the enormous bird to be astounded, and they didn't dare hesitate to turn around and flee. Boom, each of them stirred up a fiendish wind that tore through the void as they fled with all their might. But halfway through, the green snake's mountain-like body cracked apart piece by piece, as if it had been chopped into pieces by a sharp blade. Its miserable shriek had just sounded out when it stopped abruptly. At practically the exact same time, the enormous bone bird was fiercely grabbed by a large hand, and it was directly crushed into pieces, causing bone powder to rustle as it sprayed into the sky. But the 3 boundless realm demons were all killed by Lin Sun in the blink of an eye as if they were made of paper. Looking at the mountains again, those demons who were still alive were all stunned there, obviously scared out of their wits. Lin Sun didn't show any mercy and waved his sleeve. Endless Taoist light, like a sword rain falling from the sky, covered the mountains densely, and slaughtered those demons on the spot. None of them survived. After doing all this, Lin Sun felt a little better. But when he looked at the tens of thousands of humans who were kept like livestock in the prison, he couldn't help but be stunned. Those people, whether men or women, old or young, didn't show any joy or excitement of being saved. Instead, they were all shivering with panic and uneasiness. In fact, none of them had even thought of escaping from that prison. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that for the human clan in this world, perhaps from birth, they had already accepted the fact that they would become slaves, food, and great medicine. They had already been tamed and subdued to the bone. Apart from possessing intelligence, they were no different from domesticated livestock. Even if he could save these people now, once he left, they were bound to become the food of those demons and monsters, and they would be at their beck and call. Unless, he could kill all the demons and monsters in this world. But was that possible? Lin Sun looked up at the sky. This was the evil origin world, and the heavenly cycle Tao laws that were distributed here had long since been determined. Even if he could change it for a moment, he definitely couldn't change the human clan of this world forever. Lin Sun murmured, looks like the true leader of all evil in this world is the heavenly cycle Tao laws. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun turned around and left. He realized that when the day came when his Tao could replace the heavenly cycle Tao laws of the evil origin world, it would be equivalent to eliminating the leader of all evil. In order to accomplish this, he had to understand everything about this world, sense the heavenly cycle Tao laws of this world, and find the source of chaos of this world. Only in this way could he truly replace it with his own Tao. In the following period of time, Lin Sun passed through numerous ferocious mountains and rivers, and he saw numerous tragic scenes of the human clan. It was like a purgatory for livestock. He entered many cities and countries, and all sorts of demon civilizations existed in those places. Regardless of whether it was the rules or laws, they were all set by the demons. On the other hand, the humans living in those cities didn't deserve to talk about status at all. They were inferior to slaves, and they were no different from livestock. But Lin Sun didn't see much resistance. Even some of the humans who had embarked on the path of cultivation were resigned to their fate when they encountered danger. Lin Sun had never seen any human try to change all of this. Lin Sun, who'd witnessed all of this, had the impulse to attack many times, but he'd restrained himself in the end. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Until half a year later. Lin Sun's figure appeared in the void. From today onwards, I, Lin Sun, shall rule over this world. As he murmured, Lin Sun's tall figure suddenly charged out with an unparalleled aura, and it rose all the way into the depths of the clouds. Bang! The universe Tao laws that belonged to this world instantly suffered an extremely huge impact, and it emanated extremely violent fluctuations before it started to collapse and collapse. At this moment, the countless living beings scattered throughout the evil origin world were alarmed, and all of them were terrified and uneasy. In their field of vision, the heavens and the earth were trembling while the heaven Tao was being destroyed. It was like the end of the world had arrived, and it was about to destroy the world. Even the humans in this world were panicking and terrified. But in next to no time, a completely new universe Tao law appeared and swept out. In practically the time of a few breaths, it enveloped the entire evil origin world. Only then did all the living beings in the world feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they calmed down from their terror. It seemed like all of this was just a false alarm, and nothing had changed. However, the countless humans scattered throughout the world felt an unprecedented force. It was like they'd broken through the shackles that were deeply rooted in their hearts, and they'd struggled free of the heavy brands that were pressing down on them. A wisp of inspiration arose in the hearts of every single one of them. It was a spark of resistance and fighting spirit. It was the desire to change the situation they were in. The strong would grow and multiply without end. Sooner or later, the human race would rise to prominence in this world and resist the world. They would sweep through all the demons and monsters that stood above them, and they would no longer have to suffer the humiliation of being trampled upon and enslaved by others. This was the grand Tao that Lin Sun had determined. If he was willing, he was entirely capable of using the universe Tao law that he'd grasped to sweep through all the demons and devils in the evil origin world. It was even to the extent that he could carry out heavenly punishment and trample all the demons and devils in the world beneath the feet of the human race. However, Lin Sun didn't do that. Without the demons and devils, the human race would still encounter other dangers. By trampling the demons and devils beneath their feet, the human race would have a chance to rise again sooner or later. At the bottom of it all, the evil of the evil origin world didn't lie in how formidable the demons and devils were, nor did it lie in how weak the human race was. It lay in whether the human race had the conviction to resist the evil that was born in this world. Indeed, Lin Sun had determined the grand Tao, and he could turn the tide and change everything in this world. However, once he left, the quintessence of chaos in the evil origin world was bound to rule over this world once more. At that time, everything would return to how it was in the past. Only by truly awakening the will to fight in the hearts of the human race and making the human race strong enough would they be able to avoid being enslaved forever. In Lin Sun's opinion, the reason why the human race was the human race was because they possessed the will to fight and strengthen themselves when they were oppressed. Without this spirit, how could the human race even be called a human? What Lin Sun was doing now was to leave behind a seed. In the future, as the human race rose and the human Tao flourished, the human race would be able to resist the evil of the evil origin world without fear for generations to come. This way, the human race would be able to live on with dignity. Beneath the sky. The evil origin is the source of all evil. Only by knowing the existence of evil will one know the value of kindness. Lin Sun pondered silently. Cultivators of different races would encounter different kinds of evil when they entered the evil origin world. Without a doubt, this was the influence of the quintessence of chaos in the evil origin world. Slaying the head of all evil did not mean destroying the evildoers. Instead, it meant giving all living beings in the world the will to fight and fight against evil. This was the crux of why all living beings in the world could live on without end. And this was only in the evil origin world. If it was in the outside world, then the so-called evil was just like the kindness in everyone's hearts. There was good and evil between cultivators and ordinary people, and it was very difficult to distinguish between them. Devil cultivators were not necessarily evil, and Buddhist cultivators were not necessarily kind. So long as all living beings were alive, they were bound to experience good and evil, right and wrong, and black and white. All of this was a part of life. For example, no matter how strong the beginning was, it was impossible for him to sweep away all the evil in the world, and it was impossible for him to make all living beings be kind forever. In short, good and evil, right and wrong, black and white, these were the understandings and concepts that every single living being possessed. The reason every single living being was different was because they possessed different understandings and concepts. In the eyes of cultivators, the difference in their understandings and concepts was the difference in the grand Taos they pursued. Some could coexist while others couldn't. After pondering for a long time by himself beneath the sky, Lin Sun's understanding of good and evil, right and wrong, and black and white grew deeper. He realized that the Tao laws of the evil origin world didn't lie in how evil it was, and it lay in the fact that the energy of the grand Tao was related to the Tao of good and evil, black and white, right and wrong. Once one comprehended its profundities, then one would be able to possess the Tao laws of the world to punish evil and promote kindness, and it would allow all living beings in the world to distinguish between right and wrong. After a long time, Lin Sun returned to his senses. He looked at the nearby space and issued a command in his heart. Bang! An expanse of the origin energy of chaos surged out and fused into his body. This was the profundity of the origin of chaos in the evil origin world, and Lin Sun had refined it and fused it into his own cultivation. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. It's time for me to leave. Lin Sun took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished into the seemingly empty divine gate. The profound God domain. According to the news, Lin Sun has already entered the fifth heaven realm, the evil origin world. With his cultivation, it's sufficient for him to pass through this world with ease. It's even to the extent that if nothing unexpected happens, he's probably already entered the sixth heaven realm, the thousand calamities realm. The Gone Division's Master of Destiny, Pei Tu, spoke in a low voice within a hall. The other 8 Masters of Destiny were silent, and their expressions flickered indeterminately. Now, they were certain that Lin Sun had passed through the mortal transformation, calamity, gloom, and origin world. During this process, the envoys of destiny under the command of the Kuan Division, Sun Division, and Zhen Division had successively suffered heavy injuries. During this period of time, as the bad news continued to spread, the mood of the 9 masters of the 9 divisions of absolute beginning had become heavy and oppressive. In my opinion, this kid's combat strength isn't any weaker than the immeasurable Tao Lord. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to find anyone among the envoys of destiny under our command who can go against him. The Zhen Division's Master of Destiny, Dubhe, spoke softly. How could they not be aware of this? Could it be that we're just going to give up just like that? The Sun Division's Master of Destiny, Fenghe, frowned. He was very unwilling to give up just like that. What else can we do but give up? Send our envoys of destiny to their deaths? Someone spoke coldly. Everyone, there's no need to argue. Suddenly, the Gone Division's Master of Destiny, Pei Tu, spoke, and he drew the gazes of everyone to him. It's not impossible to deal with Lin Sun now, Pei Tu said in a low voice. For example, if you want to deal with Lin Sun in the fifth heaven realm, Thousand Tribulations realm, you can start near the Heavenly Tribulation platform. The Thousand Calamities realm. Spirit's God realm, sixth heaven realm. In this world, there were all kinds of dangerous and unpredictable tribulations. There were Tao tribulations that targeted one's cultivation, heart tribulations that targeted one's state of mind, and all kinds of strange killing tribulations. For example, a careless thought could provoke the heavenly demon tribulation, and a casual action could attract the karma tribulation. Each was different. Once cultivators entered the Heaven Tao tribulation platform, they had to overcome all sorts of tribulations, and if they wanted to leave, then they had to ascend the Heaven Tao tribulation platform and overcome 9 great tribulations. Only in this way would they be able to draw down the chaotic Tao fruit and enter the heaven entrance. The 9 destiny Tao Lords had traversed this dimension in the past, so they were naturally clearly aware that there was indeed a chance to ambush Lin Sun near the tribulation platform. However, this was also a huge risk. Wei Yun, how many mandate envoys does your tribe have in the Thousand Tribulations realm? Pei Tu looked at one of them. This was a white-clothed man with a well-proportioned and slender figure. He wore a feathered crown, had slanted brows, and starry eyes. He was the King clan's mandate Tao Lord, Wei Yun. 19. Wei Yun said, the leader is Tao Master Myriad Mirror. I'll send him a message. As for whether he'll go all out, I can't guarantee. That's enough. Pei Tu nodded and said, if we succeed, then it'll be a great merit. The Thousand Tribulations realm. Lin Sun and Xia Ji walked side by side towards the easternmost area of this dimension. The rumored Heaven Tao tribulation platform was located in that area. According to rumor, the chaos quintessence of this dimension contains the profundities of tribulation. A long time ago, the absolute beginning ruler obtained a strand of tribulation quintessence in this dimension, and he possessed the ability to control and utilize the Great Desolation tribulation. I just don't know if it's true. Lin Sun spoke softly on the way. The Thousand Tribulations realm was like the origin of all tribulations in the world, and it was filled with the energy of countless tribulations. Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious about this. If the rumor about the absolute beginning ruler was true, then wouldn't it mean that he would have the opportunity to seek out the profundities of controlling the great desolation tribulation? Bang! As he spoke, a bolt of tribulation lightning suddenly descended from the sky. The gorgeous lightning wrapped in a terrifying aura of tribulation fell down, and it was boundlessly terrifying. That level of power could even threaten the existence of the boundless realm. However, Lin Sun had long been accustomed to it. With a wave of his sleeve, all the tribulation lightning that covered the sky was swallowed into Lin Sun's sleeve without leaving a single drop. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and turned it over. The tribulation lightning had been refined into a strand of gray and misty tribulation quintessence. Although it was as thin as a strand of hair, it was full of terrifying destructive power. But in Lin Sun's eyes, besides the destructive power, there was also a strand of mysterious vitality that was extremely difficult to detect. The so-called tribulation is the foundation that cultivators use to become strong. Overcoming tribulation without dying is like enduring rebirth, and it causes one's own cultivation to undergo a transformation. Thus, it causes the cultivator's own life to undergo a transformation, and it allows the cultivator to go from weak to strong and rise step by step. Lin Sun said softly. As he spoke, this strand of tribulation quintessence had been completely refined by him. Since entering the Thousand Tribulations realm, he and Xianxia had encountered various tribulations along the way. Some were Tao tribulations that targeted their own cultivation path, some were mental tribulations that targeted their state of mind, and there were all kinds of unexpected killing tribulations, such as Calamity Tribulation, Divine Devil Tribulation, and so on. In the beginning, Lin Sun was still very vigilant. But as he defeated and refined those tribulations again and again, his state of mind had become extremely calm and composed now. But if you fail to pass the tribulation, your soul will disperse. Xianxia said. How can you become stronger without paying a price? The way of heaven is to reduce the surplus and make up the deficiency. Everything in the world is maintained in a delicate balance and opposition. Whether it's passing the tribulation or seizing the opportunity, you must bear the risk if you want to gain something. Lin Sun said casually, some people think that the existence of tribulation is destruction and extinction. But if there is no tribulation, how can one become stronger? After a pause, Lin Sun said, this is somewhat similar to the nirvana ultimacy I have mastered. Passing the tribulation without dying is like going through nirvana. Xianxia looked at Lin Sun speechlessly and said, what you say now is getting more and more boring. Lin Sun was speechless. Xianxia was obviously not interested in these things at all. Lin Sun stopped talking about these mysterious topics and said, let's find a chance to barbecue. Xianxia's eyes lit up and she said, it should have been like this long ago. She thought about it and realized that she hadn't tasted Lin Sun's cooking ever since she entered the Myriad Wonder Dao ruins. Lin Sun also smiled. Xianxia had always been so simple. She only cared about what she cared about, and the things that made her happy were always inseparable from eating and sleeping. As for the Tao and ambition, she had never thought about it at all. Sometimes, Lin Sun even envied Xianxia. Her mind was simple and pure, so she didn't have so many troubles and worries. They talked as they moved forward, and they constantly encountered such tribulations along the way. 6 hours later. Finally, they saw the tribulation platform of heaven. It was 3 kilometers tall and completely black like ink. It was enveloped in a gray aura of chaos, and there were billions of lightning arcs surging in the area around it. Looking from afar, it seemed like the origin of the world's tribulations. At this moment, there were many figures in the area around the tribulation platform. All of them were existences in the boundless realm, and their auras were more terrifying than the last. In Lin Sun's opinion, those figures were only stronger than top existences like Xianxia and Yi Wuyin. After all, the tribulation realm was the 6th heaven realm, and the cultivators that could arrive here were bound to be stronger than those in the previous heaven realms. When Lin Sun and Xianxia approached, they attracted the attention of many people near the tribulation platform. One of them immediately laughed and said, my young friend Lin Sun, Miss Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Senior, we meet again. Lin Sun laughed as well. That person was Xianxia. Lin Sun, at this moment, the nearby boundless realm existences revealed expressions of understanding because they knew Lin Sun's identity. In the last few hundreds of years, news about Lin Sun had spread far and wide. Even though all of them had been trapped in this world for countless years, they'd more or less heard of Lin Sun's deeds. During their conversation, Lin Sun found out that Xianxia had been here for 100 years, yet he'd never passed the tribulation platform. According to Xianxia, the tribulations distributed on the tribulation platform varied from person to person. The stronger one was, the more terrifying the tribulations one would suffer. For example, some of those old fellows in this area had been trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years, yet they'd still been unable to pass through it until now. Bang! While they were chatting, a figure suddenly fell down from the tribulation platform. His entire body was covered in injuries, and he was in an extremely miserable state. As soon as he descended to the ground, he couldn't help but speak bitterly. He was only a step away again. Many cultivators in the surroundings felt a wave of pity. That old fellow has attempted it countless times, yet he'd been defeated by the ninth tribulation every single time. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Is there anyone else who intends to challenge the platform today? Someone asked. Everyone in the surroundings shook their heads. Lin Sun gazed at Xianxia. Do you want to give it a try? All right. As she spoke, Xianxia flashed directly towards the tribulation platform. Xianxia couldn't help but say, my friend, all of you have just arrived here and don't understand how terrifying the tribulation platform is. How can you rashly allow Miss Xianxia to attempt it? Let her go. She'll be fine even if she fails. Lin Sun smiled. At this moment, Xianxia's actions attracted the attention of everyone present. Swoosh, her slender and graceful figure instantly vanished from the tribulation platform that was covered by a myriad of bolts of lightning. It was impossible to see what she was experiencing from the outside world. Even if they released their divine senses, it wouldn't work. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who'd originally planned to leave chose to stay and watch the final outcome. Xianxia took this opportunity to send a voice transmission. My friend, as far as I know, the 9 tribes of divine mandate envoys regard you as their enemy. In this tribulation realm, there are 19 tribe envoys. Each of them is stronger than the other, especially their leader, Tao Master Wan Jing. His combat strength is unfathomable. You must be careful. Xianxia's warning was full of concern and worry. He didn't know how Lin Sun fought his way from the mortal transformation realm to here. He also didn't know that Lin Sun was different from before. But the more he thought about it, the more touched Lin Sun felt. If it was anyone else, would they dare to warn him like Xianxia when they knew he was the enemy of the 9 tribes of Taichu, they would have drawn the line long ago. After all, the Taichu rulers' forces were spread across the entire ruins of Dao. How could an ordinary boundless realm cultivator dare to get involved? Senior, don't worry. Even if they don't come after me, I will go after them, Lin Sun whispered. Xianxia was startled. Don't force yourself. This is the ruins of Dao. It's different from the Sea of Destiny. Lin Sun smiled. Senior, do you think I'm that kind of arrogant person? Of course not. Xianxia answered without hesitation. Then he understood and couldn't help looking at Lin Sun. Are you sure you can win? Lin Sun nodded. Xianxia's eyes turned subtle. He didn't say anything else. He had learned about Lin Sun's actions back in the Sea of Destiny. He knew that Lin Sun must be confident if he dared to show such an attitude. That's right. It's only been a few years and he's already able to make it to the 1,000 tribulations realm. His cultivation must have gone through a tremendous change, Xianxia thought. However, although he understood it, he couldn't see how powerful Lin Sun was now. 10 minutes later. Suddenly, in the sky above the heavenly tribulation platform that was completely enveloped by the aura of the chaotic calamity, a violent fluctuation appeared, and then a heavenly gate appeared. She passed the 9 tribulations? The crowd was in an uproar. The old monsters were all shocked. That woman had just arrived in the 1,000 tribulations realm and passed the 9 tribulations. She attracted the Chaos Dao fruit and had the chance to leave. They almost couldn't believe it. Xianxia took a deep breath and murmured, as expected of an existence that controls the law of destiny. This lady Xianxia is truly amazing, Lin Sun, I'll wait for you in the world of creation. Xianxia only had time to leave a sound before her figure disappeared into the gate of heaven. Witnessing all this, Lin Sun was very calm. Senior, have you ever heard of the primordium ruler obtaining a portion of the primal chaos essence in this world, allowing him to control the great silence lifeless tribulation? He asked. Of course I have. Xianxia said, it's said that it's very likely to be true. I've been in this realm for many years, and I've discussed this with many fellow Taoists. Almost all of them are certain that the origin of chaos in the Thousand Tribulations realm is related to the origin of tribulation. In the end, the deathless tribulation is a tribulation as well. If you're able to comprehend the quintessence of tribulation, then you'll naturally be able to control and utilize the deathless tribulation. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try myself. Lin Sun nodded and immediately stepped forward. Xianxia was stunned. He opened his mouth and closed it again. If Xianxia could pass the 9 tribulations, how could Lin fail? The eyes of the practitioners nearby were immediately attracted by Lin Sun, and they all had a strange look on their faces. Xianxia had given them a great shock before, and now Lin Sun was also planning to challenge the tribulation platform of heaven. How could they not be surprised? Whoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed past the billions of lightning arcs, and he appeared on the tribulation platform of heaven. Only when he stood on the platform did he find that although the platform was thousands of meters high, it was divided into 9 stone steps, and each step was covered with a dense and astonishing aura of the origin of chaos. Boom! Before Lin Sun could continue sensing, the first major tribulation came. At that moment, Lin Sun felt that he had come to a strange world of nothingness, and the endless aura of the tribulation transformed into billions of stars, rushing towards him. Lin Sun felt that he was like a speck of dust. The difference between a speck of dust and a star was absolutely like the difference between heaven and earth. Yet now, a myriad of stars formed from the energy of the tribulation were charging towards him, and it was a scene that simply caused him to feel despair. Lin Sun didn't retreat, and he just stood there. Boom! A star whizzed towards him and was smashed by his palm, and the light of tribulation scattered all over the sky. It seemed to be very casual, but then countless stars of tribulation bombarded Lin Sun's figure at once. Boom boom! In this world of nothingness, there was a constant roar like rolling thunder. It could be clearly seen that in the place where Lin Sun originally stood, the dense stars exploded, setting off endless torrents of tribulation light, but then many more stars rushed towards him. As a result, the world was completely filled with the boundless tribulation light and the roar. No one knew how long it had been. Boom! A big abyss appeared. At first, it was only 30 meters wide, and then it became hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters. In the process, the countless stars of tribulation were swallowed up like a clay ox falling into the sea. In the end, the world was swallowed up, and all the tribulation light and stars disappeared. The first major tribulation was swallowed up in one fell swoop, the big abyss shrank little by little in the roar, and finally turned into Lin Sun's tall figure. The tribulation light was flowing all over his body, and the breath of destruction was steaming. He seemed to be a god coming out of the tribulation with unpredictable power. At this time all kinds of wonderful insights came to Lin Sun's mind, which belonged to the mystery of the origin of tribulation. But before he could understand it carefully, the second major tribulation came again. This major tribulation was a mysterious and unpredictable mental tribulation, which aimed at the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was impossible to avoid, and he could only face it head-on. Even with Lin Sun's state of mind, he was under great pressure. But fortunately, it wasn't too serious. In just a moment, this mental tribulation was broken by Lin Sun. In this way, as soon as Lin Sun broke through a major tribulation, a new one would appear, and each of them could be called peerlessly horrible and extremely dangerous. But Lin Sun's coping strategy was extremely simple. He would face it head-on, defeat it, and then swallow its power. Although he had encountered many threats, he resolved them one by one. In the distance of the tribulation platform of heaven, Xianxia and the other cultivators were watching and waiting. Suddenly, a series of ripples appeared in the nearby void, followed by one figure after another appearing out of thin air. There were a total of 19 figures. The leader was a red-haired man in a python robe. Dazzling divine chains appeared all over his body, and his aura was extremely terrible. Tao Master Wan Jing, he was a terrifying figure who was only a step away from boundless Tao Lord. The other 18 cultivators around him were all the Ken tribe's destined messengers. When they appeared, Xianxia's face suddenly changed, and the other cultivators present were also stiff. They had a hunch that Dao Master Wan Jing and the others were obviously coming for Lin Sun. Everyone, don't delay any longer. Take advantage of his tribulation to kill him. Dao Master Wan Jing waved his hand. The next moment, he and the other 18 destined messengers all took out a secret treasure. Boom, these secret treasures all surged with the power of the Great Silence Fatal Tribulation, and the aura released was so strong that it made all the cultivators present shudder. And under the control of Dao Master Wan Jing and the others, these secret treasures swept through the air towards the tribulation platform of heaven in the distance. Boom! 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 At that moment, 19 kinds of secret treasures glowed, and the power of the Great Silence Fatal Tribulation poured out like an avalanche, rumbling towards the tribulation platform of heaven. All of a sudden, the world was in chaos, and all kinds of tribulation lights and roars surged and rolled, as if it was the end of the world. Witnessing all this, Xianxia's face turned pale and he was lost. Dao Master Wan Jing and the others obviously came prepared. They wanted to take advantage of Lin Sun's tribulation to kill him in one fell swoop. When he looked at the other cultivators in the surroundings, all of them felt a chill run down their spines while their faces turned pale with astonishment. Dao Master Wan Jing and the others were too ruthless. As soon as they arrived, they directly attacked Lin Sun. Lin Sun, who was in the middle of passing the tribulation, was affected by such an impact. Not to mention failing the tribulation, he was afraid that he would die in it, after a moment. The 19 secret treasures became dim, and the accumulated power of the Great Silence Fatal Tribulation was obviously on the verge of exhaustion. Seeing this, Dao Master Wan Jing and the others scattered and put away the secret treasures. In this way, how can Lin Sun survive? A messenger of destiny said with a smile. He's too impatient. He just arrived in the tribulation realm, but he rashly went to the tribulation platform of heaven. He deserves this tribulation. Someone sneered. As they talked, their eyes were fixed on the tribulation platform in the distance. As time went by, the area around the tribulation platform gradually returned to its usual calm. But because of the chaotic aura, it was impossible to see the scene clearly. Is he dead? Someone couldn't help asking. He should have met a disaster. The fruit of chaos and the gate of heaven didn't appear. If he is still alive, even if he failed to pass the tribulation, he should have retreated from the tribulation platform, someone said in a low voice. Is he still alive? Has he been passing the tribulation? Someone frowned. If he can survive, I can even slit my own throat and commit suicide. Dao Master Wan Jing said in a cold voice. A long time ago, they had used this method to interfere with an enemy's tribulation, causing him to die on the tribulation platform of heaven. Now, they were doing the same thing. How could Lin Sun survive? But at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the tribulation platform of heaven, which was covered by the chaotic aura. Then you can kill yourself now. Everyone was silent. They couldn't believe their ears. Lin Sun was still alive. Xianxia, who was lost, suddenly became excited. He was still alive, a tall figure swept out from the tribulation platform of heaven. His white clothes were spotless, and his body was unscathed. It was Lin Sun. Dao Master Wan Jing's face was extremely ugly and full of disbelief. This is impossible. How can you survive? The other messengers around him also changed their expressions. No one expected that Lin Sun could survive such a surprise attack. The entire place was silent, not a single sound could be heard. Lin Sun had walked out of the tribulation platform of heaven alive, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Dao Master Wan Jing and the others found it hard to accept. Why? You said you wanted to commit suicide, but why didn't you do it? Lin Sun looked at Dao Master Wan Jing and said sarcastically. Everyone's expression changed. Previously, Dao Master Wan Jing said with certainty that if Lin Sun didn't die, he could even kill himself. Now, Lin Sun was indeed not dead. However, would Dao Master Wan Jing keep his words? Many people looked at Dao Master Wan Jing and saw his face was livid and gloomy. His eyes were surging with terrifying killing intent, but he obviously had no intention of committing suicide. However, no one dared to laugh at him. No matter what, Tao Master Wan Jing was definitely the most terrifying existence in the Thousand Calamity realm. Do it. Tao Master Wan Jing couldn't keep his face anymore and waved his hand to give the order. Boom, beside him, the 18 Heavens Mandate envoys moved together. Each of them took out their treasures, activated their magic, and deduced all kinds of incredible great Tao phenomena. The world shook, divine light swept across, and the sound of Tao shook the sky. The mighty torrent of destruction swept towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun stood still with his hands behind his back. When the torrent of power that was enough to make everyone despair rushed towards him, it was blocked in front of him. It was as if it was blocked by an invisible moat. Then, boom, the torrent of energy that covered the heavens and the earth exploded and dispersed with a bang, and the rain of light that covered the sky vanished without a trace. Even the dozens of eternal Tao soldiers were shaken and flew out in disorder, wailing incessantly. This incredible scene stunned Xianxia and the other cultivators. Lin Sun didn't move at all, but he easily resolved the killing tribulation in front of him. Tao Master Wan Jing and the others widened their eyes and felt their scalps go numb. How was this possible? How dare you plot against me with such little ability? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Sun shook his head and seemed to be dispirited. While his voice was still echoing, a clear sword sound rang out. Sword chi appeared out of thin air, and waves of sword intent suddenly covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, filling the void. Bang! Tao Master Myriad Mirror's body was the first to explode. He was crushed by the sword essence and his soul was scattered. Following that, the bodies of the other heavenly mandate envoys shattered one by one. They were killed on the spot by the sword chi that blotted out the sky, and both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The domineering and bloody scene caused everyone to shiver in fear. Their state of mind was severely impacted. Even Xianxia was shocked. His heart was in turmoil. Before, he had expected that Lin Sun's cultivation had changed dramatically, but he didn't expect that Lin Sun could be so powerful. No wonder he was able to survive the Heavenly Tribulation Platform's Heavenly Tribulation Platform, Xianxia murmured. At this point, the 19 contrived heavenly mandate envoys scattered throughout the Thousand Tribulations realm had all perished. On the other hand, Lin Sun turned around and flashed back into the Tribulation Platform. Previously, he had been in the midst of the 7th major tribulation, but he had been ambushed by Tao Master Wan Jing and the others, so he had no choice but to stop and deal with the situation. Now that all his enemies had been wiped out, he had to go through the tribulation again. Seeing Lin Sun's figure disappear completely, the old fellows in the field relaxed, and their expressions became extremely complicated. Brother Qi, you know Lin Sun the best. Can you tell us about him? Someone couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Xianxia. Why not? However, I met Lin Sun in the Sea of Destiny, so my knowledge is limited. If you're interested, I'll tell you what I know. Xianxia said with a smile. Time passed slowly. On the tribulation platform, Lin Sun went through one major tribulation after another. When he broke through the 9th major tribulation, he had arrived at the highest point of the tribulation platform. A mass of chaotic origin power fell down and bathed him in it. In an instant, Lin Sun sensed the mystery of the tribulation origin, and comprehension surged into his mind like a tide. In a trance, he seemed to see a strange and incredible scene. The changes in the world and the passage of time in the world all carried the aura of tribulation. It was precisely because of the existence of tribulation that everything in the world revealed a form of opposition and balance between life and death, destruction and rebirth. Plants could grow tenaciously amidst wind, frost, rain, and snow, yet they would wither and die amidst wind, frost, rain, and snow as well. To plants, wind, frost, rain, and snow were tribulations. Some could transcend tribulations and transform, yet others would wither and die amidst them. This was the opposition and balance between life and death, destruction and rebirth. Based on this, it was deduced that everything in the world was the same, and tribulations existed in everything. Moreover, all sorts of unbelievable variables appeared amidst the passage of time in the world, and they were related to the various tribulations. For example, if someone sought fortune, then they had to bear the corresponding risk. This sort of risk was a tribulation. Those who dealt with the tribulation would obtain fortune, whereas, those who encountered the tribulation and failed would naturally obtain nothing. Similarly, the birth, aging, illness, death, love, hatred, and affection of ordinary people all had tribulations within them, and there was a difference between good and bad outcomes. It was even to the extent that when cultivators stepped onto the path of cultivation, there were even more tribulations. There was the tribulation of the Tao, the tribulation of the heart, and the tribulation of slaughter. All the ups and downs could be considered to be tribulations. No matter if it was the phenomena of the world, everything in the world, or even ordinary people and cultivators, so long as they experienced tribulation and lived, then they would be able to realize rebirth. Once they experienced tribulation and perished, then there was no need to talk about it. On the other hand, the quintessence of tribulation was the combination of two types of energy, destruction and transformation. When cultivators experienced tribulation lightning to break through, then the tribulation lightning was filled with the most direct energy of destruction and transformation. As he comprehended more and more profundities of the quintessence of tribulation, Lin Sun faintly came to a slight understanding. The so-called transition of an era was a tribulation that targeted a civilization of an era. When a civilization was sufficiently strong, then it would be able to survive the transition of era and return to the ruins of creation. Conversely, it would completely vanish from the world. On the other hand, the five signs tribulation that targeted ordinary cultivators and the deathless tribulation that targeted boundless realm cultivators were the same. Those who overcame it could possess even more formidable energy of the Grand Tao, and they could allow their cultivation to undergo a transformation. If they were unable to overcome it, then they would perish. However, the tribulation of the transition of an era ought to be called the most terrifying tribulation in the world. Once this tribulation appeared, a myriad of tribulations would follow, and it would cause countless tribulations to arise at the right time, like the five signs tribulation, the deathless tribulation, and so on and so forth. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun finally understood that the source of the deathless tribulation that caused boundless realm cultivators in the world to tremble in fear was within the ruins of profundity. Precisely speaking, this tribulation came from the forbidden area of profundity. The forbidden area of profundity was called the forbidden area of life by absolute beginning, and it was extremely likely that it contained the profundities of the origin of life, the Tao of life. On the other hand, the deathless tribulation was a great tribulation that targeted the lives of boundless realm cultivators, and it could be discerned from the word life in its name. So it wasn't strange that the source of this tribulation came from the forbidden area of profundity. Moreover, Lin Sun was able to comprehend these profound auras within the tribulation quintessence of calamity realm, and he finally knew why absolute beginning was able to borrow and control the energy of the deathless tribulation. The reason was that absolute beginning had once comprehended the profundities of the tribulation quintessence, and this was equivalent to possessing the ability to control the myriad of tribulations in the world. This was precisely the truth of the mastermind that Xianxia, Chen Lin Kong, the master of the heart core, and golden cicada were painstakingly searching for. The grass snake is gray, and the veins are thousands of miles long. Who would have thought that the ruins of profundity that boundless realm cultivators viewed as a place to avoid the deathless tribulation would actually be the source of this tribulation? At this moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Lin Sun's heart. Things in this world were often so inconceivable. Since entering the ruins of profundity of Tao, Lin Sun had already solved many mysteries in his heart. When he was in the mortal transformation realm, it made him realize that the power of Tao creation existed in this world, and he witnessed the supreme elegant demeanor of Xianxia, absolute beginning, and that swordsman. In the calamity realm, it made him realize that there was a connection between the ruins of profundity of Tao and the ruins of creation. At this point, the connection between the four great ruins of Tao had been clearly seen through by him. In the dark world, it allowed him to determine that the reason terrifying existences like absolute beginning and Xianxia had stayed in the profound God domain was very likely because they'd encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation. In other words, they'd already walked to the end of the eternal path, and they'd started to explore a higher path. The reason their cultivation hadn't been able to break through was because they hadn't truly stepped onto that higher path. In the origin world, it allowed Lin Sun to understand the origins of the Grand Devourer Abyss, the origins of the Eternal Night Divine Emperor, and information about the Life Tao. Moreover, it allowed Lin Sun to completely understand that the reason he was regarded as a variable was because of the connection between the profundities of nirvana and the life Tao. In the evil origin world, it allowed Lin Sun to distinguish the paths of good and evil, and the principles of right and wrong. On the other hand, in the calamity realm, it allowed him to see through the profundities of the quintessence of tribulation, and he understood the origin of the deathless tribulation. It could be said that the mysteries that had accumulated in Lin Sun's heart in the past were being revealed one by one after he entered the ruins of profundity of Tao. How could he not sigh with emotion? After a long time, Lin Sun awoke from his state of comprehension. The reason the deathless tribulation is unable to harm me is because the profundities of nirvana are sufficient to deal with this tribulation that targets life. Now, I've grasped the profundities of the quintessence of tribulation just like the absolute beginning ruler. Once I arrive at the profound God domain, then so long as I'm able to sense the aura within the forbidden area of profundity, I'll be able to utilize the energy of the deathless tribulation as well, Lin Sun muttered in his heart. On the other hand, with the attainments and wisdom of Master, Senior Xianxia, and the others, they should have seen through all of this a long time ago. Lin Sun shook his head, and then his gaze pierced through the gray and hazy chaotic tribulation energy to look at Xianxia who stood in the distance. Senior, I'll be going on ahead. Lin Sun cupped his hands from afar, and his voice swept through the heavens and the earth. Take care, young brother. Xianxia cupped his hands, and he was unable to calm down in his heart. Even though Lin Sun had surpassed him in the ocean of destiny, the gap between them wasn't huge. Yet now, he suddenly realized that it would probably be impossible for him to catch up to Lin Sun's footsteps for the rest of his life. The name of a world was changed, and the seventh world was changed from world creation to world determination. The profound God domain. Within a hall, the Qin tribe's master of destiny, Wei Yun, had a gloomy expression as he said, Tao Master Myriad Mirror and the others, have failed as well. A wisp of gloominess couldn't help but arise between the brows of the other heavenly mandate lords. It had only been less than a year and a half since he'd entered the ruins of Tao, yet Lin Sun had successively traversed the mortal transformation world, calamity world, dark world, origin trace world, evil origin world, and calamity world. This sort of speed could be said to be world-shocking. After all, there were numerous cultivators trapped in those heavenly realms, and some had been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years. However, Lin Sun was able to kill his way out of calamity world and arrive at the Tao world defined by the seventh heaven in a year and a half. This speed could naturally be said to be terrifying. All those years ago, when the heavenly mandate lords tried to traverse the 9 heavenly realms of the divine domain, they'd spent at least 1,000 years. Compared with this, Lin Sun's speed of passing through the barriers was simply shocking. He's already arrived at the 7th heaven. If this continues, it's very likely that he'll arrive at the 9th heaven, the bound of universe. Even though the core and elite forces of our 9 divisions are stationed in the bound of universe, how formidable will Lin Sun's cultivation be when he arrives there? The Kuan tribe's master of destiny, Xianxia, let out a long sigh. At this moment, he felt completely helpless. I'm sure that Lin Sun's current combat strength is absolutely not inferior to the boundless Tao Lord, and it might even surpass him. Under such circumstances, dealing with him would simply be no different than courting death by sending those envoys of destiny under my command. The Sun tribe's master of destiny, Konghe, spoke in a low voice. The atmosphere grew more and more oppressive, and the hearts of the 9 heavenly mandate lords grew heavier. No one had expected that Lin Sun would traverse the heavenly mandate realms so quickly, nor had they imagined that his cultivation in the boundless realm would be formidable to such an extent. What should we do? Everyone's expressions changed indeterminately. After a long time, the Qian tribe's master of destiny, Pei Tu, sighed and said, if only the young miss was here at this moment. Heya had been left by the sect master's side, and there was no news of him until now. This caused the heavenly mandate lords like them to seem to have lost their backbone. Suddenly, an extremely tall figure appeared in front of the main hall. It was an old ape with a pair of swords on its back. It was dressed in gray clothes, and because it was so big and tall, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling just by standing there. Ape Ancestor, the 9 heavenly mandate Tao lords stood up in unison and bowed solemnly. Feng Juezi, pass the order. Don't let the emissaries of the Li tribe in the Tao-fixing realm deal with Lin Sun. The ape ancestor looked at one of them and said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Juezi accepted the order. He wore a red robe, his hair was gray, yet his skin was smooth like a baby's, and he assumed the position of the Li Division's path of destiny. Ancestor Ape, if we do this, won't we be boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own? Pei Tu couldn't help but ask. Ape Ancestor ignored him and looked at another person. Qin Fu, how many mandate envoys does your Gen tribe have in the 8th Heaven Realm, the Dao Development World? Qin Fu. The Gen Division's Destiny Dao Lord was the only female among the 9 Destiny Dao Lords. 7. Qin Fu answered swiftly. She wore a black dress, and her skin was snow-white and crystalline. Her appearance was exquisite and peerlessly beautiful, and her eyes carried a myriad of flirtatious feelings. That's enough. Ape Ancestor said, pass the order. Tell these 7 to mobilize all their forces to investigate the favored that will appear in the Dao Development World in the next period of time. Once they notice them, there's no need to ask about their origins and just annihilate them directly. Qin Fu accepted the order solemnly. Yes. The other Destiny Dao Lords seemed to have come to an understanding at this moment, and they spoke successively. The Dao Development World is indeed the best opportunity to annihilate Lin Sun. At that time, no matter which cultivator Lin Sun becomes in this world or what identity he possesses, his cultivation is bound to be within the lower 5 realms. The only problem is how to find him, said Pei Tuesday. Pei Tu said, however, it ought to not be difficult for those 7 emissaries of the Gen tribe. They've already become eternal figures of the Dao Development World since a very long time ago. Even though their cultivations are inferior to the boundless realm they originally possessed, annihilating a figure at the lower 5 realms is still an extremely easy matter. The Dao Development World was very special. Once a cultivator entered it, it was like seizing the body of a cultivator to become a cultivator of this world and possess the name, cultivation, and identity of this cultivator. For example, once Lin Sun entered this world, he would transform into a cultivator of this world and possess the identity and cultivation of this cultivator. It was similar to seizing the body of a cultivator to achieve rebirth. From this moment onward, Lin Sun would become a favorite of this world. If he wanted to leave the Dao Development World, then he would have to cultivate and develop an extraordinary grand Dao that belonged to his new identity. Once his cultivation broke through to the eternal realm, he would be able to draw over the chaotic Dao fruit and enter the heaven entrance. Something worthy of mentioning was that to the cultivators of the Dao Development World, the supreme grand Dao in the world was the eternal path towards the Dao Development World. Exactly. The 7 destiny emissaries of the Gen Division possess monstrous power and influence in the Dao Development World. They control the top powers in the world, and they're comparable to the 7 overlords of this world. So long as they give the order, then it ought to be very easy to find Lin Sun's new identity in the Dao Development World. Xianxia was excited as well, and he said, normally speaking, as a favored, one only possesses a cultivation of the lower 5 realms. If one wants to leave, then one must improve one's cultivation as soon as possible because numerous inconceivable changes would occur to one's body. Moreover, this sort of unusual changes would be noticed by the acquaintances of the favored, and it would cause an extremely great commotion. At that time, we only have to look for the commotion at the first possible moment, and we'll surely be able to determine the identity of the favored and annihilate him. All of them, the Destiny Dao Lords, had entered the Dao Development World in the past and appeared as favored. They'd undergone a path of cultivation that was like seizing the body of a favored, so they were naturally the most clearly aware of the situation within. All of you weren't so complacent earlier. The ape ancestor spoke coldly. Pei Tu and the others instantly revealed embarrassed expressions. Earlier, they'd been completely awed by Lin Sun's speed of passing through the Dao Development World, causing their hearts to be oppressed and heavy, and they couldn't help but feel helpless. Someone couldn't help but ask. Ape Ancestor, what if Lin Sun is able to leave the Dao Development World? Alive? Everyone was stunned, and they looked at the Ape Ancestor in unison. Then we'll talk about it when he's able to arrive at the universe dimension alive. The Ape Ancestor turned around and left after he spoke these words. Lin Sun still didn't know that a calamity was already waiting for him in the 8th world, the Dao Development World. At this moment, he and Xianxia had just entered the 7th world. The 7th world was called the Dao World. When cultivators entered it, they would see an unknown world. The phenomena of this world were in a nameless state, and every single one of them was something that had never been recorded in the outside world. What cultivators had to do was determine the Tao for the phenomena of this world. It was just like creating words and defining their pronunciations and meanings. Every single thing had its attribute, and the defined name should contain its principle so that it could correspond to the heaven Tao and conform to its charm. Just like the Tao was originally nameless, but the strong named it Tao. The term Tao was also defined by it. Since ancient times, mountains, rivers, grass, trees, the sun, the moon, and the stars, all of these things didn't have names in the beginning either. In the Tao development world, it wasn't as simple as just a name that was determined by cultivators. Instead, they had to give those things that contained Tao marks names and give them attributes and profundities so that these things and the great Tao could conform and relate to each other, thus forming a complete system of the great Tao. It sounded simple, yet when it was actually done, it was extremely complicated and vast. It required a deep understanding and control of the Tao laws of the world in this expanse of the heavens and the earth. Thus, when the Tao was determined, the attributes and profundities contained within everything in the world would conform and be related to the Tao laws of the world. Xianxia, I'm afraid we'll have to be separated for a while when we arrive at the Tao Development Mountain. Lin Sun spoke casually on the way. When they arrived at the Tao Development Mountain, they would be able to sense the quintessence of chaos in this world, allowing cultivators to enter an unknown world to undergo Tao determination. Once they succeeded in Tao determination, they would directly enter the eighth world, the Tao development world. Xianxia said without hesitation, then let's meet in the Tao development world. The Tao development world. Lin Sun recalled the information he'd inquired about the Tao development world earlier, and he pondered deeply before he said, in my opinion, if we arrive at the Tao development world, it's better not to expose our identities for now, and it's best not to meet them. Once they entered the Tao development world, they would transform into cultivators of this world and possess a completely new identity and name. Once they made some unusual actions, it would be extremely easy for their friends and relatives to notice it, and it would even cause some commotion. Under such circumstances, once they were noticed by their enemies, the consequences would be severe. Lin Sun told all of this to Xianxia, and then he said, it wouldn't be too late to consider meeting them when we possess the strength of the immortal realm. The highest realm in the Tao development world was the immortal realm. At that time, even if they were noticed by their enemies who were favored, they wouldn't be afraid to fight them. Xianxia thought for a moment and agreed. As they spoke, they arrived near Tao Determination Mountain. This mountain was extremely steep and lofty. When looked at from afar, it seemed like a dragon soaring into the sky, and its entire body was covered in gray and hazy chaotic energy. When Lin Sun and Xianxia arrived, there were only a dozen or so figures scattered around Tao Determination Mountain, and they were either sitting or standing. Obviously, they'd stayed here for an extremely long time. Hey, after so many years, there are finally new fellow Taoists. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Many gazes were filled with curiosity as they looked at Lin Sun and Xianxia who were approaching. I'm Lin Sun. Greetings, seniors. Lin Sun glanced at them and slightly cupped his hands in salute. You're Lin Sun? Someone blurted out in surprise. There was a commotion in the surroundings. Obviously, these old fellows had heard of things related to Lin Sun. Lin Sun thought, as expected, it's easy to handle. He asked directly, may I ask seniors, how many destined envoys are there in the Tao development world now? His words caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to fall silent. Many people's expressions changed slightly. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one spoke. Old people like them were naturally clearly aware of how terrifying the emissaries of the Mandate of Heaven were. They weren't afraid of the emissaries of the Mandate of Heaven, but they were afraid of the powers they belonged to. Under such circumstances, who would dare to get involved? Seeing this, Lin Sun was not surprised. However, he was very clearly aware that these cultivators had been trapped here all year round, so it was bound to be impossible for all of them to have no enmity with the emissaries of the heavens. Indeed, a moment later, he heard a voice transmission. Little friend, there are 11 heavenly mandate messengers from the Dui tribe in this realm. The leader is called the Heavenly Venerable Six Sons. They are currently entrenched in. Soon, Lin Sun got the information he wanted. He did not reveal the identity of the person who sent the voice transmission, nor did he look at him. He directly left the place with Xianxia. Having learned his lesson from the surprise attack in the Thousand Tribulations realm last time, Lin Sun decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. He would wipe out the enemies first to avoid future troubles, and then go to the Dingdao mountain to fix the path. Beside a large lake, the 6 sons Heavenly Venerable and the other Heavenly Mandate envoys were stationed there. For many years, they had been cultivating here. Master said that we shouldn't deal with Lin Sun. Should we just sit back and do nothing when Lin Sun comes to this world? A tall man in bronze armor said with a frown. The Lord has his own arrangements. We just need to follow his orders. The 6 sons Heavenly Venerate said indifferently. He was like an old Taoist priest, wearing a high crown and robe, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. My lord thinks that we are no match for Lin Sun even if we join forces. Someone let out a long sigh, and his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. How about I test Lin Sun's background? If he really can't be defeated, then it's fine. But if he can't even withstand a single blow, then it'll be too easy for us. Someone was eager to try. The 6 young Heavenly Venerable fell silent for a moment before saying, "Shall we give it a try?" "Right, let's give it a try." Many people revealed looks of anticipation. People like them, being able to enter this death-fixing world, they were naturally far from what ordinary boundless realms could compare to. At this moment, laughter rang out in the distance. Let's give it a try. While the voice was still echoing, the figures of Lin Sun and Xianxia had already swept over from afar. Heavenly Venerable 6 sons' pupils constricted. They had yet to make a move, but their opponents had already come knocking on their door. The others were also surprised and caught off guard. Lin Sun, are you going to fight with us? The 6 sons Heavenly Venerable could not help but ask. He still couldn't imagine how confident Lin Sun was that he dared to come to him on his own initiative. If I didn't come, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't be satisfied either. Lin Sun said. Indifferently, cut the crap. Do you want to have a try one by one or together? The 6 sons Heavenly Venerable and the others frowned. Lin Sun was so confident that he took the initiative to declare war, which made them all feel that something was wrong. Let's go together. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Heavenly Venerable 6 Yang took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to the others. All right. That's all. With the strength of the 11 of us, if we still can't do anything to the 2 of them, there is indeed no need to continue fighting. The eyes of the others flickered, and they all agreed. The next moment, boom, the 6 sons Heavenly Venerable and the others attacked together. They immediately used all their strength. All sorts of Dao weapons and Dao techniques filled the sky, creating a violent torrent that covered the sky. This time, let me do it. Remember, don't interfere. As Xianxia spoke, she had already teleported away. Lin Sun was stunned and then shook his head helplessly. He could only watch from afar. Clang, Xianxia's slender figure was covered in a hazy rain of light. As the bone spear in her hand stabbed out, the river of fate surged out in the sky, mighty and endless. Boom, a great battle broke out. The world shook, and the sun and moon lost their light. This battle only lasted for a few breaths before deaths began to appear. Puff, Xianxia's bone spear easily pierced through an opponent. His body exploded with a bang and was drowned by the river of fate. The expressions of the 6 sons Heavenly Venerable and the others changed abruptly. They wanted to escape without hesitation. However, the sea of fate was so vast that it covered the entire world. It also blocked the 6 sons Heavenly Venerable's escape route. When they tried to break out with all their strength, they were hit by the power of the river of fate and felt extremely uncomfortable. Puff, taking advantage of this opportunity, another opponent was stabbed to death by Xianxia's bone spear. It was clean and neat. This made the 6 sons Heavenly Venerable and the others tremble. They were all stimulated to the point of going all out. But it was destined to be in vain. In the following time, Xianxia's figure constantly flashed in the battlefield, and the bone spear in her hand stabbed out one after another. Then, one opponent after another fell and was drowned by the river of fate. In just a moment, the 11 messengers of destiny, including the 6 sons Heavenly Venerable, were killed on the spot one after another. None of them survived. If other cultivators were to witness these bloody scenes, they would definitely be terrified to the point their souls almost left their bodies. But from beginning to end, Lin Sun, who had a panoramic view of all this, seemed very calm. This was originally a battle with a great disparity in strength. After all, with Xiaxi's current combat strength, it was not difficult for her to kill opponents at the level of the infinite Tao Lord. I thought they were very powerful. In the distance, Xiaxi returned with a trace of disappointment on her beautiful face. Let's go. Lin Sun smiled and turned away with Xiaxi. An hour later, the two returned to the front of Dingdao Mountain. More than a dozen old guys near Dingdao Mountain were very surprised. Why did they come back so soon? Taoism Pierre Lin, did you come back victorious? Someone couldn't help asking. Lin Sun smiled and said, I don't think you will see those messengers of destiny in this world in the future. Before his voice died away, he and Xiaxi had already rushed to Dingdao Mountain out of thin air. In a flash, their figures were covered by the thick power of chaos and disappeared. Hearing Lin Sun's words, those old guys were stunned at first, and then they looked at each other in horror. With a strange wave, Lin Sun appeared in an unknown world. It was as if he had come to the beginning of chaos and the beginning of the primitive world. Between the boundless mountains and rivers, there were plants that he had never seen before. Even the birds and beasts that were distributed between heaven and earth were things that he had never seen or heard of before. Lin Sun looked around and looked at this unknown world for a long time before withdrawing his eyes. He found a blue stone at random and sat cross-legged, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and began to comprehend the power of the way of heaven rule of this world. Only by mastering the mysteries of the way of heaven could he endow all things in the world with different attributes and mysteries when he carried out the way of heaven and earth, so that they could resonate with the way of heaven and earth and form a complete and orderly world of Tao. Time flew by, day after day. During this period, a little beast with snow-white fur, which looked like a deer but was not a deer, appeared and curiously looked at Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the blue stone. It seemed that the little beast found Lin Sun was not in danger, so it stayed in the nearby area. During the day, it played on the mountain, and at night, it slept close to the blue stone where Lin Sun was sitting. Lin Sun naturally noticed the little beast, but he didn't pay attention to it and meditated on the way of heaven. One evening, the snow-white little beast fled in panic from afar. One of its legs was limping, and it was drenched in blood. Behind it, there was an enormous python-like beast that had a pair of green wings chasing after it. The giant beast flapped its wings and set off gusts of wind. It seemed that it was not in a hurry to kill the snow-white beast. It just chased it all the way like a cat playing with a mouse. When it was less than 300 meters away from Lin Sun, the snow-white beast let out a hurried and anxious cry. And it crouched on the ground, as if it had completely given up. At this time, Lin Sun, who had been meditating like a clay statue, suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could tell that the cry of the snow-white beast was not asking for help, but reminding and urging him to run away quickly. What moved Lin Sun even more was that the little beast knew that it was injured and could not survive, so it decided to feed itself to the beast to buy time for Lin Sun. How the giant python rushed down from the sky, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the snow-white beast. If I let a little fellow like you die, how would I be able to live with my conscience? Lin Sun opened his eyes quietly. At this moment, the body of the fierce beast seemed to be fixed. It let out a horrified roar, and then its huge body fell to the ground with a thud, shivering all over. Although you've formed a bad relationship with me, you're still a living being born in this world after all. I'll spare your life. However, from today onwards, your clan will never be able to surpass the descendants of this little fellow's clan. Lin Sun waved his sleeves and didn't care whether the huge beast understood him or not. The huge body of the huge beast was teleported away and disappeared among the mountains and rivers in the far distance. At this time, the snow-white little beast seemed to wake up from a dream. It struggled to get up and looked around. Finally, it fixed its eyes on Lin Sun and let out a joyful cry. It limped over and walked back and forth around the cyan boulder under Lin Sun, looking excited and happy. Since you have a good relationship with me, I can't treat you badly. Lin Sun smiled and raised his hand. The injured leg of the snow-white beast recovered as before. At the same time, Lin Sun pointed his right index finger at the place between the eyebrows of the snow-white beast. A magical power of property was born in the body of the snow-white beast and imprinted in its bone patterns. This was the bestowing of property and mystery, so that it could sense and agree with the rules of nature. From now on, it was no longer an ordinary species and could go on the road of cultivation transformation. At the same time, Lin Sun named this beast Snow Spirit Deer. Snow Spirit Deer blinked its eyes and felt that it seemed to have changed, but it couldn't feel anything. But soon, it didn't care about this and fell asleep comfortably beside the blue stone where Lin Sun sat. From this moment on, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness spread in the rules of nature of this unknown world like a big net. Soon, everything in this unknown world was reflected in Lin Sun's mind. He said softly, "From today on, I, Lin Sun, will determine the rules of this world, endowing it with property and mystery. I hope all living beings in the world can sense the rules of nature and create a cultivation civilization for future generations." This voice was like the decree of a ruler of the Tao of the heavens. Every single word resounded through this unknown world and reverberated through the world. When the voice faded away, everything in the world suddenly glowed with different vitality and colors. Every grass, every tree, every bird and beast seemed to have intelligence, showing unprecedented charm and wonderful appearance. Everything that was unknown was being defined. They had their own names and attributes, and they contained completely different profundities. The veins and roots of the flowers and trees all showed traces of the Great Way, and the fur, blood and bones of the birds and beasts also showed mysterious charm of the Great Way. In the end, even the rocks, gravel, flying mist, waterfall, flame, breeze and other things also showed mysterious Tao marks. This process lasted for a full 7 days. In the end, Lin Sun was still not satisfied. He gave all the mysteries of the Great Way he had comprehended before, such as the Tao of good and evil, the truth of right and wrong, and so on, to the invisible traces of the world. In this way, all the spirits in the world could be nurtured, so that they could comprehend the mystery of it silently. This should be enough. From now on, this world will be called Tao Abyss World. On the blue stone, Lin Sun stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he suddenly had a lot of enlightenment. Wasn't the process of determining Tao creating a complete cultivation civilization? All the spirits in the world felt the Tao of heaven and rose in accordance with the Qi of the Great Way. With the passage of time, all kinds of incredible cultivation systems would be evolved, and then a real cultivation civilization would be evolved. Determining Tao is so wonderful. If one day I can create a Tao that has never existed in the world, what incredible phenomenon will it show? Lin Sun couldn't help thinking. After a long time, he collected his thoughts and was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the snow spirit deer beside the blue stone had woken up and was staring at him with a pair of clear eyes. It seemed to be aware that he was about to leave, and there was a trace of reluctance in its eyes. Compared with before, this little guy had a unique and transcendent spirituality, as if it had awakened real wisdom from ignorance. "Little guy, if there is a chance in the future, I will go to the ruins of fate to find you," Lin Sun said with a smile. He had already comprehended the origin power of chaos in the Tao-fixing realm. He understood that this unknown world that he had fixed would be like the world of the great path that he had created in the disaster realm. In the future, it would appear in the civilization of the era that was born in the ruins of creation. In other words, when Lin Sun left the ruins of Tao and headed to the ruins of fortune, he would be able to sense the Tao abyss world that he determined. As for whether he could see the snow spirit deer again, that would depend on whether it was still alive. The snow spirit deer seemed to have plucked up its courage and jumped up, rubbing its head against Lin Sun's leg. Then it knelt down on its forelegs and kowtowed to Lin Sun, crying incessantly. Lin Sun understood that the little guy was thanking him for his enlightenment. "Go and pursue your own Tao." Lin Sun laughed and waved. His figure disappeared into thin air. Whoosh, at the top of Dingdao Mountain, Lin Sun appeared and saw Xianxia waiting there. "Have you succeeded?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia nodded and said in a clear voice, "We're going to the Tao developing world next. You must be careful. I suspect that those enemies will definitely not miss this opportunity to deal with you." "You too." Lin Sun rubbed her little head. Xianxia raised her little face and pointed to her forehead. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he immediately understood. He held up Xianxia's beautiful little face and kissed her smooth and translucent forehead. Then, Lin Sun blinked mischievously and said, "Are you satisfied now?" Xianxia said, "No, you haven't had a child with me." Lin Sun was speechless. Xianxia revealed a mischievous and brilliant smile and said, "I'm just teasing you. I'll consider whether I want to have a child with you after you marry me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked into a gate of heaven and disappeared. Lin Sun was stunned, and a strange emotion surged in his heart. Xianxia was probably not as ignorant as before. At least, she should have understood those things about having a child that couldn't be said. After that, Lin Sun smiled and shook his head before taking a stride forward, and the gate of heaven opened by itself. On this day, Lin Sun comprehended the profundities of the quintessence of chaos and left the Tao-determining world swiftly. The eighth heaven of the spirit's domain was called the Tao-developing world. The cultivators that entered this world seemed as if they'd undergone a path of reincarnation, and all of them were called favored. The Celestial Sect. A second-rate sect of the Tao-developing world that resided on Xianxia Spirit Mountain. Sect Master, if your martial uncle Qing Feng dares to cause trouble like this again in the future, then there's no need to ask me. Just directly ground him. Within a hall on Xianxia Spirit Mountain, the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Sect, Qing Heng, gnashed his teeth as he spoke with resentment. There was a bed before him, and the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Sect, Qing Feng, was lying on the bed. However, his face was bruised and swollen, and he seemed to be in a miserable state. He'd fallen into a coma. Yes. The Celestial Sect's master, Fu Yunzi, hurriedly agreed, but his expression was slightly strange. 3 days ago, Qing Feng once again went to the Celestial Sect to see the woman that he'd been infatuated with for 900 years. In the end, Qing Feng was blocked by the disciples of the Celestial Sect before he could enter the mountain gate of the Celestial Sect. Qing Feng used his identity as the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Sect and wanted to force his way in. In the end, he was violently beaten by a disciple of the Celestial Sect who was only at the reincarnation developing realm. He was beaten black and blue and directly fell into a coma. In the end, he was still sent back to the Celestial Sect by the Celestial Sect. When this matter came out, the entire Celestial Sect felt humiliated, and the entire sect felt humiliated. But there was no other way. Who asked Qing Feng to be the Supreme Elder? Even the sect master, Fu Yunzi, couldn't arbitrarily punish him, so he could only ask the Supreme Elder, Qing Heng. Sure enough, Qing Heng also felt that his old face had lost all light and was extremely furious. So, there was this scene before his eyes. After thinking about it, Qing Heng warned again, remember, use the best spiritual medicine to heal your martial uncle's injuries. Don't let him leave behind any hidden dangers. When he was young, he and Qing Feng entered the Celestial Sect on the same day of the same month. Although they were brothers, they were no different from real brothers. Although he resented Qing Feng for making a fool of himself, Qing Heng was also distressed to see him seriously injured. Don't worry, martial uncle. I will take good care of martial uncle Qing Feng. Fu Yunzi hurriedly promised. When your martial uncle recovers, let him go to the Sutras Depository. Remember, never give him a chance to leave the sect and go to the Celestial Sect to see Tian Ruojing. Qing Heng exhorted and turned away. Fu Yunzi's eyes looked back at Qing Feng who was in a coma on the bed with a very complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed and turned to leave. Not long after Fu Yunzi left, Qing Feng, who was in a coma on the bed, woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Qing Feng was no longer Qing Feng, but Lin Sun. His identity, memory, and experience were all inherited by Lin Sun. I didn't expect that I would become an old guy who achieved nothing and a well-known laughingstock. Lin Sun's eyes became strange. Qing Feng, one of the 3 supreme elders of the Celestial Sect, had been cultivating for 1,000 years. His 2 senior brothers, one was Qing Heng, the other was Qing Geng, both had the cultivation of Juxing ancestor realm. These 2 were also the 2 with the highest cultivation in the Celestial Sect. Qing Feng's martial nephew was Fu Yunzi, the head of the Celestial Sect, who had the cultivation of the 8th level of the Emperor realm, Path Fusion realm. It could be said that, in terms of identity, Qing Feng could also be called one of the top 3 in the Celestial Sect. But his cultivation was only at the level of reincarnation developing realm. This was embarrassing. Not to mention that he was far inferior to his martial nephew. Even most of the disciples in the sect were stronger than him. As a result, Qing Feng's status in the Celestial Sect became very special. On the surface, everyone in the sect was very respectful to him, the Supreme Elder, but in secret, many people regarded him as the shame of the sect. In addition, Qing Feng was impatient and did things rashly. He didn't have the demeanor of an elder in the sect at all. Instead, he often did some absurd things that did not match his identity. Over the years, he had caused many jokes. Nowadays, when many disciples of the celestial sect went out, they would feel unspeakably ashamed and humiliated when Qing Feng's name was mentioned. For example, 3 days ago, Qing Feng sneaked out of the sect and went to the celestial spirit sect to find Tianruojing. Instead, he was beaten into a coma. This incident was regarded as a joke and spread among many sections. This made the whole celestial sect ashamed and resentful. Even Fu Yunzi felt that he couldn't raise his head. At this time, Lin Sun had inherited Qing Feng's memory and understood his experience, but he had a different feeling in his heart. Qing Feng was not a bad person, and he was not an arrogant and domineering person. On the contrary, most of the jokes he caused were related to his cultivation of reincarnation developing realm. When the supreme elder of a sect only had such a low cultivation, no matter what he did, he would inevitably cause a lot of criticism, and it was easy to be regarded as a joke. For example, the reason why Qing Feng went to the celestial spirit sect 3 days ago was that he fell in love with a woman named Tianruojing in the celestial spirit sect 900 years ago. He was so infatuated with her that he couldn't forget her until now. For Qing Feng, he just wanted to see Tianruojing, and he didn't want to cause trouble. But now, Tianruojing was already in existence at the level of Juxian Emperor ancestor. She was regarded as the peerless existence who was most likely to embark on the immortal path in the past 1,000 years. Her status in the celestial spirit sect was extremely high. In contrast, although Qing Feng was the supreme elder of the celestial spirit sect, he only had the cultivation of reincarnation developing realm. He and Tianruojing were people of 2 different worlds. The most important thing was that Tianruojing didn't have any interest in Qing Feng from beginning to end. Even because of Qing Feng's entanglement over the years, she was extremely repulsed and disgusted. Under such circumstances, how could Qing Feng have a chance to see her? Everyone in the celestial spirit sect knew Qing Feng's identity and details, so it was impossible for them to give him any face. When Qing Feng tried to break into the gate of the celestial spirit sect, it was naturally a tragedy. Celestial spirit sects means were very powerful. When they stopped Qing Feng in front of the gate, they didn't take excessive means. After all, Qing Feng was the supreme elder of Celestial Spirit Sect and the junior fellow apprentice of Emperor Qingheng. Celestial Spirit Sect didn't want to offend Celestial Spirit Sect because of Qing Feng. At that time, Celestial Spirit Sect just casually said that if Qing Feng could defeat a successor of Celestial Spirit Sect who was at the same level as him, they would allow him to enter the sect to see Tianruojing. Qing Feng agreed without hesitation. Then, Qing Feng was beaten violently. He didn't admit defeat even when he was beaten into a coma. The scene of this battle was imprinted on the jade slips by Celestial Spirit Sect. After Qing Feng was sent back to Celestial Spirit Sect, the jade slips were also handed over to Fu Yunzi, the headmaster of Celestial Spirit Sect. This made Fu Yunzi unable to find a reason to go to Celestial Spirit Sect to punish Qing Feng. Because Qing Feng took the initiative to go to Celestial Spirit Sect and agreed to fight. Who could he blame? But after knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. He inherited Qing Feng's experience and memory, but unexpectedly found that Qing Feng, who was regarded as a shame by the sect and a joke by the outside world, was actually an extremely simple and kind person. The biggest flaw in him was that he didn't know the ways of the world. If he didn't know the ways of the world, he would inevitably attract criticism when he did things, such as overestimating himself, ungrateful, reckless and so on. But Qing Feng didn't care about these. His greatest wish was to spend a long time with Tianruojing and grow old together. He didn't care about the malice and ridicule of other people in the world. Obviously, the reality was cruel. Qing Feng, who was so simple and stupid, was destined to have a hard time to stand firm in the cruel world of cultivation. It turns out that he is trapped by love. After a long time, when he found the things related to Tianruojing from Qing Feng's memory, Lin Sun understood. When a person experiences all sorts of setbacks and tribulations, they would either be unable to recover after a single setback, or they would become braver the more setbacks they faced, and they would temper a heart that had been tempered 100 times and 100 times. But Qing Feng didn't have a tempered Taoist heart, but he didn't collapse. The reason was that Qing Feng's state of mind had been in a state of infatuation since he met Tian Ruojing for 900 years. Because of his infatuation, he did not care about all the slander and ridicule. It was also because of his infatuation that he didn't care about being a laughingstock and being humiliated. Unfortunately, it's a one-sided love. Lin Sun felt funny and emotional at the same time. Immediately, Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious. Qing Feng had been cultivating for 1,000 years. As the Grand Supreme Elder, why was his cultivation stagnant at the reincarnation development realm? If his aptitude was poor, how could he have had the opportunity to enter the celestial sect to cultivate? There was definitely something strange about this. Lin Sun got rid of distracting thoughts and calmed down to feel. Soon, he realized where the problem was. A frightening crack appeared on the foundation of Green Peak's Great Tao. It was as if a boulder had been split in half. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that Qing Feng's cultivation had remained at the reincarnation development realm. If it was any other cultivator, no matter how heaven-defying their talent was, they were bound to be the same as Qing Feng. Who caused such an indelible damage to Green Peak's foundation? Lin Sun sorted out Qing Feng's memory again. After a while, he narrowed his eyes and understood. 900 years ago, Qing Feng already had the cultivation of the reincarnation development realm. At that time, he had only cultivated for 100 years. It was amazing and rare for him to have such cultivation. It was also at that time that Qing Feng met Tian Ruojing and fell in love with her. At that time, Tian Ruojing was only at the Tao Insight realm, but she was extremely beautiful and outstanding and had many followers around her. At that time, Tian Ruojing also had a good impression of Qing Feng, and they went out to travel together. However, when Tian Ruojing was exploring a secret realm, she encountered a deadly calamity. Seeing that her life was in danger, it was Qing Feng who stepped forward bravely and blocked the calamity alone, saving her life. Although the fatal disaster was resolved, Qing Feng was seriously injured. When he recovered, he found that his Great Tao Foundation had suffered irreparable damage. For any cultivator, this was definitely the cruelest and heaviest blow. But Qing Feng didn't care. What he cared about was that he saved Tian Ruojing and didn't let the woman he loved suffer. At that time, Tian Ruojing was also very moved and said that she would stay with Qing Feng in the future, which naturally made Qing Feng ecstatic. However, shortly after they returned to their respective sects, Tian Ruojing sent a letter and told Qing Feng euphemistically that she was at the critical moment of cultivation and couldn't be with Qing Feng in a short time. Qing Feng understood and had been looking forward to it. He often wrote to Tian Ruojing, expressing his thoughts and feelings in lines of handwriting. At first, Tian Ruojing would reply one by one in a timely manner. But gradually, Qing Feng could only receive a reply every 3 to 5 days. Later, he could only receive a reply every 3 to 5 months. If it were a normal person, he would have long suspected that Tian Ruojing's mind had changed. But Qing Feng was still full of expectations. During this period, Tian Ruojing once wrote a letter to Qing Feng and asked him not to tell others that he saved her in the secret realm. Qing Feng agreed. So until now, his senior brother Qing Heng, martial nephew Fu Yunzi and the others still didn't know that Qing Feng's Great Tao Foundation was damaged because of saving Tian Ruojing. And it was not difficult to see how much Qing Feng cared about Tian Ruojing. All these years, he suffered so much criticism and humiliation, but he didn't tell anyone about this secret. Year after year passed. Qing Feng, who had been waiting to be with Tian Ruojing, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He began to take the initiative to go to Celestial Spirit Sect to look for Tian Ruojing. But every time he waited, the answer was the same: Tian Ruojing was in seclusion. Qing Feng didn't give up and went to inquire about the news every few days. Gradually, even Celestial Spirit Sect knew that Qing Feng, the joke guy, was actually trying to be with Tian Ruojing. This also caused a lot of vicious mockery and ridicule. But Qing Feng still didn't care. Gradually, even Celestial Spirit Sect began to reject and hate Qing Feng. They didn't expect that Qing Feng would pester them to such an extent. And Celestial Spirit Sect also felt ashamed for Qing Feng, the Supreme Elder. More than one person told Qing Feng that he and Tian Ruojing were not from the same world and advised him to give up. This included his senior brother, Qing Heng. He even found many beautiful women for him, trying to make Qing Feng fall in love with someone else. But Qing Feng was still infatuated with her. So far, no one in Celestial Spirit sect persuaded Qing Feng anymore. But Lin Sun frowned when he learned about these past events. If Qing Feng's one-sided love was one-sided and he was rejected and hated by Tian Ruojing, then it was understandable. After all, falling flowers yearn for love, but heartless water flows mercilessly. But now it seemed that things were not like this at all. If Qing Feng hadn't risked his life to save her, Tian Ruojing would have been in trouble. The most hateful thing was that if she didn't promise to stay with Qing Feng, maybe Qing Feng wouldn't have waited so bitterly until now. Even if it was a promise, it was easy to regret it. She could just tell Qing Feng directly. Why did she keep delaying and let Qing Feng have a glimmer of hope? It's fine if this woman doesn't fulfill her promise from all those years ago, but Qing Feng saved her life all those years ago after all, yet she doesn't know how to repay his kindness. She just watched as Qing Feng was reduced to shame and a laughingstock because of her. How selfish and indifferent is her disposition? Lin Sun was a little angry. Well, since I borrowed your identity, memory, and experience for the time being, I will do you a favor when I leave in the future. Lin Sun took a long breath and collected his thoughts. 3 days later. Celestial Spirit Sect, Scriptures Tower. Qing Feng, who was Lin Sun, sat alone in front of a desk, reading a scroll in his hand. Uncle Master Qing Heng has said that you are not allowed to leave the sect again. From today onwards, you will stay here. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell those disciples. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. Fu Yunzi whispered on one side. I see. Lin Sun said absent-mindedly. Fu Yunzi looked at the 2 disciples of Scripture's Tower not far away and said, from today on, you must serve the Supreme Elder of Qing Feng well. If there is any neglect, you will not be forgiven. Yes, Headmaster. The 2 disciples hurriedly cupped their hands and accepted the order. Uncle, do you have anything else to tell us? Fu Yunzi looked at Lin Sun again. Nothing, staying here is more leisurely. By the way, tell Brother Qing Heng that I will not go to see Tian Ruojing in the future, so he doesn't have to worry about me anymore. Lin Sun said. In the whole Celestial Spirit sect, Qing Heng was the best to Qing Feng. The 2 joined the sect together when they were young, and until now, they were like blood brothers. Over the years, even though Qing Feng caused a lot of jokes, Qing Heng had been using his own strength to protect Qing Feng. This was why although the sect regarded Qing Feng as a shame, they dared not slander and disrespect him openly. Fu Yunzi was stunned and said incredulously, Uncle, is what you said true? God, after being beaten up, did Martial Uncle really have a change of heart? Whether it is true or not, we will know in the future. You should leave quickly. As a headmaster, there are still many things to worry about. You'd better not come to Scripture's Tower in the future. Lin Sun waved his hand. Fu Yunzi uttered and looked at Lin Sun suspiciously, then turned around and left. The 2 of you can leave as well. Lin Sun looked at the 2 disciples of Scripture's Tower, one was called Chun Ning and the other was called Dai Yan. They were a little hesitant. I know you are here to keep an eye on me, worried that I will escape from the sect. But you can stay outside Scripture's Tower. Lin Sun said casually. Chun Ning and Dai Yan looked at each other, then accepted the order and walked out of Scripture's Tower. It is not bad to stay in Scripture's Tower. As long as I keep a low profile, it is enough to make people not notice my abnormality, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. As a favored, as soon as his identity was seen through, then his enemies in this world would definitely come looking for him. After all, he was only in the reincarnation developing realm and was at his weakest. Any random enemy could kill him. P.S. Don't worry, it is a script of cultivating and killing monsters to level up. The process will be quick. End of chapter 3203. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.